Chapter 111. After a series of close calls, they arrived at an open space. Traces of a campfire remained, and judging from Hong Tianqia's familiar appearance, it must have been left by them previously. Hong Tianqia's team skillfully set up camp. In contrast to their comfort, Michuan's group appeared quite meager. They had neither tents nor straw mats, so they could only place their precious quilts on the ground and sleep under them. Those who couldn't bear to part with their quilts simply gathered some wild grass from the nearby area to use as a makeshift mat. Hong Tianqiao stepped forward, waved his hand, and took out a brand new tent from his spatial storage. He smiled and said, "I still don't know your name. I happen to have some extra tents in my space. Seeing that you're traveling alone, it must be tough for you. You can use this tent for now." Jiang Mian took the tent. "Thanks. I didn't expect someone who seems arrogant to be so kind. Oh, by the way, my surname is Jiang. My friends all call me Dojiang Soy Milk. You can call me Dojiang from now on." Jiang Mian said this to test whether the people of this world knew about soy milk, but seeing Hong Tianqi's reaction, he seemed unsurprised and accepted it. "Okay, Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang's name is quite unique." "Really? Haha." With a forced laugh, Jiang Mian turned and left. She set up the tent, then secured it. Looking at the not-so-small tent, she thought for a moment and gave it to someone who needed it. Hong Jia was carried over by Michi. She looked at Jiang Mian and said, "Miss Jiang, why don't we just forget about it? After all, someone gave it to you, and it's not really appropriate for us to sleep here. Actually, we're used to sleeping on the floor." Jiang Mian waved his hand. "It's all right. It's his gift, so it's mine. You can sleep anywhere. It doesn't matter. Besides, I have things to do tonight. I don't need the tent." This. Hong Tian hesitated, but Jiang Mian didn't give her a chance to speak. He gave her a wink, and several other pregnant women led her into the tent. Hong Yuma saw this and secretly told her brother. Her brother was really something. She didn't know why he suddenly wouldn't let her get close to that woman, and wouldn't even let her grill fish for her. Although she didn't understand, her brother's tone was very serious when he said it, and she hadn't disobeyed him. However, she was still a little resentful, so when she relayed the story, she embellished it somewhat. "Brother, that woman doesn't accept your kindness at all. You gave her a tent, and she immediately gave it to someone else, making so many women live in those tents. It's so annoying. She's just a fake kind person." Hong Tianqiao flicked his sister's forehead. "I told you not to mess with her, yet you're still talking badly about her. I saw it clearly. She was just trying to make room for those pregnant women. How can you call her a fake kind person?" Hong Yumo pouted. "What does her pregnancy have to do with those women? It's not hers. Of course she's a fake kind person." Hong Tianqiao didn't know how to explain to his sister. During the world's cataclysm, enough people had already died. Less than 1 in 10 survived. Now was the time to preserve the population. If things continued like this, humanity would likely perish sooner or later. Even within their base, the policy towards pregnant women was quite lenient. They would never consider pregnant women a burden and send them out to their deaths. On the contrary, they prioritized protecting new recruits. Those usually sent out to die were the older ones, which is why you rarely see elderly people in many bases. However, looking at his younger sister's innocent expression, Hong Tianqiao didn't want to say too much or hurt her feelings. He let her maintain her current mindset. After all, the Hong family could protect her. Jiang Mian didn't say goodbye, nor did she need to. She was used to being alone, and she would leave without hesitation. Under the cover of night, Jiang Mian went directly to the cornfield she had seen during the day. The corn stalks, originally 2 meters tall, had now grown to 6 meters, like towering trees. And the corn bore many ears. Unlike the corn in her world, which only produced 1 or 2 ears, this corn had 5 or 6 ears on each stalk. As a Yin citizen, what's most appealing? It's food, of course. You see, in her world, even without the scorching heat, many people still starve to death. With this, there's no chance of starvation. The yield alone is enough to make anyone envious. Jiang Mian looked at the corn stalks as thick as her waist. Far from feeling the effort of uprooting them, she felt eager to try. Jiang Mian started digging with a shovel, and quickly cleared the soil around the corn stalks. The corn, not yet fully ripe, was already as long as her arm. It might grow even bigger when it matures. Jiang Mian's lips didn't fall into a smile as she kept digging. Later, finding it too strenuous, she moved to another spot, and saw some fully ripe corn stalks. She chopped them in half with an axe, broke off the corn kernels, and put them into her spatial storage. When she had time, she would peel the corn and plant it in the ground. Every now and then, she would see some corn seedlings about her height. Jiang Mian didn't hesitate to transplant them into her spatial storage. After digging for about 2 hours, a squeak sound suddenly came from the ground. Jiang Mian became alert, but her hands didn't slow down at all. She dug even faster, trying to dig up as much as possible before the monster appeared. Seeing this greedy human dare to steal her food right in front of her, the field mouse in the ground became angry and dug even faster. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Damn human, stop! Stop it! Don't steal anymore. Jiang Mian, I won't listen. I dig. I dig. I dig as hard as I can. Thud. The field mouse had just revealed its enormous head when Jiang Mian slapped it with a shovel. The field mouse felt dizzy. How can this human be so strong? It almost hit its grandma. Squeak. The field mouse was enraged and leaped into the air, its 3-meter-tall body incredibly intimidating. However, Jiang Mian, who already knew how strong she was in close combat, wasn't afraid at all. Instead, her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Jiang Mian threw down the shovel. The shovel was ruined from slapping the large field mouse. It was unusable. Chapter 112. Jiang Mian switched to her own knife, looking at the monster that resembled a rat, and an unprecedented fighting spirit rose within her. Just then, the brain-eating worm she had placed on her body to protect her suddenly trembled. Jiang Mian carefully sensed its meaning. You want to devour it? But you're too small. Who knows how long it would take to devour it? What? Let your boss devour it. That's not impossible. Jiang Mian took out the brain-eating worm, which was over a meter long, and placed it on the ground. The worm immediately stared excitedly at the field rat's enormous body. Eat, eat, eat! Jiang Mian, all right, you can eat it later. I fight it first, and after I defeat it, you can do whatever you want with it. The field rat looked at the worm on the ground. Its animal instinct stirred a hint of fear, but seeing the worm's size, smaller than itself, it ignored the fear. Squeak! Die, human! With that cry, it charged at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian, undaunted, charged back. Jiang Mian showed no mercy. Her only concern was keeping the field mouse alive. The severity of its injuries didn't matter, she could heal them. As the long sword pierced the field mouse's body, its powerful forelimbs lunged at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian knew that if it caught her, she would likely die instantly. Jiang Mian abandoned the long sword, drew another identical blade, and stabbed at the field mouse again. Using the momentum, she leaped onto the field mouse's head, then hurled the long sword, piercing the mouse's skull. The field mouse convulsed a few times, but it didn't die. Instead, it still had the strength to get up. Just then, a black shadow rushed towards it. The next second, it burrowed directly into the field mouse's head. Jiang Mian was also seeing for the first time that the brain-eating worm could stretch its body. Its originally bloated body, only a little over a meter long, stretched like a snake, burrowing into the field mouse's wound. The next second, the field mouse's body, which had only slightly convulsed, began to twitch. It clutched its head and screamed loudly. Jiang Mian covered her ears, refusing to let its piercing cries reach her. After thinking for a moment, she increased the time acceleration of her brain-eating worm, allowing it to devour the field mouse more quickly, and then replace it. Soon after, the field mouse stopped screaming and got up again. Jiang Mian used her special ability on it to heal its wounds. The wounds that were still bleeding began to heal in the next second. The brain-eating worm couldn't feel pain, but it could feel comfort. It nuzzled closer to Jiang Mian affectionately, even trying to rub its head against her, but found its body was far too large, almost causing the unsuspecting Jiang Mian to stumble back a step. Jiang Mian twitched her lips, covered her nose, and took several steps back. Pointing at the brain-eating worm-like field mouse, she said, "Don't come any closer. This field mouse smells fishy. I don't know what it ate. Stay away from me. I know it's not your fault, but aren't you currently occupying its body? This smell really is unpleasant. Be good, wait until we have time to clean it up before coming near me." The field mouse lowered its head dejectedly. Just then, it suddenly remembered something and began gesturing towards the ground. "You mean there are relatives and friends of field mice underground? Good, very good. I now command you to become the great general. Take a group of little soldiers, and go take them down." Squeak! Hearing that it had become the great general, the brain-eating worm was so excited that it even learned the sound of a field mouse. While it went underground to attack, Jiang Mian started digging again. Halfway through, she suddenly noticed that the soil underground had become much looser. A moment later, a field mouse head the size of a basketball popped up from the surface. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This was another parasitized field mouse. It was telling Jiang Mian that it could help her loosen the soil so that she could directly store the plants into her space. Jiang Mian's heart melted. She hugged the little field mouse and rubbed it. She was no longer afraid of the field mouse's appearance. She adored it. My sweet baby, how can you be so good? Squeak, squeak. A bunch more little field mice popped up from the ground. This time, Jiang Mian's harvesting speed was even faster. After confirming that no one was following her, Jiang Mian released several dozen people. Although they were unremarkable in appearance and dressed strangely, they were capable and Jiang Mian's right-hand men. Hurry, hurry, time is short. Your main objective is to collect these supersized ears of corn, pile them up, and then you can continue collecting corn. Then, thanks to the assistants, Jiang Mian harvested exceptionally quickly. She simply stored them in her planting space, which categorized them, separating the ripe from the immature. The immature ones were planted in the fields, while the ripe ones became crops. Jiang Mian was completely immersed in this joy. When all the field mice emerged from the ground, Jiang Mian was surprised to find that there were over 1,000 of them, large and small. Jiang Mian's eyes darted around as she looked at them, but another thought arose in her mind: my power has grown so much now, why not go and do something? Thinking this, she sent her field mouse army underground to find some earthworms to expand their ranks. Before long, without Jiang Mian having to lift a finger, the field mouse army had already caught several earthworms. Jiang Mian took the opportunity to fleece them, copying the regenerative ability from the earthworms. She also copied the field mice's abilities. Strengthen forelimbs, can strengthen your limbs. Jiang Mian fell silent. This ability was good, but not overpowered, and not very suitable for her. So she didn't use it again. Jiang Mian had the field mice surround her, then set an alarm, closed her eyes, and slept for a while. When the alarm rang, Jiang Mian opened her eyes. The sky was already slightly bright. She stretched her stiff body, and found a place to wash up. After relieving herself, she looked at her employees' handiwork, and praised them with satisfaction. Then she stored the corn and her entire army into her spatial storage, stuffing food into her mouth as she walked back. When she returned to the camp, she found that everyone was already packing up. Jiang Mian's tent had already been packed up, and Sister Hong looked noticeably better than before, even having the energy to pack her tent. They offered the tent to Jiang Mian, but she waved it away saying, "You can keep it yourselves, I don't need it." The group exchanged glances, and a familiar-looking girl stepped forward, saying, "Thank you, I remember your kindness." Jiang Mian nodded without saying a word. Chapter 113. The team set off. Many hadn't slept well, their exhaustion visibly apparent. It was understandable, they had always lived in the base, and now being forced to live in the wilderness was undoubtedly filled with fear and anxiety. Hong Tianxia was curious about Jiang Mian's departure, but had neither the opportunity nor the right to ask. Jiang Mian didn't need to explain. The team continued on its journey until noon, when they finally stopped. Everyone rested and replenished their food supplies, their only meal of the day. Themselves here refers to the people at Dawn Base. Rainbow Base was different, they had no shortage of food, especially with the addition of a space-age ability user. In the morning, the people at Dawn Base had watched them eat until they finished before setting off. Now, finally able to eat, their stomachs were rumbling with hunger, eagerly awaiting their meal. Because they were outdoors, they couldn't start a fire, and could only eat compressed biscuits and homemade jerky. Meanwhile, the people at Tianhong Base started cooking, showing no sense of urgency whatsoever. It was as if they were just on vacation, not facing a life-or-death situation. Everyone was relaxed. Hong Yumao looked at the shabby appearance of the people at Shiguang Base, and immediately pouted, whispering, "Brother, why should we save them? They're so useless. Even their food is so meager. Will saving them really be of any use?" Hong Tianxiao stopped his sister with a look, "Keep your voice down. Although they may be useless, they have a great skill. Do you know how Shiguang Base made its fortune?" Hong Yumao shook her head. "I don't know. Why should I care about these things?" Sigh. Hong Tianxiao sighed helplessly and explained, "Did you notice their clothes? Aren't they colorful? Don't underestimate their clothes. They can create clothing that blocks their aura. That's why the Dawn Base, despite being so small, has been able to exist for so long." What he didn't say was that the Dawn Base was destroyed largely because they possessed this technology. Yes, the Dawn Base was destroyed not by any other reason, but by human intervention. The person who lured the monsters back to the base was from the Rainbow Base. Their intention was to force them into submission, then provide a rescue, making them willingly submit. However, things didn't go as planned. Just when everything was in place, the rainbow base was suddenly attacked by monsters, thus delaying their advance. But it's not too late now. Among so many people, there must be a few with that technology. He wasn't in a hurry. Once he brought these people back, they could do whatever they wanted with them. Thinking this, Hong Tianxiao smiled. Hong Yuma stared in astonishment at the ugly clothes in her eyes, truly unable to believe that such ugly clothes could have such a function. She even wanted them herself, but looking at the worn-out garments, she felt utterly disgusted. Forget it, clothes they worn must be so dirty. I better not keep them. When I get back to the base, I definitely have them make me lots of beautiful clothes, definitely not this color, it's so ugly. Hong Yuma ate the not-so-pleasant-tasting food, and then thought of the fish Jiang Mian had grilled, and suddenly felt a little dissatisfied. Brother, I don't want to eat this stuff, I want grilled fish. Can you ask that woman to grill it for me? Hong Tianxiao frowned. Little sister, don't be silly. That woman is very powerful. If she really gets angry and attacks you, I'm afraid I can't beat her. Hong Yuma deflated, saying discontentedly, I don't care, brother. I just want to eat grilled fish. I'm so tired of eating this bland food every day. Can't you even think about me for once? Hong Tianxiao opened his mouth, but before he could refuse, Hong Yuma ran straight to Jiang Mian's side, looking down at him with an unfriendly tone. Hey! Go grill some fish for me, and I can give you a bottle of enhancement potion. Jiang Mian glanced at her, not wanting to pay her any attention. These people were already hers. In a few more days, what potion couldn't she get? She was too lazy to play along with her anymore. No, I'm too lazy to move. Just bear with it. Jiang Mian thought to herself that she hadn't put any drugs in the grilled fish she made. Why did this young lady love it so much? What she didn't know was that the food in this world was relatively bland, and there wasn't an abundance of seasonings like Sichuan peppercorns and star anise. Even if Hong Yuma's family was powerful, they had never tasted this flavor. No wonder she missed it so much. Not only her, but everyone else wanted to eat it too, but no one dared to say so. Hong Yuma hesitated for a moment, then took out a golden potion from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Mian. I trade this for you. This is something our base just developed, it can. Little sister. What nonsense are you spouting now? Before Hong Yuma could finish speaking, Hong Tianxiao pulled her back, and he snatched the potion from her hand. I'm so sorry, Miss Jiang, my sister was a bit rude. I go back and teach her a lesson. Jiang Mian saw through their rudeness, but didn't say anything, simply watching the two leave. Only after they left did her expression darken. What was the effect of that golden potion? Why was Hong Tianxiao so nervous? Judging from Hong Yuma's expression, she was reluctant to part with it, unlike her usual generosity when she took out enhancement potions. This doesn't fit her personality. What she knew so far was that this thing was very important, but as for its effects, she didn't know. On the other side, Hong Yuma was being pulled aside by her brother. Hey bro. What are you doing? I should be asking you what you're doing. How did you get this? Who told you to take it out? Does your older brother know? Hong Yuma looked at him with displeasure. The doctor gave it to me, and your older brother knows that too. Why are you being so fierce? Hong Tianxiao was exasperated. Such a valuable thing. Is it something you take out just to satisfy your cravings? Do you know how much of a sensation this thing will cause after it's released? I don't need this thing, so it's a trade, Hong Yuma said nonchalantly. Anyway, I'm confiscating this thing. You're not allowed to mention it to anyone again, understand? Hong Yuma sighed. Fine. I understand. Then give me some other potions, and I go exchange them for something delicious. Finally, Hong Yuma handed Jiang Mian a potion that was even redder in color. How about I use this to exchange for a grilled fish? This is much better than that. Basic version of the enhancement potion, and the side effects aren't as severe. Chapter 114. Jiang Mian naturally accepted the gift. She opened her hand and looked at Hong Yuma. You want grilled fish. So where's the fish? Hong Yuma was stunned. She pointed at herself, looking at Jiang Mian in surprise, and screamed, What? You want fish from me? I gave you a potion, and you still want fish? Shouldn't you be providing it? Jiang Mian shrugged. This is the middle of nowhere. Where am I supposed to catch fish for you? If you don't provide the raw materials, how am I supposed to make grilled fish for you? Pray to the sky? Finally, Hong Yuma reluctantly found her brother, and got a half-meter-long fish from him. Jiang Mian looked at the fish, not quite recognizing its species, but she knew it was a mutated creature. In the end, everyone waited for Jiang Mian to finish grilling the fish before Hong Yuma ate it, and they continued on their way. Even though the others were dissatisfied, they dared not vent their anger because of her status. When they set off again, thanks to Jiang Mian's thorough clearing of the field mice and earthworms the night before, they encountered no danger along the way. However, things changed at night. After a smooth day, the group was attacked by mutated spiders. This was truly illogical. The entire world had evolved, and all plants and animals had grown larger, except for humans, whose size hadn't changed at all. It was as if the world had evolved while humans were the only ones left behind. The spiders were now taller than humans, charging towards them with their long legs. The oppressive feeling was like killing someone only to find that the enemy hadn't died, but had instead become a ghost immune to all physical damage, utterly terrifying. Everyone started to back away. Jiang Mian was about to run when she suddenly realized this scene was familiar. Wasn't this the scenario she had foreseen? However, Jiang Mian's expression was strange. In her foresight, these monsters should have been very strong, yet in her perception, they seemed easy to kill. Could it be that the ability she copied was using the strength of the person in question? Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered the fire ability she had copied. That player named Fu Junhan was incredibly strong, and fire was extremely useful, having helped her a lot in previous battles. If she encountered him again, she'd better hide, lest he discover she was also a player and retaliate in anger. Right, besides Fu Junhan, there was also the psychopath Yi Ling. That guy probably hated her to death. She had tricked him, and swindled a lot of things from him. If he discovered she had faked her death, things would probably be even worse. Thinking this, Jiang Mian's determination to become stronger became even stronger. She turned and swung her knife, severing one of the spider's legs. For the spider, losing a leg was no big deal, just a little pain. Just then, a long silk thread swept towards Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian immediately dodged, turning around to see another spider attacking her. The scene was chaotic. Spiders, spinning their silk, were dragging people away from the crowd every now and then. Their silk was already a good hunting tool, but now, after the mutation, the silk was even stronger and tougher. Once it stuck, there was no escaping it. Jiang Mian frowned, dodging attacks from other spiders, while trying to finish off the one in front of him as quickly as possible. Miki, put me down and go. I'm just a burden. Staying by your side will only hold you back. You didn't need to save me. You already saved me once, and you already repaid your debt. There's no need for you to die with me. Hong Tian looked at the chaotic crowd, watching her companions and friends die one by one. Some of them might have been enemies, some might have been friends, but now, none of that mattered. In the face of real danger, human emotions were utterly insignificant. She didn't want to implicate Miki either. He had already done so much for her, carrying her all the way, protecting her in times of danger, even providing her with food. That was enough. She thought that even if she died, she could go to Badan, and the two of them could reunite down there. No, the three of them, plus their child. And they were all waiting for her. Thinking this, even death didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Miki, however, refused. His stubbornness flared up. He carried Hong Tian tightly on his back, observing the battlefield and carefully avoiding the flying spider silk, trying to prevent contact. Sister Hong, I won't abandon you. Since I carried you out, I'm responsible for your safety. How could I carry you halfway, and then watch you go to your death? I can't do that. Besides, we might not die. Isn't there the Tianhong base team? And Miss Dojiang? She's really amazing. I just saw her kill a spider. She definitely has a way to save us. Just hold on a little longer, there's always a way. I never give up on you until the very last moment. Miki spoke with righteous indignation, though he didn't really know why he was unwilling to abandon Sister Hong. If it was about repaying a debt of gratitude, they were all from the same base and had a good relationship. Michuan had always taken good care of them. In short, he didn't owe Sister Hong and Badan anything, but he just wanted to find a reason to take her away. Just like before in the cave, he wanted to find a reason to bring Sister Hong out, because he knew that leaving her there would only lead to her death. Perhaps she would starve to death, perhaps be found and killed by monsters, or perhaps be tortured to death by her own kind. Anything was possible. He didn't want to see Sister Hong suffer like that, so he stubbornly persisted. You could say he was selfish, you could say he was foolish, but he just wanted the woman behind him to live. Watch out! Sister Hong exclaimed, seeing a spider silk shooting towards them from her left rear. The silk was clearly aimed at them. Miki didn't react in time. Due to his angle, he didn't see the silk from his side. Sister Hong didn't have time to say anything either. As the silk stuck to her, she pushed Miki away, letting herself be dragged away. No! Hong Tian! Hong Tian! After feeling the push from behind, Miki was suddenly pulled away. He looked back in terror. He saw Sister Hong being swept up by the silk and dragged to the side of one of the spiders. Chapter 115. Sister Hong held a dagger, trying to cut the spider silk, but found that her dagger couldn't budge the silk at all. The spider raised its claws, preparing to inject venom into its prey. Sister Hong watched this scene in horror, only then realizing how terrifying and dreadful it was to face death directly. How much pain must Batan have endured then? Just then, the spider suddenly collapsed, splitting apart inch by inch from its rear. A 2-meter-long, strangely shaped blade pierced its body, cleaving it in two. The massive body crashed to the ground, convulsing as it died. Miss Jiang? Sister Hong wasn't some simpleton like Michi. She had heard of Jiang Mian's surname, and was used to calling her Miss Jiang in her mind. Now, seeing the gentle young girl in her memory cleave the spider's body in two with a single blow, the shock was no less than witnessing an 11 or 12-year-old child brutally murdering an adult. It truly made her heart pound wildly. Jiang Mian tightened her grip on the knife as she looked at the disheveled Sister Hong. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, but she didn't see Michi. She asked, "Where's Michi? Didn't he say he'd protect you? Why did he disappear when you were in danger?" Because they were in the chaos of the battlefield, Sister Hong could only give a brief answer. "When I was attacked by the monster, I pushed him away to avoid dragging Michi down with me. I think I just saw him chasing after me. He was right there." "Huh? Where did he go?" As she spoke, Sister Hong pointed in a direction, but Michi was nowhere to be seen. She immediately became anxious, her eyes pleading as she looked at Jiang Mian. Knowing she couldn't be asked to save someone for no reason, she gritted her teeth and explained Michi's value. "Miss Jiang, you must save him. He's very useful. I suspect the people from Tianhong base want to save us because they want the technology from our Shuguang base, and Michi knows that technology too. Saving him will definitely be worthwhile." Jiang Mian admitted that this Sister Hong was truly adept at manipulating people. Originally, she really didn't want to save an unrelated person in the chaotic battlefield, but after hearing what she said, she had no choice but to save him. Because she also wanted the technology from Dawn Base, a suit that could conceal one's presence. Who wouldn't want that? It was a perfect tool for murder, robbery, and ambushes. Having figured this out, Jiang Mian half squatted down and said to those behind her, "Get on." Sister Hong looked at Jiang Mian with some surprise. "This isn't a good idea. Why don't you leave me here and go find Michi?" Jiang Mian gave her a meaningful look. "Michi has done so much for you, hasn't he? If you die, he'd probably be heartbroken. It's better to let you live." Seeing that she still didn't move, Jiang Mian's voice deepened, and she said in a commanding tone, "Hurry up and get on. Don't waste time. Do you want to delay him and let him die?" "No, I don't want to." Sister Hong gritted her teeth and propped herself up on Jiang Mian's back. Despite her seemingly slender and frail back, she easily carried her, appearing even more relaxed than when Michi carried her. Jiang Mian, carrying Sister Hong on her back, headed in the direction Sister Hong had pointed. While chasing after Sister Hong, Michi, distracted, didn't notice that he was being targeted by another spider. This spider didn't spin silk, so it didn't ensnare him, but its attack power was extremely strong, forcing him to flee. Although his superpower was great strength, having only recently awakened it, he was completely powerless against such a large spider alone, constantly being chased. Furthermore, he had no useful tools, making him even more vulnerable. The only saving grace was that when Jiang Mian found him, he was still alive, though not in good condition, at least still lively and energetic. Of course, this was assuming one ignored his injuries. Jiang Mian put down the woman on her back and quickly rescued Michi, who was about to be impaled by the spider's leg. "Get out of the way! Miss Soy Milk?" Michi was pleasantly surprised to see Jiang Mian. He hadn't expected to be rescued again, and by someone he'd taken in before. Jiang Mian ignored his form of address. She'd gotten used to it after being called it so many times. Looking at the spider on the ground, a different thought suddenly occurred to her. She looked at the two of them and said, "Take Sister Hong away first, and go far away. No matter what happens here, don't look back, understand?" Hearing this, Michi hesitated. "But what about you if we leave?" Sister Hong tugged at his arm and whispered, "Let's go first. If we stay here, we only be a burden to Miss Jiang. She have to worry about us. It's better for us to leave." Miki was caught in a dilemma. Jiang Mian, seeing they still weren't leaving, didn't want to waste time with him. She instantly turned the knife in her hand and pressed it against Miki's neck. Are you leaving or not? If not, I kill you first. Miki immediately raised his hands. Let's go, let's go, let's go now. Once the two were gone, Jiang Mian looked around the secluded spot, with no one else nearby. She waved her hand, releasing her army of field mice. However, she didn't release too many, only 5 or 6. The field mice knew what to do as soon as they appeared and immediately attacked the spider. Jiang Mian had instructed them beforehand not to kill the spider, just leave it alive. After all, this would be their new companion. Therefore, the field mice were careful, avoiding the spider's attacks and venom as much as possible. Only after controlling the spider did they allow their companions to parasitize it. Jiang Mian then activated her time acceleration skill to help the brain-eating worm parasitize. Not long after, a brain-eating spider appeared. Jiang Mian instructed it to carry several half-meter-long brain-eating worms back to its nest and parasitize all the spiders inside. The brain-eating worms were originally black, and unless one was specifically looking, they were practically invisible against the black spiders. Having done all this, and watching the spider leave, Jiang Mian returned to the battlefield. The spiders on the battlefield had been almost entirely wiped out by the Tianhong base's forces and the Shuguang base's patrols. Only a few remained, still fighting desperately. Chapter 116. Some of the spiders began to flee back in their direction. Jiang Mian joined the battle and quickly eliminated them all. Several members of the Rainbow Squad were injured. Hong Tianxiao took out several bottles of green potions from his spatial storage and handed them to the injured. After taking the potions, their wounds began to heal. Jiang Mian's eyes flashed as he examined their injuries. His eagerness to control the injured reached its peak. Potions that could increase strength, medicines to heal injuries, and that golden potion that looked extremely precious. These were all things Jiang Mian coveted. Take a deep breath, relax. Jiang Mian mentally encouraged herself. She had to stay calm and not let any strange thoughts surface at this moment. Unlike the Rainbow Squad, the other squad had suffered heavy losses. They suppressed their grief and buried their teammates' bodies, knowing that even if they did, their teammates' corpses would be dug up and eaten by passing monsters. But at least they had been given a proper burial. At this moment, Michuan approached. He looked at the Rainbow Bridge with a resolute gaze, no longer showing the hesitation he had shown when facing it. Captain Rainbow, I want to know how far it is from here to the Rainbow Base. If it's too far, we plan to turn back. The journey has been so dangerous. We can't keep losing people like this. We can't afford any more losses. Michuan looked at the base. There were over 70 people when they came out, but now there were less than 50. This was the base his father had painstakingly built. These people were all his elders and friends, and they had come out because of him. He couldn't let them down and send them to their deaths without knowing why. Today, Hong Tianxiao needed to ensure his safety and prevent further heavy losses. Otherwise, he would rather lead his last remaining men back to the Dawn base to await their deaths. He knew in his heart that while the Tianhong base claimed to be providing rescue, they had only sent a dozen or so people, mainly because of the Dawn base's technology. Since they wanted something, they had the leverage to negotiate. Hong Tianxia's expression was also grim. Being questioned in front of everyone by someone from a declining base he looked down upon made him feel humiliated. Before he could say anything, his sister beside him had already taken the lead. Just follow us. Why do you care how far it is? We won't harm you. Encountering some danger on the road is normal, isn't it? Look how scared you are. You're not even as brave as me, a girl. After saying that, she gave Michuan a disdainful look, muttering what she thought was a very quiet bunch of country bumpkins. Lower class. Although Michuan didn't hear what she said after that, her first words were enough to enrage him. Miss, you have so many people protecting you, so naturally you don't feel any danger on the road. But we're different, we need to protect ourselves. When monsters attack, we can only survive by saving ourselves. You only have a dozen or so people, but you're all superhumans. We're different, we have over 70 people, and we have fewer superhumans than you. Our situation is different from yours, so you don't need to make sarcastic remarks. You? Hong Yumo pointed at Michuan, her hand trembling, too angry to utter a single word. Hong Tianxiao shielded his sister behind him, coldly staring at Michuan. I know your people suffered heavy losses, and you're angry, but there's no need to take it out on a girl. In any case, your misfortune wasn't caused by my sister, and you shouldn't blame her. Everyone has their own destiny. Reincarnation is a gamble. Some gamble right and live a life of wealth and honor, while others gamble wrong and live a life of mediocrity. Is that someone else's fault? Michuan's face was grim, and Hong Tianxiao noticed. After venting his sister's anger, he said, "As for the question you just asked me, perhaps you haven't been to the Tianhong base before and don't know the route. When we set off at full speed, it took us 3 days. Now we already covered half the distance. Are you willing to go back like this?" Mi Chuan clenched his fists, filled with anger but helpless. If the journey were still long, he could simply turn back. According to him, they already gone halfway. Turning back now would likely result in further losses, perhaps even total annihilation. It was better to take the risk. "Alright, let's continue. But I want you to promise me one thing." Hong Tianxiao felt this man was somewhat ungrateful. He frowned. "What is it?" This feeling of being dependent on others was truly unpleasant. Having to rely on others for everything made Mi Chuan's desire to become stronger more urgent than ever before. He looked at Hong Tianxiao and spoke his thoughts, word by word. "I hope that on the rest of the journey, you can protect our people. We all know why you kept us around. You don't want us all to die, do you? What if one of those who die happens to be someone who made the isolation suits?" After listening, Hong Tianxiao narrowed his long, narrow eyes, his gaze filled with murderous intent. His fingers rested on the gun at his waist. He was considering the chances of success if he killed Mi Chuan now, then the others, leaving only the person who could make the isolation suit. Thinking about it carefully, he figured that if he killed Mi Chuan, the people at Dawn Base would riot, and then, just in case, he couldn't act rashly now. The oppressive aura around him suddenly vanished, replaced by a smile. "Alright, I can agree to your request. However, our manpower is limited, and some people might not be able to consider this. I hope you understand that, after all, they are all superhumans. They can't sacrifice their lives for ordinary people." Hearing his conciliatory words, Mi Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were willing to protect them, that was enough. He knew these people wouldn't wholeheartedly protect others, but as long as they held off the monsters, their chances of survival would increase by 1%. "Okay, I understand. I wish us a pleasant cooperation." A pleasant cooperation. Their hands clasped in midair. Mi Chuan frowned and groaned in pain. When he withdrew his hand again, his palm was completely red, showing how ruthless Hong Tianxiao had been. This also revealed Hong Tianxiao's petty nature. But Mi Chuan had no choice but to do so. Chapter 117. Jiang Mian watched their petty thoughts with complete indifference. In their world's terms, these two were still on the first level, while she had already reached the third. Just watching them fight was actually quite interesting. The group traveled a little further before deciding to rest in this open space. In the Rainbow Bridge team, one of them scattered some medicinal powder around the group, explaining, "This area has a lot of snakes, insects, and rodents. This stuff is to repel them." His explanation only made things worse. Someone immediately lost their temper. "If you have something like this, why didn't you use it yesterday? If you had used it yesterday, would we have suffered so many casualties?" Before the Rainbow Bridge team member could speak, the man was reprimanded by Mi Chuan. "Old Wu, that's enough. Don't say any more." Mi Chuan gave the man a wink. They had known each other for a long time, so he knew the man wanted to say something privately. After saying a few kind words to the man and seeing him off, Mi Chuan explained what had happened that day. Old Wu's expression changed. "So you're planning to use..." He glanced to the side before continuing, "You're planning to use him as a bargaining chip?" Mi Chuan gave a bitter smile and nodded. "I have no choice. I have to do something for the brothers who trust me, at least to give them some security. I can't let them die without knowing why, following me. Besides, maybe he's living a more comfortable life than we are in the Tianhong base." Old Wu sighed, and finally nodded helplessly. "Alright, he have to suffer. Boss, those two are too tight-lipped. They didn't utter a single name, or even glance at the person. They're probably wary of us." Hong Tianxiao waved his hand. He already expected this. He didn't say anything to his subordinates, who hadn't accomplished their task. He rubbed his forehead, wondering what was wrong with him lately. His head felt uncomfortable. However, he didn't pay much attention, assuming it was because he hadn't rested well while on a mission, and didn't think about anything else. Even if he did, he wouldn't have such a wild imagination as to think that a being from another world would appear in this world and happen to parasitize him. So it's all fate. Some people are destined for mediocrity but live peaceful and smooth lives, while others are born extraordinary but prone to unexpected misfortunes along the way. While everyone was setting up the tents, Jiang Mian went out alone again. 2 kilometers away, a large group of spiders were already ready. Jiang Mian squinted, quite pleased with her handiwork. With a wave of her hand, she released the field mice from her spatial storage, declaring with an air of dominance, Let's go. Let's meet our friends around here. Squeak. Unfortunately, although the spiders had evolved, they still couldn't make a sound, otherwise, her group could have been even more imposing. This time, Jiang Mian didn't choose the places she had passed before, but rather traveled a distance further. Her goal was simple, to gather more companions. Then she could directly dominate this world, plunder its resources, and make money from money, and money from money into money, until she had a mountain of wealth. Ha ha ha. Just imagining this scene made Jiang Mian so happy she ate 3 bowls of rice. After eating and drinking her fill, it was time to get to work. She collected the monster corpses that had been accidentally chopped in half, and roasted a few over the fire. Ding! Consuming mutated meat has slightly increased your speed. Ding! Consuming mutated meat has slightly increased your strength. Ding! Consuming different parts of the same type of meat resulted in different increases in physical attributes. Didn't this further motivate Jiang Mian the glutton? Throughout the meal, she used time acceleration to aid digestion. Before she knew it, she had eaten a volume of food twice her size. Brr! I can't eat anymore. Even with time acceleration cheating, she can't eat anymore. Her stomach is bulging. This is the most she's eaten since entering the game. Jiang Mian stood up, put the food into her spatial storage, and looked at the now-grown team, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Not only that, the field mice also brought her some small surprises, some unique plants. Jiang Mian couldn't identify them, but wondering if the field mice would have any problems eating them, she took one and tasted it. This fruit was the size of her palm, and this was its mutated form. Before the mutation, how small must it have been? The fruit tasted sweet and sour. One bite filled her mouth with juice and a refreshing sweetness. After eating it, her throat felt cool and refreshing. Ding! Consuming the mutated fruit has slightly increased her mental strength. Jiang Mian was startled, looking at the fruit she had only taken a bite of, and then a smile appeared on her face. The tinkling sound of fruit chirping filled Jiang Mian's ears, filling her with satisfaction. The tree that the field mice had led her to for this fruit was surprisingly short, only about 2 meters tall. Compared to the other trees, it was practically a sapling among saplings. It was incredibly small, even compared to the weeds beside it. It was all thanks to the field mice, otherwise, Jiang Mian might have missed this fruit. Jiang Mian had the field mice loosen the soil below, then she simply uprooted the tree and placed it in her spatial storage. She had obtained a rare plant that could enhance mental strength, and she could even take it home for her younger brother and grandmother to consume. It couldn't be better. Jiang Mian then urged the other animals to try their best to find some more special items. After working for most of the night, they found 2 more fruit trees with the same fruit. Similarly, eating them also increased mental strength. Jiang Mian wasn't discouraged. Instead, she was full of energy. Suddenly, she felt this world was truly her blessed land. She was even falling in love with it. She picked the ripe fruit and put it into her spatial dimension, then planted the trees in her planting space, even providing them with individual plots of land to ensure they could absorb enough nutrients. The next morning, Jiang Mian didn't go back. Instead, she waited for those people there. When she left yesterday, she had told Hong Tianxiao that they didn't need to wait for her. Jiang Mian didn't consider herself that important. Even if she hadn't said anything, they wouldn't have waited for her. Chapter 118. Unbeknownst to her, someone was actually waiting for her at the same spot. Her unintentional act had become a life-saving grace in someone else's eyes. Miki watched as everyone else packed their things, and he approached Michuan with some hesitation. Brother, Miss Jiang hasn't returned yet. Could something have happened to her? Should we wait for her a while? Maybe she'd be back soon, just like yesterday? Michuan frowned. He truly didn't understand what charm that woman possessed that made his younger brother so concerned about her. Undeniably, that woman was indeed very beautiful and powerful. However, being clueless about emotions, he simply couldn't comprehend his brother's ulterior motives. However, now wasn't the time to think about these things. He looked at Michi and half-coaxed, half-tricked, I think we should walk a bit further first. Wasn't Miss Jiang with the Rainbow Squad? They weren't in a hurry, they acted like nothing happened. They probably know where Miss Jiang went. Waiting here isn't a solution. Maybe Miss Jiang is waiting for us up ahead? Michuan never expected that his attempt to appease his brother would actually hit the nail on the head. Looking at Jiang Mian, who was leaning against a tree trunk pretending to sleep, Michuan's opinion of her improved even more. How could he underestimate a woman who dared to spend the night alone outside? Unfortunately, if he tried to befriend her now, it would definitely arouse suspicion, even resentment. After all, ignoring someone before they shown their strength, and then eagerly fawning over them after they have, is indeed quite annoying. However, fortunately, her younger brother and she had a good relationship, so she could at least use that connection. Miki, carrying Sister Han on her back, ran up and said excitedly, "Miss Jiang, you really were up ahead. I thought my brother was lying to me." Sister Han nodded at her, feeling somewhat relieved. She had realized that Mi Chuan was indeed lying to Miki, but as a weak woman, she couldn't do much and could only let it be. Jiang Mian looked at him strangely, raising her beautiful eyebrows. "What? You're not calling me Miss Soy Milk anymore, you're calling me Miss Jiang now?" Hee hee. Mi Chuan scratched his head, explaining somewhat embarrassedly, "I heard from Sister Hong yesterday that everyone calls you Miss Jiang. I thought it would be better to just follow the crowd." The group chatted for a few moments and continued walking with the group. They didn't encounter any danger along the way, because Jiang Mian had dealt with most of the dangers the night before. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and quickened their pace. They wanted to use this time to quickly return to Tianhong Base, but unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The people from Shuguang Base weren't superhumans, and their pace couldn't keep up with theirs. With darkness approaching, they discussed it and decided to travel under the cover of night to avoid any unforeseen complications. It would only take another 3 hours to reach Tianhong Base, and the others had no objections. Rather than spending another day in fear, it was better to try their best now and reach Tianhong Base as quickly as possible. Jiang Mian thus missed the opportunity to hunt that night, but she didn't feel regretful. More than that, she wanted the potion being researched at Tianhong Base. As the group walked, a sudden scream pierced the darkness, followed abruptly by silence. "Alert! Alert!" Upon hearing the scream, the captains of both teams shouted. Then, they instinctively stood back to back, vigilantly scanning their surroundings for danger. Because of the darkness, the moon emitted only a faint light. Unlike before the world's cataclysm, the streets were no longer illuminated by streetlights and shop signs. The pitch-black road made it impossible to discern any danger. However, a metallic smell wafted through the air. Jiang Mian's eyes, enhanced countless times, were virtually unaffected by the darkness. She looked towards the source of the scream, unable to see what it was, but heard a chilling chewing sound. Crunch, crunch! It sounded like a human gnawing on a chicken foot, accompanied by occasional sucking sounds. Jiang Mian remembered that Hong Tianqia's team included someone with fire-type abilities, and in this situation, fire was perfect for illumination. She looked in Hong Tianqia's direction and said, "Hong Tianqiao, have someone attack your left front. The monster is there." As soon as she finished speaking, Hong Tianqiao immediately gave the order, and the next second, a ball of flame suddenly illuminated the darkness. Chirp! The attack monster raised its head, revealing glowing red eyes. Seemingly feeling disturbed while feeding, the monster instantly became enraged. It spread its enormous wings and pounced towards the group. Hong Tianqiao drew her gun and fired at the monster without hesitation. The next second, the monster's head was pierced, and it crashed to the ground, its massive body kicking up a cloud of dust. However, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a cacophony of chirping sounds erupted. In the next instant, countless monsters flew out from the tree trunks and hollows nearby. Jiang Mian recognized the familiar figures almost immediately. They were bats. Besides their increased size, their fangs seemed sharper, and their cries were more menacing. The sounds they just heard were likely from them sucking blood, meaning these bats would be even more difficult to deal with. Moreover, bats carried numerous pathogens. A bite would likely be a serious disaster. Thinking this, Jiang Mian wasn't afraid. Instead, her eyes brightened. These creatures were exactly what she wanted, the perfect creature for both offense and defense. Jiang Mian suddenly released a brain-eating worm and charged towards the attacking bats. She almost killed them one by one, trying to avoid severing their heads, simply piercing them through before moving on to the next. Meanwhile, countless brain-eating worms crawled into the heads of the bats she had pierced through, rendering them incapacitated. There was no other way. These creatures were simply too large, their brains significantly enlarged, and there weren't enough mutated half-meter and 1-meter brain-eating worms in the space. She could only use sheer numbers to accelerate the parasitism. She also incidentally gave them a time-accelerating buff. And so, unnoticed, the parasitized bats sneaked up to the unparalleled ones, occasionally teaming up to ambush one. Chapter 119. The bats felt increasingly uneasy as the fight progressed. Why were so many of their companions seemingly putting in effort, yet actually contributing nothing? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Why are you all backing away? Attack! So many prey are in front of us, hurry up! Squeak, chirp, chirp. A brain-eating worm that had once parasitized a field mouse almost let slip the secret, quickly correcting its accent. We can't win, we can't win, we simply can't win, let's run. After running away, they could use the method their master taught them to slowly infiltrate the bats, and then go back to their master to claim credit. Unfortunately, these bats, for some reason, didn't choose to run away. Instead, they screamed loudly. The bat's sonic attacks were no joke. Jiang Mian shook his head. If his mental strength hadn't improved, he'd probably be squatting on the ground, clutching his head and howling like the others. Hong Yumor rolled on the ground, clutching her head, completely devoid of her initial arrogance. Enough. Stop yelling. I said stop yelling. It's so noisy. However, the bats weren't her subordinates. They saw them as prey, so why would they listen to her? They practically wanted to kill them with their screams. Of course, they screamed for two reasons. First, it was a form of attack. Second, they were calling for help. An even larger figure flew through the air, almost blocking out the moonlight. Jiang Mian stared at the enormous bat overhead, a bat at least 3 stories tall, her eyelashes trembling. She actually swore. The first time she ever swore in shock. Damn! It's so big, how am I supposed to fight it? She looked at the knife in her hand. Against this bat, the knife was like a toothpick, so fragile and powerless. For the first time, Jiang Mian had the urge to run away, and she was about to do so. However, the next second, a huge sonic boom resounded, making Jiang Mian's head throb with pain. She lost her balance and almost fell. If she was like this, what about the others? Some people without superpowers were already bleeding from their ears, lying on the ground, their lives hanging in the balance. Jiang Mian held her head, looking at the bat that was about to kill them, and a feeling of defiance rose in her heart. So what if it's a little bigger? What was she afraid of? If they really fought, this bat might not even be as strong as her. Besides, she had so many tricks up her sleeve. Why should she be afraid of a giant bat? After giving herself a pep talk, Jiang Mian steadied herself, gripping her knife. Jiang Mian took a few running steps, her long sword covered in a layer of white flames, and hurled it straight at the bat. She had seen Fu Junhan use this move before. Originally, she intended to fight it in close combat. However, the bat was constantly squawking, making it impossible for her to get close. This was the only way to interrupt its cries. The bat tried to dodge, but its massive size had its disadvantages. While it managed to avoid the attack, its wing was pierced by the long sword. Squeak! This was the first time it had been injured since the world's upheaval. Feeling the flames burning its body, it screamed in pain. Seeing that her move had worked and the bat had finally stopped screaming, Jiang Mian laughed. She didn't waste any time. Looking at the fallen superhumans, she said, "Get up quickly. Take this opportunity to kill it, otherwise, once it reacts, we be the ones who die." These people understood, immediately standing up and launching various attacks at the bat. Unfortunately, very few of their superhuman abilities could cause damage. Jiang Mian looked at the gun in one of their hands and shouted, "Give me all your guns. Don't use them anymore. This gun has really had bad luck with you. It hits less than 5 out of 10 times. Give it to me, and I can use it to its fullest potential." Hearing Jiang Mian's blunt words, the man was somewhat stunned, and at the same time, somewhat unconvinced. He thought to himself, if I can't even shoot accurately, how could someone who's never even touched a gun like this be able to? However, seeing Jiang Mian's imposing aura and the significant damage caused by the long knife she had just thrown, the man backed down and obediently handed the gun to Jiang Mian. Seeing his sensible attitude, Jiang Mian didn't make things difficult for him. After observing him, she discovered that this gun was similar to a regular handgun, except it didn't need to be loaded with bullets, but it required energy. However, this wasn't her concern. The gun still had enough energy. Jiang Mian raised the handgun, aimed it directly at the bat's head, and fired. It didn't have much effect, only creating a small wound on its head. But that was enough. The brain-eating worm wasn't afraid of the gun's heat, and had already crawled into its body through the wound. Seeing this, a confident smile appeared on Jiang Mian's lips. She wanted the bat, and she also wanted the reward for killing it. The bat was powerful, but its most formidable weapon was its mental attack. The bat blinked its golden eyes, preparing for another sonic attack, when suddenly another ball of fire struck, the white flames instantly scorching its eyes. The bat screamed in pain, glaring fiercely at Jiang Mian. "Chirp!" Attacked again by the sonic attack, Jiang Mian roared, "Shut up. You're really noisy, you know that?" Looking at everyone lying unconscious on the ground, Jiang Mian dropped the pretense and waved her hand, releasing all the brain-eating parasites. Instantly, countless monsters of all sizes appeared on the ground. Although they were of different races, they united and attacked the mutated bat. Jiang Mian followed closely behind. She leaped up, stepping on their heads, and arrived at the bat's side even faster, severing most of its hind limbs, leaving only a few bones hanging there. Jiang Mian was shocked by his own strength. The bat's hind limbs were the same size as the bat's, equally thick and powerful, the kind that 3 people might not be able to hug, yet Jiang Mian had just chopped off half of them. Was it that plus-size upgrade card? Almost instantly, Jiang Mian understood the reason. Indeed, there's a reason why things are expensive. The bat monster was fighting 1,000 men single-handedly. In the bat's eyes, the group opposite it was the real monster. Because these monsters were completely unafraid of it. Even those species that were naturally afraid of it had become utterly ruthless. Its attacks were like tickles to them. Even breaking their arms couldn't quell their madness. Like a fanatical believer, frantically displaying their faith. Chapter 120. The bat was tempted to retreat, but it was too late to escape. It was already surrounded by monsters, and its body was filled with brain-eating worms frantically devouring its brain. It couldn't even unleash a sonic attack. Ultimately, it died from the barrage of attacks. Jiang Mian quickly used his talent before it breathed its last. Successfully copied gene ability, Bloodlust. Successfully copied gene ability, Sonic Attack. Successfully copied gene ability, Flight. Successfully copied gene ability, Flight. Jiang Mian used all 4 of his chances on this bat, successfully copying 3 abilities. That was enough. Player killed a mutated bat, gaining 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins. Well, given how difficult this bat was to kill, such a large reward was normal. Just then, another notification filled Jiang Mian with joy. Ding! Your talent has been detected. Copy and paste has been upgraded to level 3. Talent, copy and paste, level 3. Can copy gene talents 5 times per day, for paste attempts, 1 delete paste attempt. She now has 4 paste attempts, meaning she can possess another new ability. What a good day. Everything I wish for comes true. She's been unconsciously humming off-key phrases lately. Without realizing it, her talent level has reached level 3, and Jiang Mian is truly satisfied. She directs her underlings to clean up the battlefield and, incidentally, surround all the bats that haven't yet been parasitized. She took out the largest brain-eating amoeba and gave it a new body. The dead bat stood up again. Although it was badly wounded, its fighting strength couldn't be ignored. Jiang Mian used her healing ability to restore most of its wounds, but the burns from the flames couldn't heal. Not that they couldn't heal, but they healed very slowly. Jiang Mian looked at its severed wing, and suddenly remembered the earthworm's ability that she had copied before. Since there was an empty slot, she equipped it with that ability. Regeneration. Possesses the ability to regenerate limbs. After a limb is severed, it will still grow back, and may even split into 2 different individuals. Note, due to different species, the effects will vary. This ability has no limit on the number of uses, which means that if you have the ability, you can use this power indefinitely. Of course, similarly, if you don't have the ability, then using this power is useless. She used her ability on the bat, and in the next second, Jiang Mian felt as if her entire body had been drained. The bat, which was missing half a wing, was slowly growing blood vessels, then flesh, and finally stopped at that stage. This was because Jiang Mian had pulled her hand back in time. Sitting on the ground, she was incredibly relieved. I was so close, so very close. I almost got drained. Luckily, I stopped in time, otherwise I'd be lying down instead of sitting. Jiang Mian ate a fruit that could enhance her mental strength, and then took out some meat from her spatial storage to replenish her energy. A few minutes later, she finally sat up, supported by the field mouse beside her. Looking at the bat, still staring in amazement at its newly grown wings, a different color from its original ones, she patted its body and said weakly, "All right, stop smug. You keep watch tonight. I'm going to check on those people." With that, Jiang Mian walked to the people who had fainted on the ground. Seeing them bleeding from all 7 orifices, Jiang Mian suddenly found it somewhat comical, and wanted to take a picture with her phone. Ignoring her morbid curiosity, Jiang Mian rested for a while, then had the field mice move the members of the Rainbow Squad over and lay them down. Then, she used the last of her strength to activate time acceleration. Of course, not to wake them up faster, but to accelerate the rate at which the brain-eating worms inside them were devouring them. Although she initially used only juvenile brain-eating worms, after being nourished inside them, they grew very quickly. They had already reached adulthood, and had already devoured more than half of these people's brains. Previously, the brain-eating worms were slowed down to prevent them from noticing anything amiss, since these people all possess superpowers. Now that they all passed out, it's time to speed up the devouring. We're almost at the base anyway. Who knows how long we have to wait at a slow pace. Time is money now, so getting as much as possible is the priority. Jiang Mian's ability to control time acceleration is now masterful. He only accelerates the brain-eating worms' devouring speed, without accelerating their physical activity, ensuring that these people will be drastically different when they regain consciousness. With Jiang Mian's time acceleration, the brain-eating worms quickly reached maturity, and began to devour in large quantities. Looking at Hong Tianqiao and the others, who seemed innocent after opening their eyes again, Jiang Mian smiled. Master! Jiang Mian's smile froze on her face, slowly disappearing. She screamed inwardly, what an embarrassing title. You can't call me that in front of outsiders, understand? People will think I have some kind of special fetish. From now on, you call me boss. Yes, boss. Seeing their obedient appearance, Jiang Mian realized that they were just innocent little devils, no match for the seasoned veterans in the space. She waved her hand, making them line up, intending to use this bug to test her copying ability. Coincidentally, due to the upgrade, the copying ability had refreshed its copying limit, which she could use for experiments. However, her desire to exploit the loophole turned to dismay, because no matter who she copied, she always got successfully copied gene ability, parasitism. Undeterred, she copied again. Successfully copied gene ability, parasitism. Forget it. I should just give up. She comforted herself. Although she couldn't copy the parasitized people, there were still a bunch of people lying on the ground, some of whom possessed other abilities. Jiang Mian, eating, went to the familiar Mi Qi, placed her hand on him, and activated the copy ability. Successfully copied gene ability, imbuement. Jiang Mian looked at this strange ability, somewhat confused. She had only initially wanted to copy his power ability, but she hadn't expected this surprise. She clicked on the entry to view it. Imbuement can imbue an item with an ability. Note, imbuing an ability requires a certain price. Jiang Mian thought for a moment, waited a while, and after her body had recovered sufficiently, she used the copy ability again, successfully acquiring another imbuement ability. Then she used the regeneration ability on Sister Hong, whom she admired. Chapter 121. This woman was calm and collected. When faced with a choice, she reacted immediately, and made the most advantageous move for herself. Some might call her selfish, but once you're in this situation, you realize she wasn't selfish. Rather, she had a clearer plan for her life. That's why Jiang Mian admired her. Jiang Mian first used her regeneration ability on her. Her damaged organs began to slowly recover until her complexion returned to a rosy hue before Jiang Mian withdrew her hand. After thinking for a moment, she also used regeneration on Mi Qi, who was next to Sister Hong, and then used her healing ability to treat her, ensuring she was fully recovered before withdrawing her hand. As for Mi Qi, forget it. His internal strength hadn't fully recovered anyway. Using regeneration on him was already a favor, considering she had copied his special ability. As for anything else, forget about it. Jiang Mian deleted the regeneration ability because she felt it overlapped with her healing ability. Regeneration could only regenerate limbs, and didn't have much of a healing effect. Conversely, while healing abilities can't regenerate severed limbs, they can quickly stop bleeding and restore balance. Comparatively, healing abilities are more useful. After deleting this ability, Jiang Mian replaced it with a new one, Grant. Now, she felt the power of this ability even more deeply. Jiang Mian granted the sharpness of the blade in her hand, and the next second, all the energy in her body was completely drained, giving her no chance to react at all. Wait, what's going on? Didn't they even warn her? That's so rude. However, looking at the long sword in her hand, which had become noticeably sharper, Jiang Mian reluctantly forgave the lack of class in this ability. She tried it out, and easily severed the head of a bat lying on the ground. A moment later, the bat's head turned straight up, staring at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian clasped her hands together in an apologetic gesture and said, Sorry, I forgot about you. I thought you thought this bat was too weak, and wouldn't parasitize it anymore. She promised to give this brain-eating worm priority when she found a good host next time, and the little brain-eating worm forgave Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian carefully put the sword back in its sheath, afraid of cutting her arm, before sitting down to rest. The members of the Rainbow Squad surrounded her, forming a protective stance. Just then, Rainbow Bridge walked over, holding a golden potion in his hand and handing it to Jiang Mian. Boss, I know from my memories that you really wanted this. Here you go. Jiang Mian was stunned, staring at the potion in his hand in disbelief. You now possess spatial abilities? Hong Tianqiao nodded. Because I become stronger, I can have abilities. You can do that? Jiang Mian was truly shocked. She really hadn't expected it could be done like this. Wouldn't this make it even more foolproof? Jiang Mian even had an even bolder idea. She forced a smile, her voice changing. Good job. From now on, I call you Hong Tianqiao. You have the same name as the person you're wearing now. Your boss has a grand plan, and I need you to implement it. Hong Tianqiao straightened up, his face serious. The boss's orders are my duty. Everything I do is for the boss's service. All right, no need to be so serious. We're all on the same side. She pulled Hong Tianqiao aside and asked Tianqiao, do you know what this potion is for? What does it do? Hong Tianqiao searched the human's memories and said, my memories say that this potion can give people a monster-like physique, but it hasn't been tested yet. The Tianhong base has been looking for test subjects, but for some reason, this potion ended up in Hong Yumo's hands? Hearing this, Jiang Mian waved her hand, beckoning Hong Yumo over. Baby, tell me, why is this potion in? You have it? Hong Yumo obediently lay on Jiang Mian's lap, her eyes filled with adoration. Boss, my memories tell me this was given to me by a doctor who liked me. He told me it could make people very strong, and then I took it. Jiang Mian stroked his chin, processing the relationships in his mind. I have a feeling this doctor isn't a good person. Giving Hong Yumo the potion probably wasn't out of affection, he probably just wanted someone to test it on, and that person just happened to be Hong Yumo. After all, Hong Yumo is so naive, she believes everything people say. It's quite rare to find someone like that in this apocalypse. Jiang Mian reminded Hong Yumo to maintain her original appearance once they arrived at the base, and not to make any changes. Hong Yumo nodded, and seeing that she was still lying on his lap, Jiang Mian gently nudged her. Seeing her lack of reaction, clearly indicating she didn't understand, Jiang Mian could only gently comfort her. Alright, be good, don't lie on my lap anymore, my legs will go numb. Her attitude towards Hong Yumo was a complete 180-degree turn. If others saw this, they'd probably think there was some kind of ambiguous relationship between them. Hong Yumo reluctantly got up, not understanding why her boss's legs would go numb. Her legs wouldn't go numb, however, whatever her boss said went. She loved her boss the most and wouldn't argue. The night passed just like that. The surroundings were extremely quiet. This was bat territory, and other monsters wouldn't approach. Jiang Mian retrieved all the monsters into her spatial storage, leaving only some unwanted corpses. Jiang Mian clicked her tongue in amazement. Accustomed to not wasting anything, she directed the others to quickly collect all the corpses. She wouldn't eat these things, but she could sell them. In her past life, she'd eaten everything. Rats were considered meat, and bats even more so. It was just that rats were easier to catch than bats. Back then, who cared if these animals carried any viruses? Even if they died from a virus, it would be a kind of happiness. After doing all this, Jiang Mian finally rested. She felt like she only closed her eyes briefly when she heard shouts. Jiang Mian forced her eyes open, and saw the people from Dawn Base had woken up. They were whispering amongst themselves. Although their voices were soft, there were so many of them, that their combined voices sounded like mosquitoes buzzing in your ear. We're not dead. We're actually not dead? Those monsters actually spared us? Yeah, it's unbelievable. I thought I was going to die. What? It's terrifying, so terrifying. Unbelievable. When I first woke up, I thought I was in hell. Chapter 122. When Sister Hong first woke up, she noticed something was wrong. Previously weak and powerless, she now seemed to have fully recovered from her injuries, brimming with energy. Even when Nietzsche tried to help her, she refused, saying, "No need, I feel full of strength now." With that, she brushed Michi's hand away, stood up, and felt better than ever before, something she hadn't expected. Michi also felt something was off about his body, but being usually oblivious, he didn't think much of it, assuming it was just his imagination, only focusing on his joy at Sister Hong's improved condition. "Sister Hong, this is wonderful. You turned misfortune into a blessing in disguise." "Shoo!" Hong Tian quickly covered Michi's mouth, whispering, "It's best not to tell others about this. If they overthink it, it might not be good for either of us." Michi nodded. Hong Tian released his hand, allowing him to speak. Having regained his freedom of speech, Miki grinned, revealing 8 teeth. He raised his hand and swore, Sister Hong, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this, not even my brother. My brother overthinks things. If I tell him, he'd definitely call you in for questioning. Let's just forget about it. Actually, Sister Hong suspected Jiang Mian was behind it. In her eyes, Jiang Mian was a very mysterious figure. Even the Tianhong squad avoided her, which spoke volumes about her special status. However, Sister Hong didn't openly confront Jiang Mian and told Miki not to tell anyone. Just then, seeing everyone had woken up, Hong Tianxiao immediately ordered, "Let's go. Let's set off now. It'd be about a 3-hour journey. By the time we reach the base, it will still be daytime, and it won't be so dangerous." The others exchanged bewildered glances. Just then, Mi Chuan approached, seeking information. "Captain Hong, what happened last night? What about the monsters? We're not dead? Did someone save us?" Hong Tianxiao disliked him intensely, partly because of Hong Tianxiao's inherent arrogance, and partly because he had witnessed the man's attitude towards the boss during their encounter, which fueled his dislike. Therefore, his tone was equally blunt. "How should I know? I just woke up a little earlier than you guys. Why are you asking so many questions? Being alive is enough, isn't it?" Mi Chuan, rebuffed, could only lead dejectedly. He didn't doubt Hong Tianxiao's identity. After all, Hong Tianxiao was indeed arrogant, though he was better at concealing it, far more cunning than his sister. He simply wondered what had happened last night. Many others shared his curiosity, remaining silent but unwilling to offer answers. Hongjie was equally curious, but she knew some things were better left unknown to her. She just played dumb. The group began their journey back to the Tianhong base. Since Hong Tianqiao had said it would take another 3 hours, their journey was no longer filled with confusion and fear of the unknown, but rather with anticipation. They were looking forward to seeing what kind of accommodation the Tianhong base would arrange for them. Perhaps because bats had taken over the area, they didn't encounter any large groups of monsters along the way, only scattered individuals. Jiang Mian didn't even need to lift a finger. Hong Tianxiao and his group had already wiped out the monsters. Mi Chuan looked at them with some surprise. In his memory, Hong Tianxiao and his group would only fight the monsters when he urged them to. He hadn't expected them to be so proactive today. Perhaps it's because we're almost at the base, and they need to show off? Thinking this, Mi Chuan didn't dwell on it too much. Jiang Mian looked at the semicircular building, like an upside-down bowl, filled with curiosity. It looked like a large area. He wondered how many people lived there. The guards initially didn't pay much attention to the group, assuming they were just another group of refugees trying to join their base. However, when they got closer and saw Hong Tianxiao, they immediately rushed over with enthusiastic faces. "Young Master Hong, you're back. I opened the door for you right away. Please wait a moment." Hong Tianxiao raised his head, making an expression of disdain for speaking to them. The guards didn't mind. They were used to Hong Tianxiao's behavior. Everyone in the Hong family, except the base leader, acted this way. He quickly told the others to open the gate. The gate slowly opened, and they finally saw the scene inside the Tianhong base. The people inside weren't like those described in novels, all dressed in rags. They were much better off than the people at Dawn base. At least their clothes, though worn, were clean, and there were people selling things by the roadside, some kind of monster meat, some fruit, and everyone's face was filled with relaxed smiles. It looked like a scene from before the apocalypse. Thinking about it, it makes sense. Tianhong base is clearly a large base. Given its size, and the presence of these special potions, attracting specialized talent wouldn't be difficult. It's normal that they're happier than those at Shiguang base. However, when they saw Hong Tianqiao's group arrive, their hawking quieted down. Just recently, this small group had been disturbed by their loud hawking, which had bothered Hong Yuma, the young lady. They had all their food confiscated as an apology. Although unwilling, they had to obediently hand over their food out due to the rules. None of them were fools. They knew the consequences of offending the base leader, so handing over food to settle things was better. Looking at the suddenly quiet crowd, Jiang Mian saw the fear and resentment in their eyes, then glanced at Hong Tianqiao and Hong Yuma's oblivious expressions, and inwardly sighed. This identity is really useful. So many people are afraid of them. It's fortunate that this identity is now mine. I can command them, and there's so much more I can manipulate things. The two people walking ahead were completely unaware of what was happening, still leading the group forward. Only after they disappeared did the vendors breathe a sigh of relief and continue loudly hawking their wares. In their eyes, these people were no different from plague gods. The places where they set up their stalls were just ordinary residential areas. Hong Tianqiu led the people from the Dawn base into a large hall and said to them, "Now that I've done what I promised you, it's time to hand over those among you who possess this technology, right?" Chapter 123. Mi Chuan and Lao Hu exchanged a glance. Finally, Mi Chuan beckoned Michi over. He looked at Michi and whispered, "Aki, I think you should know what our deal is by now, right?" Michi's ever-present smile froze, but fearing his brother might notice something amiss and feel hurt, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, brother, I know you're doing this for my own good. Besides, following them might lead to a better life. Anyway, they're the ones who need our help now." Mi Chuan opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Looking at the envious, scrutinizing people behind him, he nodded resolutely and patted Michi's shoulder. "Go on, be careful." "Okay." Hong Tianqiu looked at Michi. He didn't know about Michi's special ability. Jiang Mian hadn't told him either. "You're the one who can make clothing that shields one's aura?" "Yes." Michi nodded. "But I remember you have a strength-based ability, right?" Michi scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "Yes, the first ability was the one I awakened first, and this one was only recently awakened. Isn't that normal?" His question sounded like someone genuinely unaware of how powerful awakening two talents was, so matter of fact that it left Hong Tianqiu speechless. Hong Tianqiu took a deep breath. "All right, then come with us. Don't worry, with us, we make sure you live the high life." "Wait." Seeing them preparing to leave, Mi Chuan quickly stopped them. "Captain Hong, I want to ask, if you take my brother and leave, what will happen to the rest of us? Are you going to help arrange accommodation?" Hong Tianqiu looked at him impatiently. Logically, given Hong Tianqiu's personality, once he achieved his goal, he wouldn't bother with these people at all. He only said he'd bring them to the Dawn base. He hadn't promised anything beyond that, had he? However, Jiang Mian had just given him a wink, and Hong Tianqiu instantly understood her meaning. The boss thinks time is limited, and we shouldn't waste any more time with this group. He wants him to get it over with quickly. Hong Tianqiu waved his hand, beckoned two people over, and pointed at Mi Chuan and the others, saying, "You guys arrange things for them. Just issue them ordinary resident permits. I have other things to do, so I'd be leaving now." The people who had been summoned bowed and scraped, watching them leave. Only then did Mi Chuan ask the staff, "What is an ordinary resident permit? What's its purpose, and what benefits does it offer?" The staff weren't sure of their relationship, but since young Master Hong had personally instructed them to obtain residence permits, their connection couldn't be too bad, right? Thinking this, these usually arrogant staff members stopped being so domineering and instead explained, "An ordinary resident permit is just a regular resident permit. Its purpose is that once you have it, you're a resident of the Dawn base. As for benefits? 1 steam bun a day, does that count?" Before Mi Chuan could say anything, one of the people who had been practically worn out by the Dawn base couldn't hold back any longer. One of the middle-aged men asked, "Just 1 steamed bun? Is there nothing else? Or is it just 1 meal a day?" "Yeah, no meat. At our previous base, we only ate 1 meal a day, but at least we had meat." The staff member almost rolled her eyes, thinking these people were truly insatiable. Giving out a free white steamed bun every day was already merciful enough. What more did they want? Did they expect the base to support them for nothing? Her expression darkened as she looked at them, and said, "Wanting meat is simple. The base provides daily paid work. Just accept the work, complete it, and you earn points. Points can be exchanged for food. Our base doesn't support idlers. How could we possibly provide so much food for free? After all, the base is so big, we have to consider the feelings of those above us, don't we?" However, some people understood, while others didn't. One of them muttered, "Why do we still have to work? I wish I hadn't come to this base. At our base, we don't have to work at all, we get free food." A staff member overheard this, curled her lip, and couldn't help but retort sarcastically, "Then go back to your base. Why come all this way to ours? Your current situation proves that your base's previous practices were wrong. We provide you with so much food every day, but what about the hunters? Why should they endlessly sacrifice for you? Doesn't this demonstrate the flawed thinking of your base's leaders, ultimately leading to this result?" The people at Dawn Base were speechless, truly surprised that just an ordinary staff member could be so eloquent. "What are you all standing there for? Do you still want to register? If you don't register, go to the far west side. They accept refugees there. You can become refugees there too, it's up to you." Mi Chuan forced a smile, and was the first to step forward to register. Ever since arriving at the Tianhong base, he had been dealt a heavy blow. Now, hearing others say his decision was wrong, he still felt resentful. These people lived in the heavily fortified Tianhong base, and had never been to the smaller bases outside. How could they know the helplessness and sorrow of those smaller bases? Humans are like that. They never realize their mistakes and always think they are right. It's a human flaw, and it can't be changed. After Mi Chuan was Sister Hong. After receiving her resident certificate, she waited there for people she knew. When the staff saw that there was a pregnant woman in their line, they paused, and their tone softened. He even specifically reminded them, "You're pregnant, right? Our base provides pregnant women with a free checkup every month, and there are also some subsidies and benefits. You can go to the lobby to see them." The women were surprised by this unexpected joy. They touched their bellies, never expecting to enjoy benefits they hadn't before the apocalypse. Mi Chuan's expression darkened further. He even began to doubt himself. Had his decision really been wrong? When the base was destroyed, they hid underground. Normally, these women only needed to cook and clean the burrows. In his mind, this was already very easy work. Chapter 124. However, there were no extra benefits or treatments. Yet, the treatment at this rainbow base was so good that he couldn't help but doubt himself. But he hadn't considered that these pregnant women needed to care for so many people, while some people only needed to lie down and wait to be served. This was inherently unfair. The morale of the people in their base had long since crumbled, but it hadn't been out in the open. Now, in a different place, no longer the base leader, no one would defer to him, and naturally no one would listen to him anymore. They only maintained a facade of harmony. Jiang Mian followed Hong Tianxiao, and the others forward. Michi curiously surveyed the surroundings. This place was much larger and more magnificent than the Dawn base, and its layout was impeccable. It was clearly the work of someone with considerable resources. He felt envious but didn't say anything. He tried to connect with the only familiar person here, but was shut out by the others. He could only awkwardly ask the person next to him, "Hey buddy, where are we going?" The person next to him, who was mentally rehearsing his persona, was startled by his sudden interruption, his eyes darting around nervously. He gave Miki a disapproving look, but considering the man's usefulness, he suppressed his greed. These brain-eating worms fed on the brains of living beings. Now, besides their boss, there was a living person in front of them, and each of them was drooling with envy. However, due to their boss's plan, they could only suppress their desires. Seeing the man remain silent, Miki waved his hand in front of him. "Dude? What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? You?" He exhaled softly, revealing the original owner's usual kind-hearted demeanor, and said, "Of course, I'm taking you to see our base commander. After all, you're quite useful. Don't worry, as long as you do your job well, our base will definitely not treat you unfairly." Knowing his own role, Miki understood what he was doing. However, he didn't understand why Miss Jiang was here too. Thinking this, he asked. The brain-eating worm parasitizing this man felt incredibly unlucky. How could he be bothered by such a clueless person? However, bound by his persona, he had to explain, "Miss Jiang is very capable, with strong combat abilities. Our captain went to great lengths to invite her to join our base, so of course we need to give her identification." Seemingly afraid Miki would ask more questions, he turned around and switched places with another person. Even the thickest of them, Miki, understood now, this was clearly a sign they didn't want to talk to him. He touched his nose and gave up. Finally rid of this troublesome human, the brain-eating worm breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Mian looked at the base, quite satisfied with its setup. After walking for a short while, she was led by Hong Tianxiao to a central hall. Outside the hall stood many guards, each armed, their sharp eyes fixed on those nearby. Hong Tianxiao walked straight in without looking to either side. The guards immediately saluted, calling out, "Greetings, young Master Hong." "Greetings, Miss Hong." Hong Tianxiao waved his hand, signaling his team to wait outside. He then led his sister, Jiang Mian, and their mission target Mi Chi, inside. Inside was a vast office. Only one person was sitting at the back, writing and drawing. Hong Yuma rushed forward and hugged Hong Wentao's neck, her voice sweet and affectionate, "Brother, I'm back. See? I told you there was no danger outside, but you didn't believe me. Now I'm safely back, aren't I?" Hong Wentao had sensed their presence the moment they entered, but hadn't looked up. Now, with his sister's arms around his neck, he felt a sudden tightness in his chest. When had his sister acquired such strength? "Little sister, let go. You're making me uncomfortable." "Oh!" Hong Yuma reluctantly released him, her eyes subtly glancing at the back of his neck, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Hong Wentao looked at the lively Hong Yuma, his eyes darkening, and then turned his gaze to Hong Tianxiao. His voice was low. Tianxiao, did you bring him back? Is it him? As he spoke, his gaze fell on Miki, who was constantly fiddling with his fingers with his head down. He really couldn't see anything special about this person. He seemed like a young boy who hadn't grown up yet, his every thought written all over his face. From the moment he entered until now, his expression had shifted from confusion to surprise, then to envy, and now to tension, completely exposing himself to others' gaze. Hong Tianxiao pointed at Miki and said, "Brother, don't let his current appearance fool you. His abilities are actually quite useful. According to his brother, he can imbue objects with different abilities. It just requires a lot of energy. That's why their base has developed so quickly this year, to the point where they can now move onto the surface. It's just that the base's defenses are a bit weak. When attacked by monsters, the base ends up like this." Hong Wentao sized up Michi, somewhat disappointed. So it's because of his talent? I thought they discovered something special. If it was because they discovered some special item that allowed them to create clothes that concealed their aura, then he could maximize the item's potential. However, now he realizes it's not because of an item, but because of a person, which greatly reduces their value. Moreover, people are fickle, his loyalty wouldn't be very high. He needed to reconsider how to best utilize this person. Thinking this, he shifted his gaze to Jiang Mian. From the moment this woman entered, he noticed her difference. Unlike Michi's lack of confidence, this woman exuded extreme confidence. Only someone with genuine self-assurance would act this way. Besides, his brother wouldn't bring a woman here for no reason. This woman must possess some extraordinary ability. His eyes scanned Jiang Mian, who returned his gaze, flashing a confident smile. "Let me introduce myself. My surname is Jiang, but you can call me Miss Jiang, just like they do. My abilities are fire and physical enhancement. My current record is killing 10 3-meter-tall spiders in a row and returning unscathed. I heard that your base has many miraculous potions, so I like to join you, protect your base, and help expand its development." Chapter 125. Jiang Mian's words were concise and clear, directly stating her abilities and purpose. Hong Wentao admired such a person, and welcomed ability users from other bases to join. However, it was better to clarify some things beforehand to avoid future disputes. He explained the benefits and treatment after joining their base. After explaining it, Jiang Mian didn't seem to care about these details, simply nodding repeatedly. Seeing how easy she was to talk to, Hong Wentao began to have some doubts. Just then, Jiang Mian suddenly made her request. "I want to receive a portion of my benefits in advance. This is something your brother promised me before, which is why I chose to join you. You can ask him if you don't believe me." Jiang Mian pointed to Hong Tianxiao. Hong Wentao looked over and saw his brother nod. Trusting his brother, Hong Wentao didn't doubt Jiang Mian's identity. He pulled out a premium residence permit, tapped it on the device, and handed it to Jiang Mian. "I already entered your information into this. You can use this permit to collect resources from the logistics department. However, the prerequisite is that you genuinely want to join us. If you take the resources and run, I think you certainly don't want to know the consequences." Jiang Mian took the card. It was similar to an ID card, except it only listed her surname and didn't record her appearance. Hearing Hong Wentao's words, Jiang Mian simply chuckled, saying meaningfully, "Don't worry, since I chose to join you, I genuinely consider myself part of the family. Even if you try to drive me away, I won't leave." Hong Wentao didn't grasp the hidden meaning in her words, assuming she was just making empty promises. However, he didn't care. Everyone knew their base offered the best benefits, far surpassing those of other bases. He didn't believe anyone who joined their base would willingly go to another base for meager resources. Jiang Mian left with a residence permit. She first went to the logistics department to collect her potions. 3 red enhancement potions, 3 green healing potions, and 100 points. She even received a house. Jiang Mian was very satisfied with her haul. She moved into her house. Although small, it was fully equipped, though it had a musty smell, perhaps from being unoccupied for a while. There were no windows, so she had to turn on the ventilation to get rid of the odor. She looked at one of the red potions, remembering the staff's warning. This red potion was significantly better than the previous light red one, though it still had some side effects. While it temporarily boosted bodily functions, the effects wore off, leaving the user weak for a day, much better than the light red potion. At least the weakness was significantly reduced, by 2/3. With this red potion, Jiang Mian was even more certain that the base might have developed a potion with no or fewer side effects, but simply wasn't selling it. The potion was distributed free of charge, but the guns carried by the squad members required points to redeem. Each gun cost 100 points. Jiang Mian exchanged for one on the spot. Looking at the silver-white gun in her hand, she noticed a groove in the stock inlaid with an unknown stone. It was this stone that provided the energy, allowing the gun to fire a laser-like beam. Jiang Mian weighed it in her hand, finding the gun quite heavy, heavier and longer than the guns in her world. Its appearance was similar to the Desert Eagle, but the muzzle and stock were longer, making it resemble an enlarged version of the Desert Eagle. This gun didn't need to be reloaded, only the energy stone needed to be replaced. Jiang Mian's desire to take over the base grew even stronger. The things inside were truly valuable, so many useful items. It was a great source of supplies for her. That evening, Hong Yuma came to see Jiang Mian, who opened the door and let her in. Hong Yuma glanced around Jiang Mian's place and frowned. "Boss, this place is too small. Why don't you come live with me? My place is much bigger, with several rooms." "No." Jiang Mian waved her hand. "Living here is fine. Not many people are paying attention to her, and it's convenient for her to do whatever she wants. If she lived with Hong Yuma, it might cause trouble and arouse suspicion. It's better to avoid it." Seeing her firm stance, Hong Yuma didn't bring up the topic again. Instead, she talked about the information she had gathered. "Boss, with my status, I definitely can't buy handguns now. We can only have Hong Tianxiao smuggle a batch. His identity is very useful, and compared to a young lady like me with no real power, he has much more power. And my identity is quite complicated. Do you remember that potion that could make people grow to gigantic size? It hasn't been tested yet, has it? Actually, the test subject they found was me. Back then, Hong Tianxiao, Hong Wentao, and the doctor who created the potion conspired to set me up. Because my ability is special, I have self-healing, meaning I recover instantly from any injury. I became the perfect test subject. They outwardly doted on their sister, but in reality, in their eyes, I was just a dispensable test subject. Their affection was only superficial. Moreover, I discovered in my memories that the original owner had survived many assassination attempts and kidnappings, all because she needed to cooperate with their schemes. She then sighed, "If Hong Tianxiao weren't now one of us, I probably wouldn't have discovered this." Humans are truly terrifying. We, the great brain-eating worms, will never understand the human thought process. Even if we replaced his brain, we could never truly become human. Sensing the disappointment in her voice, Jiang Mian patted her head and gently comforted her. "All right. Why are you thinking so much now that you become human? Don't think about these messy things. The most important thing for your race is reproduction, you know? Right now, I don't even have enough brain-eating worms in my space. How will our army expand? Having a host body but no brain-eating worms to occupy it, that feeling of being able to see but not eat, is so torturous you've forgotten?" After Jiang Mian's indirect comfort, the brain-eating worms within Hong Yumo's body regained their fighting spirit. "Don't worry, boss. Revitalizing our race is the most important thing." Chapter 126. After everyone left, Jiang Mian looked at the several kinds of potions she had left behind. These were all made by Hong Yuma, about 20 vials of each kind. However, these weren't ordinary potions, they were high-grade potions that even her subordinates couldn't buy. One was a bright red, almost dripping blood-red enhancement potion. This was for perfect condition. After taking it, while it couldn't completely eliminate weakness, it reduced the duration to 1 hour, and the maximum enhancement reached 70%, a full 40% higher than the pale red potion. Another was a green healing potion that accelerated wound healing and could restore most injuries. There was also a golden potion, but these were all still in the semi-finished stage, and she only took 2 vials. Their effects were completely unknown, and Jiang Mian didn't plan to use them. She just wanted to collect them and experiment with their uses later. She also put some other colored potions back into her spatial storage. The first night at Tianhong base passed just like that. Hong Tianxiao didn't take out the gun he had bought. After all, given his status, if he were to get so close to a stranger for no apparent reason, not only would others suspect their motives, but even his older brother would. To avoid causing trouble, it was best to be cautious. After figuring out the relationships and backgrounds of most people at Tianhong base, Jiang Mian focused his attention on the most crucial person among them, Deputy Base Commander Tian Chen, who was also the mysterious doctor. Jiang Mian didn't appear in person. Instead, she had Hong Yuma deliver a brain-eating worm to the doctor, explaining that it was a newly discovered creature they found during their expedition, unaffected by the world's anomalies, and retaining its pre-anomaly form. Killing it would cause it to multiply into more worms. Tian Chen, who enjoyed studying novel creatures, was naturally drawn to the brain-eating worm, but he was cautious, always wearing a protective suit whenever he came into contact with it. Hong Yuma found it difficult to kill. Jiang Mian wasn't in a hurry. Good things take time, they can't be rushed. She could wait, at worst, she could simply kill the person and take them away later. After waking up, Jiang Mian headed to the mission hall. The mission hall was next to the logistics department she visited the day before, making it convenient for people to exchange their completed missions for desired items. Jiang Mian chose several missions that sounded dangerous, but were actually just about picking fruit. Of course, gathering fruit was secondary. The main point was that these tasks had been mentioned beforehand as requiring gathering near certain monster gathering areas. This meant she could both gather fruit and expand her team. She aimed to grow her team to a 5-figure number before the world ended. Jiang Mian left alone, without notifying anyone. The mission location wasn't far, only an hour's walk, and there were no monsters along the way. Patrols regularly cleared out monsters in the vicinity, ensuring the base's continued development. Along the way, she encountered quite a few people on missions, so Jiang Mian didn't release the electric scooter from her spatial storage and chose to proceed on foot. Upon arriving at the mission location, she discovered it had previously been an apple orchard, filled with apples. However, the apples that used to be the size of a palm were now the size of basketballs, and these were just the smaller ones. The larger ones were the size of wash basins. Jiang Mian casually picked one, tasted it, and found it quite delicious, sweeter than ordinary apples, though diabetics should eat it sparingly. Jiang Mian walked deeper into the orchard until she was completely out of sight. Then, she released a few field mice to loosen the soil under the fruit trees before storing them one by one in her spatial storage. Since Jiang Mian didn't particularly like apples, she only collected about 20 before stopping. She walked along the woods for about 20 minutes until she was completely alone. Then, she released her army of 1,000 mutated monsters. After giving them a general instruction, she sent them to search for snake burrows in the vicinity. Yes, the mission description for this apple orchard stated that it was near a swarm of mutated snakes. The brave could pick apples, but the timid should avoid it, as giant pythons, as thick as buckets, would occasionally leap out. One bite, and you could be swallowed whole by the monster. Some people were too scared to do the mission, while others, for various reasons, had no choice but to risk their lives to complete it, earning points to buy food. After walking for about an hour, Jiang Mian and her group finally found the snake's lair. Looking at the dense swarm of snakes inside, Jiang Mian got goosebumps. She quickly climbed a tree, waved her hand, and released a swarm of bats, aiming for a swift victory. Leaning against a large tree, her ears twitched, hearing the sound of scales scraping against the trunk behind her. A smile appeared on her face. She drew her long sword and cleaved the brown snake, as thick as her waist, in two. She sliced it directly from head to tail, the sword cutting without the slightest hesitation. Jiang Mian realized then how powerful her newfound ability was. She had only intended to make her sword indestructible, and it had actually come true. Jiang Mian's eyes flickered. While the fighting below continued, she opened the chat group. She was surprised to see that the number of members had dropped from 10 million to just over 7 million. She hadn't checked the chat group for several days, but she remembered that the system had given everyone a chance to revive. How could so many people still be dying? She looked through the chat history, trying to find the reason. Just then, she saw someone hurling insults. "Star, you're a banana, I'm speechless. I just used up one of my resurrection chances. I thought I'd be teleported somewhere else to resurrect after dying, but I was expecting to resurrect on the spot. Luckily my friend rescued me in time, otherwise I would have been gored to death by a mutated pig. Seriously, I'm speechless. Big Braid is too hot. No way, bro, you're so unlucky. This is the first time I ever heard of resurrection chances being used like this. Luckily, I haven't died once, and this base I'm in is super safe. I don't have to worry about monster attacks at all. Butterfly knife. I'm so envious of the guy above. I'm not so lucky. I barely escaped a monster attack and ended up in a base, only to find that everyone here is crazy. They don't care about women, they only care about your strength. I'm speechless." Chapter 127. Looking at the familiar butterfly knife, Jiang Mian suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the guy from the last world who claimed to have latched onto a rich woman? She hadn't expected him to be in this world too. Though it seemed his luck wasn't as good as last time, he accidentally stumbled into a base that wasn't known for its attractive women. Also, this was the first time she ever heard of a resurrection opportunity. So that's how it worked. Wasn't it just a trap? It's like fighting a monster, realizing you can't win, and getting killed in one hit. You think you can resurrect somewhere else and escape this disaster. However, as it turns out, the game played a joke on you, making you resurrect in the same spot and experience a real death again. No wonder so many people in the chat group were complaining. It really was a trap, and there was no prior notice. Seeing some people in the chat group asking to buy weapons, others asking to buy food, Jiang Mian suddenly perked up. She didn't have any weapons, but she had plenty of food. Those were just uncooked items, which wasn't a big deal. They could be sold cheaply. Besides, these foods all had the effect of enhancing strength, so it wasn't a major problem. Those who sought to buy food in the chat group were generally from areas where food was scarce, except for some monsters, but most people didn't dare to hunt those monsters. There were quite a few food vendors in the chat group, but the quantities were very small. Jiang Mian directly sent a message. I love salty soy milk, selling various common foods, water, monster meat that can enhance physical strength, and special weapons. Those interested can purchase from my homepage. After arriving in this world, Jun Chansheng felt as if it were his curse. Being stranded in a desolate place was bad enough, but he almost fell into the mouth of monsters. If it weren't for his recent special training and quick reflexes, he'd probably be a pile of excrement by now. He finally escaped the monsters, only to encounter a bizarre base. But that wasn't all the bad luck he come for. No! Things got even worse. While he was trying to foresee the future, he was suddenly interrupted. He saw nothing, and not only that, he missed another chance to predict the future. That wouldn't have been bad enough, he thought, but even bad luck can't be so extreme that drinking cold water is a struggle. However, he discovered that there wasn't a single food source in this place. No wonder those people were cannibalistic. But he had been taught by his grandfather. How could he do such a thing? When he was absolutely starving, he ran out and grabbed a handful of grass to eat. To his surprise, the grass in this world was quite delicious. He endured the days until someone in the chat group started selling food. Although it was expensive, at least it provided the energy his body needed. He bought some a few times, but eventually couldn't afford it anymore. Sometimes, if he was lucky, he could encounter a weaker mutated creature, which he could kill and eat. Gradually, he got used to it. However, his luck was a mystery. Sometimes he would encounter several mutated creatures a day, and sometimes he wouldn't encounter one for 2 or 3 days. Anyway, he managed to survive, sometimes hungry, sometimes full. He was now on his 3rd day of starvation. For the past 3 days, he hadn't eaten anything but grass. He couldn't bear it any longer. He opened the chat group again, and found someone selling food. He clicked on it, and his eyes widened in astonishment. He rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Am I seeing things? Is this really so cheap? A pound of ordinary meat only costs 1 gold coin, and a 500 milliliters bottle of water is also 1 gold coin. Although it's much more expensive than what's sold in the system shop, the system shop is closed now, and everyone knows they have to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune, so these things are all super expensive. Seeing these things selling for only 1 gold coin does make them seem cheap. However, upon further inspection, he discovered that this person also sold expensive items, such as mutated creature meat, which cost a full 10 gold coins for only 1 pound, and some weapons, a batch of knives, of which world they seemed to be from. They look pretty good, but they cost 100 gold coins. What kind of sucker would spend so much money on these weapons? Although it's clearly stated that they're sharper than ordinary knives, sellers always exaggerate their own items and belittle others. Most importantly, Jun Chansheng doesn't have that much money to buy knives, so he can only look at them and admire them from afar. Jiang Mian didn't list many weapons, mainly because her inventory wasn't very large. If she sold them all, what would she use them for? So she only listed 100. Some people did think they were too expensive and didn't buy them. However, not long after, someone messaged her privately. 0 degree. Can we talk about the price of forging a knife? 0 degree. I want you to forge a knife for me. The price is negotiable. 0 degree. Can you reply when you see this? Jiang Mian saw that this person kept sending her messages and realized they were in a hurry. She felt she had already whetted their appetite enough, so she clicked to read the messages before replying. I love salty soy milk. I was busy just now and only just saw the message. What features do you want? How much are you willing to pay? The moment she sent the message, 0 degree replied instantly, as if he had been watching her chat page the whole time. 0. I want to add sharpness and toughness to my knife, while keeping the blade unchanged. Is 5,000 gold coins okay? Jiang Mian looked at the number, confirming she wasn't mistaken. It was indeed 5,000, not 500. She thought, finally caught a fat sheep. So eager, asking for 5,000 right off the bat, she must have more gold coins. Maybe she's even a big shot. Don't blame her for ripping off more. She feigned difficulty and replied, adding 2 attributes while keeping the blade shape unchanged is honestly the hardest to forge. It takes a long time, but it's not impossible. The price is just too low, so I have to pay more. 0. How much? Seeing that this person was so sensible, Jiang Mian boldly asked, 10,000 gold coins. 0 frowned, looking at the amount of gold coins this person wanted, feeling it was too high. Although he was rich, he didn't waste money like that. He bought this person's weapon, and found it to be sharper than the knife he already had, but because of his habit, he wasn't used to using that weapon. Chapter 128. So the idea of having his long sword forged arose in his mind, but this person's price was way too high. This wasn't how you rip people off. The next second, he saw the person speak again. To be honest, these weapons are just for attracting customers. Since you find them useful, you must know your stuff. The high price I'm charging is proportional to the time spent. These are only forged with 1/10 of my effort. If you're willing, I forge them to the best of my ability for the price I'm asking for. 0 was silent for a while, then finally agreed, setting the time frame at 3 days. 3 days later, they would exchange money for goods. They even signed a contract. This was a guarantee for both parties. If the buyer didn't produce what he wanted, he could claim compensation. Generally, no one would try to cheat on this. Jiang Mian examined the knife after receiving it, finding it increasingly familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before, though she couldn't quite place it. She dismissed it as a figment of her imagination. She hadn't lied. The weapons listed in her spatial storage were indeed ones she had casually crafted. While not exceptionally sharp, they were still far superior to the others. She had been waiting for discerning individuals to trade with her, and now she had caught 0, a big fish. She activated her empowerment ability, granting the knife both sharpness and resilience. The next second, a familiar pulling sensation washed over her, only stopping when a large portion of her energy had been drained. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. After finishing, Jiang Mian didn't immediately ship the goods. She only been working on it for a few minutes. Shipping it out now would make it seem like she was making money easily. It's better to ship it out just before the deadline. Thinking this, she felt more at ease. Seeing that she almost completely destroyed the area, she waved her hand, summoning her legion back. She also had them clean up the battlefield, piling up the mangled corpses to sell to other players. These monster corpses were the easiest to sell. They were selling for 10 gold coins each, and many people were buying them, mostly those who had some gold and knew their stuff. They knew that stockpiling this meat would improve their physical condition, and although the price was a bit high, it was worth it. It directly boosted strength without any limitations. Jun Changsheng was also envious of the meat, but he didn't have the money. Jiang Mian watched the gold coins flood into her account and, without hesitation, immediately began upgrading the time acceleration ability. She continued until it reached level 13 before stopping. It wasn't that she didn't want to invest, the main reason was that the higher the level, the more expensive it became. Sigh. Jiang Mian sighed helplessly. The system was so stingy these days, not distributing rewards for killing monsters until the game ended. This was the only way she could accumulate gold coins. Looking at her undistributed gold coin rewards, over 120,000, she could only watch, unable to withdraw them, a truly agonizing frustration. Too lazy to look any further, Jiang Mian changed locations. This time, instead of taking the main road, she took a shortcut, directly arriving at the inhabitant of another monster. First, she sent out her snake army to ambush the crocodiles in the water. Then she sent bats to attack the crocodiles that had climbed ashore. To hone her skills, Jiang Mian had them pounce on a dozen or so crocodiles for her, then began using them as sparring partners. Unfortunately, these crocodiles were too weak. They collapsed on the ground, motionless, after only half an hour. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing a mutated crocodile, earning 100 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations to the player. After a series of notifications, Jiang Mian stored the crocodile she had killed, along with those that had been flattened or bitten to death, into her spatial storage and put them up for sale. Jiang Mian discovered that she was now selling them faster than she was killing them, and at the same time, her gold coin earnings were skyrocketing. Jiang Mian drained some water, then patted her new crocodile underlings, instructing them to pick the lotus seeds and flowers from the water and kill the fish below, so she could put out another batch of food. Seeing the dwindling number of brain-eating worms in the breeding space, Jiang Mian told those parasitizing ordinary fish to abandon their current hosts and prepare for the next batch. Then, not wasting any, after confirming that these fish didn't contain any brain-eating worms, she put them all out for sale. As for the incomplete fish heads? Who cares? Having something to eat is good enough. Fish heads aren't sold by weight anyway. Only after collecting everything from the water did she leave. Wherever she went, nothing was left standing. She was ruthless, leaving no stone unturned. She was secretly pleased with herself, thinking how kind she was to have done something so ruthless, wiping out entire races just to feed all the game players. She was almost moved to tears. The players were also crying. Aside from the initial reluctance to buy due to high prices, they couldn't get any mutated creature meat. They didn't know where all these people with gold coins had come from. Weren't they all complaining about being poor in the chat group before? Each one was more pitiful than the last. How come now they're all buying like crazy? Aren't they saving up to exchange for items? Aren't they saving up to buy upgrade cards? Jiang Mian was completely unaware of this. She was currently obsessed with killing mutated animals, spending days on end killing them, even neglecting to return to the rainbow base. If Zero hadn't messaged her privately, she would have forgotten about their trade. Zero, I thought you were going to stand me up. You've been ignoring me. I was even thinking of buying a location card to find you. Isn't that unnecessary, bro? Location cards are expensive. They cost at least 1,000 gold coins. Wouldn't it be a waste to use them on me? Zero, not a waste, because my sword is worth it. Jiang Mian was speechless when she saw this message. Your sword is worth it. Is your sword your lover? Saying that felt like something out of a fantasy novel she read before. Was she getting sidetracked? Oh well, she couldn't worry about that now. Jiang Mian directly selected the trade. 9,900 gold coins arrived in her account. Jiang Mian sent an OK emoji, and the trade was complete. During this time, other people did ask her to forge weapons, but their prices were too low. The most they offered was only 1,000 gold coins, and they wanted this and that. Jiang Mian decisively ignored them. Her lucky charm offered 10,000 gold coins, and only made 2 demands. Chapter 129. Is she out of her mind, lowering herself to spend 1,000 gold coins to have someone forge things multiple times? These things are valued for their rarity. Not everyone has them, so she's selling them cheaply. Most of the game world's time has passed, and Jiang Mian has finally stopped wreaking havoc on other creatures, mainly because the brain-eating worm's reproduction rate is lagging behind. It's also her fault for not collecting enough initially. After so much time breeding, she's only managed to breed a little over 20,000 individuals. Now, apart from a few brain-eating worms used for breeding, the rest have been put to use. The remaining mutated animals have almost all been killed and sold. The profits are quite good. At least time acceleration has reached level 15, and she still has 50,000 gold coins left. She deliberately saved them, planning to upgrade time acceleration to level 20 if she has enough gold coins later. Otherwise, she won't upgrade it. The journey back was smooth, as she had nearly wiped out all the mutated creatures in the area. Almost none dared to stop her. These animals have incredibly sharp instincts. Upon learning that the forces occupying the area had vanished, they had already fled, returning safely to the Tianhong base. Jiang Mian took out her resident card, and the guards outside quickly let her in. Upon learning that her boss had returned, Hung Yumo ran straight to Jiang Mian's door. When she knocked, Jiang Mian was drying her hair. Upon opening the door, she saw Hung Yumo's small face peeking out. It was truly a strange experience. Having the same face, but a different person inside definitely evoked different feelings. The original Hung Yumo gave her a spoiled and willful feeling, making her annoying. The current Hung Yumo, however, made her feel cute and mischievous. Maybe it was the family filter. After all, her own child was always the best. After Hung Yumo came in, she looked at Jiang Mian and said, "Boss, you seem to have gotten a tan." Jiang Mian touched her face, recalling her experiences over the past few days. It seemed true. She hadn't used sunscreen, so a tan was inevitable. However, she didn't care about such a small matter. It's nothing, just a tan. I'd be fair again in a few days. She looked at Hung Yumo and asked, "How have you been these past few days? Is the plan going smoothly?" At this, Hung Yumo perked up, smiling brightly. "Boss, we already devoured Hong Wentao." But then her tone shifted, and her brow furrowed. However, that doctor is difficult to deal with. He's too cautious, wearing protective gear every day, and it seems he's discovered our race's fear of fire. To conduct his experiments, He forces his own kind to split every day, then uses tools to kill the split bodies for his experiments. Hearing this, Jiang Mian was somewhat angry. The brain-eating worm swarm was her capable subordinate. Even now, without the brain-eating worms, she hadn't considered forcing them to split into another body, yet someone was forcing them to split again and again. This kind of splitting isn't like natural reproduction. It severely damages the brain-eating worm's foundation. In the long run, the brain-eating worms will die. She looked at Hong Yuma and asked, "Is there any way to get that doctor out?" Hong Yuma puffed out her cheeks, looking somewhat troubled. Right now, that doctor is completely absorbed in researching the brain-eating amoeba. Unless there's something else special, there's simply no way to get him out. Jiang Mian stroked her chin. Something special? Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she looked at Hong Yuma, saying, "Go tell that doctor someone took his golden potion, and is now undergoing a mutation. Get him to come out. He'd definitely be curious about this stuff." Sure enough, after Hong Yuma told the doctor this, Tian Chen's expression changed. His eyes widened, as he looked at Hong Yuma with a frantic expression. He no longer cared about his germophobia. Without even wearing gloves, he grabbed her shoulders, his voice becoming excited. "Are you serious? Is there really a way? The person took the potion, right? How is she now? Has she mutated? Has she become strange?" Hong Yuma was dizzy from being shaken so much. She felt like throwing up. She pushed Tianchi away, took a few steps back, and glared at him with an unpleasant expression. "What are you doing? Can't you talk properly? Why are you shaking me like this? It's so annoying. I don't want to talk to you anymore." Tianqi's face darkened, but remembering the identity of the woman in front of him, he suppressed his displeasure and coaxed her. "All right, Yuma, I was just too excited. Don't be angry. Can you tell me where that person is now? I want to see if there have been any changes after she took the potion." Hong Yuma turned her face away, looking haughty, and said, "Words are not enough. Unless you give me your newly researched potion, I won't forgive you." Tianqi didn't know why the little princess's tastes had become so strange. She no longer liked gold and silver jewelry, but instead preferred the potions he was researching. However, he didn't mind. He took out his phone and made a call, and someone delivered a box of potions, all sorts of them, enough for her to play with for a while. "Now you can tell me, right?" Hong Yuma's eyes lit up as she looked at the box of potions, nodding repeatedly. "Okay, that person's location is in the Python area in the west of the city." Having received the definite information, Tianqi turned to lead a group of people to the place she mentioned, but after taking only 2 steps, he stopped. In his excitement, he almost overlooked something. He narrowed his eyes, looking at the still excited Hong Yuma, and asked, "How do you know so much? You even know which area that person is in?" Hong Yuma paused, looking at Tianqi with a puzzled expression, and innocently uttered cruel words. "It's simple. I asked her to take me out, but an accident happened on the way. I almost died, but I was quick enough to use that potion on her, which saved me. Isn't that a simple matter? Brother Tianqi, why are you asking me such a simple question?" Tianqi fell silent. No matter how he thought about it, he hadn't expected it to be such a simple process. Moreover, this seemingly brainless woman could say such cruel things so innocently, which truly impressed him. Indeed, he hadn't misjudged her at first. Of the 3 Hong siblings, the most cruel was this naive young lady. Because in her mind, these weren't crimes, just games. After all, in the eyes of the upper class, the lives of ordinary people were nothing. He saw it that way too. It was simply a case of like-minded people coming together. Chapter 130. Tianqi naturally didn't go alone. He was extremely afraid of death, and even with his most powerful lightning-based ability, he never went on missions alone, preferring to remain in the background as a researcher. However, he had the talent. Even as a researcher, he could still discover some unique things, possessing talents that others could only envy. This time, he brought a full 30 people with him, each equipped with a laser gun, along with several with healing abilities, demonstrating his extreme caution. Even so, Tianqi felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. But looking at the people surrounding him, he dismissed the thought. With so many people protecting him, who could possibly kill him amid so many hands? He chuckled and continued walking. In fact, he hadn't been out for a long time. Since the world's transformation, many things had become unusable. For example, cars and hover trains had long ceased operation. Now, they could only travel on foot. This world had long since phased out electric bikes and bicycles, and lacked sufficient tools to create them. Even if they were made, no one would know how to use them. When you encountered monsters while riding an electric bike or bicycle, you couldn't actually outrun them. After all, The roads now weren't the well-maintained ones from before. They were crooked and covered in tree roots and vines. A moment's carelessness could lead to getting caught in them. Tianchen and his group, despite their hurried pace, had traveled for an hour and a half. Just as they were about to reach the snake pit, someone suddenly shouted, "Wait! Something's wrong here. Don't go any further." This person possessed a reconnaissance-type ability. In his perception, the previously empty space had instantly been filled with countless tiny dots. This even gave him a momentary illusion, making him think his ability had malfunctioned. However, it turned out his ability wasn't out of control. Small red dots were everywhere, in front, behind, left, right, above, and below, meaning they were all enemies. They were completely surrounded. "What's wrong?" Tianchen frowned, looking at him. He wasn't suspicious of the ability user, but rather wary of their surroundings. The man swallowed hard, pointing erratically, unable to pinpoint a direction. Finally, he gave up. He clutched his head and screamed, "Ah! Monsters! Monsters! We're surrounded by monsters!" Tianchen's expression changed. Upon hearing what he was saying, his first instinct was to run. However, the next second, a sharp sword pierced his body. "Ugh!" Tianchen groaned. Just as he was about to stand up and change direction, a bat in the sky swatted him down with its claw. This time, he calmed down. Without the help of the person with reconnaissance abilities, he could already see the surrounding situation. A swarm of monsters surrounded him. Bats filled the sky, earthworms and field mice swarmed the ground, plus an attacker lurking somewhere, attacking him intermittently. If Tianchen still didn't understand he'd been tricked, then all his years had been wasted. He just didn't understand how this person, with the ability to control monsters, had gotten involved with Hong Yuma and managed to get her to cooperate with him. Tianchen couldn't understand this at all, blaming himself for being too careless and foolish, failing to consider the inconsistencies in Hong Yuma's words. Why would Hong Yuma leave the base for such a trivial matter? And without any guards? This was completely abnormal. Unfortunately, he was completely captivated by the person Hong Yuma mentioned, who had used the golden potion, and hadn't thought it through carefully. However, it wasn't too late to think it through now. Looking at the direction from which the arrow had come, he addressed the person, "This gentleman? I don't seem to have any grudge against you, do I? I always kept a low profile within the base, rarely offending anyone. I wonder what I did to offend you, that you would go to such lengths to kill me." Seeing no one speak, and his men dwindling in number, occasionally being dragged to the ground, Tianchen grew anxious and decided to cut to the chase. "Sir, let's talk this out. What do you want? As long as it's within my power, I will do it for you. I believe the knowledge in my mind is priceless, and can bring you endless value. If you're willing to let me go, I can make potions specifically for you." Jiang Mian realized that this man truly lived up to his doctorate. His words were incredibly seductive, almost tempting her. However, she knew this guy wasn't so easy to control. Tianchen was a cunning and calculating man. If she let him go today, it would be difficult to subdue him again in the future. Therefore, she decided to go all the way and eliminate him to prevent future trouble. Thinking this, Jiang Mian remained silent and drew her bow again. With a whoosh, the arrow shot out. Tianchen tried to use his special ability to block it, but he then discovered that his ability was completely ineffective against the arrow. By the time he realized it, the arrow had already struck his thigh. Seeing this, Jiang Mian could only say that no one is perfect. Although this person was intelligent, his combat skills were low. She could easily take him down. However, Jiang Mian wouldn't be careless. Why fight one-on-one when she could use a group attack? Thinking this, she released a few more arrows to harass Tianchen. Seeing more and more people around her dying, leaving only a few, Tianchen's expression changed, and he immediately threatened Jiang Mian with a different face. "Don't go too far, or I risk everything to take you down with me." Jiang Mian ignored his words, whether it was enticement or threat. With a wave of her hand, she summoned an even more powerful monster army. The earthworms retreated, and the crocodiles entered the fray. The crocodiles' bite force was absolutely formidable. Seeing this, the others immediately showed expressions of despair. Now, only 6 of them remained, facing so many monsters, and death was the only outcome. Some of them were naturally unwilling to accept this. They had barely survived in this mutated world, struggling to live among various monsters to achieve their current status and power, and now they were about to die in the mouths of monsters. How could they possibly accept this? Some even threw down their weapons and begged for mercy, saying, "Sir, we are all innocent. We were only ordered to protect the doctor. We know nothing of the grudges between you. Please have mercy on us and let us go. We will be eternally grateful, and will never forget your great kindness." Seeing this, the others also began to beg for mercy. Chapter 131. Seeing this scene, Tian Chen's face turned grim. He truly hadn't expected these people to be so unprofessional, abandoning their employer so easily. Sure enough, this is how they recruit from outside, just for points. They won't protect you in a critical moment, so there's no need for me to show any mercy. Thinking this, Tian Chen took out a golden potion and injected it into the nearest person. The man hadn't even reacted before the potion was empty. He wanted to angrily denounce Tian Chen's shamelessness, but found himself speechless. His whole body felt like it had been run over by a truck, the pain unbearable, his bones feeling like they were about to break. Seeing this, Tian Chen sneered, "Brother, don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame yourself for being so immoral, daring to betray me. I can only send you on your way." This potion was originally a backup plan. Unexpectedly, it actually came in handy. This drug was one he had improved many times, but it hadn't been tested on any guinea pigs yet. He didn't know how effective it would be, he could only observe it on sight. However, Jiang Mian wasn't about to let him have his way. Taking advantage of his focus on the other man, Jiang Mian pulled out a laser gun and completely eliminated Tian Chen. Even in death, Tian Chen was still observing his sample, but Jiang Mian didn't give him a chance. After having his team drag Tian Chen's body away to parasitize, Jiang Mian focused on the person below who had been injected with the drug. He was trembling all over, lying on the ground gasping for breath, seemingly in extreme pain. The next second, his clothes burst open, and he began to swell like a balloon. She could even hear the sound of his skin tearing. Quickly, the man was soaked in blood. His flesh was mangled and mangled, the whole scene horrifying, even more terrifying than the zombie movies she'd seen as a child. Suddenly, Jiang Mian felt a chill run down her spine. The corpse lying on the ground abruptly stood up, and the next second, it grabbed the person closest to it and shoved them into its mouth. This person was now at least 5 meters tall, and given his truly frightening appearance, the person it grabbed didn't resist at all as they were shoved into its mouth. When the person finally reacted and tried to struggle, they found they couldn't break free from the giant's grasp. Jiang Mian frowned. It wasn't that she was a saint, but the scene looked exactly like the giant was about to devour people. She couldn't just let it go, could she? Picking up the pistols her henchman had just surrendered, Jiang Mian fired. The laser gun still had its power, piercing the giant's arm. However, the giant seemed oblivious to the pain, continuing to put the person in his arm into his mouth without the slightest pause. That's right. He was already in that tattered state before, yet he could still get up. Now, with just a hole in his body, it was like a tickle to him. No, Jiang Mian even suspected that the giant was already dead. What was controlling him now was merely his subconscious. He was like a zombie, devoid of feeling and consciousness, possessing only the desire to kill. Thinking this, Jiang Mian looked at him and became even more certain of this idea. His eagerness to devour people must mean he could extract power from human bodies. She couldn't let him have his way. Thinking this to herself, Jiang Mian acted swiftly. The 100,000 gold coins from her advanced martial arts card weren't wasted. Dealing with a 5-meter tall, painless monster was a piece of cake for her. Jiang Mian approached him, going in the opposite direction from the others, her eyes resolute as she charged towards the man. At the same time, her legion followed. Seeing that he felt no pain even after being pierced by a bullet, Jiang Mian simply severed his arm. With a swift movement of her long sword, the man she had been holding fell to the ground. He was already barely breathing, and now he lay on the ground gasping for breath, trying to retreat a few steps, but his legs were too weak, forcing him to crawl forward. Just then, the few who had fled earlier returned. She was initially pleased, thinking they were showing consideration for their companions. But when she looked up, she realized they had been forced back step by the crocodiles on the periphery. His face was ashen, and he was filled with regret. If he had known this mission would be so dangerous, he wouldn't have come. He had only looked at the high points offered, and was even congratulating himself on getting the mission. Now, he wanted to slap himself. He had just escaped one danger only to fall into another. He hadn't given himself a chance to escape at all. Jiang Mian didn't notice what was happening behind her. She was completely focused on dealing with the mutated human, afraid that he would actually become a zombie, and that she would be caught. She wondered how Tian Chen and the others had researched so many inhuman things. Humans injected with it would rapidly grow to enormous size, but this growth was far too fast for a human to withstand. No wonder Hung Yumo had said that after they shared their memories, Tian Chen gave her the drug because he wanted her to use it. Because of her special ability, She would be much better off than those with other abilities after being injected with this drug, as she could heal herself during the growth process. So, they were gambling that she wouldn't die. Their plan was going well, but then Jiang Mian, that troublemaker, disrupted everything. During the fight, Jiang Mian noticed the man was still growing larger. Her eyes darted around. She knew she couldn't delay any longer. Who knew what this man would become? She had to finish him off quickly. Having weighed the pros and cons, Jiang Mian looked at the surrounded group and said coldly, "Attack! If you try to fish in troubled waters any further, I have them kill you all." The group was terrified. They had realized these monsters were controlled by this woman, and they believed her without question. She would definitely keep her word. After all, so many of their comrades had died. Under this threat, they dared not stand idly by. Each of them used their unique abilities, targeting the gigantic man. However, while their abilities could cause damage, they were completely ineffective against the painless giant. However, for Jiang Mian, it at least served to harass the giant, which was better than nothing. Flames swirled around the blade as it slashed directly at the giant, severing half of his body. However, the giant, still able to move with only half his body remaining, had no choice but to decapitate him. Instantly, the giant stopped struggling, his body crashing to the ground, utterly dead. Chapter 132. Actually, Jiang Mian didn't want to do this. She was still thinking of letting her brain-eating worm parasitize him, but seeing that he could still struggle, Jiang Mian simply finished him off. Oh well, if he can't parasitize, he can't parasitize. It doesn't matter who he parasitizes anyway. Those parasitized by the brain-eating worm are also fearless of pain and death. One more or one less won't make a difference, he's just a special case. After the giant died, Jiang Mian released the brain-eating worm to devour his brain. Although she couldn't parasitize him anymore, she was making the most of it. After doing all this, she looked at the few people staring at her with fear, wondering how to deal with them. However, when they saw Jiang Mian frown, they immediately felt a sense of unease, fearing that Jiang Mian would eliminate them to prevent future trouble. One of the trembling men stepped forward and pleaded, "Heroine, spare us! Heroine, spare us! We have no connection to Tianchen. His personal guards are all dead. We're just doing this for money, loyalty is out of the question. Please spare us!" "Yes, heroine, we're innocent victims. We shouldn't have taken this mission. It's caused us so many casualties and—" He was cut off before someone covered his mouth, lest he say something offensive. "Heroine, we have no grudge against you. Why don't you just let us go?" What these men were really thinking was anyone's guess. Jiang Mian, of course, wouldn't let them go. If they said anything back at the base, causing her unnecessary trouble, it was better to deal with them once and for all. Jiang Mian waved her hand, sending the few brain-eating worms to parasitize them. She left some field mice to watch over them, informing her only after they were infected. Having done this, Jiang Mian left. Watching Jiang Mian's departing figure, the group felt a pang of despair. However, in the next second, hope surged again. The mysterious woman waved her hand, and a large number of monsters vanished. The group exchanged glances, their hearts filled with elation. Thinking that this woman had genuinely softened and was letting them go, they turned to flee in the opposite direction. As for their families and children back at the base, forget it. They wait until they were safe, then see if they could get them out. Even if they couldn't, they could always find another wife outside. However, the next second, they plummeted from heaven to hell. The monsters hidden in the shadows, seeing the group trying to escape, immediately appeared and surrounded them. Only then did they realize that they were already doomed. After returning to the base, Jiang Mian didn't cause any major trouble. Instead, he released Tianxin's corpse. Watching the brain-eating worm, which was more than halfway through its devouring process, Jiang Mian used time acceleration to help it complete the process quickly. An hour later, Tianxin stood up, still somewhat disoriented, his eyes darting around. Jiang Mian patted his head and withdrew his time acceleration ability. Tianxin then adjusted to his new body. Jiang Mian looked at him and asked, "Do you have any memories of this person? How are they?" Tianxin shook his head. "Only memories from the last few days. He was devoured after his death. I was too slow at the time. I'm sorry, master." The brain-eating amoeba was somewhat dejected. It had failed miserably on its first mission for its master, and felt deeply guilty. Jiang Mian was also disappointed, but the past was the past, there was no need to dwell on it. It would only torment her. One must look forward. It's alright, so be it. This identity is useful anyway. Go collect everything he researched, and we go for it. There were only a few days left in the game, and she really wanted to complain. The game only lasted 15 days. If it had more time, perhaps she could have manipulated things further and collected a batch of items unique to this world. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. After receiving the order, Tianqin went to carry out the plan. Jiang Mian took out the deep red potion Hong Yumao had given her, activated its power, and the deep red potion slowly changed color, from deep red to a near blackish red. Large beads of sweat appeared on Jiang Mian's forehead. Her face was pale, and she wiped the sweat from her brow, but her smile remained unstoppable. Success? Her plan had truly succeeded. Although the price had been high, the potion was undeniably effective. She had just used her empowerment ability to imbue the potion with the power to eliminate its side effects. While this had consumed almost all of her energy, the significant results were what mattered. If imbuing a weapon with sharpness had only consumed 1% of her energy, then imbuing the custom-made 0-degree knife had consumed 10%, and imbuing the potion with the power to eliminate its side effects had consumed 99%. One can only imagine the potion's power. Jiang Mian retrieved the potion, not taking it herself, but carefully placing it into an exquisite box. Then, using the last of her energy, she activated time acceleration to speed up her recovery, while simultaneously consuming large amounts of food. This food was brought by Hong Tianxiao, whose main responsibility was collecting monster meat from the base, cooking it, and storing it in a warehouse for Jiang Mian to occasionally store in her spatial storage. Now it came in handy. Eating the slightly spicy jerky, Jiang Mian considered her next steps. She didn't plan to leave the base for the time being. Now that she controlled such a large base with ample food sources, there was no need to hunt other creatures outside. Besides, the brain-eating worms were indeed insufficient. She couldn't just skin them alive. Let them reproduce slowly. Her current fighting force was enough. Jiang Mian even felt that she could now easily defeat Fu Junhan and kick He Ling, reaching the pinnacle of life. Ahem. Just a thought. In reality, she wasn't very clear about the combat strength of these two big shots. One shouldn't be too arrogant. Those who are too arrogant will be punished. She better play it safe. After her energy recovered, Jiang Mian took out a healing potion. To be honest, this potion had no side effects. The only thing she could think of for now was to double its healing effect. This didn't use much energy, about the same as forging a 0-degree blade. Jiang Mian used it 9 times before stopping. After a while, she continued her previous actions. After successfully imbuing for enhancement potions without side effects, Hong Yumao approached her. Hong Yumao was still dressed the same as before, wearing a little dress that made her look like a small figurine. Chapter 133. Boss, the clansmen on Tianqin said they discovered something. I don't know if it will be useful to you, so they asked me to bring it over for you to see. As she spoke, she pulled a stack of papers from under her dress. Jiang Mian's expression twisted for a moment at her abrupt action. Good heavens! How can she do that with that face and those clothes? It's so disillusioning, isn't it? Hong Yumao tilted her head in confusion, not understanding what her boss meant. Boss, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Mian waved her hand weakly. Nothing, just don't do those kinds of actions again. If others see you, they think you're not human. Oh! Hong Yumao nodded, then seemed to remember something and said, but boss, I'm not human. Jiang Mian, This time she was truly silent, her brain working rapidly, finally finding a reasonable excuse. Look, you're now parasitizing a human, aren't you? Then you have to act according to her logic, striving to make it flawless. That's your race's chance to flourish, understand? Seeing Hong Yumao nod thoughtfully, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good heavens, she never thought she'd one day be a life mentor. Jiang Mian chuckled, opened a paper, and glanced at its contents. Instantly, her expression changed, and her smile froze on her face. At the top was an agreement detailing the names and fingerprints of several volunteers who had volunteered for the drug trial. That wouldn't be surprising, really. Even in peacetime, let alone in a post-apocalyptic world where food is scarce, people still experiment with drugs for money. Jiang Mian wasn't bothered by anything. What struck her as inhumane was that further down the list, on another agreement, the red handprint wasn't ink, but blood. Moreover, this agreement was signed, Human Modification List. The people listed here were for experiments. What kind of experiments? They included human organ modification, limb enhancement programs, human-animal hybridization, human gigantification experiments, and other inhumane things. The names of those involved in this project included Tianqin, Hong Wantao, and others Jiang Mian had never heard of. She was silent for a moment, then looked at Hong Yuma and said, "Take me to see Hong Wentao now. I have some questions for him." The two arrived at Hong Wentao's office, only to find him hunched over, gnawing on the table. Jiang Mian twitched her lips, slapped her forehead. It was unbearable to look at. Upon seeing Jiang Mian arrive, Hong Wentao immediately spat out the wood shavings from his mouth. "Tui! Boss, you're here. Boss, I don't want to be human anymore. This is so boring." Jiang Mian ignored him, looking at him and saying, "We talk about this later. Tell me, does this thing look familiar to you?" As she spoke, she took out the agreement and handed it to Hong Wentao. Hong Wentao looked at it, then tried to recall it. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed excitedly, "I remember now. I think I've seen this before." Seeing that he could still remember, Jiang Mian quickly asked, "Then think about where this place is?" Hong Wentao thought carefully, and finally found the memory in a corner. "Boss, this place has been destroyed. It was about 30 kilometers away from us, a laboratory built by several bases. A while ago, due to a riot by the experimental subjects at one of the bases, it had to be destroyed. Boss, why are you asking about this?" Hearing this, Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. "It's already destroyed? That scared me to death. If these people were still alive, that would be a huge problem." Seeing Hong Wentao's curiosity, she patiently explained, "We encountered someone who was injected with a golden potion. That person becomes enormous, and their characteristics are like the parasitic creatures you inhabit. They feel no pain and are fearless of death. However, unlike you, they don't have brains. You only think about killing. I was thinking, if the people in that lab were still alive, it would be a huge disaster for us. Now that you say it's been destroyed, I'm relieved." Hearing this, Hong Wentao scratched his head, as if he thought of something, and suddenly said, "Boss, I suddenly remembered, you said it was the doctor who destroyed it, but I didn't actually see it, so I don't know if the things inside were actually destroyed, so—" "Boss, we can't jump to conclusions. What if—" Jiang Mian's face twisted, and she raised her hand in midair to stop him. "All right, stop talking, I know." She knew it. How could this world be so simple? Only 15 days? So this was what they were waiting for. Given the game's notoriously ruthless nature, this lab definitely wasn't destroyed, it was probably secretly engaged in some clandestine activity. With only 4 days left until the game's end, and danger usually strikes in the last 3 days, the experimental subjects will likely escape by tomorrow at the latest. They might even have escaped today, though they're unaware. Thinking this, Jiang Mian grew anxious. She looked at Hong Wentao and said, "I find you something to do so you won't be bored. Go and collect resources like crazy. Don't take ordinary things, only collect animal meat and fruits with special properties. As for what to trade, use the rarest salt and wine. Try to get something useful, understand?" "Okay, I go right now." Hong Wentao nodded and left. Jiang Mian asked Hong Yuma to take her to Tianshan. Everyone in the lab knew Hong Yuma, and seeing the two of them together, they didn't stop them and let them in. Jiang Mian arrived at Tianshan's lab and saw that he had thoughtfully labeled the effects of all the potions he had prepared. She couldn't help but praise him. "Young man, you're quite capable. A bright future awaits." Tianshan was pleased by Jiang Mian's praise, but Hong Yuma curled her lip in disdain. She could do this too, just not in the right position. Jiang Mian ignored Hong Yuma's jealousy. Appropriate competition among employees was what motivated them. "Boss, these are the potions that were recently produced. There are quite a few defective ones, so I didn't collect them. Instead, I distributed them for sale. The ordinary and advanced potions are all here, and there are many different kinds." Jiang Mian nodded as she looked at the potion categories. There were healing potions, strengthening potions, and golden potions, with golden potions being the least common. There were also several boxes of white potions nearby, supposedly nutrient solutions. Chapter 134. This stuff was developed a long time ago, but most people couldn't stand its bland taste, so sales weren't good, and it just sat idle. There were probably around 50,000 vials. Jiang Mian put them away without any hesitation. She asked Tianshan curiously, "Isn't there anything in here that can increase lifespan?" If there was, she wanted to take it back for her grandmother. If not, it was fine. She only asked casually. Tianshan shook his head. "No, he hasn't researched that kind of thing." "All right." After putting everything into her spatial storage, Jiang Mian looked at Tianshan and said, "Have the lab make more advanced enhancement potions to put some pressure on them. Also, tell them that those who do well will gain the ability to stay by your side." Tianshan nodded and went to do his work. Jiang Mian also left. She released a few bats to scout the lab, expecting a long wait for information, but to her surprise, she received a message from the bats that evening. The bats were clever. They sent a message to the humans Jiang Mian had left outside to parasitize. Boss, on their way in that direction, the bats saw many strange-looking creatures. They were hunting down everything in their path, and several of them were heading this way. What do they look like? The bats said they looked terrifying, like a combination of many different creatures. Some could jump 10 meters high, with legs like toads, but human upper bodies. Others had wings, and were constantly flying around in the sky. Among them are two-headed, four-armed beings with spider-like bodies. Listening to their description, Jiang Mian roughly pictured it. She shuddered. The image was too gruesome for her to bear. Jiang Mian ordered her to take their positions, and quickly collect supplies from the base before the monsters arrived. She decided to take down the monsters. With so many people at her disposal, even if she disregarded the monster army in the spatial dimension, she still had the humans inside the base. This disaster was caused by humans. Wasn't it normal for them to resolve it? Thinking this, Jiang Mian immediately ordered the construction of defensive towers and firing towers outside, constantly monitoring the situation. The ordinary people inside the base were filled with anxiety, unsure of their superiors' intentions. Those with special abilities, however, had heard rumors that monsters were planning to attack their base. The base commander knew in advance and was taking precautions. They began familiarizing themselves with their abilities, striving to protect themselves should the disaster strike. Of course, some tried to escape. After exchanging a large amount of food, they left the Tianhong base with their families. Jiang Mian didn't interfere. The news brought by the bats indicated that the laboratory had been breached. After a battle, the hordes of monsters, for some unknown reason, scattered towards nearby bases. It was no longer safe outside. Danger lurked everywhere. They had only foolishly chosen their own path and prematurely ended their lives. Meanwhile, Michuan wanted to leave with his younger brother, but was refused. After Miki's superpower was discovered, he thought the people at the Rainbow Base would dissect him for research. Actually, they didn't. They just made him work overtime, making clothes that could conceal his aura. Initially, they planned to have him do something else, but they found that after sharpening a knife, he needed a whole day to recover. So they simply changed their approach, making him do what he was best at. The finished products were immediately taken away, and Miki had no idea what they did with them. In fact, Jiang Mian had already sold them all. Each garment cost 50 gold coins, and there were quite a few buyers. Demand exceeded supply. Although he was a bit tired here, at the same time, he no longer had to live in constant fear of dying. So when danger struck the base, Michuan wanted to take him away, but Michi shook his head. Brother, the world is so big, full of dangers. Where can we go? Instead of that, we might as well stick with this base. If the base wins, we can survive. Michuan didn't understand why his brother had become like this. He asked, what if the base loses? Michi shrugged. So what if we lose? It's all the same whether we die sooner or later. I get 3 meals a day here. I haven't had a full meal in a long time. Faced with his brother's lack of ambition, Michuan was somewhat disappointed. He shook his head and asked one last time, are you really not going to come with me? I'm not going, brother. If you want to leave, then leave. Michuan took one last look at him. He didn't know when it started, but his brother had become uncontrollable. It seemed that after that Miss Jiang appeared, his brother had started to have his own ideas, and was no longer blindly dependent on him. He was furious at his younger brother's rebelliousness, but helpless. Ultimately, he could only leave with some of the people from the former Dawn base. When they entered the base, there were 37 of them, however, only 16 left. The rest either refused to leave or died while on missions. These 16 left because they didn't enjoy the same treatment as at Dawn base. They had to struggle for survival every day, being self-sufficient, unlike at Dawn base where they could simply sit and wait for meals to be prepared and for patrols to feed them. They were tired of that life, and when Michuan suggested leaving, they followed suit. Most of the women didn't want to leave. They didn't want to be burdened by others, a tacit understanding among them. Sister Hong didn't choose to leave. After entering Rainbow Base, although she didn't receive any special treatment, she could support herself as long as she worked, which was what satisfied her most. She went out with the team every day to collect food, exchanging it for points and lodging. Her life was far better than at Dawn Base. So when Michuan approached her, Hong Tian politely declined. She was perfectly content here, even if she heard rumors of monsters attacking. So what? Most importantly, all Michuan could think of was returning to Dawn Base. He had no better solutions. Besides, they came with over 70 people, half of whom were dead. Now there were only a dozen or so, mostly lazy ordinary people. What would they do if they encountered danger on the way? Hong Tian thought they were unreliable and naturally wouldn't go with them to Dawn Base. Chapter 135. Jiang Mian observed the chaos within the base, but wasn't particularly concerned. It was merely a matter of harvesting less fruit than usual. Fearing these people might disturb her monster army, Jiang Mian hastily stored all her remaining personnel outside into her spatial storage overnight. Only a few earthworms and bats remained for reconnaissance. One was in the sky, the other on the ground. Escape was easy for them, unlike field mice or crocodiles, which had much more limited mobility. Actually, Jiang Mian felt somewhat uneasy. Even from the descriptions, she sensed the terrifying nature of those monsters. She wondered what it would be like to actually face them. Jiang Mian closed her eyes and used her prophet skill. She hadn't used this skill recently due to being too busy, but now she finally had the time. After a long while, she opened her eyes, a chill running down her spine. This time, the danger wasn't from monsters, but from a person, more precisely, a man. How did he end up in this world? And he's so strong. Just then, an explosion rang out outside. Jiang Mian recognized the sound. It was a signal she had set up to fire a flare gun and alert the base if anything seemed amiss outside. She put down what she was holding, opened the door, and went outside. Instantly, alarms went off inside the base, and patrol cars shouted, "All base personnel, those without combat capabilities, go underground. Those with combat capabilities, protect the others. Avoid pregnant women and children. Underground shelters have limited capacity, older people shouldn't go in. Make room for others." While this is a realistic assessment, it's undoubtedly the best course of action right now. In any era, people want to preserve the youth, not the elderly. It's a choice made out of necessity. Hong Tian was on the evacuation list. She happened to run into Michi at this time. Remembering that Michi had been taken away alone, she assumed he held a high position. Relying on their previous friendship, she immediately struck up a conversation with him. The staff stationed there, assuming they were together, immediately assigned them a high-class shelter room. The shelter rooms were divided into tiers 3, 6, and 9. Families of those with special abilities had single rooms, while ordinary people were grouped together in rooms with dozens of others. Some homeless people without ordinary resident permits weren't even eligible to enter, and had to wait for their fate on the ground. With so many people, arguments naturally arose. However, given the current situation, no one tolerated them. The patrols simply threw anyone arguing upstairs, regardless of who was right or wrong. At a time like this, those preoccupied with petty grievances were better off thrown out to give someone else a spot. Chaos reigned in the underground shelters, and the situation on the surface was no better. After discovering others had taken refuge in the underground shelters, the refugees began looting and vandalizing. Since they outnumbered the base, the staff couldn't spare the manpower to manage them, so they were left to run rampant. Jiang Mian's expression darkened as she observed the situation outside. Several giants, each about 10 meters tall, had appeared. These giants were different from the one she had encountered before, who was only about 5 meters tall. Having consumed the energy from living beings, they had rapidly increased in size. After 2 days of hunting and digestion, their forms were vastly different, and moreover, they had undergone various modifications. Jiang Mian also saw the winged man, but his wings were only a little over a meter long, completely incapable of carrying him. They drooped behind him like a toy. The appearance was somewhat comical, but Jiang Mian couldn't laugh. These monsters seemed to possess innate sensory abilities. Sensing the large number of people present, they began to advance at full speed. Those fleeing in this direction were doomed. Faced with terror, they were powerless to resist and were instantly eliminated. Those who reacted quickly, realizing something was wrong, had already changed direction and fled. They were inwardly cursing the others for their lack of intelligence, unaware that giants were also waiting for them not far ahead. Jiang Mian warily observed the giants, her eyes calm and collected, and ordered, "Activate Plan B immediately." Her original Plan A was no longer useful. The giant's size exceeded her expectations. The pits she had dug in the ground were like puddles, utterly ineffective against them. The next second, countless missiles appeared in the sky, giving the giants a warm welcome. After the shells landed and exploded, although she had already guessed what was going on, Jiang Mian was still somewhat disappointed to see the wounded giants, who, despite their pain, walked towards them. The continuous barrage of shells had little effect on the giants. Undeterred, Jiang Mian ordered more firepower to be launched, then moved to a different position, handing over command to others, and disappeared. Jiang Mian didn't run away. Instead, she found a safe place, took out an ordinary mask, put it on, and imbued it with the ability to disguise herself. Thinking about her desired appearance, the next second, her originally delicate and innocent face instantly transformed into that of a stunningly beautiful woman. This was an inspiration she gained in her first world. Most people disguise themselves to look ordinary. He Ling's unconventional approach, however, gave her a different perspective. The more flamboyant and striking the appearance, the less people would suspect it was fake. Subconsciously, disguise equals being low-key, and she exploited this psychology, which is why she was so brazen. Flipping her hair, Jiang Mian changed her clothes. Although the style was similar, the color was different. After ensuring there were no flaws in her appearance, she went outside. The giants were closer to the base. They had used almost all their firearms. One unfortunate giant died instantly, and the remaining giants began to devour his body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the superhumans used their abilities on the giants. They had been notified beforehand that most of the attacks would be directed at the giant's head. Even so, the difference in size, and the fear in their hearts made their legs tremble, and they even doubted whether they could survive this disaster. Jiang Mian did not choose to attack. She was waiting for someone familiar. Thinking of this, her hair stood on end. Fortunately, she had used her precognitive ability to foresee what would happen later, otherwise, her mission would likely have been lost. Chapter 136. Who could have imagined running into an acquaintance in this world, someone she had deceived before? If she hadn't foreseen this future scenario, she probably would have already rushed out to fight the giants. Then, weakened, she would have been discovered and killed. Thinking of this, she cursed inwardly, "You stingy man. I only lied to you when I was weak. Did you have to kill me? I could have just given you some compensation." Her mind a jumble of thoughts, Jiang Mian looked at the natives, who were about to be overwhelmed, and immediately stepped forward, shouting, "Players, how long are you going to hide? Now, while these natives still have the ability to fight back, when are you going to wait? With them holding the line, this is our chance to act." She stepped forward so abruptly that naturally no one paid her any attention. Jiang Mian didn't expect anything from them. She just wanted to lure that person out. The others thought, since someone else is holding the line, why should they go in? However, the next second, they changed their minds. The winged giant, his feet off the ground, covered in blood still trickling from his mouth, his wings grew longer, and he flew straight towards the base. With a deafening crash, the base was smashed into a massive crater. The previously inverted bowl-shaped base was severed in two. Those inside the gaping maw died before they could even scream, including some players. They had planned to let the native inhabitants weaken the giant, but the giant had a different idea. Why fight a few more people, and give up the food that lies ahead when there's so much more to enjoy? They're big enough to leap dozens of meters in one bound, aren't they? That's what the winged giant thought, and he was the first to do it, easily grabbing a handful of tiny people and stuffing them into his mouth like potato chips, making a crunch sound. Now, even if they didn't want to fight, they had no choice. The giant had arrived. If they didn't resist, they could only wait to die. The players' abilities were far more useful than the natives, and their own combat strength was also greater, making them easy prey against the giant. Watching this scene, Jiang Mian frowned. She looked around, but still couldn't see that figure. What's wrong with this person? Shouldn't she have come out by now? Or is it because she made a different choice that the man hasn't come out either? Unable to figure it out, Jiang Mian didn't make a move. Anyway, these players could withstand the giant's attack for a while. Let them weaken the giant first. Just then, Jiang Mian suddenly felt a gaze upon her. She turned her head, and saw a travel-worn figure running towards the base. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes, recognizing the figure. A sense of panic rose within her, but when she touched the mask hidden on her face, she relaxed. She reassured herself, "Jiang Mian, what are you afraid of? You changed completely. How could he possibly recognize you?" The man looked at Jiang Mian, approaching her step by step, his aura low and menacing, like a wild beast poised to pounce. Jiang Mian gripped her gun, ready to act at the slightest sign of trouble. However, as the man approached her, his murderous aura vanished. Fu Juhan looked at the radiant figure before him, noticing a distinct golden exclamation mark above her head. This was the result of his tracking device, allowing him to locate the person he was looking for. He had also traveled a long way from afar, encountering these very creatures along the way, killing those he encountered on his journey. He hadn't expected to find any here. He looked at Jiang Mian, his tone calm and devoid of murderous intent. "You're the one from the chat group, I love salty soy milk." Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes, seeing that he indeed didn't recognize her. She immediately feigned a look of first-time familiarity, coldly staring at him. Who are you? Did you use a tracking item on me? Let me introduce myself. My name is 0 Degree, the one who spent 10,000 gold coins to have you forge a sword for me, the great vengeful spirit. Jiang Mian's expression was somewhat strange. She looked at Fu Junhan. He had actually come to her for this reason? She had thought he had discovered her identity, and therefore, had gone to great lengths to kill her. Thinking of this, Jiang Mian suddenly relaxed. Oh, it's you. What's the matter? 0 Degree. No, to be precise. Fu Junhan looked at her, no longer intending to hold a grudge about spending 10,000 gold coins to have her forge 2 traits for him, while others had only spent 5,000 gold coins to have the same 2 traits. He said, I have some weapons that need you to forge for me, but we still need to discuss the price. Jiang Mian, hearing that he wasn't there to talk about her, immediately felt relieved. She smiled brightly at Fu Junhan. Sure, handsome. Isn't that what you wanted? You can customize the effects however you like. Just between you and me, the items forged for 5,000 gold coins and 10,000 gold coins are different. They think they're getting a bargain, but actually, I always control the price and quality. After speaking, she winked, exuding a captivating charm. Unfortunately, Fu Junhan wasn't that kind of person. He merely glanced at her before turning his head away. He looked at the giants and said, I encountered many of these monsters on my way here. I also investigated them. They're all mutants created by bases for experiments. Those people extract genes from monsters, purify them, and inject them into these creatures. That's why their bodies can't keep up with the changes from the drugs, which is why they're like this. Jiang Mian looked at the delirious giants and sighed. Yes, they're so pitiful. Those people are truly disgusting. Fu Junhan glanced at the woman. He hadn't expected her to be so sentimental. She must be a good person. It was fortunate that Jiang Mian didn't know what he was thinking. If she did, she would definitely laugh at him in her heart. It's one thing for a man to be fooled once, but to be fooled again, and by the same person at that? Anyone who didn't know better would think Fu Junhan was stupid. In reality, it was because Jiang Mian's methods were too numerous, almost flawless. If she hadn't had her premonition, she might already be being interrogated by Fu Junhan. Just as she foresaw. Jiang Mian looked at Fu Junhan and asked, Are you going to help the players? They seem to be dying. Fu Junhan looked at her, puzzled. Why should I help them? It's their own business, isn't it? Jiang Mian was stunned. Right. Why should Fu Junhan help them? Only then did she realize that the first time she met Fu Junhan, he was killing someone. How could I have thought Fu Junhan was a kind person who would help others? It's all my fault for being misled by him. I actually thought he was a helpful and kind person. If he were really helpful and helped everyone he met, he wouldn't have become so powerful. He would have been tricked to death long ago. It's just that He Ling and Jiang Mian were so wicked back then, which made Fu Junhan seem kind. Chapter 137. Thinking to herself, Jiang Mian couldn't help but touch her nose. She realized she had indeed gone too far back then. She took all the benefits, while the two of them took all the blame. Jiang Mian stood there feeling incredibly awkward. Just then, someone was sent flying by a giant's punch. Jiang Mian stepped forward to catch the person, and then smoothly left the awkward situation. She would rather fight the giant than face Fu Junhan. Seeing her fighting the giant, Fu Junhan thought for a moment. He had essentially asked her for a favor, and if he didn't deal with the giant, he probably wouldn't have much time for this woman to forge weapons for him. Realizing this, he joined the fight against the giant. With the two of them joining, the giant's advance was once again halted. The giant roared, its enormous fist smashing towards Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian easily dodged it, and turned to use her knife to sever one of the giant's fingers. The giant felt no pain whatsoever, and continued its attack on Jiang Mian. How to put it? The giant was about 10 meters tall. His entire body had become gigantic. Jiang Mian's strength, which normally allowed her to easily cut someone in half at the waist, could now only sever a finger, let alone a neck. Wouldn't that be like chopping down a tree? But turning her head, she saw that Fu Junhan's attack was far more powerful than hers, and his movements were much more effortless. The giant he was dealing with was already covered in wounds. 3 of his 5 fingers were missing, and several bloody gashes appeared on the giant's neck. Combined with his flames, he was even more unstoppable. Jiang Mian watched this scene with envy. A strong gust of wind swept behind her. The giant's hand had reached out again. Jiang Mian was about to turn and slash, when a blade came hurtling straight at her face, its overwhelming aura of destruction rendering her immobile. Panic ran through her. She feared she had given herself away, and Fu Junhan had discovered her weakness, wanting to kill her in revenge. Although she couldn't move her body, she could use her supernatural ability. With time acceleration working on her, she tried to escape, but the next second, Fu Junhan appeared on the other side of the blade, grabbing it. The blade, wreathed in flames, sliced through the giant's entire hand. Fu Junhan grabbed her arm and asked, "Are you alright?" Jiang Mian could tell there was no concern in his voice, only disdain. But at least he hadn't tried to kill her, he had saved her. She could barely ignore his disdain. Although she didn't need his help. Seeing how powerful he was, Jiang Mian instantly understood what to do. She looked at Fu Junhan and said, "Let's work together. I distract the giant, and you can ambush him. Together, we can definitely take down a giant in the shortest time, buying time for the others." Fu Junhan frowned at her. From his observation, this woman, whose name he didn't know, was stronger than the average player, but she wasn't someone who could stand alone. He doubted whether she could distract the giant. If she couldn't, wouldn't she be courting death? Jiang Mian didn't notice his gaze. Originally, in her plan, these giants were to be held back by her monster army, while the other players fought a war of attrition. But now that wouldn't work. Her monster army definitely couldn't appear under Fu Junhan's nose, otherwise, it would be easy for the origin of these monsters to be questioned. Now they could only resist with manpower, and it was all Fu Junhan's fault. Jiang Mian was still angry. Thinking this way, her guilt lessened considerably. Indeed, people do need to constantly brainwash themselves. Her mind a jumble of thoughts, her actions were swift and decisive. Although she couldn't use his ability in person, she could use another. She wasn't without her own abilities. Time acceleration took effect on her, making her speed comparable to Fu Junhan's, and she charged directly towards the giant. Fu Junhan looked at her with some surprise, but didn't think much of it, simply assuming it was her talent. Seeing that she could indeed attract the giant's attention, Fu Junhan didn't hesitate either. While Jiang Mian was distracting the monster, he attacked the giant's neck. Working together, the two quickly took down the giant. After the giant died, Jiang Mian didn't hear any system notification. She quickly realized that only the person who delivered the final blow to the giant would receive a reward. Everyone else would get nothing. Jiang Mian frowned, but now was not the time to dwell on it. The two exchanged a glance, tacitly deciding not to dwell on it, planning to discuss the points distribution later. Seeing that the giants weren't invincible, the other players felt a glimmer of hope. They tried their best to delay the giants, waiting for the two to arrive. With other players holding off the other giants, Jiang Mian no longer needed to attract their attention. The two worked together to deal with one giant, quickly killing another. With their help, the remaining giants were like lambs to the slaughter. The disaster was averted, and the people below cheered, "Great! We survived? We defeated the giants? What? I thought I was going to die. I thought our base wouldn't hold. It feels so good to be alive. By the way, who were those two big shots? I never seen them before. I don't know. I never heard of them either." While the players were celebrating their survival, the original inhabitants whose homes were destroyed had a different story. Because of the limited space in the underground shelters, a group of older people hadn't been able to hide inside. The lucky ones survived with intact bodies, while the unlucky ones were either inside the giants' bellies or left with only half a body. When the people from the underground shelters emerged and discovered their loved ones had perished in the disaster, they wept bitterly. However, it was too late. After their tears, they could only start fighting again, rebuilding their homes destroyed by the giants. The base was bustling with activity once more. Fu Junhan burned the giants' corpses to prevent the monsters outside the base from devouring them and becoming stronger, and also to prevent anyone from having the sudden idea to try the giants' taste. Jiang Mian looked regretfully at the giant corpses burning in the flames. Why didn't Fu Junhan wait a little longer before burning the giants' corpses? If she had waited longer, she could have let her brain-eating worms devour some. Now, under the raging fire, the brain-eating worms, who were already afraid of fire, were even more terrified of the white flames and dared not approach at all. Chapter 138. Judging from your expression, you seem quite sorry that these corpses were burned? Fu Junhan's sudden question caught Jiang Mian off guard. After recovering, her eyes darted around, and she sighed, of course. They were living, breathing people, but they were turned into this for research purposes. Don't you think it's a pity? Fu Junhan looked away, hummed in agreement, and didn't say anything more. Seeing that he didn't ask any more questions, Jiang Mian finally relaxed and had time to discuss the distribution of points. Now we should discuss the distribution of points after killing the giant, right? Fu Junhan looked at her and said, accept my friend request, and I transfer the money to you directly. Jiang Mian blinked and immediately smiled. Okay, bro. Friend accepted. Hurry up and transfer the gold coins to me. Fu Junhan's hand paused as he transferred the gold coins. He felt that he saw a familiar figure on this unfamiliar face, someone he had met on the ship before. Shaking his head, he suspected he was overthinking things and decisively transferred 70,000 gold coins to her. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Jiang Mian counted the zeros one by one in disbelief, confirming it was 70,000, not 7,000. She was shocked. Her shock wasn't just about the amount of gold coins, but also, do you usually carry this many gold coins with you? How can you resist exchanging them for things? Hearing her question, Fu Junhan uttered something infuriating. Is it a lot? It's all right. This is just some change I had left over after buying things. Jiang Mian clenched her fists, took several deep breaths, and managed to suppress the urge to swear. Hold it in, Jiang Mian. You're supposed to be a refined girl. How can you keep swearing like that? But damn it, he's such a show-off. Jiang Mian stomped her foot in anger, but there was nothing she could do. She turned and walked away, Fu Junhan following closely behind. As Jiang Mian walked, she suddenly remembered something, turned around to change direction, but almost bumped into Fu Junhan. Ah! She screamed, looking at Fu Junhan. What are you doing? Why are you following me? She turned around, and the reprimanding motion was executed flawlessly, as if she had rehearsed it many times in her mind. That's right, she did it on purpose. With her current physical condition, how could she not know that someone was following her? She deliberately said that to vent her resentment towards the rich. Fu Junhan was completely innocently caught in the crossfire. But he was still preoccupied with something else. Didn't I say I wanted you to forge weapons for me? Have you forgotten or? His eyes narrowed, a chill running through them. You want to go back on your word? After I take care of the giants outside the base, are you planning to break our agreement? Sensing the threat in his voice, Jiang Mian was always pragmatic. She wouldn't easily reveal her true nature until she was confident she could defeat this man. Her tone softened slightly. Of course not. I just forgot about it during the battle. What kind of weapon do you want me to forge for you? This isn't a good place to talk. Come with me. Jiang Mian led him to her assigned house at the base, brought him a chair, and said, Now you can tell me what attributes you need for forging. I see if I can meet your requirements. If I can't, there's nothing I can do. Okay. Fu Junhan listed the attributes he needed and handed the weapon to Jiang Mian. There are only 2 days left until the game ends. I hope you can get it done as soon as possible. Can you do that? Jiang Mian gave an okay sign. Don't worry, 2 days is definitely enough. However, she stopped mid-sentence, looking at Fu Junhan. Fu Junhan frowned, unsure what she was about to say. However, what? Jiang Mian smiled slyly. However, we need to discuss the price beforehand. After all, if I focus on making weapons for you, I won't be able to make weapons for others. Shouldn't you compensate me for that loss? In the end, Fu Junhan had Jiang Mian forge 3 weapons, paying her 32,000 gold coins. Only after she left did he realize he'd been ripped off. She lost over 100,000 gold coins in a single day, but thinking about it, she couldn't seem to find any evidence to prove she'd been scammed. Jiang Mian, however, was practically laughing herself silly. Earning 100,000 in a day, this feeling was amazing. As for weapon forging, she finished it in half an hour. The rest of the time, she checked her earnings in the chat group. Great. She sold tens of thousands more gold coins. Today was a good day, a resounding success. She truly loved this survival game. Unbeknownst to Jiang Mian, other players were cursing the game to death. Experiencing monster attacks at the start was bad enough, but after finally surviving to join a base and enjoying a few days of food and drink, they discovered giants were attacking their base again, along with all sorts of monsters, each more difficult to deal with than the last. They were forced to flee for their lives, wishing they had 8 legs. Jiang Mian's base was also frequently attacked by colossal monsters. Smaller ones were rare, as she had already recruited them or sold them for gold. Meanwhile, on the last day, Jiang Mian found some ants. However, after successfully replicating their characteristics, she found they weren't very effective on herself. The human body's structure was too complex to withstand 100 times the force. Nevertheless, she successfully recruited these ants into her ranks. She stopped Fu Yunhan, who was about to chase after the ants. Don't chase them. The game's almost over, there's no need to kill them all. Fu Yunhan looked at Jiang Mian, puzzled. If he wasn't mistaken, This woman was the one who had been the most ferocious killer on the battlefield earlier. Now she was saying something like, "Let them go?" He suddenly felt a sense of unease. Jiang Mian touched her nose, feeling a little guilty under his gaze. She bluffed, "Why are you looking at me like that? Have you fallen for me? Let me tell you, I'm a married woman. Don't even think about it." Fu Yunhan's expression twisted, and he silently turned his head away. After dealing with her for the past 2 days, he knew exactly what kind of person this woman was. The more you argued with her, the more unreasonable she became. Simply ignoring her was the least of his worries. Just when everyone thought the matter was over and was about to return to the base, they suddenly noticed the ground beginning to shake. Jiang Mian lost her balance and ended up grabbing the waistband of the nearest person. Chapter 139. By the time she realized what had happened, she quickly regained her balance and let go of his hand. Looking at the man's face, which was as black as ink, she said insincerely, "Sorry, I lost my balance just now. You don't mind, do you?" Fu Junhan's breathing became heavier with anger, and he turned away from Jiang Mian. He looked at the commotion in the distance, but it was too far to see clearly what was happening outside. Just then, an alarm suddenly sounded in the base. "Attention all members. A giant elephant has appeared 100 kilometers away from us. This giant elephant has just crushed the Yuan base with one stomp and is now heading in our direction. Everyone, escape immediately. Don't go underground. Don't go underground. Don't go underground. The underground shelters are not enough to defend against it. Everyone run directly outside. I repeat." Jiang Mian's expression changed, and she and Fu Junhan exchanged a glance, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Elephants were already large creatures before the mutation. After this mutated world, they were practically the overlords of the world. Now that it's heading this way, you can imagine how many people could stop an elephant. Jiang Mian looked at Fu Junhan, who looked at her like she was an idiot. "Don't even think about it. I can handle a giant, but if it's really an elephant, we're just waiting to die." "Jiang Mian, then what are you still standing here for? Run! Are you really just going to wait here to die?" With that, Jiang Mian ran off in one direction, but the next second someone grabbed her by the back of her collar. Cough cough. Let go right now, you're going to strangle me." Fu Junhan didn't let go. He grabbed Jiang Mian's collar with one hand and stretched out the other, saying, "Give me my weapon." Jiang Mian took out the weapon, but didn't hand it over directly. Instead, she said, "Cash on delivery? Give me my gold coins first." Fu Junhan didn't waste any words and transferred the money to her directly. Without the system deduction, Jiang Mian received 32,000 gold coins. After receiving the gold coins, she threw the weapon to him and turned to leave. The base was already in chaos. After hearing the announcement over the loudspeaker, they learned that the base was no longer safe, and some people had already begun to flee. Her people were gathering, waiting for her arrival. After arriving at a secluded spot and confirming that no one was around, Jiang Mian directly put the 3 Hong siblings and the others into her spatial storage. They were originally brain-eating worms in Jiang Mian's spatial storage. Naturally, they were loyal to Jiang Mian. After successfully putting them into her spatial storage, Jiang Mian left the base. As she ran, someone suddenly called out to her, "Miss Jiang? It really is you. I thought I was seeing things." Jiang Mian turned around and saw familiar faces, Hong Tian and Mi Qi. The two of them were supporting each other as they ran. They stumbled and fell several times from the tremors of the path. Even though it was only a short distance for 3 people, yet they persisted. Mi Qi was somewhat better off because of his special abilities, but Hong Tian was panting heavily, still unwilling to give up on her chance to live, clinging desperately to this lifeline. It was she who spotted Jiang Mian running ahead and cried out in delight. Seeing Jiang Mian notice her, she immediately smiled kindly, her eyes brimming with tears. "Miss Jiang, what a coincidence. We meet again. I thought I'd never see you again." Jiang Mian looked at her, and although she was disheveled, she still retained her resilience. "Yes, we meet again." Hong Tian offered, "Let's escape together. Because of the earthquake, there are far fewer monsters on the road now. We hardly encountered any. This makes it easier for us to escape." Jiang Mian remained non-committal. The shaking behind them grew stronger, and she didn't know which direction the giant elephant would chase. She could only randomly choose a direction to run in, praying that she wouldn't encounter Fu Junhan. She had a hunch that the elephant would definitely be chasing Fu Junhan, because Fu Junhan was the strongest among them. Jiang Mian even suspected that it was because Fu Junhan was here that the giant elephant had come looking for her. However, things didn't go as planned. The next second, she saw a familiar figure. That was Fu Junhan, running ahead of everyone else. Jiang Mian felt dizzy, and almost wanted to kneel down in gratitude for her luck. Good things don't come true, bad things do. Why is it that the more she doesn't want to do something, the more likely she is to inadvertently do it? Fu Junhan also saw Jiang Mian, but didn't come over to greet her. He was also focused on running away. All because, by now, they could vaguely see that towering figure behind them. Putting everything else aside, just look at the elephant's legs. They must be at least 20 meters long. Its two enormous tusks are probably at least 10 meters long. It's as tall as a giant. Jiang Mian swallowed hard, then turned and ran even faster, but in a completely different direction, determined not to run in the same direction as Fu Junhan. Seeing this, Mi Qi and Hong Tian instinctively followed Jiang Mian, and some others, unaware of what was happening, also started running. The ground shook more and more violently, and they even heard the roar of an elephant, making their ears ring. Jiang Mian shook her head, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. She shook her head again, and continued running. Sure enough, the elephant's tracks were heading towards Fu Junhan, but she didn't dare to relax for a moment, fearing the elephant might suddenly go berserk and chase after them. Get down! Jiang Mian shouted, and Hong Tian and Mi Qi instinctively did as she said. A whooshing sound filled the air as a huge elephant trunk swung towards them. Luckily, they dodged quickly, otherwise, they would have been directly hit by the giant elephant's attack. Jiang Mian watched this scene with lingering fear. The trees, towering due to their mutation, were like toys before the giant elephant, uprooted and hurled at the fleeing humans. The unsuspecting humans continued their escape, only to be crushed into mincemeat by the falling trees. The giant elephant didn't eat them, it just seemed to find it amusing, chasing after them. Jiang Mian and her companions dared not linger. After a brief respite, they began fleeing in a direction far from the elephant. As they ran, Jiang Mian sensed something was wrong. The tremors ahead seemed to intensify. Although she couldn't see what was happening there, her subconscious told her it wasn't safe. She immediately changed direction and began to flee. Those following behind her, though not understanding her actions, habitually assumed her as their leader and didn't bother to think further, simply following her. Chapter 140. But as they ran, Jiang Mian noticed that the sky above them was darkening. They had run right under the body of a giant elephant. Jiang Mian gasped. They were now surrounded by elephant legs on all sides. The number of elephants had increased without them realizing it, and they were completely encircled. The only saving grace she felt was that there was only half an hour left in the game. If she could just hold out for another half hour, she could leave this place. She cautiously retreated. The others, seeing their predicament, turned and ran without a word, not daring to make a sound. However, they were overthinking it. So small and insignificant compared to the elephants, even if they made a sound, it wouldn't be heard, just like humans can't hear the sound of ants. The elephants' bellows rang out continuously. They seemed excited, but it was unclear what they were excited about. Or perhaps they found trampling humans a fun game, just like humans teasing ants for amusement. Jiang Mian narrowly avoided being trampled by the elephant, tumbling just past its feet, her eyes constantly on the danger. The next second, she looked up and saw an indescribable organ. Jiang Mian was immediately speechless. This elephant really had no sense of hygiene. Just then, a faint voice sounded beside her. Help me. Jiang Mian jumped in fright, quickly taking several steps back before recognizing the person. She was utterly shocked. Fu Junhan? What happened to you? Fu Junhan was covered in wounds, his left shoulder slumped, and the knife Jiang Mian had recently forged for him was broken, with several nicks. Fu Junhan didn't have time to dwell on how this woman knew his name. He had consistently used the name 0 Degree, so how did she know it? He looked at Jiang Mian, fully aware of her greed, and said bluntly, I give you 50,000 gold coins. You take me with you. If I survive until the end, I give you another 50,000. How's that deal? Ha! Jiang Mian sneered. Was he testing their relationship with gold coins? He was right. What kind of friendship could exist between them? It was nothing more than a transaction of money. Deal. Jiang Mian then half-squatted down, making him climb on top of him, and couldn't help but ask curiously, how did you end up like this? So disheveled? I don't believe you couldn't escape. Mentioning this, Fu Junhan was speechless. There was a way to escape, but some people are just not smart enough. When they realized they couldn't escape, they conspired to drag me down with them, making me die with them. In their entanglement, I wasn't careful and was accidentally trampled by the giant elephant. Luckily, I used an item card later, which saved me. After hearing Fu Junhan's story, Jiang Mian suddenly felt that he was quite pitiful. Just because he was a little stronger, not saving others would lead to being dragged down with him to die. It's quite bizarre. But putting himself in Jiang Mian's shoes, he would also choose to drag that person down with him. As the saying goes, human nature is indeed despicable. While the two were chatting, the giant elephant, which had previously calmed down, suddenly went berserk and began running wildly. Jiang Mian was almost at the edge of the elephant's path, when, under its erratic hooves, she had to change direction and flee. However, facing the increasing number of elephant legs, Jiang Mian couldn't dodge in time, and almost got trampled. She quickly deleted her prophecy, and activated her flight ability, managing to fly through a gap. Jiang Mian looked back with lingering fear. She had almost died. Indeed, money wasn't easy to earn. For those 100,000 gold coins, she not only had to carry a huge burden, but also had to be careful not to expose herself. She flew directly into the air, and suddenly thought of a plan. Now that she could fly, she was like a tiny ant in the elephant's eyes. Why not just fly onto the elephant's back and hide? Having figured this out, she didn't dare delay, and immediately climbed onto the elephant's back. Only after she was on the elephant's back did she feel relaxed. The ground beneath her feet was no longer so bumpy. Compared to the ground, the elephant's back was much more stable. Jiang Mian wanted to put Fu Junhan down, but Fu Junhan clung tightly to her. He was afraid that Jiang Mian would abandon him there and run away. After all, based on his understanding, this woman was capable of such an act. Jiang Mian had no idea what he was thinking. Instead, she tried her best to reassure him. Don't worry, it's alright. Let me check your injuries first. I have some medicine that should heal your wounds. Fu Junhan narrowed his eyes, somewhat disbelieving that she would be so kind. Sure enough, Jiang Mian revealed her true colors the next second. However, there's no such thing as a free lunch. One healing potion costs 10,000 gold coins. If you're willing, let's trade now. Hearing Jiang Mian's last words, Fu Junhan breathed a sigh of relief. A trade. A trade would do. He was afraid this woman would say it was free, which he wouldn't dare accept. Jiang Mian noticed that apart from the comminuted fracture of his left arm, his back and front injuries weren't too serious. Jiang Mian took out the potion, and the two exchanged money for the potion. After Fu Junhan took the potion, his injuries indeed healed quickly. Soon, most of his injuries were almost completely healed. Seeing this, Jiang Mian patted his chest and said triumphantly, "How about that? I didn't lie to you, did I? I guarantee it cure you." Fu Junhan, my arm isn't healed yet. Jiang Mian shrugged, well, there's nothing I can do. Your arm is a comminuted fracture. This medicine isn't a miracle cure, it definitely won't work. Just wait until the mission ends and let the system heal you. There are still 10 minutes left, brother. Let's pray for good luck. Fu Junhan didn't want to pay attention to her madness, and silently turned his eyes away. Jiang Mian didn't care. Looking down from the giant elephant, she saw only humans, like ants, frantically fleeing, much like wild beasts trapped in a gladiatorial arena. They could only flee, unable to fight back. Fight back? Jiang Mian suddenly thought of those two words, then looked at her position, and had a sudden inspiration. She went to Fu Junhan's side, borrowed his knife, and had him climb onto her back. Fu Junhan didn't understand what she meant, but he obediently did as she said. Jiang Mian raised Fu Junhan's knife, and made a cut on the giant elephant's neck. Chapter 141. The blade sliced across the giant elephant's neck, only cutting through the surface layer of skin. She had anticipated this scene. After several more cuts, blood finally gushed from the elephant's body. Roar! The giant elephant felt the pain, and roared to the sky, frantically shaking its head. Jiang Mian almost lost her balance and fell. She spun around in midair to regain her footing, then tugged at Fu Junhan's buttocks, lifting him up slightly. Hold on tight. I'm about to do something big. If you fall, I won't be responsible. Okay. Fu Junhan sensed what she was about to do. Although it was hard to believe this woman could be so crazy, it proved to be true. She returned to the giant elephant's wound, moving swiftly, striking more than 10 times in a second, each cut hitting the same spot. Soon, the giant elephant's roar turned into a wail, similarly attracting the attention of the other giant elephants. Upon seeing blood gushing from the giant elephant, the insects panicked and rushed over. Only when they got close did they notice the tiny insects on the elephant's body. They immediately began swatting at Jiang Mian and Fu Junhan with their trunks, but the two were far too small to hit them accurately. Instead, they left numerous wounds on the elephant, further hastening its death. Watching this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but smile. How ironic that her greatest ally was a fellow elephant. Fu Juhan also stared in shock at the scene, looking at the dying elephant, and even more incredulously at the woman before her. Who exactly is this woman? He never heard of her before, nor seen her on any list. Was she just being too low-key? Or had she recently received a stroke of good fortune that propelled her to such heights? Roar! The giant elephant finally let out a painful howl, and collapsed to the ground. Jiang Mian quickly hid behind it, and while the dust it kicked up was still rising, before anyone could see what was happening, she swiftly stored the giant elephant into her spatial storage. She vaguely heard something else, but she couldn't make it out. Ding! Congratulations to the player for killing the mutated animal elephant, gaining 100,000 gold coins. At the same time as this announcement, another voice rang out. Ding! Survival mission complete. Everyone is about to be teleported. Congratulations to player ID 987666 for completing the mission. Your reward is being calculated, please wait patiently. Congratulations to I Love Salty Soy Milk for successfully surviving one world. Initial reward, 100 gold coins. Based on your performance in the mission, you will receive 500,000 gold coins as a reward. In this survival game, you are ranked first in the overall world rankings. You will receive 10,000 gold coins as a reward. Keep up the good work, I Love Salty Soy Milk. You are ranked first in your personal world. You can receive 10 gold coins every day. Keep up the good work and maintain your ranking. Your world has completed 3 games, ending your beginner world title. More features will be unlocked soon. System shop fully open. World chat group coming soon. Player killed monsters in this world, and received 625,330 gold coins. Rewards have been issued. Jiang Mian was stunned by the ringing sounds in her mind, and couldn't recover for a long time. She didn't know which aspect to be shocked about first. 500,000 gold coins, number 1 in the overall world rankings, number 1 in her personal world rankings, the system shop fully open, the chat group about to open, and she even gained over 600,000 gold coins. All this news left her stunned. So much so that she overlooked something extremely important. When Jiang Mian had enough gold coins, she immediately bought a top-tier martial arts card, instantly reducing her initial investment of over 1 million gold coins to just over 200,000. Jiang Mian opened the system shop and found many different items, including a tracking item. Thinking of the tracking item reminded her of Fu Juhan, and thinking of Fu Juhan reminded her of the 50,000 gold coins he still owed her, as well as the knife she hadn't had time to return to him. For a moment, she didn't know whether to feel sorry for her 50,000 gold coins or be grateful for the knife she still possessed. This knife is far sharper than the knife in her spatial storage. Even though the knife in her storage was given a sharp edge, the materials used in its forging are different here. Even slight differences can affect the final result. Forget it, I stopped thinking about that now. Since this knife is mine now, I keep it for now. When we meet again, I make him pay 50,000 gold coins to exchange for it. Thinking this, Jiang Mian put the knife away. This knife was also from the system shop, and could leave with her after the mission. If we're talking about losses, Fu Yunan, who isn't short of money, probably lost out more. Jiang Mian looked at the gold coins in her hand, silently planning how to spend them. Besides spending 1 million gold coins to buy a top-tier martial arts card, she used the remaining 200,000 gold coins to buy some plus version enhancement cards and spirit-boosting potions. After thinking for a moment, she also bought some other potions with different effects, just in case. After all, the system shop closes as soon as you enter the game, which is quite annoying, but it's also a kind of fairness. Jiang Mian opened the world chat group and found that there were 2 interfaces. One interface was for their world, and the other was the chat group for players all over the world. At this moment, the chat group was in an uproar. Butterfly knife, oh my god, I finally survived. What a terrible world. So many monsters are bad enough, but the weirdest thing is, do you know what? In the last few days, so many giant elephants started attacking the base. I almost got trampled to death. If it weren't for the last chance to revive, I probably wouldn't be here talking now. Star you banana, yeah, if it weren't for good luck, I would have been trampled to death too. At first, I was glad that there were only 15 days for the mission, but then I realized it was a trap, a huge trap. The shorter the time, the more dangerous the mission. I'm Angela, hee, does anyone have? What bad luck. I fell right into a monster's mouth as soon as I entered the game. If it weren't for my special ability, I would have wasted a resurrection chance, and even then, I'd be resurrected inside the monster's stomach. Black Cat Man. Wait, Isn't anyone curious about who's always ranked number 1 in the world? How come it suddenly changed? Butterfly knife. I don't know, I haven't paid attention. I never look at that stuff. Anyway, it's not me. I'm a survivalist, as long as I'm alive, that's enough. Dragon Alfian. I noticed too. I think I was in the same world as this person. I remember she sold a lot of hot water and warm clothing in that world, but her prices were pretty high. Chapter 142. Lan Jingyi. Yes, in this world, I'm in the same world as her. However, in this world, she doesn't sell warm clothing or hot water. Instead, she sells weapons and mutated food that can increase strength, and the prices are quite high. And Xiaoniao, she seems to be a professional businesswoman. I just don't know how she got to be number 1, it's quite strange. Happy, peaceful, rich, and beautiful. I'm so envious. You guys even sell monster meat. Here, everyone wants to keep the monster meat for themselves and is unwilling to sell it. From the beginning to the end of the game, I only ate monster meat once. Red apple mushroom. Why do you think giant elephants are scary? Aren't those modified giants scarier? I was terrified and almost died. So much so that I transformed into a weed and stayed in the forest until the end of the game. Seeing this person's comment, who is envious, it's Jiang Mian, the one who fought hard to survive, and is still alive. Jiang Mian opened the survival world ranking, and found her name prominently at the top. Second place was 0 Degree, third place was Jin Wan, and fourth place was All Things Have Spirits. Jiang Mian opened the combat power ranking and found 0 Degree at the top, All Things Have Spirits in second place, while she was ranked outside the top 100. On the wealth ranking, All Things Have Spirits was first, and 0 Degrees was second. She was in the top 10. Further down was the gameplay count ranking. All Things Have Spirits, 0 Degrees, and several others whose names weren't on the rankings were tied for first place. Jiang Mian's lips twitched. She realized she still had a long way to go. Moreover, her combat power was far below the leaderboard, meaning there were at least 100 people in this game world who could easily defeat her. It seemed she couldn't be too arrogant. She had to admit defeat when necessary. After reading this, Jiang Mian was about to exit the game when her private message lit up. 0 Degree. My knife is with you. Jiang Mian was speechless. The person in question had already come knocking? Considering this person was number 1 on the combat power leaderboard, she obediently replied, yes. The situation was too urgent. I didn't have time to return it to you. Besides, you still owe me 50,000 gold coins. Fu Junan was silent. It wasn't an emergency. He had reminded this woman when the game countdown was about to end. However, she was so focused on killing the giant elephant that she couldn't hear him at all, and with only one arm free, her movements were even weaker. Therefore, he hadn't had time to get his knife back. Similarly, she was right. He did indeed owe her 50,000 gold coins, which he hadn't had time to repay. Fu Junhan had a headache. He truly hadn't expected his personal weapon to be stolen. It seemed he had been too careless. Sitting in a high position for too long, he had overlooked this detail. He sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead. Trade this sword to me now. As for the fee, I pay. Okay. Remember to pay me my 50,000 gold coins. All right. After agreeing, Jiang Mian prepared to return the long sword. However, looking at the exorbitant fee, Jiang Mian fell silent. She took a screenshot and sent it to Fu Junhan, who fell silent upon seeing the fee. Never mind, you can keep it for now. I find you in the next world, and you can return it to me then. Jiang Mian stared at the message, stunned for a moment, then quickly retorted, you can find me? Aren't we randomly assigned to different worlds after entering the mission? How could you possibly find me? 0 Degree. There are special tracking items that have a very high probability of matching you with someone you want to team up with in the same world. It just depends on whether your shop is open. You should know that everyone's system shop is different. Maybe you don't have this, but I happen to have it. Ha! Jiang Mian was amused and annoyed. It seemed the shop discriminated based on who they served. And Fu Junhan was quite annoying, always saying things that made people uncomfortable. Therefore, Jiang Mian simply ignored Fu Junhan's later message. 0 Degree, I heard you call my name before, you know me, right? Having waited a long time without a response, Fu Junhan exited the system space and returned to his own world. It was a world ravaged by war. Few humans remained on the land, the majority were grotesque zombies. Fu Junhan glanced at them with annoyance and turned to leave. The zombies exchanged glances, then scratched their heads in confusion. So you're old humans. Without much thought, they returned to their homes. They were human in life, and knew humans in death, no longer needing to struggle for food. They didn't see anything wrong with their current appearance. They still considered themselves human and lived normal lives. Jiang Mian opened her eyes in bed and saw her grandmother and younger brother looking at her with worried eyes. Jiang Mian was stunned and almost didn't realize what had happened. Her grandmother touched Jiang Mian's head with her rough hands, and seeing that Jiang Mian was awake, she immediately smiled. "Mian Mian, you're finally awake. I was so worried about you. You've been sleeping for over 10 hours, and we couldn't wake you no matter what we did. It scared us to death." Jiang Mian's initially confused look turned into fear upon hearing her grandmother's words. Her lips twitched slightly, and after a long pause, she finally managed to utter a question. "Grandma, what did you just say? You said I slept for over 10 hours? Yes, after breakfast this morning. Didn't you say you were coming back to rest? You've been sleeping for so long now, and we couldn't wake you no matter what we did. I was planning to call the village doctor to come and take a look, but because of what happened last time, no one was willing to come. I was even thinking that if you didn't wake up, I have your brother carry you, and we drive to town to get you checked out." Jiang Mian's face was pale, and her eyes shifted constantly, sometimes angry, sometimes terrified, and sometimes filled with lingering fear. She comforted her grandmother and brother for a few moments, finally managing to get them to leave, before finally confronting the system assistant. "System assistant, what's going on? Why did I wake up again? Time is no longer frozen, but flowing? This world has already experienced 3 game cycles, and is no longer a beginner world. It has lost the protection mechanisms of the beginner world. Players are advised to carefully observe their surroundings before entering the game next time, and try not to be discovered by others to avoid unnecessary trouble." "What do you mean? I don't quite understand. If my body is still in the original world, then what is my body in the game world? Are there 2 of me in the world?" Chapter 143. Players have only one body, not 2. During the mission, a clone puppet will remain in this world, provided by the system shop. The clone puppet is identical to the player's body, but lacks consciousness. It remains unconscious. Jiang Mian wasn't particularly concerned about this. What she cared about was something else entirely, so, from the next mission, no. From this mission onwards, from now on, after we enter the world, the flow of time in the original world will continue, right? Yes, after players enter the game world, time in the real world will flow appropriately, generally 1 to 24 hours. Upon receiving confirmation, Jiang Mian's heart sank for a moment. Previously, when time in the original world didn't flow, she was somewhat pleasantly surprised. When she wasn't there, world time wouldn't change, meaning her grandmother and younger brother wouldn't be in danger. However, now the system assistant was telling her that those were benefits of the newbie world. Now that those benefits were gone, it meant that while she herself wouldn't face any danger in the original world during her absence, her family would be. This was something she couldn't accept. "I want to ask, is there any way to solve this problem? Even using gold coins would be fine." They were lucky this time. Nothing unexpected happened while she was away. But what about next time, and the time after that? Would they always be so lucky? The extreme temperatures in their world right now were just the beginning. What would they do when tsunamis, blizzards, freezing temperatures, acid rain, all those disasters came? She went on a mission, but who would protect Grandma and her younger brother? "Sorry, after searching with the system assistant, the item you requested does not exist in the store." Jiang Mian felt a little discouraged upon hearing this reply. However, the next second, she thought of something and suddenly rushed to Jiang Wuzai's room. "Jiang Wuzai, open the door quickly, I have something good for you." The sound of slippers dragging on the floor came from inside. Jiang Wuzai was holding a piece of wire, and it was unclear what he was doing in the room. Jiang Mian didn't care at the moment. She took out a bottle of bright green potion and handed it to Jiang Wuzai. Her words were enticing. "Wuzai, this is a good thing. I especially found it for you. Try it and see how it tastes." Jiang Wuzai frowned immediately upon seeing the almost blackish green potion in his sister's hand. He was mentally damaged, but not completely stupid. Looking at the colored potion, he suddenly remembered a cartoon he'd seen before, where the villains used the same greenish-yellow soup to poison the protagonist. He immediately knelt on the ground, putting on a pitiful look, and said, "Sister, please don't make me drink this. It looks like a standard poison. I don't want to die." Jiang Mian was exasperated. She kicked Jiang Wuzai, who was sitting on the ground, and muttered, "You brat, get up right now. What kind of nonsense are you watching? Would your sister harm you? This is good stuff. It can strengthen your body. Drink it quickly, let me see if it works." Really? Sister? But when Gray Sheep poisoned Happy Wolf, it was this color of poison. Jiang Mian looked utterly disgusted, almost hitting him. What kind of nonsense are you watching? Isn't that cartoon called Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf? How did it become Big Big Wolf and Big Big Wolf? Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Jiang Mian grabbed his hair, opened the vial, and poured the potion down his throat. Ah! Jiang Wuzhai, a towering 1.9 meters tall, was like a little chick at this moment, completely powerless to resist, his mouth filled with the potion. Jiang Mian had never tasted this kind of potion before, assuming it was colorless and odorless, because she had seen the people at the Tianhong base take it without even flinching. However, Jiang Wuzhai was different. He clutched his throat, pretending to be about to die, and said, "Sis, it's poisonous. It burns my throat, I'm going to die." After saying that, he kicked his legs and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Jiang Mian thought something had really happened to him, and was about to go up to check on him, when she saw Jiang Wuzhai sit up again. "Sis, water, it's so spicy. I want some water." Jiang Mian glared at him, annoyed. "If you want water, go get it yourself. Don't play dead. You almost fooled me. You're not allowed to eat ice cream today." "No way. You said I could have 2 every day." After saying that, Jiang Wuzhai hurriedly went to the refrigerator in the living room to get water to rinse his mouth. He was about to spit out the water when Jiang Mian stopped him. "Don't spit it out, swallow it. This is all good stuff, you know?" Jiang Wuzhai's mouth was covered, and he couldn't break free from Jiang Mian's hand, so he could only obediently tilt his head back and swallow. Seeing this, Jiang Mian finally released her grip. She carefully examined Jiang Wuzhai, but found nothing unusual. She looked at him hesitantly. "Do you feel anything is different?" Jiang Wuzhai looked at her, puzzled, and shook his head. "No, sister, apart from my sore throat, nothing else bothers me." Jiang Mian's eyes flickered slightly. Something's wrong, very wrong. Before, Jiang Wuzhai would never have spoken so logically. He would have broken his sentences down into 2 parts, and you have to ask him several times before he could clearly articulate his thoughts. It's nothing like now, where he expresses himself clearly in a single sentence. It seems the treatment is indeed effective. However, even the most effective treatment can't cure someone whose brain has been damaged for so many years all at once. After all, he lacks the necessary knowledge and foundational understanding over the years. It requires a gradual process. Slow recovery, she thought, and felt relieved. She patted Jiang Wuzhai's arm. "Okay, as long as you're not feeling unwell, it's fine. Go back to sleep." "Huh? Sis, you woke me up in the middle of the night just to make me drink that awful-tasting medicine? What else?" Jiang Mian looked at him with a forced smile. "What else did you want? Did I wake you up to make you eat something?" Watching Jiang Wuzhai leave in anger and despair, Jiang Mian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when Jiang Wuzhai kicked his legs, she was truly terrified. She was afraid that the constitutions of people from 2 different worlds were different, and that the effects of the medicine would be different. She was afraid that she would kill him. Now, thinking back, she realized she had been too careless. She hadn't thought things through, and had directly fed him that medicine. She had been so foolish. Now, she abandoned the idea of taking out the enhancement potion. Where could she find a guinea pig? She could have that person try the enhancement potion first to see if it worked, and if there were any other side effects before she used it on her family. Chapter 144. Thinking this, Jiang Mian opened the world chat group. She found that there were quite a few players in her world, over 5,000, which was pretty good. After all, the previous world was truly dangerous. In their world, out of 10 million people, only a 5-figure number survived. Keep in mind, that was the combined population of many worlds, only 50,000. Distributed among each world, that's about right. At this moment, everyone in the chat group was sharing their experiences and encounters, and some were even recruiting. Jiang Mian looked closely, and found that these were official recruitment notices. Besides the official ones, no one else was posting job openings. That's understandable. At a time like this, who would dare to so openly provoke the official organization? Jiang Mian looked at the benefits offered by the official organization. They were indeed quite good. They could help take care of family members and provide housing, cars, and transportation. In her previous life, Jiang Mian would definitely have chosen the official organization as her backer. But this life was different. Joining the official organization would likely expose her secrets, and they might force her to hand over the items in her spatial storage. After all, there was still an unstable factor in this world. Lan Lingling, the one who stole her space in her past life, would definitely realize that she had already bound the space to herself, and that what she gave her was merely a container if she found herself in the official chat room in this life. Thinking this, Jiang Mian didn't pay attention to the official announcement. She looked at the chat room, mostly filled with discussions from players who had participated in the game 3 times. Niu Hulu Ching, what happened? Why did the world flow? Wasn't I sitting in front of my family? When I woke up again, I found myself in the hospital. My family said I suddenly fainted and couldn't be woken up no matter what they did. They took me to the hospital, did a bunch of tests, but didn't find anything wrong. Even though I woke up, they wouldn't let me leave the hospital and insisted on keeping me there. I'm speechless. And Xianyao, I'm even more speechless. I was playing a sex game with my boyfriend. I was planning to find an excuse to go to the bathroom before the game started, but my idiot boyfriend insisted on doing that, and I couldn't stop him, so I agreed. Halfway through, we entered the game, and when I came out, I found myself lying on the ground, and my boyfriend had run off with my money. I'm currently at the police station filing a report. I really appreciate it. Cough cough. Jiang Mian was eating chilled watermelon and reading the comments when she was shocked by the post from this familiar-looking person named Xianyao and coughed a few times. Wait, this person is too fierce. Can he really say something like this? Thinking this, she clicked on Xianyou's profile picture and found that he hadn't hidden his gender. Jiang Mian then completely questioned her existence. ID, Xianyou. Gender, male. Age, 25. Jiang Mian silently closed his profile. The world is too changeable. She's not keeping up with the times. Zhang Xiong. I spent gold coins to ask the system assistant and learn some information, which I should tell you now. The system assistant said that the reason our world started rotating with the time flow of the mission world is because our beginner world has expired, and we officially joined the Fire Seed project. That's why it's like this. Also, each Fire Seed project only allows a limit of 100,000 people per world. Only after some of the previous 100,000 die will new people be selected. And Xianyao really? Doesn't that mean many people are hoping we die? Zhang Xiong. No, because I'm a veteran player who's participated in the game 3 times. I noticed that after each mission ends, the number of people who participated in the game never exceeds 10,000. This time it's even less, it's just us. Everyone else is dead. I have a guess. The number 100,000 will probably never be fixed. Cat with the Moon. Yeah, people die on every mission, and each mission gets harder than the last. How can we possibly gather 100,000 people? Zhang Xiong. Yes, that's why you can choose to join the local government and learn some self-defense techniques to increase your chances of survival. Cat with the Moon. You're right, I go find the government's contact information right now. Jiang Mian knew that the 100,000 person limit would never be reached, but she was surprised that asking the system assistant cost money. Thinking this, she asked the system assistant, and it replied, players who spend 100,000 do not need to pay extra gold coins. The system assistant will proactively answer their questions. That's great. This was indeed something Jiang Mian hadn't expected. The system assistant actually had this hidden benefit. After watching the commotion in the group, Jiang Mian didn't want to waste any more time, so she directly sent a message in the group. I love salty soy milk. Bonus message. Everyone's system shop refreshes with different items. Some people's items might be very useful, while others might be useless. I recently refreshed a new item, but I don't know how effective it will be. I need someone to test it. If you're willing, add me as a friend, and we can chat privately. After she sent this message, the group fell silent. Those who had been sending messages in the chat group seemed to have crashed. No one replied. Jiang Mian was puzzled. Was she some kind of monster? Why did everyone stop talking after she sent a message, making her feel isolated? Then, a barrage of private messages flooded in. Big boss, are you really that big boss who sells things? Are you the number 1 ranked player in the world? Big boss, look at me. I'm willing to try the medicine. What medicine is it? What are its effects? Can I take a look? Are you the big boss who sold hot water in the game chat group before? You're from the same world as me. I'm so lucky. Big boss, I don't want to try the medicine. Can we add each other as friends so we can keep in touch? Jiang Mian looked at these messages. She ignored those who didn't want to try the medicine or asked irrelevant questions. She found the person who said they were willing to try the medicine and added them as a friend. Jun Changsheng had only been trying it out, but he didn't expect to actually be added by the big boss. He suddenly had the illusion that his luck had improved. Hello big boss, can I ask what medicine it is? What are its effects, and then try it. After sending this message, Jun Chansheng anxiously looked at the chat interface, afraid that the big boss would think he was being difficult and wouldn't trade with him. Chapter 145. However, it turned out he was overthinking it. Jiang Mian didn't find this troublesome. After all, she had said she was looking for someone to test the drug. If she didn't explain the basic effects of the drug, what was the difference between that and deceiving someone? No one would be so stupid as to become a guinea pig without even asking questions. Jiang Mian explained the effects of the drug to him. My system shop says this is a drug that can enhance human potential, similar to an upgrade card, but with a more comprehensive effect. I'd like you to test this drug for me to see if there are any adverse reactions. Jun Chansheng looked at the message and the picture sent, hesitated for a moment, and then said, okay. I try. Okay, let's sign the contract. If there are no problems, I hope you take the drug as soon as possible. I want to see the results quickly. Draw a circle to curse you, sure. After the two signed the contract, Jiang Mian directly traded the item, paying 0.1 gold coins as a handling fee. Holding the dripping red potion, Jun Chansheng felt a strange sense of fear. But the contract was already signed, so he gritted his teeth and forced himself to swallow it. The potion tasted slightly bitter, with a hint of rust. He didn't know what it was made of. Within 10 minutes of taking it, he felt intensely hot all over, not from the outside weather, but a heat that seemed to emanate from his very bones. He felt an urge to immerse himself in ice water, and in doing so, he did just that. After soaking in the ice water, he felt incredibly refreshed. Soon after, white steam began to rise from his body, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His entire body felt tingly and numb. This sensation lasted for about half an hour. The ice in the bathtub had long since melted. He tried to get up to change the tub, but as he stood up, he accidentally crushed it. Jun Chansheng stared blankly at his hand, utterly astonished by his strength. He had smashed the bathtub. He was silent for a moment, then grinned foolishly. Hee. Feels like I hit the jackpot this time. Once the effects of the drug wore off, Jun Chansheng went to the strength testing room. He threw a punch, and his strength tripled compared to before. He immediately told Jiang Mian about this. Jiang Mian had been waiting so long she was almost asleep, finally receiving feedback from her guinea pig. Boss, do you still have this potion? I'd like to buy some from you. Look, my strength has tripled. If I use this potion with an upgrade card, I'd definitely be even stronger. I'd like to buy some of this potion from you. Triple? Only 3 times? That's really too low. But it's better than nothing. After all, it boosts the whole body, and most importantly, non-players can use it too. That alone is enough to blow away anything in the game store. Looking at the last sentence, drawing a circle to curse you, Jiang Mian clearly stated, the boost effect is a bit too low. 200 gold coins only increase your strength by 3 times, which isn't very cost-effective compared to an upgrade card. Upon hearing the price, Jun Chansheng understood the situation and decided against taking the potion again. Draw a circle and curse you. Boss, next time you have a good opportunity to try this kind of drug, come to me. I guarantee I give you a complete description of the drug's effects on your body. I love salty soy milk. Okay. After sending the last message, Jiang Mian left the chat group and started searching through her spatial storage. She took out a small, exquisite box she had specially prepared, and looking at the 10 remaining red, black, and 3 dark green potions, she suddenly felt that she hadn't prepared enough in the last world. It's okay, superpowers are prohibited now, but that doesn't mean they'd be prohibited in the next world. She can just give these potions their properties then. Jiang Mian wasn't one to get caught up in indecision. After thinking it through, she decided to give it to Jiang Wuzai tomorrow, and only after seeing the effects firsthand would she give it to her grandmother. After all, her grandmother was quite old, and she needed to be absolutely certain before using the drug. Even if it didn't turn them into superhumans or highly trained agents, it would at least give them the ability to protect themselves. Not only did she need to give them this drug, but she also needed to feed them the flesh of monsters from the previous world to further enhance their physical constitution. While pondering these plans, she unknowingly fell asleep, only to wake up the next day drenched in sweat, sitting up in bed. Although the air conditioning was on inside, the outside temperature seemed even hotter. Even at the lowest setting, it didn't provide any relief. Jiang Mian fanned herself as she sat up, unable to bear the stench of her sweat any longer. She went to the bathroom to shower before emerging from the bed. Grandma had already prepared breakfast outside. Because of the heat, she cooked porridge in the rice cooker and then made some cold noodles for breakfast. Jiang Mian sat at the table, her hair wrapped in a towel, and began to eat large mouthfuls of rice. Ah! This tastes so good. I missed it so much. After saying something ambiguous, Jiang Mian continued eating. This small portion wasn't nearly enough for her, but she didn't complain. Instead, she went to the kitchen, and soon returned with a bowl of meat and fruit. The meat was still warm, it was braised beef, and each piece was quite large. Grandma stared in disbelief as Jiang Mian brought out a basin. She knew her granddaughter had a big appetite, but surely a basin wasn't necessary. It wasn't that she was making a fuss, but the basin was at least a meter in diameter. Imagine a basin a meter wide filled with beef. Anyone would be astonished. Jiang Mian, completely unconcerned by her grandmother's gaze, declared boldly, "Grandma, eat the meat. This is all good stuff. It nourishes your body." Grandma's lips twitched. She simply couldn't play along with Jiang Mian's antics. She waved her hand. "It's so early in the morning, I can't eat that much. I'm old, my appetite isn't good. You and your brother eat." As she spoke, she was about to take the empty bowl into the kitchen when Jiang Mian grabbed her arm. "Grandma, you're amazing. This stuff is really good for your health. Look how strong I am now. I can beat my brother like a little chick. It's all because I eat this kind of meat all the time. Try a piece if you don't believe me." Grandma hesitated for a moment, but after her granddaughter's words, she became curious and picked out the smallest piece of beef to eat. It melted in her mouth, perfect for an elderly woman with bad teeth. Chapter 146. She was full before she even finished a piece of meat. Jiang Mian, seeing her expression and confirming she wasn't experiencing any discomfort, finally felt relieved. She then began to eat with Jiang Wuzai. Since taking the green potion yesterday, Jiang Wuzai had seemed much wiser. He didn't say much, just focused on eating his meat. What he had in his mouth was the real benefit. After eating a few pieces of meat, Jiang Mian didn't want to eat anymore. She was already tired of it in her previous world. Thinking for a moment, she took out 2 glasses of watermelon juice from her spatial storage, secretly poured some out, and added a tiny amount of the reddish-black potion, almost imperceptible. She shook the watermelon juice and potion together, and served it to the 2 of them. After watching them drink it, she left. Brr! Jiang Wuzai's stomach was bulging from eating. He followed Jiang Mian around, saying, "Sis, aren't we exercising today?" Jiang Mian waved her hand. "We talk about it later. Come with me, we're going to do something important." With that, Jiang Mian led him to the area where the air conditioner outdoor units were. She had just cut off the power in the house. She directed Jiang Wuzai to remove the old units and replace them with new ones. These air conditioner outdoor units were specially bought from a shopping mall. They were essentially upgraded versions. The description said they could withstand temperatures as high as 90 degrees Celsius and as low as -70 degrees Celsius, and would work as long as there was electricity. Whether it was true or not, Jiang Mian bought 3 outdoor units, along with 3 brand new air conditioners, just to try it out. When she bought them, the appearance of the air conditioners could be customized. She specifically designed them to look like ordinary air conditioners. After installing them, the house was indeed much cooler than before, and she no longer had to worry about waking up drenched in sweat. Jiang Mian was quite satisfied. Looking at her grandmother and younger brother, who were sweating profusely, she guiltily touched her nose. The weather had been hot lately, they shouldn't notice anything, right? They probably would, wouldn't they? Although her grandmother hadn't noticed anything, she felt her appetite had increased significantly these past few days. She usually only ate 1 bowl of rice, but now she could easily eat half a bowl more. She didn't think about anything else, she was only thinking about the bowl of beef Jiang Mian had brought out that day. Jiang Mian had said that eating the beef would make her stronger. At first, she hadn't believed it, but now that she felt her appetite and strength had indeed increased, even if her grandmother didn't want to believe it, the facts were right in front of her, and she had no choice but to accept it. "Mian, where did you get all this stuff? It really does have the effect you described." Jiang Mian said mysteriously in a low voice, "Grandma, I tell you a secret. My space was upgraded recently, and I can raise animals in it. These are all animals I raised that have evolved over time. How about that? Isn't it exactly as I said? Your strength has indeed increased?" Grandma nodded in surprise, then hesitated after realizing what she meant. "Grandma is getting old, so there's no need for her to eat these things anymore. You and your brother can eat them. Don't give them to me anymore. I just eat the meat we bought at the market before." Hearing her grandmother's words, Jiang Mian fell silent. It was the same in her past life. Before her death, her grandmother said the same thing about the food she found. "Mian, Grandma isn't hungry. I don't want to eat anymore." Grandma wants to sleep. You and your brother can eat them. At the time, she naively thought her grandmother was really sleepy, so she didn't disturb her sleep. By the time she realized what had happened, her grandmother had already passed away. As Jiang Suyu finished saying she wouldn't eat, she saw tears welling up in her granddaughter's eyes, which then fell. She tenderly wiped away her granddaughter's tears, not knowing why she was crying, but instinctively comforting her. Mian Mian, don't cry. What's wrong? Did Grandma say something wrong? Jiang Mian shook her head, wiping away her own tears, and said aggrievedly, It's nothing, Grandma. I just remembered some memories that aren't mine. In those memories, you said the same thing, but you lied to me. By the time I realized it, you had abandoned me and my brother. Grandma, you're trying to lie to me again, but I'm not the same person I used to be. I have plenty of food now, and I'm not going to leave you alone with food that will make you stronger. If you want to eat, we eat together. If you don't eat, I won't eat either, and neither will Wuzai. We won't eat either. Jiang Suyu was caught off guard. She rarely saw her granddaughter cry. Usually, when her grandson cried, she would just threaten him with her granddaughter. She had no experience with this kind of thing. She could only say, okay, we eat, and we become stronger together, without abandoning each other. Jiang Mian wiped away her tears, hugged her grandmother's waist, and unknowingly fell asleep in this safe environment. Jiang Suyu sighed. This little girl has suffered a lot since she was little. When they adopted her, she was different from other orphans. The other orphans were all well-behaved and sensible, but she was quiet and reserved. So they decided to adopt the little girl and named her Jiang Mian. Later, it was only after a long time, with the love of her family, that Jiang Mian regained the liveliness that a normal child should have. Now that they're grown up, they shoulder the responsibility of supporting their families at such a young age. If they don't treat the little girl well, who will? Jiang Mian tried it for a few days, and, seeing that the two girls responded well to the enhancement potion, simply increased the dosage. Although the two girls found it strange, feeling unbearably hot even under the air conditioning, they assumed it was just due to the rising outside temperature, and didn't think of anything else. The weather outside is getting hotter and hotter. It's said that temperatures in some special areas have reached over 90 degrees Celsius. The volcanoes there are very unstable, and nearby residents are beginning to relocate to other cities to avoid volcanic eruptions. Shortly after the local residents moved away, an earthquake suddenly struck, followed by a volcanic eruption. The eruption was a spectacular sight beyond words. Jiang Mian had witnessed such a scene before. In his past life, a volcano erupted around the same time. However, in his previous life, not all residents near the volcano had time to evacuate, and some perished in the flames, leaving not even ashes. This life was different. With government intervention, no one else was affected. However, according to statistics, some hikers who ignored warnings and explored alongside trails happened to encounter the eruption and died instantly. Online, the criticism of those hikers was overwhelmingly negative, with some even mocking them. Luckily, no one was around, otherwise we would have had to risk our lives to rescue them. There were huge signs saying danger, do not enter, and they were like they were blind. Chapter 147. Jiang Mian looked at the message from Draw a Circle to curse you. Boss, what you said was actually true. The volcano over there really did erupt. The authorities were originally planning to evacuate people in the vicinity in half a month, but after I spread your word, they didn't believe it at first. But after everyone said you were amazing and about your achievements in the last mission, they immediately took action. Draw a Circle to curse you added, by the way, boss, do you want to join the official team? The benefits here are really good, and they can even help you take care of your family or friends. Are you really not considering it? She ignored the rest of the message. It seemed the person she added was indeed from the official team. But that was fine. Next time she wouldn't need to shout in the chat group, she could just contact this Draw a Circle person directly. Jun Chansheng shrugged, looking at his grandfather's expectant eyes, and sighed helplessly, don't even think about it. They don't want to join us. It seems they don't trust us very much. Grandpa Chang looked at his grandson seriously. Didn't you explain the benefits of joining the official team to them? I did. But they just don't want to, and there's nothing I can do. I don't know them. I can't force them to join. Besides, that's a real big shot. Killing your grandson would be a piece of cake for him. Grandpa, don't let me down. Sigh. Grandpa Chang shook his head, only able to sigh helplessly. Before leaving, he still instructed him, try not to make enemies with them. Since that person is so powerful, try your best to get on their good side, maybe they can help you in the game later. Most cities have implemented time power supply, meaning electricity is only available at specific times. Unless you're in a work area, the power is cut off at other times, which is unbearable for many. The temperature outside has already reached 69 degrees Celsius. Let alone walking outside. Even turning off the air conditioner for 2 minutes makes you sweat profusely. Many people resolutely quit their jobs and return to their hometowns, only to find that many stores were closed when they tried to stock up on supplies. Even those that weren't closed had purchase restrictions, limiting purchases to a small amount at a time. With no other option, they turned to small shops that still had connections and weren't closed. However, the prices there had increased several times over. A bag of bread that usually costs 2 yuan is now 20, and steamed buns are 10 yuan each, a tenfold price increase, causing them great distress. Even so, they dared not report it to higher authorities. It's not uncommon for such reports to occur before, but while officials did come, they simply confiscated all the goods, leaving neither the shopkeepers nor the shopkeepers with any benefit. Only then did they realize that society had fallen into chaos. They had toiled tirelessly to earn an extra 60 yuan a day for the high temperature allowance, but now money was no longer money, and they had nowhere to spend it. Some wept bitterly, while others reacted quickly, calling home, "Hey Dad! Have we harvested the corn yet?" "What? Son, I'm in the field picking corn." "What did you just say?" "Dad, listen to me. After you harvest the corn, don't sell it. Keep it. You absolutely must keep it, you know? It's going to be very useful. It's all money. It's our chance to get rich." Many people overheard the man talking to his father on the phone and looked at him with envy. Some with hostile eyes exchanged glances and quietly followed him. Besides these slow-witted ones, there were also those who reacted quickly. As soon as they realized something was wrong, they started stockpiling supplies. At that time, supermarkets hadn't implemented purchase limits or closed. They bought a lot of things, confidently guarding their small plot of land, fearing others would discover and steal their goods. The higher-ups, of course, wouldn't abandon their other plans for such a small gain. Most people were now being concentrated on building shelters, using the best materials and manpower, determined not to allow them any opportunity to cut corners. The principle of strength in numbers was demonstrated at this moment. Almost every city had 2 or 3 shelters built, with ample capacity. However, these shelters were all hidden. People outside knew construction was underway, but they didn't know what was happening inside. Even the workers themselves were completely bewildered. Because of the current weather, they only start work at night and leave in the morning. The wages are particularly high, and meals are provided, so many people come here to work. However, getting a job here now requires connections and introductions from acquaintances. Suddenly, those who lost their jobs were begging and pleading, contacting every relative they hadn't contacted in ages. After finally getting in, they discovered it was just manual labor, like working on a construction site. Before, people only went to construction sites as a last resort. Now, you have to pull every string to get in. Times have certainly changed. This is when the old saying truly shines. If you don't do it, plenty of others will. If they don't do it, even more people will rush to do it, so everyone works incredibly hard, afraid of being left behind if they're too slow. After silently acting as a good Samaritan, Jiang Mian stopped paying attention to what was happening above. Except for some major disasters, which she remembered, she was aware of later disasters, but didn't know when they started. After all, at that time, her daily life was a struggle for basic sustenance, and she didn't have much time to focus on these things, except for some particularly memorable events. Just then, the door, which hadn't been knocked on for a long time, was knocked on again. Jiang Mian opened the door, and saw a slightly familiar face. Still wearing worn-out slippers, his thin frame looked as if a gust of wind could blow him over. His skin, tanned dark from years of working in the fields, was a stark contrast to his grandfather. Because their last meeting had been unpleasant, Jiang Mian didn't give him a friendly look, and her tone lacked any feigned warmth. Jiang Mian looked at him and asked stiffly, "What do you want?" Jiang Yankai was slightly disappointed to see Jiang Mian open the door, but remembering his purpose, he forced a smile and asked Jiang Mian, "Nyo, is your grandma home?" Jiang Mian didn't understand why he asked this. Did he have some ulterior motive? Seeing Jiang Mian's lack of response, and the obvious wariness in her eyes, Jiang Yankai continued somewhat awkwardly, "Isn't it harvest time recently? I heard from the college students in the village that we shouldn't sell the grain. We can grind it into cornmeal and sell it to city people. I was thinking that since your family doesn't farm, so..." Chapter 148. He adjusted the bag on his back. I brought you some of the corn I just harvested. There's some I can't carry by myself. Why don't you and your brother get it? Jiang Mian then noticed that he was carrying a urea bag on his back, which probably contained corn kernels. She frowned immediately, genuinely surprised that after what happened last time, there was still someone in the village who cared about their family. Was he acting out of ulterior motives, or was he genuinely kind? No! Jiang Mian slapped her forehead, suddenly remembering that this was her second grandfather, her grandfather's younger brother. In other words, they were related. Perhaps he couldn't bear to see them starve. After all, from their perspective, they didn't farm or have any proper work. They were likely lacking food and clothing. Perhaps that was why he was concerned about them. Thinking this, Jiang Mian's tone softened. She took the bag of urea from the old man's back, weighed it in her hand, and found it to be about 50 pounds. The old man was covered in dust and looked rather grimy, so Jiang Mian gently patted him off. However, she didn't take the bag of corn kernels, saying, "No need, we don't need any for now. You should keep it for yourself, you have a family to feed too." The second grandfather waved his hand, unable to suppress a wry smile. "You all eat. I'm an old man, and can't eat that much. Say hello to your grandmother for me. I be going now. If you and your brother want to come find me, go to the 2-story building at the far west end of the village. My house is very obvious, it has a grey wall, you see it as soon as you go in." Why would Jiang Mian accept food from an old man without a reason? She simply handed him the food, explaining, "I'm sorry, I can't accept these things. You should take them back, and keep them for yourself. Those college students are right, after harvesting the corn, don't sell it yet. But you can't just grind it into flour directly, it's not good for storage. See if you can find a factory that makes compressed biscuits, and have them process the grain for you, that will make it easier to preserve." Seeing that such a small, thin girl like Jiang Mian could lift the sack with one hand, the second grandfather sighed inwardly, "I'm really getting old, I'm useless now." He still refused, saying, "Take these things back, don't give them to me. Since I said they were a gift for you, they are." Just as he was about to leave, he heard a familiar voice coming from inside the house. "Mian Mian, accept the things, and thank your second grandfather for me." Hearing this voice, Jiang Yankai quickened his pace. Jiang Mian turned back, intending to thank him, but found he was already far away. Jiang Mian returned to the yard carrying the urea bag, looking at her grandmother with confusion. "Grandma, why should we accept second grandfather's things? Wouldn't accepting them mean owing him a favor? Besides, we don't need these things, do we?" Her grandmother was silent for a moment after hearing her words, then said with some sorrow, "Alas! There are some things you're too young to understand. He's trying to make up for his regrets. Unfortunately, it's too late." Jiang Mian truly didn't understand, and after hearing her grandmother's explanation, she was even more confused. However, seeing her grandmother still lost in her memories, Jiang Mian kept quiet and didn't ask any further questions. She looked at the bag of corn in the house, unable to think of a good solution for the time being, so she left the bag there. Then she went to a plastic bag she had laid out in the back of the yard, and put the coal she had previously stored into her spatial storage, followed by another batch of damp coal. This was something she had collected back in the extreme cold world, but it was all moldy, and she hadn't had time to sort it out before. Now that she finally had time, she could finally organize it all. At the same time, she noticed something else. Some of the brain-eating worms in her spatial storage had secretly absorbed the brains of the giants at the end, and they had undergone some changes. Their sizes suddenly increased, each one growing larger like an inflated balloon. Jiang Mian's expression wasn't so pleasant. They had grown so large, their appearance was rather grotesque, and she truly found it hard to accept. How to put it? Let's just say that originally their size, and the small feet they grew were proportionate. However, after consuming those substances, they only grew taller without growing legs. In fact, their legs atrophied, making them look like giant worms. Furthermore, these creatures' intelligence had also declined. Besides understanding some simple commands, they couldn't comprehend other instructions well. It was as if their brains had been kicked by a donkey. Even so, they still happily hopped around the farm every day. Jiang Mian sighed, rubbing her forehead. "Forget it, let's keep them. What if the offspring aren't so stupid?" Yes, although their brains weren't quite normal, their reproduction rate had increased several times over. Jiang Mian could barely pretend she didn't see their idiocy. As for the brain-eating worms that parasitized their oversized bodies, Jiang Mian released them back into the breeding farm, and then stored their bodies in the static space. The bodies parasitized by these brain-eating worms were essentially dead, so over time, they would emit a foul odor, similar to the stench of a long-dead person. Therefore, Jiang Mian tried to use these bodies sparingly, so she could reuse them. She hadn't noticed this before because the brain-eating worms usually parasitize fish or seafood, which naturally masked their odor. However, in the previous world, because they had initially parasitized some field mice, over time she naturally smelled the stench. Although it wasn't outwardly visible, dissection revealed that the field mice's internal organs were beginning to rot. It was only then that Jiang Mian realized that being parasitized by brain-eating worms didn't mean one was still alive. From the moment of parasitism, one was in a state of death. The worms were simply taking over, continuing to function, and issuing commands to the body. They appeared no different from living people, but over time, the differences would become easily noticeable. Because the brain-eating worms had performed so well in the previous world, Jiang Mian simply expanded their habitat. This was already the largest breeding farm, and now, with the expansion, it occupied even more space, enough for them to live comfortably for a while. After giving the brain-eating worms, who had been working in the farm, and were disguised as humans, new bodies, Jiang Mian finally regained his composure. Chapter 149. Can I enter the game? Lan Lingling asked Su Chang'an eagerly. She watched as this ordinary man beside her grew stronger and stronger, even transforming from a refined gentleman into an arrogant figure, all thanks to that game. Moreover, Su Chang'an brought news that once she had enough of certain things, she could buy a space to store resources. Therefore, the Lan family had been wholeheartedly nurturing Su Chang'an. However, Lan Lingling always felt a sense of uncontrollability towards him. Rather than nurturing an outsider, she preferred to become powerful herself. But she couldn't enter that legendary game. As far as she knew, the game had already opened 3 times, and she hadn't been chosen 3 times. The chances of being chosen again were even slimmer. She also wanted to become powerful, and she also wanted to possess a space. For some reason, even though she had bought the bracelet, used her blood, and even employed some high-tech methods, she couldn't make the bracelet recognize her as its master. Later, she became so indignant that she decided that if she couldn't use it, then no one else could either. Clinging to a last shred of hope, she hoped that perhaps the bracelet would shatter and find its master. However, when the bracelet was indeed smashed, no miracle occurred, meaning the bracelet was now useless. Without a spatial dimension, her greatest source of confidence vanished. Now, all she could do was cling tightly to Su Chang'an and pray that she would be chosen by the game. Because of the weather, the outside world was in chaos, making it impossible to investigate Jiang Mian's whereabouts, so she gave up. Lately, she'd been busy selling her stockpile of short-lived food, and hadn't paid much attention to Jiang Mian. The more enjoyable it was to hoard these things, the more she regretted it now. Even though she made a profit several times over when she sold them, what was the point? It never gave her the sense of security that her space provided. She even started to doubt whether the book she found was real or just something someone written randomly, only the name matched theirs. But who could possibly know the contents so clearly? She lived in this dazed state until she heard something. Su Chang'an returned from the official mission with news. The volcano did erupt, but it didn't happen like you described, causing many people to be displaced and lose loved ones. The higher-ups received the news and evacuated people in time, preventing a disaster. Upon hearing this, Lan Lingling looked at him in disbelief. How is that possible? I remember that no one warned us, which is why so many people died. Why is it different from what I saw? Her tone was frantic, unwilling to believe that something else had escaped her expectations. The book clearly stated that a volcanic eruption at such a time would completely usher in the apocalypse. To create a contrast, Jiang Mian had been counting the food in her spatial storage, thankful she remembered that sentence clearly. Why had it changed now? Lan Lingling truly couldn't accept it. Seeing Lan Lingling's erratic behavior, Chang'an grew impatient, but due to the convenience they had provided, he didn't directly express his opinion. Instead, she comforted him, saying, "Nothing is certain. Perhaps some tiny deviation led to the current situation. Did you hear about this in your past life?" "What?" As she listened, she couldn't hear Su Chang'an's words anymore. Lan Lingling quickly realized that he had said something forbidden again, perhaps blocked by the game. However, she hadn't seen any discussion about this apocalyptic game in the book, and it wasn't mentioned at all. It only mentioned that Su Chang'an had some other encounters, perhaps to highlight the powerful alliance between the male and female leads. That's why these things didn't originally exist. The book she received was like an outline of a world, only explaining some things. The deeper aspects were left unexplained, as if it only served the male and female leads, with everyone else being secondary characters mentioned only briefly. She shook her head. Never heard of it. Maybe this life is different from my last. Is this the butterfly effect? Just because I got that book, everything changed. The female protagonist lost her space, and I can't get it either. The female protagonist was forced to flee the country, which changed the course of everything. She looked at Su Chang'an, a mixture of envy and eagerness in her voice, and asked, "Can I enter the game?" Su Chang'an's lips twitched. How was he supposed to answer that? He wasn't the game's producer. How could he know who would be on the next list of participants? I'm not sure. The selection is random each time, there's no correlation. And don't think that participating in the game is easy, and you come back alive. It's actually very dangerous, the kind of danger where you have a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. Lan Lingling had no concept of the danger he was in. She imagined it would be like in novels. A desperate escape, hiding in a corner to survive, or fighting zombies. However, reality was quite different. It was the natural disasters that drove people to their deaths. Man-made calamities were secondary, but their devastation shouldn't be underestimated. Unable to get a definite answer, Lan Lingling became visibly anxious. Su Chang'an, not wanting to see her like this, used the excuse of needing to train to leave. Lan Lingling was left alone, stomping her feet in frustration, utterly helpless. Damn Jiang Mian. Why didn't you stay in the country? Why did you run abroad? Now you've gone abroad, and a disaster has struck, and your bracelet is broken. What use are you now? Growing angrier, she grabbed something nearby and smashed it on the ground. The sound of shattering porcelain grew louder and louder, until a middle-aged man came down from upstairs and stopped her rage. Oh dear! My darling daughter, who upset you? Daddy's going to settle the score with him right away. Look how upset you are. Dad? Lan Lingling saw her father come downstairs, and immediately started to whine. Of course, she wouldn't tell her father why she was throwing a tantrum, but instead complained about her unhappiness in life, such as yesterday's meal not being good, or how hot the sun was today. These were all trivial things. Lan Yaotai naturally knew his daughter was just being childish, but she was easy to coax. After he coaxed her for a few moments, Lan Lingling calmed down. After the housekeeper cleaned up the mess on the floor, the father and daughter happily went to attend the banquet. Chapter 150. Yes, they went to the banquet. Disasters only affect the lower classes. For these upper middle class people, the impact isn't as severe. In their eyes, this will pass eventually, it's just a bit hot. They turn on the air conditioning, buy an ice factory. If one air conditioner can't run, 10 can, right? For them, life goes on as usual, there's no difference. Precisely because of this, when various disasters strike one after another, it's actually these upper middle class people who are the first to suffer. That day, when Jiang Mian returned home, chaos had broken out outside. Some people were taking advantage of the darkness to smash the windows of shopping malls and the doors of other stores. Gold jewelry stores suffered the most, but it was too late when they arrived. Those stores had already moved out the day before, so they just came up empty-handed. Some people didn't choose the impractical items, but instead went to the previous store, which still had plenty of food. Weren't there rules about how much each person could buy per day, so they robbed the store and divided up the food. The officials weren't paying attention and actually succeeded. Most importantly, these people all possessed superpowers. Although they weren't very useful, their strength was extraordinary, clearly indicating they were game players, and a group of them, who hadn't joined the official game. This incident caused a huge uproar. Not only did they rob, but they also sexually assaulted the staff. Reality wasn't the game world, order hadn't completely collapsed. The upper class remained the upper class, and the authorities remained the authorities. Their power and influence were still intact. They quickly located these individuals, some of whom, relying on their status as gamers, considered themselves superior and continued to hold their heads high even when confronted by the police. Yes, I did it. They're lucky to have caught my eye. I am. They're very fortunate to be with me. I can't believe these bastards dared to call the police. They're so short-sighted. The arresting officer, enraged by his blatant arrogance, recognized him as the leader of the robbery gang, the one who had gathered so many gamers and ordinary people. They started by robbing small places, initially just stealing things without harming the staff. However, later they began killing and forcing people into sexual relations. Every shop they robbed suffered its staff. And the perpetrators dared to be so arrogant. Did they think they couldn't be punished? Zhang Huan, since you confessed to your crimes, that's fine. A new order has been issued for special groups like yours. From today onwards, you special groups will be punished the same as ordinary people. That means, despite all you committed, you be executed. No matter how powerful you are, can you escape the state's pursuit and the power of bullets? The game player called Zhang Huan was stunned when he heard that their crimes were treated the same as ordinary people, and would be punished. He glared angrily at the police officer in front of him. What do you mean? We're. You dare kill me? What right do you have to kill me? What right do you, an ordinary person, have to kill me? The police officer ignored Zhang Huan's frenzied behavior. Just because you're a person, a citizen of Yen country, doesn't mean criminals can disregard human life and kill at will. With that, he executed him on the spot. After killing the ringleader, as a warning to others, he looked at the others with a dangerous gaze. Take them all back for questioning one by one. See if they have any accomplices. Those who are willing to confess will be given lenient punishment. Those who are unwilling will be dealt with according to the law after their crimes are investigated. Watching this scene, Jiang Mian's gaze was indifferent. She had seen many dead bodies. One or two more wouldn't make a difference. She hadn't expected the higher-ups to react so quickly, making an example of someone. This was also a warning to the others. Don't think that being a gamer will bring them any great benefits. Even if they commit crimes, they are no different from ordinary people. Jiang Mian's gaze unexpectedly met that of the police officer. Both of them were stunned. The officer hadn't expected a girl to be so calm at the scene of a murder. Jiang Mian hadn't expected that this person was someone she knew from her past life. However, when they met in her previous life, this police officer wasn't so energetic. Instead, he was disheveled, his face corroded by acid rain, and his whole demeanor was somber and repressed. But Jiang Mian knew he was a good person. Because, in a situation where everyone was struggling to protect themselves, this man, out of pity for her, had actually reached out to help her, rescuing her from a group of cannibals who were binding her and preparing to eat her. In the end, this helpful man lost a leg in that battle, which allowed him to escape. She remembered the man's name as pleasant-sounding, Qingxi, but she didn't know his surname. She smiled at the man, then turned and left. She had originally gone out to find some tools, the kind used for testing strength. Unexpectedly, she witnessed the scene of a police arrest. Luckily, she stumbled upon it, otherwise, she might have tried to steal some tools. Helpless, Jiang Mian could only return home. Many places were without power, but these security cameras were still running, truly embarrassing. As for recognizing that police officer? What were you thinking? You just say you two knew each other out of the blue. The officer wasn't stupid, he wouldn't believe you. He might even think you had ulterior motives. If there was a chance, she helped the man. If not, then Qingxi was just unlucky. However, judging from Qingxi's appearance, he wasn't of low status. At least, he was a policeman capable of making decisions. How could he have ended up so miserable in his past life? Could it be because of his kindness? Thinking about these things, Jiang Mian couldn't help but nod. It was very likely. Knowing Qingxi as she did, he was the saintly figure others talked about. It was very possible that his kindness hadn't been rewarded, which was why he lived such a miserable life. Jiang Mian returned home empty-handed and told her grandmother and younger brother what had happened. Her grandmother couldn't help but sigh. This society these days. It's indescribable. It's all God's doing. Jiang Mian didn't think so. Was it really God's doing? Or had the ecological balance of Earth been severely disrupted by the humans living on it, leading to this disaster? After all, there were no monsters or anything else in this future world. Didn't that further suggest that it wasn't a natural disaster, but a man-made one? Chapter 151. After the three finished eating, Grandma suddenly looked at the two of them and said, "Nian Nian, when it gets dark, take the last piece of pork from our refrigerator to your second grandfather. Tell him that the corn he gave you last time was quite delicious when made into noodles, so give him a piece of pork as a way of repaying him." Huh? Jiang Mian was lying on Jiang Wuzai's back, using him as a cushion, watching emergency rescue videos on her tablet. Hearing Grandma say this, she subconsciously asked, "Didn't you tell me to put the corn away?" "We didn't eat it." Grandma was a little embarrassed and said perfunctorily, "Don't worry about it, little one. Just go and give it to him. We don't owe anyone anything." Jiang Mian looked at her grandmother in confusion. It was clear that she was hiding something from her, but she still obediently took the meat from the refrigerator to her second grandfather. "Wait a minute." Grandma called out to the two carefree children, putting a black garbage bag over the plastic bag before saying, "Carrying it like this is dangerous. Many things are no longer sold outside. How can you be so careless, carrying so much pork around? People will notice something's wrong with our family." She then handed the bag to Jiang Wuzai. Jiang Wuzai naturally took the bag and followed Jiang Mian like a guard. Jiang Wuzai was clearly less foolish than before, and Grandma noticed, but she assumed it was due to eating the special meat and didn't think anything more of it. However, seeing her grandson become smarter, she was relieved. After she passed away, the two siblings would finally have someone to rely on in this world. Jiang Mian walked along the road, curiously asking Jiang Wuzai, you spend a lot of time with Grandma. Tell me, why did Grandma come up with such a lame excuse to have us deliver meat to second Grandpa? Jiang Wuzai was also confused. He thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. He honestly replied, I don't know, sister, but when I was little, second Grandpa was incredibly good to me, like his own grandson. Every time I came back, he would buy me lots and lots of delicious food. Jiang Mian didn't believe him. Second Grandpa buys you delicious food, doesn't his family get angry? Jiang Wuzai scratched his head, somewhat uncertainly saying, I remember second Grandpa didn't seem to have any family. Besides Grandpa, there was no one else. Second Grandpa never married or had children. I don't know why. I see. Jiang Mian thought. Second Grandpa didn't marry, probably because two children weren't good matchmakers back then. That's why he's been single for so long. After all, there are indeed such precedents in rural areas. It's not surprising that bachelors in rural areas are either too many siblings, or they're unambitious, addicted to gambling, and lack a sense of responsibility. The two walked along the village road. As it was getting dark, there weren't many people wandering around. Occasionally, one or two men returning home late would instinctively try to approach Jiang Mian when they saw her, but upon seeing Jiang Wuzai, who was easily 1.9 meters tall, they would quickly back away. Jiang Mian could smell a strong odor of alcohol on the man. She guessed he had tried to use his drunkenness as an excuse to get close to her and take advantage of her, but had sobered up after seeing her younger brother. Jiang Mian glanced coldly at the man, silently memorizing his appearance. Of course, she wasn't that bloodthirsty. She was just keeping an eye on him. Memorizing his face didn't mean she wanted to kill him. She wasn't a serial killer. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at her second grandfather's house. Just as her second grandfather had said, it was easy to spot because the walls in the vicinity were painted white or yellow, while his house was a dull gray, as if isolated. A desolate and bleak atmosphere washed over them. Jiang Mian shook her head, shaking off this subconscious feeling, and knocked on the door. She gave Jiang Wuzai a wink. Come and call them. Okay. Jiang Wuzai obediently shouted at the top of his lungs. Second grandfather, my sister, and I came to see you. Are you home? Open the door. Second grandfather. Jiang Wuzai shouted several times, his voice so loud that Jiang Mian couldn't hear anything from inside. She patted Jiang Wuzai on the back, gritting her teeth, and said, Stop shouting. Second grandpa's inside. He's already called several times. Wait. Shut your mouth. Your voice is so loud. Oh, okay. Jiang Wuzai felt wronged. He didn't want to talk. He thought his sister was really going too far. Wasn't he her most beloved younger brother? No. His sister always seemed to care for him in this unique way. It seemed he was still her best brother. Thinking this, he inexplicably chuckled again. Jiang Mian gave him a disdainful look. Ever since Jiang Wuzai's brain started working properly, he'd been making strange laughs all the time. She didn't know why. Not long after, the sound of a key being inserted into the lock came from inside, and the old man's voice said, Coming, don't rush. The old man's voice was noticeably hoarse, as if he hadn't had water for a long time. As soon as the door opened, the old man's smiling, aged face greeted them. Although this great-uncle was the same age as his grandmother, who looked only around 50, this great-uncle seemed a full 12 years older. After opening the door, the great-uncle was visibly surprised to see them, a fleeting look of disappointment in his eyes. However, he quickly concealed his emotions and greeted them with a broad smile. You're here. Have you eaten? Let me make you something. Jiang Mian shook her head, smiling as she went inside. No need, great-uncle. My grandmother asked us to bring you something, the corn you got for her last time. It was delicious, and she specifically asked me to thank you. As she spoke, Jiang Mian took the bag from Jiang Wuzai's hands and handed it to her great-uncle. Jiang Yangkai hesitated, his obvious resistance startling Jiang Mian. Children, take these things back. I'm an old woman, I can't eat much. Take them back for your grandma, you can eat them yourselves. No. Jiang Mian frowned, feigning anger, and said, Grandma said she'd be angry if you don't take them. Besides, Grandma's task for us was to give you these things. If you don't take them, Grandma will definitely think we didn't do what she asked, and she'd be angry too. Are you deliberately trying to make Grandma angry with us siblings? Hearing Jiang Mian's question, Jiang Yangkai quickly waved his hands, explaining, No, I just think there are too many of you. You should keep these things for yourselves. I have enough to eat. Please don't let your grandma misunderstand. It's for you, so just take it. Don't make things difficult for us. We're just a bunch of kids. I'm sure you wouldn't do something to make things difficult for us, right? Chapter 152. Jiang Yangkai was silent for a moment, then ushered the two to the living room. He turned around and put the pork inside. Since there was still electricity, he could plug in the refrigerator and put the pork in. A short while later, he came out of the house, carrying a bag. Take this to your grandma. I didn't know if she still liked it, but I saw it being sold on the street, so I bought some for her. Hearing this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but frown. She looked at Jiang Wuzai and told him to go to the kitchen and help her second grandfather cut the pork. After sending Jiang Wuzai away, she looked at her second grandfather seriously. Second grandfather, if I may be so bold as to ask, what exactly is your relationship with my grandmother? Why does my grandmother dislike seeing you, yet you keep trying to get close to her? Jiang Yangkai was shocked by her directness, and after a long pause he said, You little girl. Don't ask so many questions about adult matters. It's all in the past, there's no need to bring it up again, only to add to the sorrow. Jiang Mian clicked her tongue against her teeth. She refused to believe that she couldn't figure out the relationship between the two of them. If she didn't resolve this matter, she figured she would only feel more and more distressed later. She took a deep breath and looked at her second grandfather, but the facts prove that neither of you involved has truly let this matter go, otherwise you wouldn't have such expressions when you see each other, would you? Pressed relentlessly by Jiang Mian's questions, her second grandfather could no longer hold back and sighed, Ah! This is a long story. He looked at Jiang Wuzai, who was busily working in the kitchen, and then said, Actually, your grandmother and I were classmates at first. We grew up and went to school in the same village. We were together in elementary and middle school, but not in high school because your grandmother's family favored boys over girls and didn't allow her to continue her studies. Actually, I had a crush on your grandma back in junior high. We were all precocious then, and because we were exposed to mobile phones so early, we understood what feelings and love were at a very young age. So, during junior high, I was always watching your grandma. Eventually, everyone knew I had a crush on her, but I didn't dare say anything. I was afraid of interfering with her studies, because she was a really good student and more than qualified to get into a top high school. But no one expected fate to play such a cruel trick. Your grandma's family, worried about the cost of her schooling, lied and said there had been an accident at home during her high school entrance exam, locking her inside. As a result, she didn't take the exam and, naturally, wasn't admitted. The teachers wanted her to repeat a year, but her parents refused, citing poverty as the reason. Instead, not long after this incident, her parents announced they were going to marry her off. Back then, your grandmother was a renowned beauty in the surrounding villages, and countless men wanted to marry her. My brother, your grandfather, fell for her the first time he saw her, but he was too old to confess his feelings. Later, when he heard that your grandmother was to be married off for 100,000 yuan, my brother went directly to her door to propose. At the time, I was in high school and knew nothing about this. When I came home for vacation, I discovered that simply attending high school had made the person I had a crush on my sister-in-law. I was furious and had a huge fight with my family, but it was no use. They all thought I was too young and immature. I hated your grandmother so much then, so I spoke ill of her, both openly and secretly, trying to sow discord between them. However, it didn't work. My parents disliked your grandmother even more, and my brother didn't believe me. Later, after I talked about it more, your grandfather also noticed something was wrong. At that time, everyone in the village thought your grandmother was promiscuous. Anyway, all sorts of bad words were hurled at her. Your grandmother was in great pain during that period, and I could see it. Later, she earned money with her own hands. Then she set up a tofu stall, and did very well in the small town. Within a few years, she had earned 100,000 yuan, then left the money at home, and resolutely chose to go to the city to work. My brother genuinely loved your grandmother, and indulged her, going with her. I understand that they harbored resentment towards the family, and also resentment towards me. Actually, I understand, because I did go too far at the time, which led to your grandmother's bad reputation in the village. So, after leaving the money at home, she rarely contacted the family, only returning during holidays. Later, I went to university and realized how terrible my past actions had been. I wanted to mend our relationship, but it was too late. Time passed, until your grandmother gave birth to your father. It was 3 years before I saw her again. Your grandmother looked even more beautiful. She was still the most beautiful woman in my eyes. After that, we rarely contacted each other again, until news of your grandfather's death came. My first thought was that I could help her take care of the child. I convinced my parents, and they agreed. However, after learning the truth, she slapped me and left with your father. I only see your grandmother during the Qingming festival. I never see her at other times. Until recently, when you moved back, I heard the news, but haven't been able to face her. This is the only way I can try to make up for the mistakes I made when I was young. I know what's done is done, and it's too late to say anything, but I still want to do my best to make amends. After listening to his story, Jiang Mian was overwhelmed by the amount of information, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that apart from the family's preference for sons over daughters, no one else in this whole affair was truly at fault. If there was anyone else who was at fault, it might be her seemingly lonely and destitute second grandfather, but he paid the price for his mistakes, remaining unmarried and living a solitary life until old age. But what was Grandma's fault? Was it her fault for being beautiful? Was it her fault for being good at studying? Was it her fault for being a girl? No. None of these were her faults. So who was at fault? Was it Grandpa? But what did Grandpa do wrong in all of this? He simply married the person he loved. And as for stealing the woman his younger brother loved, but his brother never said he loved her. Everything unfolded so naturally, it was all fate playing tricks. Did Grandpa and Grandma have no feelings for each other? She didn't know. She had never even seen Grandpa's face, and she didn't know if Grandma and Grandpa were in love. These were things of the older generation, and everything was beyond retrieval. Chapter 153. Jiang Mian felt incredibly heavy-hearted after hearing the story, but having also learned about the feud between her second grandfather and grandmother, and confirmed that they weren't mortal enemies, she abandoned her plan to kill her second grandfather. She had originally planned to eliminate him if they were truly sworn enemies, since her grandmother always seemed annoyed whenever she saw her second grandfather. This had successfully misled Jiang Mian. After all, who could have imagined such a melodramatic situation? Now that she understood everything, Jiang Mian told Jiang Wuzai, who had been eavesdropping behind the door, that they should leave. After leaving Grandpa's house, Jiang Mian whispered, "Neither of us can tell anyone about what happened today, understand? If Grandma finds out, she say you leaked it, and I never forgive you." "Okay, sis, I definitely won't tell. Besides, I only heard half of it. I don't know what happened at all." "Tell me." Jiang Mian punched him in the waist. "Tell you what? You only heard half, and I don't even trust you enough to let you know. You want to hear the whole thing? Dream on." "Ouch." Jiang Wuzai pretended to clutch his waist. "Sis, you're bullying me again." Looking at his pained expression, anyone who didn't know better would think Jiang Mian had used a lot of force. In reality, it was just a restrained punch from Jiang Mian. It didn't hurt much. Jiang Mian ignored his antics and took him home. After telling her grandmother what had happened that day, Jiang Mian prepared to go back to sleep. Of course, she didn't mention that she had forcefully asked her second grandfather about the relationship between the two. After the two left, Grandma finally couldn't help but sigh. She shook her head. "It's all in the past, why dwell on it? Everything's fine now, that's enough." The next morning, Jiang Mian started training after breakfast, striving to master the top-tier martial arts card as quickly as possible. She hadn't forgotten that Fu Junhan had told her they meet in the next world, and she didn't doubt the weight of those words. If he could spend 1,000 gold coins on a tracking card, he would definitely be willing to spend even more on other tracking items. Jiang Mian had no doubt about that. Besides, Jiang Wuzai was indeed a sporadic trainer. He persisted for about half a month, but because of the heat, he didn't want to train anymore, yet Jiang Mian forcefully dragged him out. If this were before, when she was doing missions, time wouldn't have changed, and she could have let her younger brother be so lazy. However, things are different now. Time continued to flow even when she left, meaning danger could strike at any moment. Naturally, she wouldn't let him continue being lazy. Her younger brother would need to protect their grandmother while she was away. Thinking this, Jiang Mian's slightly threatening voice came. "Do you think you're good enough, or what? Want us to spar?" Hearing this familiar threatening tone, Jiang Wuzai obediently started gesturing at the air. Seeing his listless appearance, Jiang Mian suddenly beckoned him over. She pointed to the stone trough in the yard that used to water the cows and shook her fist. She whispered mysteriously in Jiang Wuzai's ear, "Do you believe I can smash this thing to pieces with one punch?" Jiang Wuzai scoffed, "No way. How could you possibly have that much strength?" Jiang Mian gave a mocking smile. Then just watch closely, and see the results of all these days of training. With that, she threw a punch, not using much force, but it shattered the stone into pieces, even sending the wilted vegetable leaves inside flying everywhere. Jiang Wu's stared wide-eyed at the scene in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't seeing things. With a thump, he fell to his knees. Sister, no master, please take me as your disciple. I want to learn this from you. It's amazing. When can I do this? He clung to Jiang Mian's trouser leg, refusing to let go. Jiang Mian kicked him twice, but couldn't budge him, his grip was just too tight. Jiang Mian patted his shoulder and smugly laughed. All right, get up. If you want to reach this level, you need to persevere. When you get to my age, you be about the same. Keep it up, don't be lazy, not even for a day, understand? Really? Sis, if I practice every day, can I really break a stone with one punch? Don't you believe me? When have I ever lied to you? Hearing this, Jiang Wu's expression turned ferocious, suddenly recalling the days when his sister tricked him, but he really wanted to learn this. When Grandma came out of the house, she saw the shattered stone trough, and the two people practicing outside. She suddenly roared in frustration, Jiang Nian, Jiang Wu's, you two come here and explain yourself. What happened? Why is the feeding trough like this? Jiang Nian instinctively pointed at Jiang Wu's, then turned to see him pointing at her as well. They exchanged a glance, and silently turned their fingers back. Finally, after being scolded, they silently used bricks to build up a makeshift stone trough, and planted the wilted vegetables inside. After finishing all this, Jiang Mian grabbed Jiang Wu's ear and said indignantly, You brat, you really learned to be smart now, aren't you? You're not going to take the blame for me anymore, are you? But sister, this pot is just too big, I can't carry it anymore. Such a big stone trough, and you just punched it to pieces. If I said I did it, Grandma wouldn't believe me. Well, you learned to argue now. Looks like I spoiled you for nothing. Nothing happened. Sister, listen to me. Ah! The two were playfully bickering, and Jiang Sui couldn't help but laugh. Although things were chaotic outside, at least things were happy at home, and that was enough. Ding! The next apocalyptic game is about to begin. Players, please prepare yourselves. You will begin a new life in 24 hours. Jiang Mian paused, and Jiang Wu's, who was still running ahead, was startled. He turned to look at Jiang Mian and asked, Sister, why aren't you hitting me anymore? Jiang Mian's expression turned serious. She looked at the sun outside, and couldn't help but frown. She wasn't sure how long after the extreme heat the floods would occur. She was afraid it would happen during the time she was gone, but the flood shouldn't be too serious. Their village was located on relatively high ground, so even if a flood came, it shouldn't reach them for the time being. Thinking this, she felt relieved. However, there was another problem she needed to solve. She looked at the system assistant and asked, I want to ask, if something happens to my clone after I leave, will it cause my death? No. The clone will not cause your death. The clone and you are two separate entities with different attributes. Chapter 154. So if something happens to my clone, it won't harm my original body, right? Yes, clones are one of the benefits the game provides to players. Players can explore them on their own. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes, carefully considering this statement. A benefit, the ability to explore on their own, and the fact that if something happens to the clone, her original body won't be harmed. In other words, in dangerous situations, her family could take the fall for her. Thinking this, Jiang Mian's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at her grandmother and said, Grandma, I have something to tell you, but don't be afraid after you hear it. Jiang Mian knew that non-players couldn't hear the game and players they mentioned, so she tried to use language her grandmother could understand. I might need to sleep for another day or two in a while. Don't worry, and don't feed me. Just let me lie there quietly. If anything happens, don't be afraid. Wu's height and strength aren't for nothing. Have him guard the front. If anything happens behind, you two run first. Just leave me a clue, and I find you. You don't need to take me with you. Just leave me where I am. Jiang Mian said a lot in one breath, then looked at her still somewhat confused grandmother and asked, Grandma, did you understand? Grandma, I understood, but I don't understand what it means. It means I'm going to another place. Good, that sentence was completely ignored. Grandma saw her open her mouth, but no sound came out, and thought she had gone deaf, so she subconsciously patted her ears. What? What did you say? Jiang Mian shrugged helplessly. It's nothing. Just remember to take my brother with you when you run, don't take me. You can take me, but if it's too dangerous, just leave me there. Jiang Mian blinked. Although her grandmother didn't understand why she said that, she knew her granddaughter's abilities, so she nodded outwardly, but inwardly, she didn't want to abandon her granddaughter. She only agreed to put Jiang Mian's mind at ease. With only 1 hour left in the mission countdown, someone suddenly knocked on Jiang Mian's door. Is anyone home? It's the police conducting a population survey. Open the door. Jiang Mian frowned. Why would someone come to her door at this time, just as she was about to enter the game? The three exchanged glances, and Jiang Wuzai went to open the door. Through the curtain inside, Jiang Mian saw a man and a woman standing outside, under the setting sun, sketching something. A moment later, Jiang Wuzai returned and said, Grandma, sister, they need our ID cards to register us. They said it's because robberies are happening frequently outside, and now the government is distributing food. Everyone needs to count the number of people in their household, and then we all receive a week's worth of rations at the designated time. Jiang Mian recalled that something similar seemed to have happened in her past life, but it was precisely this decision that led to the chaos below. A week's worth of food per person, while seemingly good, would inevitably attract unscrupulous individuals who would want more. So they would steal and rob, ultimately leading to even more tragic outcomes. After registering their identities, Jiang Mian and her grandmother went outside and returned to the house. They looked at the generator and the humming air conditioner in the three-person household, exchanged a glance, and silently made a mental note of this family. In this society, ordinary people can only use fans to keep warm. Many people are already dying of heat outside. It's quite remarkable that this family of three has a generator, and it hasn't been stolen. However, that was just a fleeting thought. They didn't have any other ideas. After all, as public officials, they still enjoyed these benefits every day. After registering, they left, and Jiang Mian returned to the house, listening to the countdown. Game countdown, 3, 2, 1. Game shop closed. 1 million players currently existing in the game world. Mission: survive for 30 days. Players, please strive to survive. Mission World Chat Group now open. Original World Chat Group closed. When Jiang Mian opened her eyes, she found herself still wearing a white t-shirt and black pants. She immediately looked for a secluded spot. She had originally wanted to find a toilet, but there was none. The outside world was also deserted and eerily quiet. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Mian didn't delay any longer. She put on a windbreaker and wore loose wide-leg pants over it to cover herself. Then she followed the road to a building covered in red paint. Just as she stepped inside, an arm appeared out of nowhere and reached out. Jiang Mian instinctively stepped aside to dodge. She turned around and saw it was a mechanical arm embedded in the wall. The mechanical arm seemed to sense an intruder, and instantly, countless mechanical arms appeared on the wall, attacking Jiang Mian. To avoid alerting too many people, she could only dodge the attacks and silently retreat to the doorway. With such a commotion outside, she could clearly feel movement coming from the rooms on both sides of the corridor. However, no one opened the door to investigate. Jiang Mian frowned, unable to understand why this was happening, and even less aware of what kind of world this was. She could only leave the building. Only after she left did the mechanical arm stop attacking. Jiang Mian looked at this scene thoughtfully. Is this to prevent outsiders from entering? Then this place must be quite important, but we need to find another way to get in. Jiang Mian tried to enter through a window, but discovered that the building had no windows. The entire building stood there like a straight telephone pole. How could there be such a strangely designed building? No windows. Isn't that like a frog trapped in a well? Or was it built this way specifically to prevent anything from sneaking in through the windows? Without any basis, she couldn't understand it at all. Jiang Mian looked around and spotted a relatively short, black building in the distance. It looked dilapidated inside, and seemed easy to enter. Thinking this, Jiang Mian walked across the arched bridge. The arched bridge didn't even have railings. It was practically a sleeping paradise for people with a fear of heights. She looked down and discovered a mountain of garbage below. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the garbage was shifting, and a faint odor wafted in the breeze. She pinched her nose, quickened her pace, and swiftly crossed the arched bridge. Chapter 155. The closer she got to the mountain of garbage, the more the stench lingered in her nostrils. Just then, Jiang Mian saw a pile of trash being thrown down from the black building. Her excellent eyesight allowed her to see the trash floating down from within. Besides some snack wrappers, there was also human venom. Jiang Mian quickly dashed into the building, thus avoiding being attacked by the venom. She patted her chest. There were no mechanical arms blocking her way when she entered the building, but several people were standing inside, as if waiting for her. They looked at Jiang Mian, their gazes sweeping over her from head to toe, focusing particularly on her backpack. They exchanged glances, and one of them, a woman with a kind face, stepped forward. She acted as if they were old friends, reaching out to grab Jiang Mian's hand. "Hey, which building did you come from?" Jiang Mian instinctively dodged her hand, frowning at the woman. "Which building did you come from? Is there any rule?" "Hee hee." The woman chuckled awkwardly as her hand was pulled away. "Of course there is. The rules are different in each building. For example, that tallest, furthest white building is the safest place here. Only the powerful and wealthy are qualified to live there. And that shorter, red building, only those who haven't drunk contaminated water are qualified to live there. Of course, the qualification for living in our building is very simple. You just need to hand over some food every day." She rubbed her hands together, adopting a mercenary air, and said, "Look, how many days are you going to stay, sister?" Jiang Mian, seeing her like this, understood perfectly well that this was a way of collecting rent. So she asked, "How much food do I need? Let me see. If it's too much, I might as well stay in another building." Hearing this, the woman immediately panicked. She had initially thought this woman looked naive and easily fooled, and had even considered asking for more, but now, hearing this, she quickly abandoned her greedy idea. The woman held up 3 fingers, then thought for a moment and withdrew one. 2 packs of instant noodles a day, or 2 compressed biscuits will do. Hearing this, Jiang Mian immediately took out 2 packs of compressed biscuits and handed them to the woman. "Here you go. Can I go in now?" The woman took the biscuits, her face beaming. Yes, you can go in. Except for the top 10 floors. You can go into any room on any of the other floors that isn't occupied." Jiang Mian nodded and went straight upstairs. The lower the floor, the stronger the smell. She glanced up to see if there were any empty seats. Suddenly, something occurred to her. She turned to the woman and asked, "Why can't we go up the top 10 floors? Is there some reason for it?" The woman looked embarrassed and whispered, "The top 10 floors are occupied by a powerful group that controls this area. We don't dare go up there to disturb them. We'd be executed for offending them. You better not go there to provoke them either. You're so pretty they might." "Sister Jing." The woman was interrupted before she could finish. The person looked disapproving and winked at the people above. "Stop talking. The people upstairs are coming down." Jiang Mian noticed a group of people descending from above. Their clothing and demeanor were clearly different from the others. They walked arrogantly, heads held high, looking down on everyone with disdain. It was as if they weren't human, as if they were ants looking up at them. This group was extremely arrogant. As they reached the bottom, they covered their noses, pretending to be sophisticated, saying, "It stinks. Sure enough, this place smells like poverty. I really don't understand why the boss keeps such a bunch of useless trash. Wasting food, he might as well just kill them. It would save us some food." "Why not?" "Exactly. The boss is really something, trying to maintain his morals. If it were me, I'd just kill them. What are you looking at? Useless trash. I'm talking about you." Jiang Mian couldn't help but glance at them, and she was immediately insulted. "Ha!" She laughed in anger. She hadn't provoked them, had she? Were these people really that hostile? Of course, she laughed in reality. Seeing her like this, the group of people coming down from upstairs became even more enraged. One of the men stepped forward, and when he saw Jiang Mian's face, his anger and murderous intent turned into lewdness. "Oh ho! No wonder you dared to provoke us. So you're relying on this face, huh? I admit you are very pretty. Look like you're over 18, very good. Do you have any diseases? If not, you go to the 64th floor and wait for me. When I get back, I definitely treat you well." As he spoke, he actually reached out, trying to touch Jiang Mian's chest. This was the first time Jiang Mian had felt so offended, and she immediately revealed naked murderous intent. A knife suddenly appeared in his hand, severing half of the man's body. From the perspective of the other people coming down from upstairs, their companion, who had initially been aggressive and ready to settle scores, began to look the woman up and down, and finally reached out to touch her. The men exchanged glances, revealing knowing smiles. However, what happened in an instant shattered their smiles, filling them with utter terror. Their companion had been sliced in half at the waist. The woman opposite them possessed incredible strength, which truly astonished them. After the initial shock came anger. Their power in this building had been established for a long time. No one had dared to challenge them, because those who did were killed, and their bodies thrown into the wastewater to mingle with the garbage. A month had passed since anyone had last provoked them, which fueled their rage. They exchanged a glance, then simultaneously attacked Jiang Mian. Closer now, they were equally stunned by her beauty, but the next second, her attack extinguished any suicidal thoughts. One of the men whose weapon clashed with Jiang Mian felt a numbness in his hand. His weapon was instantly severed. He tried to escape, but his body wouldn't obey him. A short sword had already pierced his heart. The woman opposite him had somehow produced another short sword, and he died unexpectedly in the sneak attack. His dying thought was, why is this woman so powerful? She even used sneak attacks. After killing this man, Jiang Mian didn't spare the others. After finishing them off, she looted their bodies, and threw them outside to join the garbage they despised. Having done all this, she prepared to go upstairs. As for the men who had blocked her path earlier, they had long since gone home. Chapter 156. Jiang Mian, holding the key she found on them, went to the elevator. It was more of a small round clasp than a key. After scanning the clasp on the elevator, she took it to the 64th floor. Although it was said to have 64 floors, it was actually only about 30 stories high, as the lower part had long been submerged by water, and was now inexplicably sealed off. Upon arriving on the 64th floor, Jiang Mian took the key, which had a room number on the back. She just needed to scan it to open it. Jiang Mian pushed open a door, and a pungent smell of foot odor hit her, almost making her nauseous. Jiang Mian silently left, and moved to another room. This room was a little better. It didn't smell too bad, but it had a damp smell, probably from lack of sunlight. It was just a temporary place to stay. Jiang Mian found a chair, sat down, opened the chat group, found Fu Junhan's chat interface, and sent him a message. Where are you? Do you need me to send you your location? However, the message wouldn't send. Jiang Mian had thought he was dead, only the dead couldn't send messages. But when she saw the system assistant's notification, she realized he wasn't dead after all. There was a hint of disappointment in her voice. Sorry. Cross-world chat is temporarily unavailable. Fine. Fu Junhan, it's not my fault. You can only blame your bad luck for not being in the same world as me. After failing to contact Fu Junhan, Jiang Mian thought for a moment, deleted her flight ability, and replaced it with the prophet ability. She closed her eyes, gazing at the scene unfolding in her mind. In her mind, she saw a colossal wave crashing towards the building. Although the building had no windows, the scene was still truly awe-inspiring, especially considering the garbage floating in the inundating water. This was even more shocking than facing a giant elephant's attack. An elephant's attack was dangerous, but the impending event was disgusting. One was a physical attack, the other a psychological one. She couldn't say which was more vicious. However, Jiang Mian absolutely didn't want these things to touch her. Only after confirming that the building hadn't collapsed under the onslaught of the waves did she relax. She decided to stay here temporarily, moving to another place when she had the chance. The room even had a television, and the cabinets, washing machine, and other furniture were quite complete, except for a kitchen. But that made sense, judging from the situation outside. Most of the city was flooded, and food was likely scarce. Jiang Mian turned on the television, flipping through several channels, finally stopping at a channel that resembled a news channel. Inside were well-dressed, smiling professionals, as if announcing some good news. He spoke politely. According to the Chinese Alliance's observations, the floodwaters have receded by 1 centimeter, and the water level continues to drop daily. Experts predict that the floodwaters will completely recede in a few months, at which point we will regain control of the land and return to the mainland. Ordinary people will no longer have to live in cramped apartment buildings, children can play freely, and adults can return to work. I believe that in the near future, we will be able to grow food on the land again, and no longer worry about food. After a passionate and inspiring speech, the host seemed to have been brainwashed, his face beaming with surprise and his eyes brimming with hope. It was then that Jiang Mian realized the host wasn't a real person, but an AI avatar. However, unlike the nascent AI of their world, this world's AI host was almost indistinguishable from a real person. The only difference was the sudden, unnatural joy in his eyes, which made it seem unreal. Jiang Mian didn't have a cell phone in this world, nor could she search for other information. The television only had regular channels, none of which were searchable. She was somewhat disappointed. She only knew that the impending disaster in this world was similar to a tsunami, accompanied by floods. However, the floods had already occurred before they arrived, and had already submerged over 30 stories. That could be ignored for now. What other dangers might occur? This was always the inconvenience of entering mission worlds, not knowing what dangers were coming. Many people got stuck when stockpiling supplies. Perhaps in the extreme cold world, some people stockpiled cooling patches or other side effect items, unintentionally increasing the game's difficulty. Fortunately, she possessed prophetic abilities, at least knowing the impending disaster, and that the approaching tsunami wouldn't pose much of a threat to her location, so she didn't need to worry too much about that. However, Jiang Mian couldn't help but feel that after the danger of the last world, was this world's eventuality just a tsunami? Was it too simplistic? This wasn't quite in line with her understanding of survival games. Had she misunderstood? Were survival games not so cruel and ruthless? Nonsense. When have survival games ever been compassionate? Taking advantage of the absence of disturbance, Jiang Mian quickly took out an enhancement potion and then granted it the ability to have no side effects. Jiang Mian found that after using her ability this time, she felt significantly less weak. This was probably due to the skill card she had used after returning to the real world. It was indeed quite effective, with a very noticeable boost. After a short while, she continued to use her ability. Meanwhile, after witnessing the new woman kill someone, several people who had only intended to collect protection money were too scared to leave their homes, fearing that their superiors would find out their man was dead and come after them. Because of this, no one bothered Jiang Mian. Just then, Jiang Mian suddenly heard a buzzing sound outside. At that moment, the television she had turned on showed a live broadcast from outside, revealing a cargo plane parked on the top floor. No one emerged from the plane. As if used to it, no one urged them on or expressed dissatisfaction. They opened the cabin door and took out boxes of goods, piling them on the floor. Just as they were about to retrieve more, the cabin door suddenly closed, and a magnetic electronic voice came from inside. Building 759, 7,986 survivors. Sufficient cargo. Please stop now, or I will take special measures. Hearing this, the men carrying the goods immediately stopped, watching the plane carrying countless goods depart and land on another black building. The men exchanged glances and carried the cargo downstairs. Chapter 157. The people below had been waiting for them. Seeing the new recruits dawdling, one of them kicked them in dissatisfaction. Useless trash. What are you dawdling about? Hurry up. If you don't want to work, just say so. Go back to your lower levels. The man who had been kicked quickly got up. Even though he was the one who had been scolded and hit, he still bowed and apologized. I was wrong. I'm too slow. Sir, please calm down. Don't take offense at people like me. I move it right away, right away. With that, he didn't dare stop and hurriedly went to move more goods. He had pulled many strings to get this job. If he lost it because of these small things, how unfair would that be? He hadn't even recouped his investment yet. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his legs, and tried his best to keep up with the others. Seeing this, the arrogant man who had kicked the man couldn't help but burst into laughter, patting the person next to him and saying, "Look at that guy, he looks like a dog. I hit him and yelled at him like that, and he's still working diligently for us." The person next to him didn't bother to pay him any attention. Actually, he disliked the man's style of doing things, but he couldn't resist the fact that this guy had a good sister who had successfully become the 72nd woman of the second in command. She had that kind of ability, so he could only give a perfunctory smile. The man found it boring, and since it was time to distribute food, he went to do his work. Jiang Mian was recovering her energy in her room when she heard the commotion outside. She leaned closer to the door frame and listened carefully, discovering that they were arguing about the ownership of the food. One of the older women complained, "How can there be so little food? Did you see my son along out on a mission? Are you deliberately shortchanging us?" Another gruff male voice, seemingly used to the woman's unreasonable behavior, arrogantly replied, "That's the order from above. The amount of food is determined by the number of people. There's no more. If you don't want it, don't take it. There are plenty of people who want food. We don't need you." The woman quickly snatched the food back, her tone disgruntled. "I didn't say I didn't want it. How can you be so inflexible? No wonder you're just a nobody in charge of distributing food." She slammed the door shut. The man, angered by being mocked as a nobody, kicked the door and cursed outside for a while before leaving. The man held something resembling a notebook, which recorded the entry and exit records of people in each room. Not long after, there was a knock on Jiang Mian's door. Just as Jiang Mian hesitated whether to open it, she heard someone outside shout, "Hey, are you still going to get your food? If not, I'm leaving." Jiang Mian was silent for a moment, then thought for a second and opened the door a crack, extending a hand. The man saw that it was a woman's hand, and then glanced at the information on the tablet showing who had checked into the room, and paused for a moment. He quickly realized what was going on. Looking at the woman's shy expression, he figured she was probably a new plaything for the person inside, probably from the lower body, and wasn't used to it yet. He blurted out without thinking, "Oh, little beauty, still shy? If you're in this line of work, you should know that if your current man dumps you, you'd be used by everyone. After that, everyone can be completely honest with each other, so there's no need to be so shy." As he spoke, he reached out to touch Jiang Mian's hand, but Jiang Mian swiftly withdrew her hand, preventing him from taking advantage. The man smacked his lips, thinking there would be plenty of opportunities later, and turned to leave. Jiang Mian watched his retreating figure through the crack in the door, silently memorizing his image. Looking at the food she had received, a bag of bread containing about 4 or 5 slices, and 2 bottles of mineral water, she wasn't sure if this was a meal or a day's worth. Jiang Mian didn't eat. The bread wasn't the kind that comes prepackaged. It was simply wrapped in a plastic bag, tied shut with a wire. The mineral water, while seemingly clean, had no packaging and showed signs of having been opened before. She didn't really want to use it. After putting these items into her spatial storage, Jiang Mian changed her clothes and decided to go out and gather some information. The top 10 floors were less crowded, and people generally knew who lived across from them. Instead of gathering information here, she went downstairs to the floor she had entered on. There she saw the food being distributed. Unlike the food distribution upstairs, which used small carts, they used a large garbage bin. The food wasn't handed out in a normal way either. People lined up in the hallway, and the distributors scattered food on the ground like feeding chickens and ducks, while the people scrambled to grab it. Jiang Ming looked closely, and saw that the food wasn't bread or relatively clean water, but rather murky, slightly yellowish water, and steamed buns that looked like they'd been sitting out for a long time, some even moldy. The buns weren't even wrapped, they were just thrown on the ground, covered in dust. However, those people didn't care at all. Their eyes were fixed on the blackened steamed buns on the ground. This was already considered a good meal for them. Yesterday's distribution consisted of moldy cornbread, making it even more inedible. Today's buns, at least, hadn't grown mold yet, which was good enough. Jiang Mian even saw some players wearing white t-shirts and black pants below. Some were looking at the scene with confusion, some with disdain in their eyes, while others were deep in thought. Looking around, it was easy to see the difference between new and veteran players. Jiang Mian didn't go down immediately. Instead, she waited until the chaos below subsided before descending. She came to the side of a little girl who looked only 12 or 13 years old, whom she had observed earlier. The little girl hadn't managed to grab anything while fighting for food because of her small size. She had finally managed to grab a bottle of water, only to have it trampled on and taken away. The little girl was now pinching her arm in discomfort. As Jiang Mian approached, she could still hear the little girl muttering to herself, "What am I going to do? I didn't get any food again. Mommy will definitely kill me. And without food, my little brother will go hungry again." Ahem. Jiang Mian coughed lightly, finally attracting the little girl's attention. The girl looked over, looking at Jiang Mian with a puzzled expression. Jiang Mian said in a coaxing voice, "Little friend, do you want some bread? I have some bread here. If you answer a few questions for me, I give you a piece of bread, okay?" Chapter 158. Really? If I answer a few questions, will you really give me bread? The little girl looked at Jiang Mian with hopeful eyes, her gaze filled with longing. Jiang Mian nodded, smiling like a child trafficker trying to lure someone in. "Of course it's true. I never lie. If you can answer my questions, look, this bag of bread is all yours." Saying this, Jiang Mian pulled a bag of bread, which he had just received, from his backpack and showed it to the little girl for confirmation. Upon seeing the bread, the little girl's eyes lit up. She looked at Jiang Mian cautiously and said, "Sister, ask away. I tell you anything you want to know." "Okay." Jiang Mian looked at her and asked, "How old are you this year?" The little girl weakly replied, "I'm 17 years old." "Huh?" Jiang Mian was taken aback. This little girl looked at most 12 or 13 years old. How could she say she was 17? Jiang Mian didn't dwell on the question. Perhaps the little girl was malnourished, which made her look younger than she said. She continued, "How long has the water outside been there? And these buildings, have they always been there?" The little girl replied without any suspicion, "The water outside has been there for 3 years. It was there when I was 10. It's because it rained a lot before. As for this building, it wasn't there from the beginning. It was built later, I think by the people who lived there, for refuge. The old buildings allowed you to see outside, but the new buildings don't." Jiang Mian nodded, then suddenly realized something was amiss. The little girl had said the floods existed when she was 10, but then she added that they only lasted 3 years. How could she have grown from under 10 to 17? Was she bad at math? Or was there some hidden story? The little girl seemed to realize she let something slip. She looked at Jiang Mian pitifully. Sister, please don't tell anyone my age, okay? Mom says I'm 17 now, and in another year I can become a woman for the upper class. Then our family will have plenty of food, and my little brother won't go hungry anymore. Please don't tell anyone my age, okay? If Mom finds out, she'd definitely kill me. Jiang Mian was silent for a moment, then nodded. From the little girl's words, it was clear her mother was a rather domineering woman, frequently beating and scolding the girl. Her younger brother must be very young. Jiang Mian looked at the little girl. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Tell me, is the whole world flooded? The little girl breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that she wouldn't tell anyone. Thank you, sister. We only found out from the news online. The whole world is flooded, just in different places. After asking her a few more questions, Jiang Mian gave the little girl the bread. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly seemed to remember something and asked the little girl, do you have a cell phone or anything like that? Anything that lets you access information online will do. Yes, I have a smart bracelet. It was a reward my dad gave me when I won first place in a piano competition, but... She looked at the bread in her hand, her meaning clear. Jiang Mian pretended to take 2 bottles of water out of her backpack and shook them. I trade you 2 bottles of water for your smart bracelet. How about it? The little girl led Jiang Mian to their room, which was in the corner of the building. The little girl knocked on the door. Mommy, I'm back. I found food. Jiang Mian heard the sound of keys clinking inside. The next second, the door opened, revealing a thin, sallow-skinned middle-aged man. The little girl's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing the man. Daddy, you're back. Qianqian missed you so much. The girl's father caught his daughter as she ran towards him, his smile kind and gentle. It looked like a heartwarming scene of fatherly love and filial piety. However, Jiang Mian didn't miss the scrutinizing look in the man's eyes. When he looked at his daughter, his eyes were full of assessment, as if he were looking at merchandise waiting to be sold. He hugged his daughter and said, Qianqian, you gotten so thin. The little girl pouted and muttered softly, because I can't get enough food, I'm always hungry. Mom takes all the food for my little brother. The man seemed not to hear her and chuckled, being too thin won't do. Dad just came back and caught some good stuff downstairs. Tonight, I give my precious daughter a little something to eat. Hearing about the treat, the little girl smiled brightly. She hugged her father, clearly showing her deep affection for him. Just then, a middle-aged woman came out of the house. Seeing the two of them so affectionate, she rolled her eyes and shouted, Wang Qianqian, have you been saying something to your father behind his back again? What are you doing, always talking nonsense outside? When Wang Qianqian saw her mother, her smile vanished instantly. She raised her head, pulled out a loaf of bread hidden in her bosom, and said proudly, Look, this is what I ate today. I'm not the useless girl you called me, I can support the family now. The woman's expression changed drastically upon seeing what she had brought out. Just as she was about to close the door, she noticed a beautiful woman following behind her daughter. She froze, her eyes immediately turning wary. Instinctively, she shielded her daughter behind her, her voice sharp as she demanded, Who are you? What are you doing following my daughter back? My daughter is still so young. Jiang Mian was confused about this family. The mother didn't seem like the type to mistreat her daughter, so why did the little girl show such resistance towards this woman? Instead, she looked at her father, whom she had never mentioned, with such affection. She couldn't understand it at all. However, this didn't stop her from revealing her purpose. She pointed to the little girl named Wang Qianqian, her tone flat. Your daughter just made a deal with me, planning to trade her smart bracelet for my water, so I followed her here. You can ask your daughter if you don't believe me. Seemingly because her father had returned, Wang Qianqian seemed extremely confident. She pushed her mother aside and said like a proud little rooster, Hey, don't block my friend. I can earn money to support my family now, so don't worry about me. She pouted, pulled Jiang Mian inside, and introduced her. This is my father. He often teams up with others to go fishing and retrieve things. He's really good at it. Then she pointed to a little boy who had been sitting on the sofa playing with building blocks the whole time. The boy looked to be about 10 years old, not much younger than her. The girl excitedly said, This is my brother, and that fierce woman was my mom. Chapter 159. The little girl's introduction was filled with prejudice and dissatisfaction, but Jiang Mian didn't care. She only wanted to exchange something with this girl, and didn't want to get involved in her family's affairs. However, Wang Qianqian's father didn't think so. The moment he saw Jiang Mian, a secret thought arose in his mind. When did such a beautiful woman appear on this floor? If I offered her up, she could definitely pull more strings than my own daughter, maybe even give me a room on the 10th floor. Thinking this, the man's eyes were filled with greed and desire. He immediately put on a friendly demeanor and said, "Little girl, haven't you eaten yet? Why don't you stay at my house for a meal? Your sister-in-law is just about to cook." Jiang Mian looked at this man whose attitude had completely changed, and heard his words, and couldn't help but twitch her lips. Where would they find a kitchen to cook at a time like this? The place where this family of four lived was even more rudimentary than her apartment on the 64th floor. There wasn't even a kitchen. What kind of food could they possibly cook? Besides, the greed and scheming in the man's eyes were impossible to conceal. Jiang Mian would have to be blind to see it. She refused directly. "No need. I'm just here to exchange something with your daughter. I leave after the exchange, no need to trouble you." With that, she crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, looking at Wang Qianqian and saying, "Aren't you going? Aren't you going to trade with me?" "Oh, okay." Wang Qianqian nodded quickly, then ran to a corner of the room and rummaged around. Finally, she found a smart bracelet and handed it to Jiang Mian. "Here, the smart bracelet is out of power. Just charge it and it work." As for the water, Jiang Mian took the bracelet, handed over the 2 bottles of water, and turned to leave. Seeing her leave, the man nudged Wang Qianqian and whispered, "Qianqian, you know why your mother made you lie about your age, right? Are you really willing to become someone else's plaything? Dad can't defy your mother, but I feel sorry for you. Why don't you trick that woman into coming here and having her do that for you? That way, Dad will feel at ease, and your mother won't be so heartless as to send you away. Think about it carefully, doesn't that make sense?" Wang Qianqian was stunned. She hadn't expected her father to know that her mother wanted to send her away to be a plaything for the upper class. Her eyes immediately reddened. "Dad, I don't want to be a plaything for the upper class. I want to stay with you. Daddy, please save me. Tell Mommy not to let her send me away. I try my best to get food." Seeing his daughter had taken the bait, the man smiled smugly. "Daddy doesn't want to either, but your brother is too young to support the family, and my job is too dangerous. I could die at any moment. How about this? You lure that woman here. You're a child, she won't be wary of you. We let her take your place, okay?" Wang Qianqian hesitated. She was still a young child, but she had attended school for a few years and still had a sense of morality. She couldn't be completely without conscience, and she was reluctant. "But Daddy, that woman. She just gave us food and—" Wang Qianqian's father's face turned cold, and he gave his wife a meaningful look. His wife immediately understood, walked closer with a cold face, and grabbed Wang Qianqian's ear. "You brat, it's one thing if you don't listen to me, but you don't even listen to your father. You're so shameless, wanting to serve those high-class people, are you? Then you stay home, you're not allowed to go anywhere." Wang Qianqian cried out in pain as her mother grabbed her ear. "Ah! It hurts. Let go. I go, okay?" Only after hearing her firm reply did the woman release her grip. Wang Qianqian's ear was red and almost bleeding. The man saw this and said a few words to his wife. "Qianqian, she's still young. Can't you talk to her nicely? Why are you always hitting her? You don't act like a mother at all." As he spoke, he pretended to coax Wang Qianqian. Looking at her father's behavior, Wang Qianqian made up her mind. "I'm sorry, sister, you're so beautiful, you could definitely be the wife of one of those upper-class men. What I did was a shortcut for you, you might even thank me." After a moment of self-deception, Wang Qianqian went out to look for Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian didn't walk fast. She practically walked to the first floor, then surveyed the architectural style. So, by the time Wang Qianqian found her, she had only gone up 2 floors. Seeing Wang Qianqian panting, Jiang Mian was puzzled. "What's wrong? Is there some news you want to tell me?" Wang Qianqian's eyes flickered. She lowered her head and whispered, "My father said he wants to make a deal with you. Can you come back with me again?" Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes, quickly sensing something was amiss. The little girl kept her head down, occasionally fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, a common gesture among nervous or lying people. Although she didn't know what they were plotting by calling her back, she didn't have time to play along. Her voice, which had been unusually soft because she felt sorry for the little girl, turned cold. "No need. I have no more food. I can trade with you. That's it. I go now, and come back to trade with you when I have something to eat." Seeing Jiang Mian about to leave, Wang Qianqian immediately knelt on the ground and hugged her legs. Her voice was pitiful, as if Jiang Mian had done something to her. "Sister, don't go. Please, please come back with me. Just once. I promise you be alright. Please come back with me. If you don't, my mom will definitely beat me to death." Unfortunately, no one came to watch the drama unfold. Seeing her so stubbornly clinging to her beliefs, Jiang Mian gave her a cold glance and said in an icy tone, "Instead of worrying about how your mother will treat you, you should worry about the other person you always trusted. Those involved are often blinded by their own emotions. If someone were to actually kill you, I lean more towards your father. It's likely your father was the one who suggested you come out this time. You're not young anymore, you have your own judgment. Think about it, in your daily life, does your mother love you more, or does your father love you more? Or are they actually in cahoots? Only you can save yourself. Think it through carefully." Chapter 160. After speaking, Jiang Mian left, contrary to Wang Qianqian's expectations that she would follow her home out of pity. Jiang Mian was never one to readily offer kindness, especially not to someone who clearly had ulterior motives. As for the little girl, she didn't want to consider what might happen back home. She simply took her smart bracelet back to her upper floor to charge it. Jiang Mian then tidied herself up. The family she encountered today was quite amusing. The mother was someone accustomed to being used as a pawn, the father a hypocrite, the younger brother indifferent and uninvolved in anything, and the little girl clearly harbored hostility towards her mother while showing affection for her father. She wondered if her warning had any effect, but she figured the little girl probably didn't care at all. Perhaps she even thought her words were meant to sow discord between the little girl and her father. Jiang Mian's guess was correct. The little girl initially harbored doubts, but after returning home, her mother, discovering her incompetence, grabbed a stick and beat her. Her father, meanwhile, put on a benevolent act, trying to stop his wife. This further convinced her that her father was a good person and her mother a malicious one, who couldn't bear to see her succeed. Jiang Mian activated her smart bracelet. Unlike a watch with a small, illegible screen, this one displayed a transparent, tablet-like screen that clearly showed its contents. Jiang Mian opened the bracelet and clicked on the search bar to search for what she wanted. After countless searches and hours of observation, she pieced together the development of this world. 3 years ago, everyone lived on land, not in these cramped apartment buildings. At that time, the world was divided into several factions. Their side belonged to the Hua Alliance, a neutral faction. Initially, everything started because a certain faction dumped laboratory waste into the ocean. What exactly was this waste material? That remains unknown. Shortly after they dumped it, the weather was disrupted. The original 4 seasons became 2, summer and winter. 6 months were unbearably hot, and the other 6 months were bitterly cold. Then, the world's food harvest decreased from 2 or 3 harvests a year to only 1. The reduced food supply led to widespread hunger, with some even starving to death. To make matters worse, a relentless downpour began, lasting for 3 years. The Hua Alliance tried many methods, but their planet could no longer absorb excess water. They had no choice but to fend for themselves. They began constructing tenement buildings atop high-rise buildings. These tenement buildings had no windows and no gaps. Made of special materials, they ensured that even if flooded, the people inside could still survive, albeit without the freedom of movement. However, this was the best way to guarantee survival. Losing freedom was nothing compared to living. Fortunately, the technology here was relatively advanced, and the buildings were quite tall, allowing them to construct towering structures before the floodwaters engulfed them. Although the tower was successfully built, food became the biggest problem. This world had a small population and limited land area, and lacking the ability to predict the future, they naturally wouldn't store much food. Moreover, with limited land and no great minds specializing in such matters, their world prioritized high technology over basic necessities. In short, they could barely feed themselves, with no surplus food to satisfy hunger. However, to the relief of those above, the arrival of the disaster had killed a large number of people, which brought them some comfort, and the food problem could be solved. It had been raining for 3 years now, and recently the water level had dropped. Many people posted online that they had finally made it through, thinking the world was about to return to normal. However, Jiang Mian knew that if things were really that good, the Doomsday game wouldn't have placed them, the players, here. Furthermore, her premonition told her that a tsunami was imminent. At the same time, Jiang Mian also understood what the red building she had initially entered was. Just like the woman had said, only those who hadn't drunk the groundwater were allowed in. The reason given was, there are too many parasites in the water. People who drink it are easily infected with germs. To ensure the safety of the residents in the building, we don't accept ordinary refugees. Jiang Mian's eyes were fixed on the word parasites. Anything like that required extra vigilance. If there wasn't a significant danger, the officials wouldn't have mentioned it, they would have tried their best to conceal it. Now that they mentioned parasites, it might be more dangerous than imagined. Considering the continuous rainfall caused by the discharge of waste materials by some force, it's easy to guess that the disaster originated from beneath the surface, not a tsunami. Jiang Mian couldn't help but feel fortunate that she knew this information beforehand. Otherwise, if she had accidentally used the water, she might have been in trouble too. This is the benefit of caution. She wondered if anyone else had noticed the danger. Of course, Jiang Mian had no intention of warning anyone. They were strangers, and even potential competitors. Why should she warn them? Jiang Mian wasn't that kind-hearted. She knew that things obtained for free are often the least appreciated. If you offered to sell the information, they might even thank you. However, she had no intention of making money by selling information. Firstly, the pricing was inappropriate. For example, if she set the price at 10 or 1 gold coin, what if those people resold the information at the same price? Or even lower? Wouldn't that just provide others with a way to make money? So it was unnecessary, and she didn't want to do something so thankless. If she encountered someone who was clueless and offered the information for free, it would be even more disgusting. Jiang Mian opened the door, intending to go to the top floor. She didn't encounter any other people stopping her along the way, and she easily reached the top floor. Perhaps it wasn't yet time to distribute food, as no one was guarding the small door to the top floor. She simply pushed the door open and went up. Unexpectedly, she found some other people up there, and it was even drizzling outside. Just as raindrops were about to splash onto her face, she immediately took a few steps back until she took out an umbrella from her spatial storage and held it over her head before climbing the iron stairs. Chapter 161. Jiang Mian was worried that something was wrong with the rain falling from the sky, so she decided to bring an umbrella. She quietly released a few brain-eating worms to scout out what was happening underwater. Sure enough, because of the higher floor, the smell from below was indeed gone. From this side, she could vaguely see the situation on other floors, and indistinct figures. They were all survivors who had come out for some fresh air, but Jiang Mian, with her sharp eyes, spotted the red house she had entered earlier. The architecture there was clearly superior to the houses here. Even the top floor had a transparent glass dome, where one could sit and quietly enjoy afternoon tea while looking at the scenery. Don't ask how Jiang Mian knew. From her perspective, the people opposite were having afternoon tea with friends, pointing and talking about something. She lowered her binoculars, and just then, she suddenly saw someone throw a black garbage bag down from the building not far away, braving the rain. The garbage bag was still clearly shaking, indicating it likely contained one or more living people. However, given the height of the fall, the potential for internal organ damage was considerable. The state of the water below was already quite disturbing. She seriously doubted whether anyone who had fallen could ever climb back up. Unless she could climb up the bridge connecting to the middle floor's main entrance and beg someone to open the door. It was unlikely anyone would open the door. Aside from offending those above, the smell emanating from him was quite unpleasant. Jiang Mian was clearly overthinking things, because in her view, after the black plastic bag thrashed around a few times, several people emerged from it. However, the trash on the surface of the water caused them to vomit uncontrollably. Coupled with the extended time spent in the water, and the fact that some were likely injured and unable to swim as quickly as the others, the situation became dire. Ultimately, except for one relatively agile person, who was shot halfway up the river, the others drowned. Jiang Mian looked around and prepared to return. It was all because of her sharp eyesight. Those things below kept flashing before her eyes. She couldn't understand how the people in the red building could watch this scene and still drink tea and chat. Their patience was extraordinary. She couldn't do it, she should go back. Just then, she suddenly stopped, because she also heard the sound of someone falling into the water, and the sound was coming from her direction. She went to the railing and looked down, seeing several brave men in diving suits, facing the golden water, without any fear, jumping straight in. Countless splashes of water erupted below, but fortunately, the area was far enough from the arched bridge that the water didn't splash on the people above. Jiang Mian's lips twitched. Hearing the conversation around him, he realized they had gone down to retrieve food. When the waterline rose higher and higher, no one had retrieved the food below, leaving some behind. This led to the emergence of a profession, fishermen. They specialized in retrieval, with others providing the fishing tools, while the majority of the catch belonged to their respective factions. Those who fished below only obtained a small portion of the food. After each catch, everyone was stripped naked and searched to ensure they hadn't hidden anything. Now another group of people went down to fish, and who knows what they pull out. Watching this, Jiang Mian felt that she had enough food in her spatial storage. She decided not to go down and steal their food. After all, she was a good person, and should leave some room for others to survive, right? She turned and went back into the building, confirming something about the previously distributed food. It was only given out once a day. Aside from the morning distribution, they hadn't given out any more food. Jiang Mian didn't care. Even if they did, she wouldn't eat it. She was mainly worried that the food might be something they made after the disaster, perhaps containing something unclean. She decided against it. That food could be used for trading. Most importantly, she hadn't forgotten that when she first arrived at this building, she had killed several people, even though their families hadn't come looking for them yet. But that didn't mean these people didn't have families. Even if they didn't have families, they must have affiliated factions. Once their factions reacted, a struggle was inevitable. The first thing Jiang Mian did upon entering her room was wash her face, then spray herself with alcohol. She then took a basin of hot water from her spatial storage, mixed it with cold water, and took a bath. As for her clothes, she simply tossed them into her spatial storage. After her bath, she lay on her bed, quietly recalling the day's events, and slowly closed her eyes. The brain-eating worms, after entering the water, didn't see the small worms their master had mentioned. Instead, they discovered a strange creature, something resembling tentacles. Curious, they circled around, only to see the creature instantly open its mouth, about to bite them. The brain-eating worms were stunned. This was the first time they encountered such a hospitable creature, inviting them into its body. Excited, they split into two groups. One group went directly into the creature's body, while the other group moved away. After circling the creature's body, the brain-eating worms were astonished to discover something crucial. This creature doesn't have a brain? Not in a way, but it truly didn't. They circled it, and found that its entire body was a single structure, devoid of any brain. This was the first time they encountered such a nemesis. Several brain-eating worms went back to inform Jiang Mian, while the rest passed through the monster's body, which was riddled with holes, making escape easy. Having discovered the creature lacked a brain, the brain-eating worms lost interest, and avoided such creatures whenever they encountered them underwater. Jiang Mian was woken up from her sleep. It was strange. It was as if she had developed a connection with these brain-eating worms. She could understand what they were saying, and at the same time, they would wake her up. She rubbed her eyes groggily. What? No brain? How can you live without a brain? Wait a minute. She sat up abruptly, perking up. You mean there's a group of brainless creatures underwater, right? The brain-eating worm arched its body and nodded. Are there many of these creatures? Are they easily noticeable? The brain-eating worm tilted its head and nodded hesitantly. Chapter 162. There should be quite a few. We only swam a short distance and found many of these creatures. Jiang Mian, do they grow bigger? What do they eat? The brain-eating worm was bewildered. Huh? So many questions? I don't know. Jiang Mian was completely wide awake now. She opened her umbrella and went to the rooftop. Seeing that no one was around, she released a nearly 2-meter-long brain-eating worm, attached a mini recording device to it, and threw it down. After doing all this, she went back to sleep, now just waiting to find out what was inside tomorrow. This time, without the brain-eating worm's disturbance, Jiang Mian finally slept well, until the next day, when the TV on the wall automatically started broadcasting the outside world, waking her up. Luckily, Jiang Mian wasn't grumpy in the morning, otherwise she would have smashed the TV. She truly didn't understand why there was a television in the room, and why it would play on its own. Wasn't that an invasion of privacy? But thinking about it carefully, at a time like this, what privacy mattered? Having a TV to watch was already a blessing. Feeling dejected, she got up to wash, and only after instinctively turning on the tap did she realize she almost forgotten how precious water was in this world. Where was there any water? She took water from her spatial storage, washed, and ate something before hearing a knock at the door. It was the same man from yesterday. Jiang Mian still only extended one hand, not intending to interact with him. However, the man became increasingly audacious. He had deliberately left this woman until last, precisely for this reason. He subtly touched Jiang Mian's hand, his mouth dripping with filth. Beautiful lady, this is only our second meeting, no need to be so shy. Where's Lao Liang? Call him out, I need to talk to him, and see when he gets tired of you and gives you to me." With that, the man tried to squeeze through the door. Even though he had a tablet that clearly showed there was only one woman in the house, and no Lao Liang as he claimed, he still pretended to want to come in. His motive was obvious. Jiang Mian wasn't one to mince words. After his repeated verbal provocations, she simply flung open the door. Ignoring the man's wide-eyed stare, she pulled him into the room and closed the door. The man was stunned. He hadn't expected such a beautiful woman to be so impatient. It must be because Lao Liang had gone out on a mission after bringing her back, and this woman was lonely and couldn't stand it, so she let him in. Thinking this, the man, who had only intended to take advantage, became bolder. He reached out to touch Jiang Mian's face, but Jiang Mian slapped him so hard his face turned halfway around. The man felt something hard in his mouth. He spat it out and found several teeth. The man covered his face with one hand and held his blood-stained teeth in the other, angrily pointing at Jiang Mian and shouting, You bitch, how dare you hit me? Don't you want to become a Buddhist?" Jiang Mian slapped him again, mimicking his slurred speech. "You idiot, I hit you. So what? What Buddhist? My family doesn't believe in that. I fight E." With that, the man charged at Jiang Mian, but Jiang Mian didn't give him a chance to make a move. She kicked him away and swiftly finished him off. What? Someone like you is a waste of time to kill." Jiang Mian found the key to the next level on his person, and also found the tablet on his person. After looking at it, she immediately smiled. The tablet was quite comprehensive, recording how many people were in the room. Sure enough, the automatically turning TV was faulty. Luckily, she had slept fully clothed last night. Jiang Mian tidied up her things, put away the food from the food cart, and then placed the man on it. She then randomly found an empty room and moved in. With the tablet, opening the inner door was a piece of cake. Shortly after, those who had been waiting downstairs for food for ages finally came out to check on the situation, only to find the man who usually distributed the food dead on the food cart, and the food gone. Immediately, the alarm sounded in the building, and footsteps echoed from upstairs. Jiang Mian stood up and stretched, preparing for the impending battle. The building's second-in-command, upon hearing his subordinates report that his brother-in-law was dead, flew into a rage. Everyone in the building knew the man distributing the food was his brother-in-law. How dare someone kill and steal food? They had enough. He immediately led a group of men downstairs, ordering them to review the security footage to see who was responsible. Although he didn't particularly like his brother-in-law, and he had at least dozens of such brothers-in-law, messing with this man was a matter of face. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to provoke him like this. Since escaping from prison after the apocalypse, he had managed to rise to the second-in-command position by befriending a powerful figure in the prison. Accustomed to being flattered, this was the first time someone had dared to so brazenly challenge him. If he didn't kill this man, how could he save face? Just then, a thin young man approached, holding a transparent screen. He showed the surveillance footage to the second-in-command. "Second brother, the surveillance footage shows that your brother-in-law broke into Liang Shan's room. Then a masked person pushed a food cart into the room and put your brother-in-law on the cart. However, judging from the figure, it's a woman, and she didn't go far. She's right there." Before he could finish, the door next to him suddenly opened with a loud bang. Jiang Mian smiled at the group. "Right here. So what do you want to do to me? Tie me up and throw me down, or are you, like him, plotting something against me?" Jiang Mian wasn't afraid of these men. Judging from their standard equipment, they only had the most basic firearms, and even those were inferior to those in the previous world. After all, the previous world was surrounded by so many mutated monsters, so the base is naturally focused on improving the power of their firearms. Unlike this world, where only floods had submerged the land, there weren't any particularly dangerous monsters, so their focus was elsewhere. It was precisely because she understood this that Jiang Mian dared to be so unrestrained. She raised her gun, adopting a nonchalant attitude. "Who should we start with? How about starting with you, my brother-in-law?" Chapter 163. With that, a whoosh of wind rang out, and the second-in-command was pierced through the head, his eyes wide as he fell to the ground. He didn't even have time to utter a single word before dying. In his dying moments, he didn't even have time to reflect on his life. Only then did the others react, instantly raising their guns, but it was too late. Jiang Mian had already dealt with him even faster. She left only the man with some tech skills behind. She approached him and asked, "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" The young man, his legs trembling, cautiously replied, Because I'm still useful." Seeing his pragmatism, Jiang Mian didn't press the issue. She coldly asked, "Where does your boss live? Take me to him." Without hesitation, the young man led Jiang Mian directly to the 66th floor. He pointed to a room and said, "The boss is in this room. This whole floor is his room, and all the women who live there are his women." Jiang Mian nodded, gesturing for the young man to knock on the door. She whispered in his ear, "Once the door opens, you should know what to say and what not to say, right?" The young man's face turned deathly pale. He didn't dare disregard Jiang Mian's threat. After all, this woman was capable of killing without any pretense of politeness. He nodded, trembling all over. I know. Sis, don't worry, I absolutely won't expose you." Without waiting for Jiang Mian's reply, he started knocking on the door. Boss, something terrible has happened. Second brother is dead. Come out and see. Boss, come out quickly." The leader inside had just finished a threesome, and was preparing for a post-coital cigarette to rest before continuing, as the drug's effects hadn't worn off yet. But unexpectedly, he heard his underling's furious roar from outside. The voice sounded quite urgent. After cursing a few times, he sat up and began enjoying the women's dressing service. The whole process only required him to lift an arm or move a leg. He was enjoying himself like an emperor. It's true, this world still maintains a feudal system, where one wife and multiple concubines are still possible. However, they're not called concubines anymore, they're called mistresses, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, etc. No offense intended, that's just how they call them here. After he finally left, the two women couldn't help but roll their eyes. One of the women couldn't help but complain, "Pa, what a waste of my time. It's over before it even started, and she even took the pill. If she hadn't taken the pill, wouldn't she have just, you know? Shoo." Another girl quickly covered her mouth and whispered, "Second sister, keep your voice down, don't let him hear you, or you be in big trouble." The woman rolled her eyes. "Why would I be afraid of him? He can just dump me on another man. That's better than me living a life of celibacy." Ahem. The younger girl couldn't help but cough lightly. Although what the woman next to her said was crude but reasonable, it was just too crude. After the boss went out, the first thing he saw was his younger brother's anxious and pale face. He felt something was wrong. Something serious must have happened downstairs. Then, his second glance was of pale fingers and a gun pressed against his forehead. The leader instantly raised his hands, wisely surrendering. "Mercy, heroine. I don't know what I did wrong. Hey heroine, let's talk this out. Please don't resort to knives and guns, okay?" As he spoke, he stealthily took a step to the side, but the gun moved with him. Now, the leader dared not move again. He raised his hands, obediently standing in place, not daring to be disrespectful. This was the first time Jiang Mian had encountered someone so sensible, but that didn't stop her from eliminating this potential threat and taking the position of leader of the building. Just as she was about to make her move, she saw the man suddenly kneel down. Yang Go-dan, having been on the battlefield, keenly sensed the killing intent emanating from the woman before him and immediately knelt on the ground, understanding the situation. What's wrong with kneeling? It's not like he's never knelt before someone. Doesn't he kneel all the time in bed? He doesn't believe in the old saying a man's knees are worth gold. If he really had gold, he would have knelt long ago and wouldn't be in jail for kidnapping a rich girl. Jiang Mian hadn't expected this pot-bellied man to kneel so quickly. When she pulled the trigger, the gun only had time to burn off a row of his hair, specifically the middle row. The air was filled with the smell of burning, and screams came from inside the room. Two different screams from two women. The two women huddled together, staring at the whole shot through their heads. The woman who had previously complained about the man's speed didn't even have time to put on her clothes. She ran out wearing only her underwear and a bed sheet wrapped around her. "Old Yang, what happened? Old Yang, you." The word she was about to say caught in her throat as she opened the door. Looking at the scene before her, she swallowed hard and began to back away. "I didn't see anything." "You can continue." However, how could Jiang Mian let the people inside leave? She pulled out another gun and pointed it at the woman. Just then, the man kneeling on the ground suddenly stood up, blocking Jiang Mian's gun. The man, with a forced smile, said, "Heroine, our matter has nothing to do with these women. Let's resolve this ourselves and not hurt anyone else. They're innocent. They're pitiful too. After I forcibly took them, I kept them imprisoned by my side. Please, for the sake of us women and their pitiful state, let them go." Jiang Mian was confused. What kind of act were they putting on? A pair of star-crossed lovers? Unwavering devotion to death? They didn't think she let them go like this, did they? She wasn't the type to be moved by other people's love, especially since there were two women involved. What kind of ridiculous love was this? A love triangle? Just then, the young man, clearly moved by the couple's affection, began to plead for them. Sister, actually our boss is quite okay. After taking over this building, we even distributed food to the ordinary survivors. This is a treatment we don't get in other buildings. You know, other buildings practically squeeze every last drop of value out of the civilians. Only our boss cares about them. We're even leaving them a way to survive. For the sake of how good our boss is, spare his life. Jiang Mian coldly glanced at the gossipy young man beside him, and said in a cold voice, Fine. Since you want to save them, it's not impossible. But since I fired, someone has to die. How about you die in their place? You have saved both of them, isn't that great? No, no, no. The young man shook his head like a rattledrum. Then forget it. Let them be a pair of star-crossed lovers, that's fine too. Chapter 164. Just then, seeing that the two of them were doomed, the leader suddenly revealed his last trump card. Heroine, keeping me alive is definitely a win-win situation. I know some information that others don't, and I can contact people in the Huaming government. I can get food from them. Keeping me alive will be far more useful than killing me. Oh! Jiang Mian wasn't interested in the food he mentioned, but she was intrigued by the information he spoke of. So she asked, What information are you talking about? I need to see how valuable it is before I can determine whether your life will end in death, or just a fleeting existence. Yang Godan looked at Jiang Mian's expression and, realizing he couldn't discern anything, gritted his teeth. He decided to gamble. Life or death depended on this one move. After paying a price recently, I learned some things from within the Huaming Chinese alliance. Aside from those of us in the black buildings who drink filtered underground water, the water used in the red and white buildings is mineral water produced before the apocalypse. The reason they use mineral water is because of what happened before the apocalypse. Back then, a certain faction was dumping wastewater from their biological research into the sea, right? Actually, it was wastewater from their failed research. They just recklessly dumped it into the sea, and coincidentally, it was the rainy season. The seawater had already overflowed and mixed with the floodwaters, they were now completely intertwined. The water we drink comes from underground sources. Although it's filtered through multiple layers, some microorganisms can't be filtered out. Even boiling water can't kill 100% of those bacteria. So, those buildings are actually there to prevent us from sneaking in, because we're already covered in parasites, they just haven't been discovered yet. After patiently listening to him finish, Jiang Mian asked the crucial question, So, after all you said, is there any solution? Yang Godan was silent for a moment before saying, There is, but it requires exchanging a lot of supplies. We don't have much here to begin with. We live on the government's relief food every day, and they don't even want to eat. They only want the high-tech products buried in the water. I can only send people down to retrieve them, ostensibly to retrieve food, but actually to find those things. Jiang Mian nodded, then chuckled at Yang Godan. You told me so much, but you haven't said who your contact was? Was it so I keep you around, right? Yang Godan grinned sheepishly. You're so clever, heroine. But even if I told you, you wouldn't find him. He used to be my comrade in arms, and we're quite close, which is why he told me. Otherwise, this information wouldn't be known to us in this building. After all, in their minds, we're just a waste of food. Jiang Mian fell silent. She thought for a moment. She couldn't kill him now, but killing him didn't mean letting them leave. She was alone in this building. Surrounded by men's men, she couldn't trust them. Jiang Mian stretched out her hand. Several black insects crawled and writhed on her palm. Eat them, and I spare your lives. Eat it? Not only the young man, but even the couple about to become doomed lovers were stunned into silence. Looking at the unusually lively black worm in Jiang Mian's hand, they immediately took a few steps back. Seeing this, Jiang Mian reassured them, Don't worry, they're very well behaved. They generally won't do anything to you, but if you have any thoughts of betrayal, well, who knows? Her tone was casual, as if she were discussing what to eat tomorrow, but to the group, it sounded like a demon demanding their lives. So, are you going to eat it or not? To the three of them, this meant, do you want to live or not? Yang Godan, true to his wartime experience, swallowed hard, finally closed his eyes, picked up a brain-eating worm, and stuffed it into his mouth. Ugh! He instinctively gagged, then sat pale-faced on the ground. It wasn't that the thing was disgusting or unpalatable, but rather that it truly pushed his physical limits. Eating live insects is something most people, except those from special regions, simply cannot do. But they wanted to live, not die, so they had no choice but to endure the disgust and swallow those black insects. Jiang Mian, watching the desperate couple eat the insects, asked, "What, don't you want the person inside anymore? Why don't you call her out?" Yang Godan only then remembered that there was another woman inside. He was afraid this woman would kill the woman in his room, whom he had recently married and was currently in love with. He hurriedly shouted, 12. 12, come out quickly. What are you doing huddled in there? Come out now. A woman sobbing came from inside the room. After a while, her voice rang out, "No. I won't eat those disgusting insects. Kill me or do whatever you want, I'm not afraid of you." Jiang Mian wasn't going to tolerate her. She looked at Yang Godan. "You heard what happened next yourself. What should you do? I think you know very well." Yang Godan's expression changed. This woman was not someone to be trifled with. 12, really? Why did she have to act this way now? Was this woman someone he could afford to mess with? Not just her alone, even all of them combined couldn't handle her. She was a real liability at a crucial moment. But the situation was special, and he had to make a decision. He had just gained this woman's trust. If he did something excessive now, he might lose his life. Thinking this, Yang Godan wasn't soft-hearted. He stood up. Terrified screams mixed with pleas for mercy came from inside the room. After a while, the sounds from inside gradually weakened. Yang Godan walked out looking utterly dejected. He looked at Jiang Mian, forcing a fawning smile, and said, "Heroine, I taken care of it." Jiang Mian looked at him, bewildered. She had only asked this man to force-feed the woman insects. Why was he acting like it was a matter of life and death? She didn't understand. She really didn't understand. Jiang Mian didn't bother arguing with him about it, and said directly, "From today onwards, you're still the boss of this building. You continue in your position. I won't interfere in your daily affairs, only major decisions will require my attention. Understand?" "Yes, yes, yes. I understand." Yang Godan nodded and bowed, then suggested to Jiang Mian, "Boss, how about you change your position? Like, maybe stay on the 67th or 68th floor?" Chapter 165. This guy is indeed a smart man. He changed his mind very quickly. Jiang Mian was quite satisfied with that. It's always better to encounter a smart person than someone who can't think straight, like that guy inside. If Yang Godan wasn't still useful, she would have dealt with him directly. Jiang Mian thought about the scene that would happen next, and had no interest in higher floors. When the tsunami hits, wouldn't she be facing waves of feces if she lived on a higher floor? Even if she couldn't see it, it would still be disgusting. Thinking of this, she waved her hand in refusal. "No, I stay in my original place. I'm used to it. As for what you said before about the people upstairs needing underwater electronic products, get someone to get them. Try to do it as quickly as possible." Yang Godan nodded repeatedly, agreeing with everything Jiang Mian said. Jiang Mian was very satisfied with his pragmatism, and turned to leave. The young man followed her. At first, Jiang Mian thought he also lived on this floor, but even after they reached the door, he was still following. Jiang Mian turned to look at him. "Why aren't you going back to your room? What do you want with me?" The young man looked aggrieved. "Sis, I just betrayed our former boss. If I show up in front of him now, I definitely get a beating. Sis, I'm the first one to pledge allegiance to you, so why don't you take me in?" "Jiang Mian, aren't you one of mine now? He definitely won't do anything to you, don't worry." The young man looked awkward, and after a while, as if he had made up his mind, he said, "Sis, that's not what I meant that. What's all this and that?" Jiang Mian said, indicating she was an honest person and didn't understand. She opened the door, closed it, and left the man outside. Outside, the young man stood alone, looking at the door with a resentful expression. Sigh. He finally got a female boss, and he wanted to throw himself at her, but she didn't want him. Dan Jean touched his face, thinking that he wasn't bad-looking either. Before the apocalypse, he was quite sought after. Many women in the base would chase after him, wanting to have a relationship with him. Why was he useless in front of the new boss? Jiang Mian didn't care what he was thinking. To her, the young man outside was just average-looking. In terms of appearance, he couldn't compare to Yiling. In terms of ability, he couldn't compare to her. In terms of physique, he couldn't compare to Fu Junhan. In her eyes, he was utterly worthless. This was because she had seen too many outstanding people. After meeting an ordinary person, she felt he was just average. Besides, Jiang Mian wasn't that kind of person. Although she saw in the chat group that many players were using their player status to lure others into sexual relations with food, water, or other survival resources during the chaos of the game world, Jiang Mian found this behavior quite shameful and had no intention of doing the same. It wasn't that she was clinging to any notions of chastity. It was simply that she didn't enjoy doing such things. She was more interested in strengthening herself than indulging in pleasure. Shaking her head, Jiang Mian made sure the young man had left before opening the door and going outside. Her plans had been interrupted so early in the morning, and now it was already noon. She wondered what her darlings were up to down there. When she reached the rooftop, she saw the brain-eating amoeba clinging tightly to the exterior of the black building. Its black body blended perfectly with the building, making it almost indistinguishable at first glance, and even upon closer inspection, the difference was barely noticeable. Jiang Mian didn't dare pick it up, mainly worried about any unclean substances from the water on its body. Well, actually, it had picked up some yellowish substances when it first came up. Jiang Mian wore gloves and removed the video camera from its neck. To her surprise, she discovered that the brain-eating amoeba had brought her some small creatures, resembling sea cucumbers. The little creatures weren't shy and even blinked at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian stored the brain-eating amoeba and the little creatures in her spatial storage, not giving them much thought. Only after returning to her room did she turn on the video camera to watch the footage. When the brain-eating amoeba first went down, there was nothing underwater until they encountered something resembling a sea cucumber. Jiang Mian stared blankly at the little creature playing happily with the brain-eating worms in the breeding space. Wasn't that it? However, unlike sea cucumbers, which have outward protruding spines, these creatures had inward retracting holes, the entrances of which pierced directly through their bodies. It looked quite strange, but the ocean contained everything, so the presence of such creatures was probably normal. Perhaps this creature was a normal being in this world? Jiang Mian didn't dwell on it too much. Looking further, he saw the brain-eating worms encountering fish, shellfish, and other marine life. The ocean had expanded to this extent. Could it be that it had directly connected to the outside world? The ocean in this world is actually quite small, not covering the majority of the surface like on their planet Earth, but only about 40%. However, after several years of continuous rain, the ocean's area has increased to over 80%, with only a few mountain peaks still visible. Further down, there are former human structures, including some floating trains, air conditioner units, light rail, shattered screens, and collapsed buildings. The buildings are covered in moss, with small fish swimming around occasionally, and even small dolphins sometimes seen swimming underwater. The ground has long been eroded, revealing the soil and sand beneath, where creatures that prefer to live in the mud and sand hide. Most of the buildings below have been smashed, and their contents have long since disappeared. It's unclear whether they were taken by humans or blown away by these sea creatures breaking the glass. The following video shows the brain-eating worm's journey. It didn't encounter anything strange along the way, so Jiang Mian fast-forwarded until it stopped at one place. It was a very strange body. No, to be precise, a corpse. The corpse was trapped under rocks. It possessed a human-like head and forelimbs, but with sharp, shark-like teeth. However, its lower body was fused together, like a mermaid from legend. It had no legs, and its lower body had long since disappeared, leaving only the fused thigh skeleton. The brain-eating amoeba, perhaps out of curiosity, circled this strange creature several times before leaving. Jiang Mian rewound the video and watched it several more times, confirming that the creature's upper body was indeed human. Based on the many autopsy videos she had watched, the shape and structure of the bones were the same as a human's, but she didn't know why it had died here. She continued playing the video. In the seawater, they encountered an anglerfish. After playing with the anglerfish for a while, whether out of hunger or something else, the anglerfish swallowed a nearby sea cucumber-like creature, the same strange creature the brain-eating amoeba had encountered at the beginning. After swallowing it, the lanternfish didn't change at all, just like it was ordinary food, nothing special. Seeing this, Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief, ruling out the thing's purpose. Chapter 166. This thing shouldn't be the main cause of the disaster, since the fish that ate it were unharmed. The following section is the brain-eating amoeba's adventure. It encountered a shark along the way, which seemed very curious about the amoeba and kept chasing it, trying to eat it. The amoeba kept running away. Normally, the amoeba might have simply burrowed inside, but it was ordered by its master to film the underwater scenes, so it couldn't be eaten, otherwise no one would be able to transmit the video to its master. After about 2 hours, the shark, seeing it couldn't catch it and having been attracted by other creatures, finally gave up on the amoeba. However, Jiang Mian looked at the shark and, whether it was due to the camera angle or something else, felt that there seemed to be something extra on the shark's side. But at the time, The brain-eating amoeba was only focused on escaping, and didn't capture much of the shark's appearance. Silently noting this down, Jiang Mian, after confirming there was nothing else in the video, turned it off. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Mian didn't open it immediately, but pressed her ear to the door and asked, "Who is it?" The woman knocking outside sounded frightened, her voice trembling. She whispered, "Boss? Boss, Lao Yang asked me to bring you something. It's a written record of his contact with his superiors, along with the latest news from an hour ago. Please take a look." Jiang Mian recognized the voice. It was the woman from the previous case of the fugitive couple. She opened the door, and sure enough, it was her. After letting her in, Jiang Mian saw the letter in her hand, and asked her to find a chair. The woman sat down tremblingly, afraid to look at it. She examined the contents of the letter. The contents were concise, containing only a record of their previous transaction and the items exchanged. It was clear that the same person had compiled it. The handwriting was neat and elegant, suggesting it was written by a girl. Continuing on, she found a transaction list. It listed the required items: batteries, solid gasoline, mechanical items, and some things she didn't quite understand. After all, Jiang Mian hadn't had much formal education, so it was normal for her to be unfamiliar with some things. The other party wanted so many items, yet in exchange, they were only offering 10 doses of vaccine. Seeing that Jiang Mian had finished reading, the woman explained in a low voice, "That's what the person I contacted said. He said that vaccine production is very labor-intensive, and not much reaches the lower levels. These 10 doses were hastily put together. Although the vaccine can't completely eliminate the virus in the body, it can suppress it. Old Yan is trying to get them to lower the price. After all, the water isn't really safe. If we fish in large quantities, we might get into a fight with other forces, and casualties are inevitable. They're trying to negotiate in detail, but we don't know what their thoughts are yet." Jiang Mian put away the letter and looked at the woman, saying, "What does your boss think? Can he accept this price?" The woman shook her head. "Old Yang knows that the price is set by them. We can only try to get them to lower the price a little. If that doesn't work, we have to buy the goods at this price." Jiang Mian tapped her fingers on the table, looking at the woman. "Wait another day. If we can't get them to lower the price by tomorrow, then we buy it directly. You guys prepare the supplies they need first. We get a second batch of goods to test the effect. We can't just listen to everything they say. Just because they say there are no side effects doesn't mean there are. We need to experiment first to know the results. Okay, I go back and tell Lao Yang." With that, the woman turned and left Jiang Mian's room. Only after she left did she breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, she had mentally prepared herself for facing such a ruthless woman before daring to come in. Even now, Lao Yang's head was still bald, and he was still applying medicine. Lao Yang said that he was lucky he gave in quickly, otherwise he would have lost his life. Therefore, she had an extraordinary respect and fear for Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian didn't care how others treated her, as long as they obeyed. She looked at the letters on the table, lost in thought. On the other side, after the woman relayed Jiang Mian's words, Yang Godan breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that Jiang Mian would insist they buy the vaccine at the lowest possible price, which would put him in a difficult position. Because of his special relationship with Jiang Mian, he had received the information in advance, so what they had salvaged was enough to exchange for 10 doses of the vaccine. He was afraid that later, others would want to make more money, and would release the information, leading to a scramble and potentially driving up the price of the vaccine. It was better to buy a batch of vaccines now, while fewer people knew about it, and stockpile them. Soon, a message came from the other side. Yang Godan looked at the information on his bracelet, and breathed a sigh of relief. They were willing to compromise and offer a 10 to 20% discount, which was enough. Soon, on a stormy night, the two groups quietly began their trading business. Jiang Mian, holding an umbrella and wearing a protective suit to ensure she wouldn't get wet, waited quietly for the people from the other side to arrive. They were currently on an overpass. Unless someone was watching them with binoculars, they wouldn't be noticed. Soon, a group of people in protective suits approached from a distance. Without saying a word, they opened a box containing 10 pale blue vials of medicine, then closed the box and looked at them. "We brought the goods. Where are your items for exchange?" Yang Godan waved his hand, and two people immediately came over and handed the items to the other side for inspection. The other party opened the bag, checked the quantity, and nodded. "Very good, the quality is quite good. Looking forward to our next cooperation." Yang Godan smiled and exchanged pleasantries with the person opposite him, while Jiang Mian stared at the box. After the pleasantries, they didn't return to their floor until the other party left. Upon reaching the 66th floor, Jiang Mian sat in her executive chair, looking at the contents of the box with a puzzled expression. She looked at Yang Godan and said, "Do you want to get the injection now? I can give you the injection first." Yang Godan hesitated. He had changed the vaccine, but he hadn't considered testing it himself. His plan was to find someone to test it first, and only use it after confirming that the drug had no side effects. He just didn't know if the new boss would think what he was doing was unethical. Seeing his hesitation, Jiang Mian said directly, "Just find someone. I heard you guys talking about infections. Find someone with a more serious condition to inject this drug and see." Chapter 167. Finally, Yang Godan brought over a thin woman, whom Jiang Mian vaguely recognized. She looked at Wang Qianqian and exclaimed in surprise, "It's you?" Wang Qianqian was clearly stunned when she saw Jiang Mian. She stared at Jiang Mian in disbelief. "How is it you? What are you doing here?" She looked at Jiang Mian, then at Yang Godan, and suddenly seemed to understand something, smiling slightly. She knew it. Such a beautiful woman in this building couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. Turns out she's just a plaything for those living on the upper floors. It seems her father was wrong. He even wanted to give this woman away, not knowing she was the boss's woman. Luckily, her father didn't do that, or he would definitely have offended those above him. Seeing that the two knew each other, Yang Godan thought he had done something wrong and quickly said with a forced smile, "Boss, you two know each other? This is a girl the second-in-command recently married, but before he could even touch her, she offended you and you took care of her. If you two knew each other, I'd just find someone else." Jiang Mian waved her hand. "No need, use her. Her relationship with this girl was merely a transaction. They weren't that close, and she didn't want to cause too much trouble and let more people know about it." However, Wang Qianqian was stunned when she heard Yang Godan address the woman. She couldn't control her emotions and said, "What do you mean? What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Who was killed? Why do you call this woman boss? Isn't she your woman?" Yang Godan was startled and quickly ran over to cover Wang Qianqian's mouth. She yelled angrily, "Hey, you brat! How dare you talk like that? This is our boss. What nonsense are you spouting? You're just a naive girl, so why can't women be strong? Don't assume someone is someone's woman just because they're powerful. They have their own abilities. Don't use your short-sighted judgment to judge others." Wang Qian, her mouth covered, listened to the words of what she thought was the most powerful person in the building and was immediately terrified. She dared not utter another word. Most importantly, she couldn't speak now that her mouth was covered. Jiang Mian didn't bother with such matters. After all, it wouldn't cost her anything, and besides, the little girl in front of her was just a 12 or 13-year-old brainwashed little fool. Everyone else in the room had already left, leaving only those Jiang Mian trusted, those who had taken the brain-eating worm. One of the girls pulled down Wang Qian's trouser leg, revealing fish scale-like growths on her body. Jiang Mian wasn't particularly surprised, because she had seen the same thing on Yang Godan before. She had also seen it on the woman on Yang Godan's body. This was a symptom caused by drinking the underground water. Almost everyone in this building had similar symptoms to some extent. It just depended on how much of their body was covered by these fish scale-like things. Wang Qianqian was held down, struggling fiercely. "What are you doing? I'm second brother's woman. How can you bully me like this? Let me go, let me go!" Seeing that her pleas and threats were useless, Wang Qianqian looked at Jiang Mian. "Sister, save me, please save me. I'm still young. I have a father and mother, and a younger brother. Please save me. I don't want to die." Jiang Mian raised her hand to stop them. She looked at Yang Godan. "Didn't you tell her about the effects of the drug beforehand?" Yang Godan guiltily wiped the sweat from his forehead and said awkwardly, "Things were a bit urgent, so I didn't have time to tell her. I didn't expect her to react like this." Jiang Mian rolled her eyes. "Fine, find someone else. Let her go back." Yang Godan nodded, afraid of any further accidents, and quickly went to find someone himself. After Wang Qianqian was released, she immediately began to sob softly. Jiang Mian couldn't bear to see her cry and immediately ordered someone to take her out. Wang Qianqian was still bewildered even after being thrown outside. She had cried so much, shouldn't they have comforted her and given her some compensation? How could they be so cold and heartless? Especially the older sister she had traded with before. She wasn't kind at all. And judging from their words, her second brother. She'd been murdered. What would she do? She'd just been taken into her second brother's room, hadn't even had a chance to do that with him, and now her husband was dead. What would people think of her? In a daze, she arrived at her parents' floor. When her father saw his daughter return disheveled and bewildered, he paused, then looked behind her. Finding no one there, he pulled her into the room. What's wrong, Qian? Why are you back alone? Where are the adults? Did they kick you out? His tone was one of disgust and disappointment, but Wang Qian didn't catch it. After telling her father everything she knew, she shrank back at his grim face. She became completely lost. Dad, what should I do? The second-in-command is dead. What am I supposed to do? Wang Qian's father's eyes flickered. Seeing his daughter, who had only been away for a day, already looking radiant, her clothes and attire making her even more beautiful, he thought for a moment and said, It's all right, Qian. Just stay home. The second-in-command is dead anyway, and no one will know you're back. In a few days, Dad will find you a better husband. Just wait and enjoy your life. Wang Qian happily threw herself into her father's arms. Dad, you're so good to me. But she didn't see the greed that flashed in her father's eyes the moment she lowered her head. This father, whom she thought was the best, was already calculating in his mind who to give her to as a favor. Wang Qian had just escaped one danger only to fall into another. If she had stayed on the upper floors and not returned, it wouldn't have been so bad, since Jiang Mian didn't intend to punish anyone else, she was only trying to protect herself. Unfortunately, Wang Qian, in her overconfidence, missed one opportunity to save herself after another. This time, Yang Guodan brought people from the lower floors. They lived in rooms constantly flooded. Although they didn't have to worry about leaks, perhaps due to the damp environment, their infections were more severe, and they were almost completely covered in clothing. This was because most of their skin was no longer intact, their bodies were covered in fish scale-like growths. His eyes were cloudy, with the pupils of his eyes making up a very small proportion of his pupils. Once he arrived upstairs, he was very quiet. He probably already understood his fate here. Chapter 168. Yang Guodan made the man remove his clothes, revealing his skin. Jiang Mian couldn't help but gasp. From the description alone, she hadn't thought anything of a problem. However, only after seeing his skin with her own eyes did Jiang Mian begin to understand. This man's skin wasn't like Wang Qian's, which only had fish scale-like growths. His skin had transformed into fish scales. Jiang Mian touched it with gloves on, and found that the scales were extremely hard, almost indistinguishable from real fish scales. She looked at the man and asked, Do you feel anything different about yourself right now? For example, do you crave being in water? The man, after a few seconds of bewildered reaction, shook his head. No, I feel fine. Yang Guodan whispered, We don't really consider these people human anymore. They can go a month without food or water, surviving on moss growing in their rooms. Since discovering this symptom, we set up barriers on each floor of the apartment building to prevent them from entering, but we still regularly provide them with food to keep them alive. As for your craving for water, they haven't had any water in a long time, so they shouldn't feel that way. Hearing Yang Guodan's explanation, Jiang Mian's eyes widened in shock. No wonder. She wondered why there was an iron gate blocking the stairwell when she was wandering around the building earlier. She thought it was to prevent flooding from below, but it turns out it was to prevent people from coming up. After Yang Guodan administered the vaccine, the man initially showed no reaction. However, after a short while, he began scratching himself frantically, tearing off many of his scales. He seemed oblivious to the pain, continuing to scratch vigorously. Blood gushed from his wounds, quickly soaking his clothes. Jiang Mian immediately grabbed the man's hand, gave the others a signal, and they tied him up. But the man kept banging his body against the wall, crying out in pain, It itches so much. Please let me go, I'm so itchy. A moment later, he changed his tune, It hurts. Help. Kill me. Watching this scene, everyone's expression varied. Jiang Mian's expression was the worst, firstly because of the fish scales on the man's body, and secondly because of the drug. Why did the person experience unbearable itching, and then unbearable pain after the injection? Was it a side effect? 3 hours later, most of the fish scales on the man's body had fallen off. However, the man lay on the ground, as if his skin had been peeled off, his life hanging in the balance. The group exchanged glances. Dan Jin stepped forward and checked the man's breathing, then breathed a sigh of relief. He's still alive, not dead, but his breath is extremely weak. It's probably a side effect of the vaccine. Jiang Mian nodded and instructed, Find someone to treat his injuries first, and observe him for a few more days. As for you, I advise you to avoid injecting this medicine for now. Wait until you're sure he'll be fine afterwards. Everyone nodded. After seeing the man's miserable state on the ground, they no longer had the intention of injecting him now and decided to wait until he was fully conscious. Jiang Mian returned to her room. For some reason, perhaps due to the psychological effect of seeing the man's scales, she felt itchy and uncomfortable all over. She took out a mirror, took off her clothes, and checked her skin. Only after confirming there were no fish scale-like things did she breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, she had been cautious and hadn't consumed the water of this world, nor had she been caught in the rain. It was a stroke of good luck amidst misfortune. Jiang Mian then enhanced the potions in her spatial storage, saving them all for her family. Holding the healing potion, Jiang Mian wondered if it would work on someone covered in fish scales. She had no intention of using it on that person. After all, she knew who was more important, the person with fish scales or her family. The next day, the rain temporarily stopped. Jiang Mian went to the rooftop and looked at the scene outside. The area connecting the middle floors to the building was crowded with people. They wore simple diving suits, and most weren't even wearing diving suits. They were all tied with ropes and jumping down. They were going to retrieve supplies from underwater. A gentle breeze blew by, bringing with it a light drizzle. Jiang Mian immediately opened her umbrella, watching the water sway slowly in the wind. A bad feeling rose in her heart. This scene looked so much like the rising and falling tide. Thinking this, she immediately went downstairs to find Yang Godan and instructed, "Have everyone go back to their rooms. Don't send anyone out to search for anything anymore. I have a feeling the water won't calm down. Be prepared." Huh? Yang Godan was completely bewildered. After understanding what Jiang Mian said, although he didn't understand, he didn't dare disobey Jiang Mian's order. He was a shrewd henchman, knowing what to say and what not to say. He just needed to keep his head down and do his job. So, he quickly took the elevator downstairs and called everyone outside back. Those who had gone into the water were also pulled back. Although they didn't understand, they returned to shore. Not long after they came ashore, the rain outside intensified, accompanied by occasional thunderclaps. Some of them opened their arms, welcoming the gift from heaven and washing away the filth. While washing, someone suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted in shock, "Holy crap, look over there." "What's that?" "It's so tall." The others looked in the direction he was pointing and suddenly saw a tall, gray wall rushing towards a building. One of them shouted, "Run. Get back inside. It's a tsunami. It's a tsunami." "No way, are we on land? How could there be a tsunami?" "Dude, are you stupid? The water's up here. Isn't it normal for seawater to merge with the road surface? You could say we've been living at sea all along. We just been lucky enough not to encounter tsunamis before. Let's get going. We might get swept away by the tsunami if we wait any longer. I wonder if this building can withstand the power of a tsunami. I've seen science videos before. Tsunamis can swallow up huge ships. It should hold. After all, this isn't the actual sea surface. The tsunami shouldn't be that powerful." The crowd discussed amongst themselves, but they didn't slow their pace at all, each one cautiously returning to the building. If these people were lucky because Jiang Mian reminded them, allowing them to emerge from the water ahead of time, then the people in the other buildings were not so fortunate. They were still searching for supplies underwater when they were hit in the face by the oncoming tide as soon as they surfaced. Then the rope snapped, and some of the unlucky ones crashed into the building, their bodies instantly torn to pieces. Chapter 169. When they realized what was happening and tried to run up, it was too late. The rope had already been snapped by the raging current, and those above either ran back into the building or were directly swept down by the tsunami. Those who survived this scene couldn't help but feel fortunate. Just then, Jiang Mian heard a series of messages tagging her in the chat group. She opened the chat and saw that several players were tagging her. "Can a mouse climb a tree? Hey bro, do you sell any diving suits? Ha ha ha. Hey bro, I need a life jacket. Dura. Hey bro, do you sell any food? I'm starving." Looking at the people tagging her, Jiang Mian couldn't help but sigh. That's reputation. She hasn't even thought about selling anything yet, and people are already contacting her, urging her to sell things. Speaking of diving suits, she actually did have some. In the first world, she had acquired a ship's warehouse, which contained quite a few diving suits. Furthermore, she had previously received a batch of diving suits at the dock. Those suits were likely exported to other countries. There were quite a few, enough for 2 full containers. As for life jackets, she also had some, though not as many as the diving suits, but a few thousand sets were more than enough. "I love salty soy milk. Yes, bro, diving suits are 10 gold coins each, fully equipped, and life jackets are 5 gold coins each. Friendly reminder: the water underwater isn't clean. It's said that a certain faction dumped wastewater from a laboratory there, which might contain substances that cause mutations. If you have enough gold coins, I suggest buying diving suits. Can rats climb trees? Thanks for the reminder. I already bought the diving suit and life jacket. Wahahaha. Thanks, same as above. Mamahaha. Can you give me a discount? I want to buy both, but I don't have enough gold coins. Jiang Mian simply ignored this person. She was a businesswoman, not a philanthropist, and they didn't know each other. If he offered a discount, what would happen to the others if he set a precedent? She couldn't be biased, so she simply ignored him. Seeing that Jiang Mian ignored him, the person cursed angrily, and could only grit his teeth and buy both sets. Yes, he did have money, but wasn't he trying to save it? Since the person ignored him, he had no choice but to buy both sets. Mainly, seeing the items in this big shot shop rapidly decreasing. If he didn't buy now, he might not have the chance again. Most people buying diving suits and life jackets were because they were short of food and clothing after entering the game, so they planned to try their luck at salvaging some items to exchange for food. Who could have imagined encountering a tsunami on land? They could only accept their bad luck. Fortunately, their supernatural abilities allowed them to survive a little longer than the natives, giving them time to buy diving suits and life jackets. At least they were safe. However, when they finally surfaced, they discovered that the skybridge connecting the buildings had vanished, and the entire building had no windows. The only way to get in was to climb from the top floor. Damn it! Someone immediately cursed. Who could have imagined that the bridges connecting each building would disappear? Wasn't this supposed to be fixed? How could it just disappear like that? There were no signs of it collapsing. It just vanished so mysteriously. They could only accept their bad luck and slowly climb up from the lower floors. Jiang Mian was unaware that the skybridges would disappear. She was currently observing the person who had received the vaccine. He was wrapped up like a mummy, his eyeballs still the size of black beans, and he hadn't improved. However, the doctor said that his scales had stopped growing. Although he was covered in injuries, at least his body had returned to normal. Jiang Mian looked at Yang Godan and the others, and kindly asked, "Do you want to be injected now?" The group exchanged glances, unsure of her meaning. Did she want them to be injected, or not? Jiang Mian frowned, seeing their lack of response. "I'm asking you a question. I don't think you're the type to back down like this. So, are you going to get it or not?" Dan Jin was the first to step forward saying, "Boss, how about I go first?" He then pulled up his trouser leg, pointing to the scales that had spread from his thigh to his calf, and said with a wry smile, "The scales on my legs have grown this big. If I don't get injected soon, I'd probably end up like this guy in the bed." Jiang Mian didn't care who went first. There was still plenty of medicine, enough for everyone in the room. Keeping them calm was important. Some sacrifice was necessary. She nodded, took out a vial of medicine, and handed it to him. "Here you go. I wanted to see it again. What changes will occur after people with different levels of infection receive this medicine?" Dan Jin took the syringe, injected himself, and after a while, he understood why the guy in the bed looked so disheveled after the injection. It itched. An unbearable, agonizing itch. A tingling sensation emanated from the area where the scales had grown, like tiny insects crawling inside. At first, he could resist scratching, but as he tried, he couldn't hold back any longer and yelled, "Brother Yang, grab my arm, I can't take it anymore." Upon hearing this, Yang Godan immediately rushed over and pinned Dan Jin to the ground. With his weight, he was enough to completely pin Dan Jin down, rendering him immobile. Seeing this, the others didn't rush to help. The pinned-down Dan Jin's face turned red with frustration. He roared wildly, trying to release the unbearable itch. Because he hadn't scratched, his leg wasn't bleeding profusely. Instead, the scales grew back rapidly, followed by excruciating pain, until the scales slowly fell off and landed on the ground. His original skin, though now wrinkled and rough, was at least free of those scales. Dan Jin collapsed to the ground like a dead fish. He was completely exhausted, yet he still forced himself to speak. "Brother Yang, don't press down on me anymore, you're crushing me." Yang Godan looked at him and asked, "Still itchy? Want to scratch?" Dan Jin shook his head weakly. Even if he wanted to scratch, he didn't have the strength. Yang Godan finally relaxed and stood up. Jiang Mian looked at the wrinkles on his skin and asked, "Is there no way to repair these kinds of scars?" Yang Godan shook his head. "I don't know, but it's probably impossible. Those people don't drink the water down there, so they definitely don't grow scales. How could they possibly research medicine to repair these kinds of scars? But this is already very good, at least it won't turn us into monsters. Jiang Mian keenly caught the key word in his words. Monsters? What monsters? Chapter 170. Yang Guodan was taken aback, surprised that she didn't know. But upon reflection, it made sense. This woman's background was mysterious, but she seemed unrelated to the Huaming, so it was normal that she didn't know this information. He quickly explained, it's what my friend said. People like us, over time, will turn into half-human, half-fish monsters. This is because of the research waste that some force previously discharged into the sea. That kind of stuff has a very high survival and spread rate, and it just so happened to coincide with a once-in-a-millennium rainy season, which accelerated the spread of the wastewater. Many creatures have already mutated, especially the animals. They evolved in even stranger ways. Some land creatures evolved into amphibians, covered in fins and scales, just like us now. However, they are much more severely affected than us. They seem to have a gene that makes them completely unable to resist the discharged wastewater, and it even accelerates the rate of genetic mutation. This is also the reason why I'm so determined to obtain these potions is. Listening to his explanation, Jiang Mian suddenly remembered the half-human, half-fish monster she seen in the video. Perhaps it was truly a human in its previous life, but due to genetic mutation, its legs had disappeared, becoming a connected fish tail. Jiang Mian asked Yang Guodan, have you ever actually seen someone like that? Yang Guodan shook his head. No, but I've seen something similar. Seeing Jiang Mian staring at him curiously, he said gravely, the people trapped on the lowest level are almost entirely covered in fish scales. This is the most obvious external characteristic of their impending mutation. The next stage should be the inability to walk, which is why we sealed off the floor. Jiang Mian took out her smart bracelet and pulled up a picture, showing it to him. Jiang Mian pointed to the screenshot, which was the fishman pinned under a rock that she had photographed underwater earlier. She said, pointing to the picture, will this be their final form? I don't know what happened to this person. He only has upper body legs, his lower body legs are gone. Maybe they were eaten by sea creatures, or maybe someone broke them off and took them away for research. Yang Guodan looked at the somewhat dark scene in the picture, but he could still make out the general outline of the person, and he immediately gasped. Yes, that's it. My friend showed it to me before, almost identical, except this isn't the final form. It was probably discovered to be different and thrown into the water. However, it couldn't breathe underwater, so it died at the bottom. The final form of these things will grow fins, gills, and shark teeth. Their attack power will be extremely strong. Jiang Mian was shocked, and a chill ran down her spine. Just then, the building they were in suddenly shook, and everyone lost their balance, quickly grabbing onto the nearest object. Caught off guard, Jiang Mian almost fell as well, but luckily she was agile enough to grab onto a nearby railing and regain her footing. What's going on? She asked instinctively, quickly realizing that a tsunami was happening outside. Although she knew the building wouldn't collapse, some shaking was still inevitable. She waved her hand, stopping Yang Guodan from speaking. Alright, enough talk, hurry up and inject the medicine, I'll hold you down. Yang Guodan awkwardly said, boss, could you let my wife take the medicine first? I'm afraid I won't have the strength to hold her down later. Jiang Mian glanced at him, said nothing, and simply nodded. Then he walked towards the woman who hadn't even had time to put on her clothes when she discovered the danger. That was the woman who had delivered the letter to him earlier. He thought to himself, no wonder they're a couple, their choices in the face of danger are so different. Not wanting to witness their affectionate scene, Jiang Mian turned around and checked Dan Jin's wounds. Dan Jin looked flattered and tried to appear weak, hoping to gain sympathy. Unfortunately, Jiang Mian didn't notice anything amiss, only assuming that the injection would weaken her body, without considering anything else. The impact outside grew stronger, and the building shook intermittently, but the building's construction materials were quite good. Even with all the shaking, it didn't collapse. Jiang Mian even considered storing the building in her spatial dimension for emergencies. However, it was just a thought. With so many people inside, storing the building would definitely alert others, potentially causing further trouble. The chaos outside lasted for nearly 2 days. During those 2 days, the building stubbornly withstood the disaster without harming the little person inside. The only downside was that no drones delivered food during those 2 days, leaving most people hungry. Of course, those on the upper floors wouldn't go hungry. After all, they were exploiting ordinary people and wouldn't mistreat themselves. After confirming the storm had subsided, Jiang Mian looked at the increasingly murky water. The surface was no longer affected by the turbidity, but the water appeared even more murky. The bridges connecting each building had also vanished. No one knew how they disappeared. Such large bridges, just gone like that. This prevented many people from using the bridges to search for supplies. However, not many people had noticed the bridge's disappearance yet. Most were still sheltering indoors from the tsunami. Few would venture out now. Jiang Mian thought for a moment, then released several crocodiles and octopuses, all of which had been parasitized before release. These were products of the previous world. Although their size had increased, they weren't outrageously large, perfect for discreetly causing trouble. The brain-eating worms she had released earlier were too easily chased by the underwater creatures, and she often hadn't been able to capture the true underwater environment. This time, she sent out crocodiles and octopuses. These creatures were large enough that few would dare provoke them. After finishing all this, Jiang Mian planned to return to her floor. She had just reached the 64th floor when she heard a commotion downstairs. Out of curiosity, she went down to investigate, and found a group of people arguing with those upstairs. Judging from their clothes, those being kept outside were likely from the middle floors. They were all emaciated, their faces pale from prolonged lack of sunlight. They were currently speaking angrily. "Why aren't you giving us food? We've been starving for 2 days. You must still have some food stored up. What's wrong with giving us some? Aren't we all human beings?" Chapter 171. The Huameng hasn't distributed food for 2 days. We have nothing to eat. Where would we get extra food for you? You say you don't have any, but unless you let us upstairs to take a look, we won't leave. Others echoed, "That's right, you must still have food stored up. We're all human beings. Are you really so heartless as to watch us die?" Those blocking the way upstairs had no choice but to send someone up to fetch Yang Godan. In their eyes, Yang Godan was the boss, and all decisions had to be made by him. Jiang Mian didn't care. She had no intention of getting involved. She was just there to join in the fun and see how things would turn out. Yang Godan hurriedly came downstairs, not noticing Jiang Mian's presence. Seeing the rioting crowd, he was immediately furious. He'd been feeding and caring for these people, but what could he do when the higher-ups stopped providing food? He couldn't possibly pay out of his own pocket, could he? He wasn't that kind. What's all this commotion? What's all this commotion? You all heard it. The helicopters haven't come once in the last 2 days. If they don't distribute food, where am I supposed to get it for you? The daily food ration is limited. If you have nothing to eat, we have nothing to eat either. What are you all doing here causing trouble? Yang Godan had long held sway in this building. When others saw him come out, they couldn't help but back away. But some people, driven by hunger, mustered their courage and said, "Boss Yang, it's not that we want to cause trouble here, but we really can't survive. My family has 5 members, and we're hoping for that little bit of food every day. We haven't eaten in ages, and we all starve to death if we don't eat soon. Please, give us a way to live." With that, the man suddenly knelt on the ground and began kowtowing violently. His pitiful appearance truly evoked sympathy. Unfortunately, Jiang Mian's eyesight was excellent, and she clearly saw the calculation in the man's eyes. Was he trying a softer approach when force failed? Jiang Mian was eager to know how Yang Godan would handle this. Yang Godan didn't disappoint her. He was just looking for someone to take the lead, and this man had jumped out, thinking himself clever. He wasn't a good person. His initial willingness to provide them with free food was merely a ploy to extract more from his superiors. These people actually thought he was a good person. If he were truly a good person, he wouldn't have ended up in prison. He looked at the man kneeling on the ground, kowtowing frantically, and sneered, "Want some food, huh? Fine, come with me." Then, he turned to the others and said in the same way, "Anyone else want food? Come with me." With that, he ignored the people behind him and led the way forward. The others exchanged hesitant glances, but a few bolder individuals followed him upstairs. Jiang Mian, curious about his intentions, also followed. Seeing this, and knowing a woman dared to go up, several others couldn't resist joining in. However, a few minutes later, they regretted their actions. Yang Godan led them to the top floor. Turning around, he noticed Jiang Mian's presence. He paused, about to fawn over her, but Jiang Mian shook her head. The meaning was clear. He should stay out of it, and not come any closer. Yang Godan straightened his clothes and looked at the people who had followed him up, saying, "Very well, you all want food, right? Let me tell you clearly, if you want food, go down and find it yourselves. Go down and find some special things. Then you can come back to me to exchange them for food. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, unless it's your last meal." One of the men, who had knelt down first to feign pitifulness, immediately put on a sighing expression and said, "Boss Yang, aren't you making things difficult for us? I can't swim, and it's such a high distance. Jumping down would just mean certain death." Yang Go-dan sneered, "Wanting food and getting something for nothing? Who wouldn't want that? Today, you either jump or I throw you down. Choose one." Hearing this, someone immediately tried to turn and leave. "I'm not going. I don't believe the Hua Ming won't distribute food tomorrow. They can't just watch us starve to death." As he spoke, he tried to go downstairs, but the ground floor was already packed with Yang's men. He was now trapped. There was no other way but to go into the water. The man, like a naive young boy who hadn't experienced the harsh realities of the apocalypse, shouted, "What do you mean by this? I already said I don't want food. Why are you still stopping me?" One of the burly thugs said, "Kid, do you really think there's a free lunch? Since you're willing to follow me, it means you're prepared to give everything for food. In that case, you should at least set an example. Tell me, are you going to jump down yourself, or are we going to throw you down?" The man's face changed. He knew he was likely in grave danger. He tried to force his way in, but surrounded, he couldn't move an inch and was eventually thrown overboard by the burly man. With a leader in place, the others, knowing they couldn't escape, jumped in resentfully. Some rebels tried to fight back, but were killed instantly. Later, lacking proper diving equipment, they were initially seen surfacing occasionally, but soon their numbers dwindled until they disappeared beneath the surface. The troublemakers downstairs, seeing only Boss Yang and his men return while those who went up to collect food failed to return, understood the situation. Some had already quietly retreated. The remaining men, seeing this, had no choice but to retreat as well. Seeing this, Jiang Mian finally had time to ask Yang Go-dan, "How did those bridges disappear? They just vanished like that?" Yang Go-dan scratched his head and said, "These are things the Huaming researched after the apocalypse. They're the hubs connecting each building, but they were hidden during the tsunami. After all, those things couldn't stop a tsunami, so we controlled the bridges to disappear on the surface of the water." As he spoke, he led Jiang Mian into a small room containing a sophisticated instrument. Dan Jin was sitting in front of the instrument, operating it. Soon, under Dan Jin's control, the retracted bridge extended outwards, connecting perfectly with the bridge of another building. Chapter 172. Seeing this scene, Jiang Mian couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of high technology. This kind of thing is indeed convenient and easy to use. The saying is true. Potential is often unleashed when forced. Not long after, the two bridges were connected, but the gates remained closed. Most people were still afraid to go out, fearing the lingering effects of the tsunami. Of course, some people who were unbearably hungry demanded that the gates be opened. After confirming that the outside was calm, Yang Go-dan opened the building's gates and notified those who had gone into the water that if they found any electronic products, they could trade them for food. They were naturally overjoyed, and the food they received was far better than the moldy stuff they had received, even vegetables. Vegetables. They hadn't eaten vegetables in ages. Constipation was a common occurrence. Seeing this, they became even more excited and searched even harder. After hearing that they could exchange vegetables for vegetables, some people from nearby buildings even sneaked into this building and became residents. Yang Go-dan excitedly paced around the room, looking at Jiang Mian, who at that moment was like a god to him. After all, if you saw someone who could conjure up a huge pile of vegetables with a wave of their hand, you'd definitely be stunned. That's exactly what happened to him. He was completely terrified, thinking he was hallucinating because his condition had worsened after the vaccination. It wasn't until he pinched his thigh that he realized it wasn't a hallucination, but something real. He immediately knelt down before Jiang Mian. He thought he encountered a compassionate god. Jiang Mian ignored his erratic behavior and said, "Stop wandering around. Trading with ordinary residents is only temporary. From what I observed, for days have passed, and the higher-ups still haven't distributed food. They've definitely chosen to abandon us. We have to save ourselves. Ordinary people need vegetables, and the higher-ups must need a lot of vegetables too. Use vegetables as the trade item to exchange for vaccines. Give them to me after you get the vaccines. As for food? Don't worry about that for now, I have plenty of ways." Jiang Mian needed a large quantity of vaccines as capital. She had considered attacking the Huaming Alliance directly, but she was too far away, and she couldn't fly a plane. She could only navigate a cruise ship at most. Reaching the Huaming Alliance in a short time was impossible. Trading with them directly was much faster. It would be even better if he could recruit researchers who study this stuff, but unfortunately, they're perfectly safe conducting their research in a secure place. Why would they come to such a remote area? After receiving the vegetables, Yang Godan quickly contacted the people there. When they heard he was using the rarest vegetables in the apocalypse as a bargaining chip, they initially thought he was starving. But then they realized it wasn't. When the man saw the lush green vegetables, he immediately showed excitement. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was facing a stunningly beautiful woman. He immediately messaged Yang Godan, "Good brother, how many more of these vegetables do you have? We can use them for trade." Yang Godan looked at the information on his bracelet and immediately laughed. This was the first time the person on the other end had called him good brother instead of little brother. Their relationship was truly strange. The man used to be one of his soldiers, but now he risen to the rank of regimental commander, while Yang Godan, he was just a prisoner in jail for fighting. What a twist of fate, but things were different now. He transformed into the largest vegetable supplier in the Huaming Alliance. All of this was thanks to his boss. Fate can be so strange sometimes. Thinking this over with a sense of satisfaction, Yang Godan's fingers didn't stop typing as he replied to messages. "Brother, I don't have much of this stuff, but it's enough to exchange for vaccines. However, we have a lot of people here, and you can definitely tell the quality of the vegetables. They're definitely not those wilted, hydroponically grown ones. The usual exchange wouldn't work, but I don't want to put you in a difficult position. Why don't you name a price? If I think it's reasonable, we exchange. If not, then our deal ends here, and I have to find someone else." The person on the other end immediately understood that Yang Godan wanted him to show sincerity, and buy the vaccines at the lowest possible price. But thinking about it, it made sense. If they could provide such high-quality vegetables, they must have some special connections there. If he were in their shoes, he would have asked for an exorbitant price too. He thought for a moment, and finally offered a reasonable price. After all, the raw materials for this vaccine were very cheap. Only one ingredient was particularly valuable. The others were very common. They were everywhere in water. Yang Godan showed Jiang Ming the price they had agreed on. 10 jin of vegetables for one vaccine. Jiang Mian agreed. There were plenty of vegetables in her storage space. She could harvest almost daily. She specifically chose vegetables that weighed a lot, such as winter melon, pumpkin, and bottle gourd. These were high in water content, but tasted quite good. Of course, she didn't go overboard. She also took out some lighter vegetables like spinach, cabbage, and lettuce. As for where these things came from, did she need to explain? She was already the most powerful person in this building. Why should she explain to a group of people weaker than herself? Sometimes, when she read novels, she didn't understand why a very strong person wouldn't just take action when wronged by a weaker one, but instead would go through dozens of pages just to gather evidence. She didn't understand. If it were her, she would just go up and beat the person who wronged her until they were bruised and battered and could only apologize. Yang Godan, being pragmatic, didn't ask too many questions. He only needed to do the work. There was no need for so much inquiry. Subconsciously, he regarded Jiang Mian as a godlike figure, and that was enough. Silence, refrain from questioning, and avoidance of rebuttal, that was his way of life. Jiang Mian was very satisfied with his pragmatism. He was currently the most worry-free of her subordinates. She patted Yang Godan on the shoulder, praised him a few times, and then left. Not long after, a transport plane arrived. This time, there were people on board. A man in military uniform stepped off the plane. He surveyed the building's surroundings, frowning. It looked no different from the buildings next door. How could so many vegetables have miraculously sprouted from it? Unfortunately, his gaze didn't have time to scan the area for long before someone blocked his view. Chapter 173. This man was the one who met with Yang Godan. He looked much younger than Yang Godan and possessed a more authoritative aura, a quality only those who had long held high positions possessed. Yang Godan greeted him warmly. "Hey, brother, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for ages. How about we check out the goods?" Upon seeing Yang Godan, the man instantly smiled back, completely unconcerned about Yang Godan's mercenary nature, as if their relationship had always been this good. He put his arm around Yang Godan's shoulder and said enthusiastically, "Brother Yang, long time no see. It's been so long since we last met after the apocalypse. You've been busy, and so have I. It's great to finally see you today." "Ha ha. Yes, yes." The two exchanged pleasantries. The man in military uniform wanted to go downstairs, but Yang Godan intentionally or unintentionally blocked his path. Seeing this, the man dropped the pretense and said bluntly, "Brother Yang, to be honest, I actually came here for another reason, to see how you cultivate plants. You know how many people are starving because of food scarcity. If the Huaming, Chinese alliance, learns this technology, it will definitely allow more ordinary people to eat. Then Brother Yang will be recorded in history, and 100 years from now, he might even be a legendary figure. Heh! Yang Dan chuckled awkwardly, inwardly cursing the man. Ordinary people eating? What a joke. Just look at how they haven't been sending them any food lately. The higher-ups have already decided to abandon ordinary people like them. As for being a legendary figure 100 years from now, whether humanity will even live that long is unknown. How could he say such a thing? He's really talking nonsense. Brother, you're joking. Even if I die 100 years from now, I probably only be on the pillar of shame. How could I possibly be remembered for 1,000 years? Ha ha. Yang Dan tried to brush him off, but the man was determined to investigate, hoping to replicate their vegetable cultivation secrets. How could he let him get away with it so easily? The two exchanged barbs, neither able to convince the other. Just then, the man suddenly turned cold and said, Brother Yang, don't make things difficult for me. These are orders from above. Just let me take a look. How about this? I make the decision. After you let me see it, I can offer you 100 vials of medicine. In exchange, how about it? Yang Dan narrowed his eyes, glancing discreetly behind him. He saw Jiang Mian nod, then make a 5 gesture with his fingers before leaving. Yang Dan was completely bewildered. What was this 5? Could the boss please explain? He didn't understand. He could only awkwardly continue the conversation with the man in military uniform. Just then, Dan Jin approached. Jiang Mian had sent him up. Jiang Mian doubted whether Yang Dan had understood. Judging from Yang Dan's confused expression, he probably hadn't even figured out what it meant. That's why he sent Dan Jin to relay the message. After coming up, he leaned close to Yang Dan's ear and whispered, the boss said that in 5 minutes, you can take the other side to room 6501 on the 65th floor. Don't worry about the rest, the boss has everything arranged. A timely help. Yang Dan looked at him gratefully. Dan Jin accepted Yang Dan's tearful gratitude without a second thought before retreating. The man in military uniform opposite him watched this scene with a forced smile. His patience was clearly wearing thin. He was even thinking to himself how he would report back to his superiors and get them to attack this place. Just then, Yang Dan suddenly changed his tune, smiling broadly, and said, Brother, since you were forced into this by your superiors, I let you go take a look. However, I hope you won't talk too much once you get there, because the doctor doesn't like people who talk too much nonsense. That's why I hesitated to let you in, afraid you offend the doctor. After all, I had a hard time getting the doctor here. He might be a bit arrogant, but who can argue with that? The man in military uniform looked at him suspiciously. He hadn't been allowed in just a moment ago, but now he was? He didn't know what Yang Dan was up to, but seeing that his goal had been achieved, he didn't say anything more, nodding and smiling in agreement. Of course, he wasn't the only one following Yang Dan inside. 2 armed men in military uniforms followed behind him. The 3 of them swaggered in after Yang Dan, showing no unusual behavior along the way, until they were led to a room. After Dan Jin fiddled with the lock a couple of times, it immediately beeped. Beep! Verification successful, unlocked. Dan Jin opened the door, gesturing for them to enter. However, once inside, they discovered there was barely any room to step. However, the entire scene inside was clearly visible, a lush green field, filled with all sorts of vegetables, a sight to behold. A woman in a white coat was squatting on the ground, busy at work. After noticing the group, she merely glanced at them before turning back to her task. You grow vegetables here? The man in military uniform looked utterly incredulous. Were they treating him like a child? There was no sun, no photosynthesis, and insufficient ventilation for air circulation. In this environment, to tell him he could grow so many lush green vegetables was a joke. Yang Dan's lips twitched at the sight. He couldn't think of a reason for it. Seeing this, Dan Jin smiled and said, just because you can't doesn't mean our doctor can't. Our doctor has an innate with spirit root. Growing vegetables is a piece of cake for him. Any vegetables and fruits he plants will thrive regardless of the environment. Otherwise, how would our base have so many vegetables? His fervent admiration made the man in military uniform almost believe him. No way. He shook his head. He was completely baffled by the operations inside this building. Innate with spirit root, everything that grows will survive? Did they think this was a cultivation world? He looked at Yang Dan and said unfriendly, Brother Yang, I'm just saying it's unnecessary. Fine, you don't want to tell me what the real vegetable cultivation base looks like, but you didn't need to put on this show for me. Doing this will result in the loss of a large batch of fresh vegetables. I think you understand that. Yang Go-dan fell silent. He really couldn't explain himself now. Just then, Jiang Mian, who had been playing in the dirt, finally stood up and coldly looked at the group, saying, "Little assistant, aren't they coming in to see? I only gave them 5 minutes. They already used 2 minutes, leaving 3. My vegetables aren't something just anyone can see. I'm only doing this out of respect for the Hua Alliance. After all, I grew up there. It's just returning the favor. If you keep belittling me, then please leave. If you don't trust me, why bother coming to visit?" Chapter 174. She spoke with righteous indignation, as if it were the truth. Moreover, her expression remained unchanged. Most people couldn't tell whether she was telling the truth or not. At least the man in military uniform didn't detect anything unusual on her face. Reluctantly, the man in military uniform could only quickly scan the room. He didn't find any high-tech equipment, not even a farming tool. Now he was even more certain that they were just giving him a runaround. "Jiang Mian, 5 minutes are up, you should leave." As she spoke, she was about to close the door to see them out when Yang Go-dan quickly pulled the man in military uniform out, whispering, "Don't mind him, our doctor is like that, unpredictable, so we didn't want you two to meet, to avoid offending anyone." The man in military uniform suppressed his temper. After completing the deal with Yang Go-dan, he angrily said before leaving, "Fine, fine, you're very good, I remember you." Yang Go-dan smiled, completely unafraid of his threat, and after watching them leave, turned and went back into the building. He went to 6501 and found Jiang Mian, telling him about the harsh words the man in military uniform had uttered before leaving. He was quite arrogant when he left, even saying he remember us. Jiang Mian didn't care at all. "It's alright, don't worry, the Huaming won't attack over such a small matter. Someone will naturally explain for us. If they want fresh vegetables and fruits, they should just pretend they didn't hear or see anything, and just take what's rightfully theirs. There's no need to stoop to their level." Just as Jiang Mian said, the man in military uniform reported what he had seen and heard that day after returning. His original intention was to have the Huaming send some people to attack that building. However, to his surprise, after hearing his words, the man above remained silent for a moment, then turned to the man beside him, who was even more handsome than a woman. "Sir, what do you think of this matter?" The man rested his finger on his chin, thought for a moment, and then said, "They're just like me, no need to make a fuss. Continue trading with them." Hearing this, the man in the Zhongshan suit sitting above nodded, almost treating the man's words as a royal decree. He waved his hand. "All right, go down. Just continue trading with them." The man in military uniform had no choice but to nod helplessly. After the man in military uniform left, the man in the Zhongshan suit fawned over the handsome man. "Sir, you said you helped me with this." The man glanced at him lazily. "Don't worry, I won't forget. I told you it would be a 10-day course of treatment, and it hasn't even been 10 days yet. What's the rush?" "Yes, yes, yes." The man who acted so high and mighty in front of his subordinates was now bowing and scraping before this other man. The man didn't feel there was anything wrong with his behavior. On the contrary, he felt fortunate. It was his fate to survive. Just as he was about to die, he encountered this sage, who not only saved him with a wave of his hand, but also helped him quell the rebellious forces under his command. He felt only that he was blessed by heaven. Although some bad things had happened during his reign, they were all natural disasters. How could he be blamed? He could only blame the world for coming to an end. Most leaders are prone to external conflicts, let alone this man, the leader of the New World Alliance, who is essentially an ancient emperor, even more prone to external conflicts. People like this usually don't hold grudges, because they're the ones who create them in others. Yang Go-dan waited anxiously all day, only relaxing when he saw no troops from the Huaming, Chinese alliance, arrive, and continued eating and drinking as usual. After all, the presence of vegetables was a welcome surprise for those who hadn't eaten them in years. They wouldn't trade vegetables for meat. After the men in military uniforms left, Jiang Mian immediately stored everything in room 1501 into her spatial storage. It was just for show. Now that they're gone, why would she leave the land and vegetables outside? Vegetables couldn't possibly survive long in there. At best, it could only support some plants that didn't need sunlight. After several exchanges, the other side suddenly started raising the price. Their point is that some vegetables were damaged during transport, and that needs to be factored in. They said they didn't complain before because it was their first time trading with us, but over time, they can't keep bearing the losses. Hearing Yang Go-dan's report, Jiang Mian couldn't help but twitch her lips and roll her eyes helplessly. Couldn't they come up with a better excuse? Like, they almost run out of raw materials, or something else. Do they think we're idiots too? Yongo Dan was also helpless. But now they got the potion's trajectory under control. It seems we can only swallow this bitter pill. Jiang Mian waved her hand, about to say, let's just leave it at that. However, the ground suddenly shook, catching her completely off guard. What's going on? Has something happened outside again? Dan Jin took out his tablet and pulled up the surveillance footage. The footage showed another massive wave sweeping towards them, even larger than the ones from a few days ago. Even the rooftop surveillance cameras were intermittently affected, sometimes failing to display any footage at all. Jiang Mian's lips twitched. She suddenly thought of her brain-eating worms, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. They had already been swept away by the last tsunami, and now this place had been hit by another tsunami. She wondered where they were now, and if she would ever see them again. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but facepalm. She didn't know how long this tsunami would last. She could only wait patiently for it to stop. Underwater, some people still salvaging things were suddenly swept aside by the unexpected waves. Luckily, they were still tied with ropes, and they quickly abandoned what they were holding and began to swim upwards. The oncoming waves completely obscured their view, forcing them to cling to the steel bars outside the tenement building and climb step by step to the roof. The bridge had been retracted, and the main gate was closed. This was the only way they could enter the building. Unlike the other buildings that were completely abandoned to prevent flooding, Jiang Mian and his group didn't take such drastic measures. Upon hearing the noise, they immediately opened the passageway above, letting the people in. Everyone was soaking wet and filled with terror. Experiencing the impact firsthand is different from seeing it on surveillance footage. You can never truly imagine how dangerous it was until you feel it yourself. Chapter 175. However, the first thing these people said after escaping death was, the water. There are monsters in the water. So many monsters. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian went straight to the top floor. Looking at the survivors, she found the man who had said there were monsters in the water and asked, "What did you see?" The man swallowed hard, seemingly still in shock, and muttered, "There are monsters at the bottom of the water. There are so many monsters. My companion was bitten to death by them. They ate my companion. My companion died a terrible death. He said I would suffer the same fate as him, ha ha." Jiang Mian released her grip in disappointment. This man had gone mad, completely mad. She didn't know if he was scared out of his wits or what. She looked at the others and asked, "Tell me what happened." The remaining people exchanged glances, unsure whether to tell her. After all, in their eyes, the boss of this building was Boss Yang, and they had never seen or recognized this woman. Yongo Dan, looking embarrassed, stepped forward and kicked one of them, saying, "It's come to this, I won't waste any more words with you. This is our new boss in this building. From now on, her word is law. You can disobey me, but you can't disobey her. After all, we're where we are today because of her." His words, spoken with utmost loyalty, shocked the others, who stared at Jiang Mian in disbelief. Soon, someone reacted and hurriedly called out, "Boss, hello. I was blind to your greatness, please forgive me." Jiang Mian waved his hand and continued, "What exactly did you see underwater?" The man thought for a moment, then said somewhat uncertainly, "Actually, we didn't see very clearly. The water was extremely murky, and our eyesight has deteriorated. We only saw a dark mass of things dragging our teammates away underwater. Then we heard a scream, and there was blood floating nearby. It just so happened that the tsunami was coming, so we quickly ran upwards." Jiang Mian and Boss Yang exchanged a glance. Jiang Mian gave these survivors some food, and then let them go back. As for what happened today, they were told not to talk about it for now. They left, gratefully taking the food. Jiang Mian then discussed with Yongo Dan, "What do you think those things could be?" Yongo Dan scratched his head and chuckled, "Boss, don't you already know? What else could it be but those things?" "Phew?" Jiang Mian exhaled a breath of stale air and sighed, "I hope it's not what I think. They must have come this way because of the tsunami. They're most likely from those forces that discharge sewage. They're closer to the sewage, so their infection rate is higher. Most of them are probably already in that form. This is very bad. After this tsunami, it will definitely spread even further." Hearing this, Yongo Dan also felt anxious. "Boss, what should we do now? We can't just let them drift underwater. After the tsunami recedes, we have to go down there to find food." Jiang Mian hadn't really considered this. The main reason was that she had enough food in her spatial storage, and hadn't even considered the possibility of going to the water. She thought for a moment and said, "There are definitely monsters like this not only on our side, but also on other floors. Why are you so anxious? If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. I remember you still had some food stored away, right? Distribute it to them first. Yang Go Dan's expression twisted. But even if I hoard that food, it won't do much good. The Hua Alliance has clearly not wanted to distribute any more food to our side. It might be okay for a short time, but it'd be useless in the long run. Jiang Mian rolled her eyes. We can't worry about that now. If we're going to die, we should at least die with a full stomach. Let's fill our stomachs first. If all else fails, we steal or rob. We have to survive. Yang Go Dan nodded helplessly. Since his boss had spoken, he could only send people to his secret stash to retrieve supplies. Those downstairs were stunned. It was the first time they ever seen people upstairs care about their lives, distributing food for free. Although they were told to return it after the storm subsided, how could they possibly vomit up food that was already in their stomachs? Jiang Mian didn't care. The disaster had only just begun. When the real catastrophe struck, this food wouldn't be safe anyway, it might even be destroyed. It was better to calm the crowd now, and prevent them from causing trouble. Meanwhile, unnoticed and overlooked by everyone, the lower-level residents, submerged in water, were suffering more severe symptoms than those on the outer floors. Some on the lowest floors even had their legs glued together, rendering them unable to walk. Monster, he's a monster. Mom, look at this monster. He's getting up. Ha ha. A 7 or 8-year-old boy, holding a long-dead electronic device, was hitting a ragged adult lying on the ground. The man's face was hidden beneath long hair, his body curled up, showing no reaction even as the boy and his companions hit him with things. He seemed dead. Seeing this, the boy, covered in fish scales, lost interest. Encouraged by his companions, he boldly pulled at the man's hair. He turned to his friends, grinning, and said, "Look at him. He's so ugly." Ah! The man lying on the ground, too afraid to raise his head, was actually tightly controlling his consciousness. A thought drove him to eat all the children before him, but his human consciousness told him it was wrong. He was a human being and couldn't eat his companions. Two conflicting thoughts clashed in his mind. Soon, after being grabbed by the hair by the little boy and forced to reveal his fish-scaled face with fin-like ears, and hearing the other's terrified laughter, he could no longer control his other wicked thought. He instantly pounced on the little boy, opening his mouth to reveal long, sharp teeth, easily 10 centimeters long, and bit through the boy's neck. Having not eaten meat for a long time, he suddenly found it incredibly delicious and began to devour it. The children who witnessed this screamed in terror, their previous laughter ceasing. They frantically ran home to tell their parents what had happened. However, when their parents turned around, they were stunned. Their parents had also transformed into the monsters that had appeared outside. Chapter 176. The screams from downstairs were initially ignored, but as time went on, and the screams grew louder, someone quickly alerted Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian's face was pale. She had just foreseen the impending disaster when someone told her something had happened downstairs. She rubbed her forehead. The effects of having depleted half her energy made her somewhat irritable. She tried to suppress her emotions and followed Yang Go Dan to the 42nd floor, the floor connecting to the bridge, the same floor from which she had gone up. Here, she saw someone familiar, a woman, none other than Sister Jing, the one who had previously collected protection money from her. Sister Jing looked somewhat guilty upon seeing Jiang Mian and silently averted her gaze. Jiang Mian didn't have time to reminisce with her. She followed the others down a few floors. The screams below grew louder and louder. Jiang Mian closed her eyes, quietly listening to the wails and screams below. Just then, she heard the sound of fingernails scratching against the wall. Jiang Mian looked at the crowd and said, "Is there anyone with special talents? Want to see what's going on inside?" She was clearly addressing the players. The others didn't understand, but the players who had gathered for the spectacle did. Some of them exchanged glances, and then a girl wearing glasses stepped forward. She raised her hand and said timidly, "Teacher, I have an ability similar to X-ray vision. Can I go take a look?" Jiang Mian was taken aback by the way she was addressed. She'd been called boss, big sister, big boss, female boss, and even murderer. She'd been called all sorts of things before. This was the first time someone had called her teacher. Looking at the girl, she thought to herself, could this be a recent college graduate? So naive, calling everyone teacher. Seeing Jiang Mian nod, she really took a few steps forward, peering through the steel plate at what was behind her. "Ah!" she explained, instinctively taking several steps back. In her vision, a group of fanged monsters rushed towards her. They had human upper bodies, but their mouths were filled with long fangs, preventing them from closing their mouths. Blood clung to their teeth, making them look incredibly eerie and bloody. After telling Jiangming what she had seen, she couldn't hold it in any longer, and hid to the side to vomit. Jiang Mian's expression wasn't good. He had someone bring the pale-faced girl over and continued, "What's the situation down there?" Qi Rui knew this wasn't the time to hold them back, so she steadied herself and said, "The downstairs area is completely overrun by monsters. They're scratching at the walls with their claws, and some are gnawing at the plaster with their teeth, as if they're trying to get up there." Upon hearing this, everyone panicked. They looked at Jiang Mian. Although they didn't know his strength, he was clearly much more successful in the game world than they were, even becoming the leader of this building. Suddenly, the players' eyes were filled with hope as they looked at Jiang Mian. One of them said, "Boss, you have to think of something. We're all in this together, we have to stick together." Their meaning was clear. They were afraid that Jiang Mian, this powerful figure, would abandon them and run away alone, which was why they said this, while also secretly hoping to latch onto him. Jiang Mian knew what they were thinking, but she didn't give them any promises. She looked at Yang Guodan and asked, "Is there any way to reinforce the walls or the door? We absolutely can't let them escape now. A tsunami is still raging outside. We have nowhere to run. Either we separate and fight them, or we trap them down there." Yang Guodan wasn't good at this kind of thing. He turned to Dan Jin, who stepped forward, adjusted his glasses, and said, "Reinforcing the walls is a huge undertaking. I can't do it alone. The only way now is to get the people on the ground floor to evacuate upwards, and then we seal off the rooms below, trying to buy some time, and give us a chance to survive." Actually, Jiang Mian preferred to deal with the monsters downstairs directly to prevent future trouble, but seeing that everyone else favored the first option, she didn't say much. She didn't want to fight so many monsters alone either. Since no one wanted to fight them, they would use Dan Jin's method to protect themselves first. Orders were issued, and everyone on those floors was checked and moved to higher floors. The checks mainly focused on detecting signs of infection. Those with severe infections were moved to lower floors. The others were alright, only having some unusual fish scales on their bodies, which didn't cover a large area. However, those who frequently went into the water to retrieve things had most of their bodies covered in fish scales. Every night, they couldn't help but scratch themselves frantically. They knew something was wrong, but there was no medicine to treat the symptoms. Later, after seeing others with the same symptoms, they stopped caring. After all, everyone was like that. It wasn't just them who had this strange illness. Over time, no one looked at them strangely anymore. But now things were different. These key figures, who regularly went into the water to retrieve supplies, were now being subtly abandoned. How could they accept this? Brother, I beg you, please let me up. My wife and children are upstairs. They're a widow and her children. They can't go on like this. They need my protection. Why are we forced to go into the water to retrieve supplies when we're short of them? And now that they discovered our illness might mutate, they're abandoning us. You're all heartless, utterly worthless. I don't want to stay downstairs. I want to go up. That's my home. Why can't I go up?" They huddled together, lamenting the injustice they had suffered, each filled with righteous indignation, yet no one dared to step forward. The group was extremely dissatisfied with their arrangement, but Jiang Mian didn't indulge them. Instead, she said coldly, "If you truly care about your families, try not to get too close to them. As for your claim of being abandoned, that's utter nonsense. Your current location is 5 floors away from those monsters. They won't be able to break through the defenses downstairs anytime soon. That's why we can feel at ease letting you stay there. There are only a limited number of empty rooms available right now. We can't guarantee everyone will have a place to stay." However, her words were meaningless to the group. They wouldn't listen to anything she said. "Then I can stay in the corridor. I don't mind, as long as I can stay with my child and wife," said one of the men, whose body was mostly covered in fish scales. Jiang Mian looked at him and turned to the others, asking, "What about you? Don't you mind others staying outside your door? If you don't mind, that's fine too." Chapter 177. Jiang Mian was never one to concentrate everyone's anger on herself. After giving the choice to others, she perfectly disappeared. The others, of course, were unwilling. "That sounds nice, but if you live in the corridor, how are we supposed to go out? How are we supposed to go to the toilet?" "Exactly. If you all live in the corridor, we won't even have a place to step. Who will care about us then? If you ask me, you should just live downstairs. It's bright and convenient downstairs. There's no need to keep living on higher floors." Now everyone was discussing amongst themselves, and they started arguing. Those living on higher floors didn't want them to live in the corridor, while those whose infections were spreading didn't want to live on lower floors, fearing they would be used as cannon fodder. Seeing their stalemate, Jiang Mian gave Yang Go-Dan a look, and then they quietly left. Yang Go-Dan wiped the cold sweat from his brow and exclaimed, "This building hasn't been this lively in a long time." Jiang Mian rolled her eyes. "Nonsense, they used to just get by, but it's different now. It's a matter of life and death. Who's going to be so carefree? If you were in their shoes, wouldn't you want to live?" Yang Go-Dan's expression changed. "Yes, of course I would. I haven't lived enough yet." Qi Rui followed Jiang Mian upstairs. She asked weakly, "Teacher, what should we do now? Are we really going to wait here forever?" Jiang Mian waved her hand. "No need. We leave after the tsunami stops. See that red building ahead? That's our target." Qi Rui was born in this building and had never seen a red building before, but she had heard others mention the people living in the red buildings outside, and her eyes lit up. "I heard that the people inside haven't drunk the contaminated water, so it must be safer than this building." Jiang Mian nodded, and seeing Qi Rui constantly scratching her neck, casually asked, "Are you infected too?" Qi Rui stopped scratching and stammered, "No, no." Jiang Mian looked at her, even though she was wearing a turtleneck sweater, and couldn't see whether there were scales on her neck from infection. Her reaction had already revealed her condition, so Jiang Mian didn't press the matter. What she cared about more was something else entirely. How many players had actually been infected so far? Seeing that Jiang Mian wasn't pressing the issue, Qi Rui breathed a sigh of relief. She felt a pang of shame for lying, but she had to lie. If the big boss found out she was also infected, he probably wouldn't keep her around. Back in her room, Jiang Mian looked at the messages in the chat group. This was, until now, her only way to get information from others. Black Cat Sheriff. That really scared me. Today, when I was retrieving something from the water, I suddenly saw a person approaching me. I thought it was someone I knew, so I wasn't on guard. But when it got closer, I realized it wasn't a person at all, but a merman monster. Blue pattern. What mermaid monster? Do you have a picture? Black Cat Sheriff. Yes. Black Cat Sheriff. Pictures. 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 3 pictures were sent out in a row. Jiang Mian clicked on one and looked at it. As expected of the system's built-in camera function, it was very clear. The first picture was probably taken before Black Cat Sheriff reacted immediately. The picture was a bit blurry, but it was enough. You could see what he called a mermaid monster, which fit the name quite well. The next picture was clearer. It had a humanoid shape, but a bald head covered in fish scales. Its ears resembled fish gills, and its legs didn't have a tail. Instead, they were glued together, and tentacles-like things grew from its feet, looking like ribbons in the water. It was unclear whether this was due to the photographer or the monster itself, but rather because its feet looked like that, quite abstract. The third picture appears to have been taken from a distance. The photographer stood at a safe distance and took the picture underwater. The densely packed figures were enough to give anyone goosebumps. Black Cat Sheriff. How can we prevent this? It's practically impossible to guard against. Lotus Pond Moonlight. A reminder to everyone inside the black building. Some people have already begun to mutate and become infected. You can tell from their scales how far they progressed. If too many scales are infected, then there's no hope. They can only wait to die. But don't let your guard down. Once they're fully infected, they turn into monsters and kill everyone around them. Shivering, I'm trembling with fear. I shouldn't have chosen this name. Ever since I entered the game, I've been living in constant fear. After hearing what the expert upstairs said, I realized I unknowingly been infected with that stuff. Am I going to die? Rain-soaked splash. Me too. I opened my eyes to find myself in the water. After finally managing to climb out, I haven't had any food. I had to go back down to retrieve things. My calves and arms are covered in scales. What should we do? Are we really just going to wait to die? Having gathered enough information and seen that many people had been infected, Jiang Mian didn't rush to release the news of having a vaccine. Instead, she planned to wait a few more days until they were completely desperate before releasing the information. After closing the chat window, Jiang Mian looked at the scene outside the live stream. The tsunami had gradually subsided, but the occasional howling sound of waves still swept in. Going out now wasn't safe. They had to wait until it was confirmed that things had calmed down outside before venturing out. Just then Yang Go-Dan approached, looking panicked. Pointing to his body, he said, "Boss, the vaccines have expired, and this stuff has reappeared on my body." His body was covered in regrowth scales, which were even showing signs of spreading. Jiang Mian frowned. Only 3 days had passed since his last vaccination. Was it already failing to suppress the virus? Jiang Mian gave him a few more doses of the vaccine to help him suppress the virus. Meanwhile, a group of people braved the wind and rain to approach. Boss, after taking this building, following my recommended route, we advance about 100 kilometers further and reach that white building. We can rest in the nearest red building. It's definitely safe there. I heard that the people inside drink mineral water, not the contaminated water from the catastrophe. Hearing his subordinate's report, the person hidden under the cloak nodded and said, very good. Take down the people in this building tonight. Chapter 178. Late at night, the sky was pitch black, and the world was almost devoid of light. Just then, a group of people stealthily approached the building where Jiang Mian was located. One of them placed his hand on the door, then instantly passed through it, appearing behind it. The person skillfully opened the door from the inside, and the group filed in. The patrolman downstairs was stunned, seeing the uninvited guests descending from above, and immediately shouted, "Alert!" However, he only managed to utter one word before being instantly killed. When Jiang Mian woke up, chaos had broken out outside. She opened the door to find Qi Rui looking panicked. Qi Rui had gotten up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night, and noticed something was wrong upstairs. Using her special ability, she saw people fighting with a group of intruders. She immediately went to Jiang Mian's room, knowing that the most powerful person inside was this fellow player, and her first thought was naturally to seek refuge. Before she could even knock, the door was opened from the inside. She described what she had witnessed in a panic. "Teacher, there's a group of people wearing cloaks fighting with our people outside. They seem to be players, most of them have superpowers, and even those without are very agile." Jiang Mian nodded, subtly copying the girl's superpower 4 times in a row. After leaving one copying opportunity, she stopped exploiting the girl. She had finally encountered a player who wasn't on guard against her, so why not take full advantage of her? Before encountering players, she had copied animals from her spatial dimension, but the copied abilities were useless, so naturally, she hadn't attached them to her own superpowers. To this day, her copying abilities remain the same for healing, fire, empowerment, and prophecy. Looking at her level 3 copying ability, about to upgrade, Jiang Mian couldn't help but sigh. Money really does work. While she couldn't directly upgrade her abilities, she could buy spirit enhancement cards, which would increase her ability proficiency to some extent. She usually copied creatures from the space at specific times to refresh her proficiency, which was why her abilities had progressed so quickly. Jiang Mian looked at Qi Rui and said, "Go to the other rooms and wake up all the players. Tell them to notify the others to prepare for the enemy." "Okay." "Yes, teacher." With that, Qi Rui hurriedly started knocking on the door. Most of these players were very vigilant. Even those entering the game for the first time were far more alert than the others. Soon, they gathered together, looking at Jiang Mian. After Jiang Mian explained the situation to them, seeing their hesitant expressions, she sneered, "Don't overthink it. They're clearly here to kill us. What use do you think your player status is? It's just a death warrant for you." Without hesitation, she ripped away the last veil of pretense, and Jiang Mian led all the players upstairs to meet the challenge. Yang Go-Dan saw Jiang Mian and immediately ran over. Actually, he had already noticed something was wrong upstairs, but after seeing them release fireballs or water balloons with a wave of their hands, he instantly realized that this group was beyond his capabilities. He quickly hid, secretly observing the people upstairs. Finally seeing his backer arrive, he dared to emerge from the shadows. "Boss, you're finally here. I was about to collapse." "Boss, I got the information. They're a group of outsiders, and they're acting crazy, killing people without saying a word." "Where did they come from? Wasn't there a tsunami over there?" I don't know. I didn't even have time to check the surveillance footage before they were already on their way." Yang Go-Dan was a little guilty. He was mainly afraid of dying the moment he heard the news, so he quickly ran away, sending his trusted men to hold them off while he sent someone to fetch Jiang Mian. However, before that person arrived, Jiang Mian came instead. Now, knowing nothing, he was afraid Jiang Mian would get angry and punish him first. Seeing that he couldn't get any information from him, Jiang Mian simply ignored him completely. She stood at the bottom of the stairs, her eyes meeting those of people descending the stairs. At the same time, drops of blood trickled down the stairs, each drop a sob in their hearts. Jiang Mian felt her heart pounding wildly. She had a bad feeling. She was no match for this person. However, the person above gave them no room for negotiation. With a wave of his hand, he coldly commanded, "Kill." Immediately, many players surged forward from behind him, charging directly at Jiang Mian and her companions. Seeing this, Jiang Mian wasn't one to back down. She drew her long sword and engaged the others in combat. It wasn't just boasting, as it turned out, everyone present, except for the cloaked man, was no match for her. Her gold coins hadn't been wasted. The remaining players weren't fools either. Seeing their side gain the upper hand, they pressed their advantage and engaged the people coming down from upstairs. Seeing this, the cloaked man upstairs narrowed his eyes and fired a shot directly at Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian was already on guard. She had a bad feeling when he moved his gun, and upon hearing the gunshot, she used time acceleration to dodge the bullet. The saying a gun is fast at 3 meters, and fast and accurate within 3 meters didn't apply to Jiang Mian, because she could cheat with time. Seeing her easily dodge, the cloaked man was somewhat unwilling and fired several more shots. However, none of them could harm Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian gave a mocking smile. "Oh ho, getting addicted to shooting, huh?" As she spoke, she also took out 2 guns from her spatial storage. The guns in her hands were clearly more advanced than the cloaked man's. These were laser guns that she had specially enhanced, capable of rapid fire. Jiang Mian fired directly at the man with both guns. The cloaked man was clearly startled, caught off guard, and nearly hit. However, after dodging the first wave of attacks, he thought the woman opposite him would at least stop, but she didn't, and even more ferocious barrage of attacks came his way. The cloaked man's physical attributes were probably very high. Without time-speed cheating, he could easily dodge the attacks, though he looked somewhat disheveled. Jiang Mian already had a rough idea of who this person was. Only he would be so reckless as to launch a sneak attack in the middle of the night. After all, that person was someone who would only cause trouble for himself. He was the kind of person who would inflict heavy losses on both sides. Sure enough, the next second, a familiar rocket launcher appeared on his shoulder, seemingly ready to blow up the people below. Jiang Mian's scalp tingled, and she immediately took out a large door made of a special material from her spatial storage and threw it over. The door flew towards the cannonball in the air, and a huge explosion resounded throughout the building. Chapter 179. Jiang Mian was dizzy from the shockwave. This was only after she quickly jumped to the lower floor. If she had remained where she was, she probably would have gone deaf by now. Taking advantage of a moment when no one was looking, she quickly treated her injuries before returning upstairs. The fighting upstairs had stopped. Most people lay on the ground groaning, injured mostly by shrapnel from the explosion. Even those not directly hit had suffered bleeding ears from the blast. Of course, there were also those with special abilities, but at this moment, they didn't want to get up and fight to the death. They just wanted to live, not to perish together with their fellow players. Jiang Mian took a deep breath, looked at the deformed door, and then closed it up. The door was quite sturdy. It hadn't been blasted through by the force of the shells. Indeed, her judgment was excellent. Watching the figure gracefully descend from upstairs, she could no longer contain her rage. "He Ling, it's you again! Nothing good ever comes of running into you. Instead of trying to survive, what are you up to?" He Ling paused, wanting to get closer to Jiang Mian to see what she looked like. However, Jiang Mian stopped him. "Stop! Don't come any closer, or I kill you." He Ling paused, indeed not taking another step. That voice sounded familiar. Where had he heard it before? The next second, he remembered. The woman who had tricked him in the game before. The second person in all his games to have caused him trouble. The first was Fu Junhan. "It's you? Fu Junhan's fake fiancé?" His tone was full of provocation as he spoke. Jiang Mian remained indifferent, unfazed by his provocation. Instead, she laughed. "It's me, the one who tricked you. Remember me? Isn't my uniqueness unforgettable?" Jiang Mian's effortless deflection almost broke He Ling's guard. He looked at Jiang Mian. Although the infection prevented him from seeing her clearly, her tone and smug expression were exactly the same as before. He pulled out his rocket launcher, ready to fire another shot, but Jiang Mian stopped him. "Are you sure you want to use that weapon here? Your men are down there too. They die sooner or later." He Ling sneered. "Whatever. They're all going to die eventually anyway. They're just unlucky to die now. Let me send you on your way. I don't believe you'd be so lucky this time." Before he could even press the fire button, Jiang Mian charged at him. He Ling dodged, somewhat shocked by Jiang Mian's rapid improvement. They only been apart for a few worlds. How could she be so fast? He remembered their first meeting when she was just a newbie who didn't even have permission to open a chat group. Now she'd grown to this level? Lost in thought, he didn't hinder her attacks, and the two exchanged blows. Jiang Mian suddenly felt something was off. Why was He Ling using only her hands the entire time? Even with the rocket launcher, she held it between her body, instead of carrying it with one hand and pressing the fire button with the other. Moreover, she only attacked with her left hand, which was the key to her ability to fight him on equal terms. Jiang Mian stopped. After fighting for so long, she hadn't been able to kill He Ling at all. She had only managed to leave some wounds on him, and at the same time, she had also left some scars on herself. Stop! Jiang Mian was the first to stop fighting, looking at He Ling and saying, if we continue fighting like this, we only both be injured. In that case, why don't we cooperate? You must have a purpose in attacking us, right? Why don't you tell me your purpose and see if we can cooperate? He Ling was silent for a moment, and just when Jiang Mian thought he was going to refuse and became wary, he suddenly agreed. Cooperation is fine. But you can't stop me from killing. Jiang Mian was stunned, finding it hard to believe she was so kind in his eyes. I'd like to hear why you attacked our building. Is there anything special inside? Jiang Mian even wondered if their large-scale exchange of potions was the reason He Ling had led his men to attack them. He Ling shrugged, casually uttering a reason Jiang Mian had never considered, but upon reflection, it fit her understanding of He Ling perfectly. It's simple. The merfolk in the building we were in have completely mutated. We just wanted to find a place without fish-scale monsters to stay temporarily. Your location just happened to be in our path, and our food supplies were running low, so we simply dealt with you and moved on to the next place. Upon hearing the reason, Jiang Mian almost laughed in anger. No wonder he was a madman, making his capricious behavior sound so casual. She took a deep breath, realizing their goals were similar. They both wanted to find a safe place to hide. After thinking for a moment, she said, cooperation is fine, but I have one condition. You must sign a contract with me, a system-approved contract, guaranteeing you won't cause me any harm in this game. To Jiang Mian's surprise, he agreed and even signed the contract. Now, it was Jiang Mian's turn to be at a loss. She carefully examined the contract she had drafted, making sure there were no loopholes before putting it away. The contract was simple. Neither side could attack the other, and they had to protect each other in the game. After the contract was signed, the people lying on the ground as background figures immediately stood up. They stopped wailing and crying, acting as if nothing had happened, obediently standing in their respective positions. Yang Go Dan was responsible for taking them to rest and bandage their wounds. Jiang Mian led He Ling to the infirmary, noticing his right hand hidden under his cloak, which hadn't moved, and asked, "What happened to your hand?" He Ling replied nonchalantly, "Nothing, I was unlucky and someone chopped it off when I first entered the game." He spoke as casually as if he were discussing what to eat for dinner. However, Jiang Mian was shocked. Who could have chopped off He Ling's arm? In her mind, He Ling was on par with Fu Junhan, and Fu Junhan wasn't even in this world. So who would have done this to him? Thinking this, she directly asked, "Who did this? And hurt you like this? Looks like I need to be more careful." TSK. He Ling clicked his tongue meaningfully before saying, "A lunatic. We met on the second day after entering the game. He seemed to know me, and after seeing me, he started yelling and threatening to kill me. I didn't care about such a small fry, so I wasn't on guard, and this is what happened." Chapter 180. Is there anyone more neurotic than you? Jiang Mian thought to herself, but didn't say it aloud. Looking at his disheveled appearance, she asked, "What about your injuries? Why didn't you use your powers to heal?" He Ling, with a sour face, replied, "That person had a strange artifact that sealed my powers. Otherwise, do you think I would have these injuries? No wonder. Now it makes sense. Why didn't he use his powers to heal the injuries Jiang Mian left on him? So that's how it is." The next second, she quickly realized something was wrong. Right now, he couldn't use his powers, and he was missing an arm. His fighting ability had plummeted. Wouldn't she have suffered a huge loss by cooperating with him? She knew it. Why was He Ling so willing to cooperate with her? He was waiting for her here. She had become his free henchman? After figuring it out, Jiang Mian almost exploded. At this moment, He Ling, seeing her changing expressions, realized she had figured things out and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Jiang Mian, how does it feel to be played? Jiang Mian's face turned pale, and then red, her expression changing rapidly. What could she do? Playing tricks on others was fun, of course, but being played herself filled her with rage, making her want to kill the person in front of her. However, seeing He Ling's smug expression, Jiang Mian wasn't having an easy time, and naturally, she wouldn't let him have it easy either. She suddenly leaned closer to He Ling, chuckling softly, her tone softening considerably. In short, Her voice became more husky. She stroked He Ling's scaly face with her fingers, her voice low and menacing. Is that so? Silly boy, how could I not see the injuries on your body? I did it willingly. The truth is, after guessing He Ling's identity, she was completely focused on dealing with this man and didn't think anything of it. She had genuinely been tricked, and now she just wanted to get her revenge. However, He Ling was stunned. Feeling the breath different from his own, and the fruity scent emanating from the woman, his long dormant heart began to pound again. If it weren't for the fact that his ears were now swollen like fish gills, they might have been bright red. He abruptly took a step back and plopped down in a chair. Seeing his disheveled appearance, Jiang Mian almost couldn't help but break down in laughter. You should rest well, I'm leaving, she said, closing He Ling's door behind her. Ha ha ha. Back in her own room, leaning against the wall, Jiang Mian couldn't help but burst out laughing. All she needed now was a good best friend to vent to. After a while, Jiang Mian calmed down and pondered who could have done this to He Ling. Someone on the list. And by cooperating with He Ling now, had she indirectly offended someone lurking in the shadows? Her vigilance increased even more. This time, she had been careless, rushing to sign the contract with He Ling without fully understanding the situation, which had caused her to suffer a silent loss. It was also because her strength had increased too quickly, and her arrogance had grown. After mentally reviewing her past, she finally calmed down. For now, it was just a small loss in this matter, better than embarking on a path of no return someday. Jiang Mian took out some food and asked Yang Go Dan to distribute it to the families of those who had been so dutiful. She provided enough food to last them for a while. After a day, the merfolk monsters they had blocked below had breached 2 floors, and were now breaking through the 3rd, uninhabited floor. Meanwhile, the merfolk monsters lurked in the water, putting them in a pincer movement. They were practically surrounded. After discussing the situation, the 2 groups decided to use the cover of night to create a bridge and reach another apartment building. Just then, He Ling and his group had already devised a plan, which they could also use to reach the red building. A light drizzle was falling outside, the raindrops feeling cool and refreshing. Jiang Mian was very protective of his life. Whenever he went outside, he wore a protective suit, determined not to let the rain touch him at all. After everyone had come up, He Ling frowned at the group of ordinary people behind him. Why bring so many people? It's troublesome. Jiang Mian gave him a speechless look. Please consider this before you speak. Isn't it because you caused such a commotion and alerted everyone that this situation has arisen? He Ling lowered his head, thought for a moment, and then said, Indeed, how about I kill them all to atone for my sins? Huh? Jiang Mian was dumbfounded. Seriously, brother, don't you want to hear what you're saying? Kill others to atone for your sins? Are you trying to atone for your sins, or just create more? Jiang Mian grabbed his arm. No, keep them. They might be useful later. He Ling was silent for a moment, then actually nodded in agreement with Jiang Mian's suggestion. Jiang Mian hadn't expected this. She was thinking of forcing He Ling to stop his little schemes if necessary, but he agreed so easily. She felt a little disillusioned. The group headed towards the bridge, where water-based ability users had already frozen the water into ice, successfully connecting it to another building. Just then, He Ling suddenly pulled out something resembling a display screen from his robes, covered with countless tiny red dots, a mix of red, green, and yellow, each representing the identity of the person inside. He Ling explained, red represents players, green represents natives, and yellow is myself. As you can see, there are quite a few players in this building. So? Jiang Mian asked, confused. He Ling waved, signaling one of the group to step forward. Judging from the voice, it was a girl, also cloaked, obscuring her face. The girl possessed a unique ability, the capacity for telepathic communication. She closed her eyes, seemingly exchanging something with someone in her mind. A moment later, movement was heard from below. The girl turned to look at He Ling, somewhat intimidated by him. She whispered, Boss, they're almost here, but some of them want to test your abilities. If you can join? She didn't elaborate on what would happen if he couldn't. It was obvious, if he could control the group below, he could bring them under his command. If not, they would be lambs to the slaughter. Everyone understood this perfectly well, and they had all witnessed He Ling's capabilities. Knowing how powerful he was, they weren't worried about this. Soon, the group came up. Surprisingly, the leader was a woman. She looked at the group, momentarily stunned. The woman hadn't expected so many people. Upon closer inspection, she realized most weren't players, but native inhabitants, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 181. Moreover, This group of people didn't seem to be together. They were wearing different clothes, some wore protective suits, while others wore ordinary clothes. The woman's eyes flickered, and she asked, "Who's the leader?" Jiang Mian nudged He Ling, his meaning clear. "Let him go." He Ling's smile remained unchanged, as he looked at the woman opposite him with an arrogant expression. "Is it hard to guess?" "Of course, it's me." The woman looked at his cloak, then turned to look at the other person, wearing a cloak as well. For a moment, she was a little confused. How could he say it was hard to guess? Was it that easy to guess? They were all dressed the same, standing there silently. How could anyone know who the leader was? Lu Jing was too lazy to argue with the person in front of her, but she didn't want her people to get hurt either. She simply asked, "How many games have you participated in?" He Ling stroked his chin, thinking about how many games he had participated in. "I can't remember, but I participated many times." Lu Jing recounted the first round of the game she had participated in. "Wilderness?" He Ling shook her head. "Even earlier than that, I should be considered one of the first players." "What? Do you have a problem with that?" Hearing this, Lu Jing's expression suddenly changed, replaced by a smile. "It seems you've been a player for quite a while. We can let you leave, and we also like to join you, but I have one request." He Ling looked at her, seemingly ready to listen attentively. "Although I joined your team, I want to retain my leadership position. Of course, not to compete with you, but simply to maintain leadership over the group I took with me." He Ling was about to nod, when he suddenly thought of his other partner, Jiang Mian. He turned to look at Jiang Mian, and Lu Jing instinctively followed his gaze, looking behind them, and spotting the person in the protective suit. The person nodded, and the three of them immediately agreed, leaving no room for anyone else to speak. The building below had already been occupied by the women, and dozens of players quickly emerged. He Ling looked at the detector in his hand and asked, "Are there still players inside?" Lu Jing nodded, saying helplessly, "Their legs are fused together, there's no saving them." "So fast?" Jiang Mian, who had been listening to their conversation, was surprised to hear that the players' legs were fused together. Lu Jing didn't underestimate Jiang Mian's womanly intuition. She sensed that Jiang Mian was no ordinary person. So, when Jiang Mian asked her question, she didn't seem surprised and nodded, explaining, "They're usually new to this game, and their bodies aren't much different from the natives." After the people above stopped distributing food, they all went down to the water to retrieve food, which worsened their infections, causing this to happen. Upon hearing they were newcomers, Jiang Mian immediately lost interest in them, and had no intention of saving them, turning and leaving. They came and went quickly, not staying in the building for long. During this time, Jiang Mian asked the woman, "Didn't any mermaid monsters appear on your floor?" Lu Jing shook her head, her expression somewhat strange, and said, "No, they didn't." In other words, no one survived until then, they all starved to death. That's why most of the new players in this building didn't survive. Jiang Mian, somewhat confused, asked, "Why?" Lu Jing sighed, whether out of grief for the dead or a sense of helplessness, it was unclear. The strongest force in this building used these people's lives to obtain food. The Hua Alliance distributed food on a per-person basis, but the boss in this building was incredibly greedy. One meal a day was already meager, but he embezzled it, reducing it to once every 3 days, just enough to keep people from starving. That's why they rebelled after the higher-ups stopped distributing food. But how could they possibly be a match for the well-fed and healthy people then? Later, they turned their attention to us, and we replaced the entire force here. Jiang Mian nodded, realizing then that Yang Godan wasn't entirely selfish after all. At least he still provided food for the others once a day, even if it wasn't good, at least it wasn't like what the people in this building were eating. After walking for several hours, the group finally arrived at the red building. Jiang Mian looked at the familiar building, and felt a sense of long-lost familiarity. This was where she was born, but she had been forced to leave by those arms. Now, returning to this place felt quite novel. The bridge had been retracted, but it didn't prevent them from entering. This time, Jiang Mian didn't enter from the bottom, but started from the top floor. Seeing the red cloth hanging on the building, with a white 5-pointed star that almost covered half of it, she grabbed the flag representing the Huaming Alliance and replaced it with a red 5-starred flag. Some people didn't understand what she meant, while another group stared at her with shining eyes. Chi Rui covered her mouth in surprise. "Isn't this the symbol of Yin country? So the big boss is from the same world as her?" This time, the mechanical arms were gone, but just seconds after they entered, alarms blared throughout the entire building. The players became alert. They had heard Jiang Mian's description, and others longing for the red building, so they naturally wouldn't be careless. Meanwhile, the natives were also tense. In their memories, most of the people inside were wealthy and powerful, still living a life of extravagance even in the apocalypse, and there must be an army stationed there. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a group of people in white uniforms emerged, guns in hand, aimed at Jiang Mian and her group. In front of them were soldiers holding shields, who instantly formed ranks, their eyes fixed on them with unwavering determination. Just then, a deep male voice boomed from the overhead loudspeaker. "Halt! You intruders, don't come any closer. Take another step, and we will punish you according to the law." The law? Jiang Mian was completely unfamiliar with this word. It was as if she hadn't heard it in ages. Wasn't this the apocalypse? How could there still be laws? Oh right, she realized. Laws were originally designed for ordinary people, so it was normal for them to say they existed or not exist. Chapter 182. Jiang Mian stepped forward. Lu Jing wasn't very talkative, and Yi Ling wasn't good with words either, so she was the only one left to communicate with the other leader. Looking up, though she couldn't see where the person was hiding, she spoke firmly. "We are not invaders. We are members of the Hua Alliance. We belong to the Hua Alliance. Since this is Hua Alliance territory, it's our right to be here. Why won't you accept us? Why do you consider us invaders? You abandoned us, and now, while we're struggling to survive, you want to drive us out. Are you betraying the Hua Alliance?" She spoke with righteous indignation, as if she truly belonged to the Hua Alliance, not the one who had just thrown down the flag representing it. The soldiers were visibly shaken, but the voice coming from the loudspeaker forced them to obey orders. This is their nature. Nonsense. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Jiang Mian looked at the soldiers and asked coldly, "Are you really going to do this? Don't you know what the situation is like outside? You may be living comfortably now, but the world has changed drastically. The Hua Alliance is struggling to survive, and the forces in this world are struggling to protect themselves. Do you really want to risk your lives for others instead of fighting for your own survival?" However, despite her words, the soldiers showed no intention of stopping. Jiang Mian felt she had spoken persuasively enough, but these men were simply too loyal. Even though their loyalty was to a corrupt force, they would still hold out to the death. However, Jiang Mian's words weren't meant to convince them to lay down their weapons. She was merely stalling for time. With a wave of her hand, the ability user who had hypnotized others instantly took control of those they had hypnotized, and they began to kill each other. A battle erupted instantly. Of course, how could these ordinary soldiers be a match for someone with superpowers? Especially considering the presence of other civilians. Jiang Mian's words had successfully ignited their anger, making them even more determined. They were quickly dealt with. How many soldiers could be inside a building? And how many soldiers would still fight to the death after witnessing their comrades fall? Soon, no more soldiers rushed up. Just then, someone guarding the rooftop came down to report, "Boss, they escaped." Jiang Mian went up to the roof and saw that they were indeed fleeing. A group of people were being escorted by soldiers towards another building, the direction they had come from. Jiang Mian could only think they were being foolish, genuinely believing that running away would guarantee their survival. They'd clearly been too comfortable, forgetting the disaster outside. Now they were fleeing in the rain, without food or supplies. Some would inevitably try to fish in the water, and how many could withstand the contamination? However, this wasn't her concern. After tidying up, they moved the original residents of the building to the lowest floor, assigned guards, and then quickly found a place to rest. They'd been working for so long, they were exhausted and definitely needed a good rest. Jiang Mian closed her eyes and fell asleep immediately. Her head felt heavy and swollen, as if a stone was pressing on it, and her eye sockets ached terribly. When she woke up, something felt off. Why was her vision blurry? She stretched out her hand in front of her eyes, but couldn't see her fingerprints. Startled, Jiang Mian quickly checked her body, and noticed a small patch of fish scale-like markings on her arm. Jiang Mian racked her brain, trying to recall if she had been in contact with water in the past 2 days. However, after thinking for a long time, she still couldn't remember ever coming into contact with water. She was usually very well protected, even wearing a protective suit when going out. She always carried an umbrella when going to the rooftop, so there was no possibility of infection. After eliminating all possibilities, the remaining one was the truth. The virus spreads through the air. Even with the best precautions, she couldn't escape its transmissibility. Realizing this, Jiang Mian felt a mix of emotions. In all her precautions, she had forgotten about airborne transmission. Jiang Mian wondered if she should get a vaccine now to suppress the spread of the virus within her. After much deliberation, she decided against it. She didn't want to get vaccinated so soon. She wanted to observe Yang Go Dan and the others further, and only get the vaccine after confirming there were no side effects. Jiang Mian tried using her healing abilities to treat the virus, but, predictably, it had no effect. Even taking medication was useless, as if the medicine wasn't right for her. Although she knew she was infected with the virus, she didn't give up. She continued wearing her protective suit, and also added a filter mask. This would at least reduce the intrusion of the virus from the outside, preventing the mutation from spreading too quickly. She opened the door to find He Ling. He Ling was already up, but the mutation on his body was more severe, and his scales were more prominent. Jiang Mian looked at him, wanting to ask if he had any way to resolve the mutation, but he uttered something that infuriated her. He Ling, hands behind his head, said lazily, "Before I met you, I'd be a little anxious, but now that I met you, right? And since you've been so willing to sign a contract with me, you have to guarantee I won't die here, right? Otherwise, you have half your abilities taken away." Hearing this, Jiang Mian looked at him with a forced smile. "Is that so? Isn't this a coincidence? I actually have a solution to this problem. It just depends on whether you dare to use it." He Ling stiffened, abandoning his nonchalant attitude, and stood up straight, asking what solution. Jiang Mian took out a vial of vaccine was handed to him. "Here, this cost me a lot in the deal with the Huaming people. I tested it on others before, and it does have an inhibitory effect, but it only lasts for 3 days, and it's very painful." He Ling took the vial, remained silent for a moment, and then said, "Thank you." Jiang Mian watched him accept the vial before saying, "No need to thank me. 10,000 gold coins. By the way, remember to tell me when you use the vial, so I can help you hold it down a bit. After all, even the toughest man can only lie on the ground crying for his parents after injecting this. I heard them say that after injecting this, it's like being slowly sliced to pieces. The pain is excruciating." Chapter 183. Unexpectedly, He Ling sneered after hearing this. "That's it? What's so special about that? It's just like being slowly sliced to death. I used to have my flesh cut off." He didn't finish his sentence, and Jiang Mian didn't ask further. After confirming that even he had no solution, she went back. He Ling looked at the medicine in front of him and injected it directly. At first, he didn't feel anything, but after about 10 minutes, his skin began to burn, followed by a cool sensation, and then excruciating pain as if his muscles were being torn apart. He Ling gritted his teeth, afraid to cry out. Actually, he got used to it. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he still stubbornly refused to admit it. After Jiang Mian went back to her room to tidy herself up, she went to He Ling's door again. "He Ling, how are you now? Can you still move?" After knocking a few times, the person inside didn't open the door or say anything. Jiang Mian was startled, fearing that the guy would die from the pain, and then she would have her physical strength reduced by half for no reason. Thinking this, Jiang Mian increased her strength, directly breaking the door lock and pushing the door open. Then she saw He Ling lying on the ground, surrounded by blood, his face pale, almost dead. Seeing this, Jiang Mian rushed over, touched He Ling's body, and found it was already a little cold. "Brother, why do you look like Lin Daiyu the second time I seen you?" As she spoke, she no longer cared about hiding it, and immediately used her healing ability on He Ling. It took most of her healing abilities for He Ling to recover from the brink of death. His body felt warm, and Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. She had been so anxious she almost cried, fearing that if He Ling died, she would lose the strength she had painstakingly improved. Thankfully, he was all right. Jiang Mian wiped her eyes, and looked down to see He Ling slumped against her lap, staring blankly at her. Jiang Mian patted his face, her voice still a little hoarse. "Are you all right? If you're all right, get up quickly. You scared me to death. I thought you were going to die. Can you not be so stubborn next time? If you can't do it, just say so. Why do you have to be so stubborn? I won't laugh at you." He Ling was still in a daze. Listening to Jiang Mian's rambling, he felt as if he had returned to his childhood before his mother left him. Even mothers cry so easily. He smiled, reaching out to wipe the moisture from Jiang Mian's eyes, but accidentally leaving a bloodstain. He gave a bitter laugh. "I'm fine, I'm sorry. I made you worry." Jiang Mian still harbored resentment, complaining for a while before standing up and helping him to the sofa. He was covered in blood, and Jiang Mian couldn't possibly put him on the bed. "How are you feeling now? Has your vision improved at all? We're so close. Can you see me clearly?" As he spoke, Jiang Mian suddenly moved closer to He Ling, only half a meter away. He Ling could even see the pores on Jiang Mian's face, and the bloodstains on the corners of his eyes. He tilted his head back somewhat awkwardly, saying, I can see you now. My vision hasn't fully recovered, but it's at a normal level. He swallowed hard and continued, could you please not stand so close to me? I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. Oh. Jiang Mian was just testing whether he could see her clearly. Hearing his disdainful words, she immediately distanced herself from him. Just as she was about to leave, she remembered the purpose of her visit to Yiling. Do you still want this medicine? Although it can't completely cure the virus in your body, it can effectively suppress it. After she stood up, Yiling was somewhat disappointed, though he didn't know why. Hearing Jiang Mian's question, Yiling nodded and replied, yes. He really wanted this medicine. If possible, he wanted to stockpile more. Better safe than sorry. Fine. Don't close the door tonight. Wait for me, I come find you tonight. After leaving with these ambiguous words, Jiang Mian left. She planned to find a few more allies. 2 people were ultimately too few to raid and plunder. Little did she know the profound shock her words had brought to Yiling. Yiling was left standing there, stunned. He was still processing Jiang Mian's words, telling him to wait for her that night. Waiting for her for what? He recalled her earlier question about whether he still wanted the drug. The subtext was so obvious, as a man, he easily understood its meaning. Thinking of this, Yiling blushed. It shouldn't mean that, right? Am I overthinking it? But if it doesn't mean that, then what does it mean? Maybe she really is that kind of person. Should I agree or disagree? What if I disagree? Will she not give me the vaccine? What should I do then? Maybe I should just agree. It's all the same thing anyway, we lose it sooner or later. Besides, I'm a man, I won't be at a disadvantage. His mind was a jumble of thoughts, but he didn't realize that a smile was creeping onto his lips. Jiang Mian had no idea what he was thinking, nor did she understand that her words had caused him to misunderstand. She was currently looking for her next ally, Lu Jing. This woman was quite strong, and had experienced many dungeons. In battle, she could see that Lu Jing's combat abilities were very seasoned, and her talent was also quite good. However, her vigilance was quite strong. Jiang Mian had to copy her talent 5 times before she could replicate it. Position transfer. Change location with the target. This talent was indeed very useful, but Jiang Mian dared not casually change this ability. The ability she copied now. None of them could move. She could still use her prophet skill twice more. Granting abilities was something she used almost daily, and healing and fire were indispensable. She could only temporarily store this ability, waiting for an opportunity to use it later. Or she could copy and advance her ability level before pasting it in. Jiang Mian took out the vaccine and explained its effects to Lu Jing, as well as what she planned to do. Lu Jing frowned. She looked at Jiang Mian disapprovingly. Although I don't know what gives you the confidence to say such a thing, have you considered how we're going to get to that white building from such a distance? Besides, there are only a few of us. How could we possibly defeat so many people? Jiang Mian knew her concerns, and had already prepared her explanation before arriving here. Chapter 184. Don't worry, I won't betray you. Since we come together, it means we're destined to be together. I already thought things through. I cover the travel expenses. As for your concern about the lack of manpower, don't worry. Although we appear to have fewer people, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. There are plenty of mermaid monsters underwater. We can just use them, right? Lu Jing looked at her, puzzled. How can you be sure those mermaid monsters underwater will be under our control? Jiang Mian smiled at her, but didn't intend to be too explicit, as this was her trump card. I naturally have a way to gather them together. If you're willing, we can go to the Huaming Alliance together to seize the vaccine. If you're not willing, you can stay here, it doesn't matter. Lu Jing hesitated for a long time, but ultimately decided to take the risk. She was a smart woman, otherwise, she wouldn't have survived so many years in the apocalyptic game. She naturally knew what she should and shouldn't do. Sometimes, you have to risk it. The game is now halfway through, and all she knows is that there are merfolk monsters below, and they will soon slowly transform into them. She doesn't want to experience so many worlds only to be defeated in this one. So she resolutely chose to join Jiang Mian's plan, and casually asked, can I bring a few of my own people? Their abilities are quite useful, and they're pretty strong. Of course. Jiang Mian couldn't be happier. She also planned to bring some people along. After leaving Lu Jing's room, Jiang Mian went to Dan Jin's room. Dan Jin was overjoyed to see Jiang Mian, and kept talking non-stop. Jiang Mian automatically ignored the nonsense, and extracted the useful information from his words. However, he found that everything Dan Jin said was nonsense. Not a single useful word came out. Jiang Mian raised her hand to stop him, getting straight to the point. I remember you mentioned that you used to be a researcher within the Huaming, and that you were sent to the shady apartment building as a useless technician because you offended someone, right? At this, Dan Jin became furious, grumbling incessantly, yeah, my family used to be incredibly powerful. After graduating from classical Chinese studies, I entered the research institute and enjoyed a period of glory. It was only because my family chose the wrong side that I ended up here. Everyone's jealous of me, afraid I make a comeback. Jiang Mian ignored his rambling. If he were truly capable, he wouldn't have been so marginalized, and besides, she hadn't seen Dan Jin do anything particularly impressive. He just spent his days in the apartment building opening and closing doors. She hadn't seen him do anything else. Oh! The only time he did something else, she caught him. Maybe that's why he rarely goes out anymore. All right. She patted the man's shoulder and said, I give you a chance to return to the Hua Alliance. Are you willing? Dan Jin stared wide-eyed at Jiang Mian in disbelief. Jiang Mian saw a fleeting look of surprise in his eyes, which turned into suspicion the next second. Sister, I'm already part of our base, and I would never betray it. Don't worry. What is the Hua Alliance in my eyes? No matter how powerful the Hua Alliance is, can it be as powerful as you guys? You all have superpowers, like characters in novels. I sworn to follow you even unto death. Jiang Mian couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy was still as smooth-talking as ever, handling interpersonal relationships with impeccable skill. She wasn't saying this to test him, but rather to bring him into the Hua Alliance. After all, he had been there before, and would definitely be familiar with the architecture, making things easier for them. Jiang Mian explained her purpose for sending him to the Hua Alliance, and Dan Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is easy. I'm an expert at being a traitor. Sister, I initially thought you wanted to abandon me. Look, this has caused a misunderstanding, hasn't it? Jiang Mian gave him a half-smile, not calling him out on it. After finding several more people, only one was willing to go with her. She roughly estimated the number of people going to the Huaming. The number couldn't be too large. The vehicle couldn't carry that many people. For this operation, Jiang Mian brought 3 people, Dan Jin, Qi Rui, and a rather taciturn player. He Ling brought a player who could travel through objects, and 2 other people with useful special abilities. Lu Jing brought 4 people, all from her side. In her words, they were all quite strong in combat, making a total of 13 people. Looking at the current number of people, Jiang Mian found a vehicle in her spatial storage large enough to carry several more. With a wave of her hand, the sound of flapping wings suddenly filled the dim night. Most people were infected with the virus in the water to varying degrees. Before, even the darkness of the night wouldn't have obstructed their vision. However, now they could only vaguely make out an object that wasn't integrated with the sky. Lu Jing narrowed her eyes, struggling to make out the creature before her. Instantly, her hand went to her waist, drawing her whip, and she warily watched the thing in midair. She recognized this thing. Wasn't it the source of the disaster from the previous world, the giant bat? She remembered how difficult it was to fight the giant bat back then. Why could she still see such things in this world? Wait! She suddenly realized that the woman beside her seemed to have made some kind of movement before this thing appeared. She looked at the bat in the sky, which showed no signs of attack, and then at Jiang Mian beside her, before withdrawing her hand from its attacking motion. Looking at Jiang Mian with disbelief, she asked, "Did you release this thing?" Jiang Mian nodded in admission. At this point, what was the point of denying it? However, while she admitted it, she wouldn't explain much about the creature's origins. Sure enough, although Lu Jing didn't ask, the person she brought couldn't help but exclaim after seeing what was in the sky, "How could you have something like this? Shouldn't it have disappeared with the end of the last world? How could it reappear?" Jiang Mian glanced at the person, realizing he was just asking out of curiosity, and had no other intentions. After thinking for a moment, she gave the excuse she had already prepared. Chapter 185. It's simple. Doesn't your system shop have summoning cards? I just randomly summoned a monster, and it just so happened to summon this giant bat. The man choked, feeling as if his heart was being gripped tightly. Simple? Are you kidding me? You think you can summon something like this? Jiang Mian shrugged. Otherwise, how do you think I got it? Stole it? Robbed it? Or did the system just give it to me out of thin air? It was fortunate that the main system had too many people to manage, and didn't know Jiang Mian's situation, otherwise it would have already roared. It was saying why there were always worlds inexplicably filled with. The source of everything is right here. After being subtly rebuked by Jiang Mian, the man wanted to say something more, but Lu Jing stopped him. Alright, Yan'an, everyone's system shop has different items, there's no need to dwell on this. Our current goal is to go to the Hua Alliance to obtain a vaccine that can suppress the mutations in our bodies, so let's not waste time here. Jiang Mian nodded. Yes, these are secondary. The main thing is to save our lives first. The people He Ling brought watched them silently. He Ling didn't speak, and because they were afraid of He Ling and Jiang Mian, they didn't dare say anything more. Unlike Lu Jing, they had witnessed the two's madness firsthand. Good heavens, when the two fought, things in their spatial storage were thrown around, and it was the ordinary players, like them, who got injured. The bat bowed its head to let everyone board, and only after everyone was seated did it fly into the sky. It was the first time the others had ridden in such a flying animal, and their nervousness in midair was self-evident. Although they had flown in airplanes and other high-tech vehicles in their own worlds before, to be honest, this was their first time riding in a plane carrying monsters they had previously fought and clashed with. The experience was incredibly novel. However, the experience soured halfway through the flight. Rain began to fall, the dense rain pelting them. Even though everyone was wearing protective suits, the soaking wet feeling was still uncomfortable. The bats beneath their feet also shook their heads uncomfortably, almost causing Dan Jin to fall. Luckily, Jiang Mian reacted quickly and grabbed him, preventing a fall. After being pulled up, Dan Jin's legs went weak, and he immediately clung to Jiang Mian's leg. Sister, you are my god, I will follow you forever. Jiang Mian glanced at him helplessly, kicked him, but found he was still clinging tightly to her leg, unable to shake him off. She resigned herself to letting him hold on. He Ling remained silent, his eyes flickering as he suddenly noticed Jiang Mian's preference. She seemed to respond better to gentle persuasion than force, and she still held a degree of patience for those who yielded. The downpour intensified, forcing them to take shelter on the rooftop of a building. This wasn't a tenement building, but one with glass windows, offering a clear view of the outside. The building was situated on higher ground, which is why it had survived the floodwaters. However, most people were already asleep due to their biological clocks, and no one noticed their situation. After Jiang Mian put the bats into her breeding space, the group went inside from the rooftop. The rooftop door was locked. The player with the teleportation ability simply walked through the door, unlocked it from the inside, and let the group in. After they entered one by one, perhaps because their movements were too loud, someone saw them. That person had originally gone to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Upon seeing them, they instinctively tried to shout, but were immediately hypnotized by one of the players next to Lu Jing. They collapsed to the ground, completely unprepared, and fell into a deep sleep. They only wanted to rest there for a while, and had no intention of causing trouble, so they didn't make any further moves, simply staying quietly until the rain outside stopped before setting off again. Dan Jin surveyed the building, which, though only a few years had passed, felt like an eternity. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Time flies. It feels like ages since I last saw a building like this. I can't believe there are still people living in these tenement buildings who can survive." Jiang Mian looked at him, puzzled. "Why do you say that?" Dan Jin replied naturally. The Huaming said they moved all their personnel to the newly built building. "We were discussing how powerful and compassionate our Huaming was. We thought other forces wouldn't care about the lives of ordinary people like us. But now it seems it was all a lie. Most people still haven't been rescued, and I wonder how they survived." Jiang Mian pointed to the man who had just come up, who also showed signs of infection. He must have been scavenging for food down there. You can see he's covered in fish scales, and his teeth are starting to grow longer. He probably turned into one of those monsters underwater soon, which will be a kind of relief. Hearing her words, Dan Jin instinctively wanted to get closer to examine the man's symptoms, but stopped a second later. Seeing the others curiously scrutinizing him, Dan Jin chuckled awkwardly. "Never mind, what if I accidentally get killed by the person on the ground? How unjust would that be? I haven't even contributed to our boss yet." Someone in the darkness scoffed disdainfully. Luckily, Dan Jin was thick-skinned, otherwise he would have already argued with that person. They wanted to avoid trouble and wait for the rain to stop before going out, but the weather was uncooperative. The rain continued to drizzle without stopping. Judging by the situation, it seemed like it would rain for a long time. Jiang Mian took out some food from her spatial storage for her people. She didn't care about the others, they were brought by others. Although they had temporarily formed a small team, everyone had different positions, and she naturally didn't want to do something thankless, nor did she want others to think she had ulterior motives or wanted to sow discord among them. Of the people she brought, Dan Jin was a native. Shi Rui was a young girl participating in the game for the first time, and she had neither a spatial dimension nor any other supplies. The third person, although possessing a useful special ability, also lacked a spatial dimension. Furthermore, Jiang Mian had already assured them that they didn't need to worry about food. She would ensure they were well fed and watered if they followed her. Therefore, the three of them didn't stand on ceremony with the food Jiang Mian offered, and immediately began eating. Shi Rui wolfed down her food. Heaven knows how long it had been since she had eaten bread with cream. In their world, bakeries were closed due to the high temperatures, and even with money, these things were unavailable. Chapter 186. As a severe sweet tooth, this was a devastating blow. Because of the lack of these breads, she lost 20 pounds in a month. The biggest reason was that she couldn't buy any other food. Aside from the limited daily rations, she had no choice but to starve herself. Now, eating this sweet bread, she felt like the sweetness was about to explode. Her stomach felt uncomfortable, but she couldn't stop eating. Her gaze became even more fervent, looking at Jiang Mian as if she were a god. At this moment, Jiang Mian was like a god in her eyes. She even wondered if, since they were from the same world, they could still make deals after returning to the real world. She heard that rewards were given for completing missions, and she could use those gold coins as currency. Thinking this, Shi Rui quietly moved closer to Jiang Mian, trying to build a good relationship with her. Jiang Mian sat on the other side, munching on her food. Watching the other two groups eat, she wondered if she was being a bit too conspicuous. He Ling and the others were eating alright. At least their food was system-produced steamed buns. However, Lu Jing's situation was different. It was only then that she realized Lu Jing didn't have a storage space, and no one else in their group had a storage space card. So, they were eating compressed biscuits from their backpacks. Seeing this, Jiang Mian thought for a moment, then called to the others to quietly turn their backs, avoiding looking at them, so as not to make them feel resentful. Perhaps the sounds of several people eating attracted the attention of others, or perhaps it was because it was dawn, and they needed to get up to gather food. A group of people unexpectedly encountered them. Smelling the aroma of meat in the air, the people's eyes lit up. Meat! It's meat! They're eating meat! Has someone died again? Who died? Who died? Why didn't they notify us? Damn it, they're hogging the food. Unforgivable. Looking at the group of people opposite them, their expressions crazed, everyone present exchanged glances, simultaneously realizing something was wrong. Just then, the woman behind He Ling said, "They're thinking, kill us, eat our flesh. Who told us to dare to hogging it?" Hearing this, everyone was startled and gripped their weapons to defend themselves. There are rules in this building. Those who steal food must be punished. You dared to steal food, so accept your punishment. With that, they charged towards the group. Seeing this, Jiang Mian didn't bother arguing with them. These people were clearly on the verge of losing their minds, only retaining a sliver of human sanity. Since they had chosen to attack her, she didn't need to be polite anymore. These emaciated people, even with symptoms of mutation, were no match for them, and were quickly knocked to the ground one by one. Even so, some were still unwilling to give up, and tried to bite Jiang Mian and the others from the ground. Jiang Mian kicked away one of the people trying to bite Dan Jin, shoved Dan Jin, and ordered, "Protect yourself, hide behind us." Knowing his own limitations, Dan Jin obediently hid behind the crowd. Watching the chaotic scene before him, fear rose in his heart. However, he didn't notice that the person Jiang Mian and the others had knocked unconscious earlier had somehow gotten up and was approaching him. Jiang Mian was focused on the battle ahead and didn't notice his situation. He Ling did notice, but his eyes flickered. He didn't choose to help Dan Jin, the native. In his mind, a native was just a native. His death was insignificant. The natives opposite seemed accustomed to killing. Faced with the death of their own people, they showed no panic or shock. Instead, their ferocity intensified. Ignoring their injuries, they charged straight at the group. Even when knocked to the ground, they relentlessly tried to get back up. Seeing this, Jiang Mian lost her patience. Since these people wouldn't listen to explanations, there was no need to explain further. She just killed them. Even faster than her, He Ling made the decision. This guy was truly ruthless. He didn't give anyone else a chance and started killing from the very beginning. He didn't seem like someone whose abilities were sealed at all. Instead, he seemed even more eccentric and ruthless. After dealing with most of the people inside, she suddenly heard a scream behind her. Jiang Mian thought of Dan Jin, turned around, and sure enough, saw him being pinned to the ground, someone on top of him, tearing at his flesh. Jiang Mian finished off the person on top of him with a single shot. The splattered blood sprayed all over Dan Jin's face. He stared blankly at the scene, momentarily unsure whether the blood on his body was his own or that of the person on top. He gasped for breath, clutching his neck as he tried to sit up. However, his movement aggravated his wounds, causing him to collapse to the ground in agony, howling. His eyes were filled with terror as he looked at Jiang Mian. Boss, am I going to die? I feel like I'm going to die. I don't want to die, I want to live. Jiang Mian patted Dan Jin's head, trying to avoid touching his wounds, and, unable to bear his incessant chatter any longer, said coldly, "Shut up, stop yelling. You won't die. No major artery is damaged. A little medicine will do the trick." With that, Jiang Mian took out a green potion and fed it to him. Of course, this green potion wasn't enhanced with any special abilities, it was just an ordinary potion. Dan Jin followed Jiang Mian's hand and drank the potion. He felt the liquid was icy cold, and after a few minutes, he felt a tingling numbness in his wounds. Soon, the wounds began to heal slowly. He watched the scene in astonishment, his eyes filled with curiosity. Seeing this, He Ling scrutinized Jiang Mian, his eyes filled with suspicion. If the giant bat she released earlier was summoned by a summoning card, then what about the potion in her hand now? He had seen this kind of thing in the previous world. It was exactly the same liquid as the healing potion they had researched in a base he had stayed in. Weren't things from other worlds supposed to be confiscated by the system when the game ended? Even if you put them in a space card, they would still be confiscated. So what was going on? In his eyes, Jiang Mian was becoming increasingly mysterious, and he was paying more and more attention to her. He couldn't help but observe what she was doing and what new and interesting things she could produce. Jiang Mian's eyes turned cold. She knew that what she had produced had aroused his suspicion, so she immediately restrained herself. She would never take out anything that didn't belong to this world. At least, not in front of outsiders. Chapter 187. After about 10 minutes, Dan Jin finally sat up from the ground. He moved his neck and said excitedly, "Hey, I'm healed. I'm really healed. The wound doesn't hurt at all." Seeing his smug expression, Jiang Mian quieted him down and looked at the group, discussing, "I want to go down and check the situation. Do you want to come? Or stay here?" After a moment's hesitation, He Ling chose to go with her, while Lu Jing stayed up with her people. Jiang Mian smiled at a girl behind He Ling. "Long Miazi, long time no see. No wonder I felt familiar with you the first time I saw you." Long Miazi smiled awkwardly, but the smile was hidden inside her protective suit, so Jiang Mian didn't see it. However, her voice revealed her embarrassment. Long Miazi felt extremely unlucky, having run into that woman who had previously treated her like a prisoner. She said awkwardly, "Yes, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to have gotten even stronger." Jiang Mian was puzzled by her words. She knew her own strength, but how did Long Miazi know? Thinking this, she asked directly, "Why do you say that?" Long Miazi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to tell the truth. "Your control over yourself has become much stronger. At first, I could hear your thoughts, but during our meeting this time, I couldn't hear anything at all." Hearing her words, Jiang Mian understood. It must be because she had exchanged for the top-tier martial arts card, giving her greater control over her body and mind. That's why she couldn't hear her own thoughts. This was a good thing, at least for Jiang Mian. So she smiled, her initial guard gone, and casually said, "Perhaps it's just a coincidence." Then she stopped exchanging pleasantries with Long Miazi, focusing her attention more on the building. Long Miazi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, afraid that Jiang Mian might dislike her and kill her. She didn't know why, but she always felt a sense of fear towards Jiang Mian. Clearly, she didn't seem so ruthless, and most of the time she was reasonable, much better than the man she was currently with. Yet, Long Miazi just didn't dare say much to Jiang Mian. It was like a fear etched into her bones, impossible to remove, unless one day she became stronger than the woman before her. This symptom would not improve much. As Jiang Mian walked, she suddenly stopped. Before an open door hung numerous hooks, with basins below them. She didn't know the room's purpose. The smell of blood was strong, and the walls were stained with splattered blood. The floor was also covered in blood, from some unknown animal. A chilling atmosphere permeated the entire room. Even through her protective suit, she could smell the stench. Just then, He Ling, who had been silent, suddenly laughed. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "It seems many people have died here." "What do you mean?" This was a question she asked instinctively, not really expecting an explanation. She was surprised that He Ling actually did explain, but the content of his explanation wasn't what she wanted to hear. "The air is thick with the smell of human blood. It's everywhere on the walls and floor. That's why I said a lot of people died here." Jiang Mian understood. He meant those hooks used to hang pork and mutton. Now they were for their own kind. But Chirui, this naive girl, didn't understand what he meant and mustered her courage to ask. No, it's not that scary, is it? Didn't we only kill the people who broke upstairs? It doesn't seem like we killed that many people, so why is there such a strong smell? He Ling sized up Chirui. It was rare to see such pure naivety. He gave a wicked smile. Little girl, I didn't say it was the people upstairs who died, but the people who died in this room. It must be a place they used specifically to slaughter food. It has to be said, He Ling's appearance was indeed very deceptive. At least, Chirui's other smile dazzled her, and she subconsciously asked, really? Then, they're quite capable, finding so much food on the water. Ha ha ha. He Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud at this overly naive girl. He looked at Jiang Mian with a mocking expression. Where did you find such an innocent little girl? She's really changed my opinion of you. I never expected her to still be alive, and now you've even taken a liking to her. Jiang Mian's face darkened. She was purely angered by their conversation. Chirui really was like a child. Every move she made utterly naive. Most people would understand by now what the inside was for, yet she kept asking questions. No wonder He Ling was laughing at her. Chirui was so embarrassed by He Ling's inexplicable smile that she felt like she wanted to disappear into thin air. Jiang Mian came to her rescue at this moment. Alright, enough of that. Getting down to business is the most important thing. With that, Jiang Mian led the others downstairs. Phew? Chirui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Dan Jin nudged her. I really don't know if you're genuinely stupid or just pretending. They practically said it outright. This room is where you hang two-legged sheep, and you keep asking. The blush that Chirui had barely managed to fade from her face returned. She wasn't afraid of Dan Jin, and lowered her voice, saying, How would I know? I never seen one. Besides, so what if you hang two-legged sheep? It's just sheep. What's there to hide? Seeing that she genuinely didn't understand, Dan Jin simply asked directly, Do you know what a two-legged sheep is? What? Chirui instinctively asked, but after receiving the answer, she wished she were deaf. Dan Jin, look at yourself. How many feet do you have? Chirui looked down, her face changing drastically the next second. You mean they eat people? Otherwise, do you think they survived this long without the Huameng's rescue? Really relying on the limited supplies down there? Impossible. It's just self-deception. The supplies down there are limited. Sometimes our people search for a long time, and still don't find much. How come they're so lucky, not only finding things but also surviving for so long? The supplies down there don't respawn infinitely, so of course they have to find another way. Chirui was stunned by the answer, unable to recover for a long time. She couldn't even look at anyone in that room. However, reality still had to be faced. She couldn't let such a small thing defeat her, otherwise, wouldn't she be able to see her own death immediately? Thinking this, she quickly recovered and hurriedly caught up with the person she was clinging to. Jiang Mian didn't pay attention to what the two were whispering about behind her. She looked at the rooms without doors, where some people lived, mostly women. Men were rare, and there were no elderly people or children. Chapter 188. Their eyes were filled with fear and hatred as they looked at the group of people, as if they were heinous criminals. Most of these people were emaciated, reduced to skin and bones. Their emaciated appearance made their eyes appear exceptionally large, their faces full of features yet devoid of flesh. They now resembled monsters, covered in fish scales, yet glaring menacingly at Jiang Mian and her companions. The scene was both horrifying and eerie, startling everyone. The thought of the room upstairs used for slaughtering humans only amplified their dread. Jiang Mian waved her hand, signaling everyone to move forward. She didn't want to fight these desperate criminals who had lost everything. As the saying goes, those with nothing to lose aren't afraid of those wearing shoes. The principle of the fortunate yielding. Although they weren't fortunate either, they were at least better off than these people. The group descended a few more floors, only to discover that there were hardly any living people left. Most were just bones and hair. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Just as they were about to leave, Chirui suddenly pointed in surprise at the pile of bones and said, Look at that. What's that? Why is it glowing? Everyone followed her finger, and saw a card. Jiang Mian stepped forward, picked up the card, and stared at it for a moment, stunned. Obtained a space card. Player already possesses a space. Fusion required? A space card? Chirui stood on tiptoe, trying to see what was in Jiang Mian's hand, but all she saw was a pale blue card with nothing on it. She asked curiously, What is this? Why does it look so strange? However, while she didn't know what it was, others did. Those players who had experienced the game a few times immediately looked on, with eager anticipation. Long Musi, having also fused with a space card, recognized the item immediately. Her eyes lit up as she looked at the card in Jiang Mian's hand. The usually taciturn Long Musi couldn't help but excitedly exclaim, "Big boss, can I have this? I'm willing to trade something." However, her words provoked dissatisfaction from the others. The one who could pass through walls stepped forward and said, "Why should we give it to you? We can trade too." Even the person Jiang Mian brought silently stared at her, their eyes not on the card. "I have a special item. I don't know if any of you have used it. It's a medicine that can be taken by non-players. Its effect is to activate the user's genes, thereby enhancing their potential. While its effect isn't as great as a space card, I think its effect is definitely greater for those who need it. It's just a matter of who ends up with it." Jiang Mian's eyes flickered, and he paused for a moment when he heard that this player possessed such a medicine. She looked at the man and asked, "Has this potion been tested? Is it produced by the system, or is it unique to your world?" Seeing Jiang Mian's interest in the potion, the man breathed a sigh of relief. He had only been taking a gamble, but he hadn't expected Jiang Mian to be genuinely interested. He took out a bottle from his spatial storage and said, "There are 5 pills inside. It's not entirely a system product, but you can have someone test it to see if what I said is true." As the man spoke, his gaze was fixed on Dan Jin, the meaning unmistakable. Dan Jin's eyes widened, his expression twisted as he pointed at himself, his meaning crystal clear. "Why me again?" Jiang Mian looked at the medicine in the man's hand. She desperately wanted it, but to be fair, she looked at the others and asked, "What about you? What do you want to exchange for it?" Everyone took out what they had, but its value was nowhere near that of the medicine in the man's hand. Jiang Mian shook her head, finally turning her gaze to He Ling. "Do you want this space?" He Ling shook his head. "No, I'm not interested in this." What a joke. If he wanted space, he could buy it himself. He wasn't short of gold coins, and he wouldn't be short of a cubic meter of space. To ensure fairness, Jiang Mian had already asked everyone. Finally, she decided to buy the medicine from the man. As for how to buy it, it was simple. She looked at everyone and said, "As you all know, our mission this time is to obtain something from the Huaming. You probably already have guesses about what it is." "That's right, it's a vaccine to suppress the spread of the virus in our bodies. Some of you probably know why I'm certain that the vaccine we need is there. We traded with the Huaming people before, exchanging food for the vaccine. We tested the vaccine's effects. While it effectively suppresses the spread of the virus, it doesn't completely cure it. But that's enough to keep us sane. After we clear the level, we can use the system to repair our bodies. I'm sure most of you have some signs of the spread on your bodies. 1 dose of this medicine should last about 3 days. You all know what will happen after 3 days, but there's no guarantee against resistance. The effect might be even shorter." She then took out a box of medicine and continued, "I trade you the medicine in this box, and I guarantee I provide you with more medicine for free until the end of this game. You shouldn't be at a loss, right?" The group exchanged glances. They all knew she didn't really need to offer these things, but since she did, it meant she was a person of principle. Besides, why not take advantage of free benefits? Although their mission was to retrieve these medicines from the Hua Alliance, what if they failed? Just in case, it was better to keep one on them. Thinking this, they stepped forward one by one to receive a medicine. After everyone had taken one medicine, Jiang Mian put the rest back into her spatial storage, her tone becoming serious. "I hope this isn't told to the higher-ups. After all, we're the ones who found this stuff. The benefits are what we took ourselves. If we told them, we'd only be wasting our time and effort. I don't think you do that, right?" Seeing them nod, Jiang Mian finally felt relieved. This was why she had to offer something to silence everyone. Now everyone was in the same boat. If Lu Jing found out about their gains, it might cause further trouble. Most importantly, they had seen in advance what they were looking for at the Huaming meeting, which gave them more motivation and served as an invisible spur. He Ling looked down at the potion in his hand, and after figuring everything out, couldn't help but chuckle. Sure enough, she's still so calculating, understanding everyone's thoughts perfectly. No! His face suddenly turned cold. So he had been tricked again? Chapter 189. However, upon further reflection, he realized she had saved him before. How should he put it? While he was lost in thought, Jiang Mian had already led her people upstairs. He Ling, seeing Jiang Mian ahead, followed. When they came up, no one showed any unusual behavior, maintaining their previous demeanor. Lu Jing didn't notice anything different, and didn't suspect anything. Seeing that the rain outside hadn't stopped, Jiang Mian reminded everyone, Be careful while you rest. Those people downstairs might cause trouble. Lu Jing, confused, came over and asked Jiang Mian what was going on. After Jiang Mian explained what had happened downstairs, Lu Jing fell silent. Her face turned cold, and she solemnly went back to warn her people. Seeing this, Jiang Mian felt relieved. As long as no one was a liability, their team would be more than capable of handling those people downstairs. Jiang Mian took out food and distributed it to the three of them. She didn't drug Dan Jin, but instead drugged another person. Seeing Qi Rui contentedly eat the red bean bread with her eyes half closed, Jiang Mian couldn't help but smile. For the rest of the time, she kept glancing at Qi Rui, and after finding nothing amiss, she turned her gaze to the man who had given her the medicine. The man mouthed, "Don't worry, you can observe from behind, it definitely work." Jiang Mian then looked away. After a night of travel, each team assigned one person to keep watch, 2 hours each, before rotating to another. During the second watch, Jiang Mian sat on a mat, her gaze unfocused. She appeared to be looking ahead, but her attention was actually drawn to the breeding space. She looked at the sea creature that had been brought back by the brain-inducing worm in the space, and poked it. The little thing moved, changed direction, and continued swimming. It showed no sign of anything amiss, no fear, and no other emotion. No wonder the brain-eating worm said it had no brain, it truly did. She wondered what use this little thing was. Oh well, she keep it for now. Just then, Jiang Mian was about to leave when she noticed something different. Her gaze turned to the brain-eating worm breeding area, and she saw several brain-eating worms that looked distinctly different. She picked up a brain-eating worm with fish scales in surprise. This guy had mutated too, and strangely, a small thing, like a tumor, had grown on the side of its neck. Jiang Mian looked at these abnormally shaped brain-eating worms, and suddenly felt something was wrong. She counted them and realized that a few seemed to be missing. Jiang Mian asked them, "Where are some of your kind who went out with you a while ago?" "A few are missing." The brain-eating worms paused for a moment, then, after understanding what Jiang Mian was saying, they instantly swam to a few of their kind and nudged them forward. Jiang Mian looked closely and discovered that although these brain-eating worms didn't have scales, their skin was wrinkled and matted, resembling the appearance of scales receding after they grown in, and it even matched the scars on her hands. Most importantly, they had grown 2 heads. What was going on with them? After a difficult communication, Jiang Mian understood. She picked up a strange-looking sea creature and placed it in front of the brain-eating worms. "You mean, they became like this after eating this thing, right?" The brain-eating worm continued to nod. Jiang Mian looked at the carefree little creature, momentarily speechless. This thing may not have a brain, but it can give others an extra one. Jiang Mian examined the 2-headed brain-eating worm, confirming it had no other problems, before withdrawing her attention. Speaking of which, what exactly is this sea cucumber-like thing? The Hua Alliance should have some research on it, right? Thinking this, Jiang Mian felt even more excited about her upcoming trip to the Hua Alliance. Just then, she suddenly heard footsteps coming from downstairs. No! To be precise, not footsteps, but the sound of clothes scraping the ground. Jiang Mian patted the person next to her, and gave them a wink. The person didn't understand at first, but seeing another person lying on the ground, they did the same. Upon hearing the sound from below, they were startled and about to shout, but Jiang Mian stopped them. Jiang Mian patted her people, covering their mouths to prevent them from making any noise, then pointed down. After everyone was woken up, their eyes warily fixed on the door, silently waiting for the person who made the noise to appear. Qi Rui said telepathically, "It's a group of people crawling in place, but something seems off. Why are they crawling instead of walking?" Long Muzi, having regained consciousness, had established a telepathic connection with everyone, so they had all heard Qi Rui's voice. The group became even more vigilant, strongly suspecting that they had crawled in to minimize noise. However, despite their thorough preparations, they realized they were still far too unprepared when the creatures emerged. These beings could hardly be called human. They crawled on the ground not to reduce the noise of their footsteps, but because their legs were too constricted to move freely. Jiang Mian and He Ling exchanged a glance. It was the group below. No wonder they had only glared at Jiang Mian and the others without taking any real action. They were afraid the group would see their symptoms. Those beings still retained some human sanity. They were surprised to see them awake, and some instinctively tried to turn and run, but it was too late. One of the men Lu Jing had brought manipulated the walls, trapping the half-human, half-fish creatures there. Unable to escape, the creatures charged towards them. After killing one of them, Jiang Mian instantly appeared beside a burly man, who had undergone relatively mild mutation, her long knife held to his neck. "Tell them all to stop, or I kill you." The man was stunned. He hadn't expected this woman to find him, the leader, so quickly and even hold a knife to his throat. He immediately regretted his actions. He should have just kept them quiet for a while before leaving. However, it was too late for that. He could only obediently order everyone to stop. Jiang Mian looked at him, not moving the knife away, and asked coldly, "Why did you ambush us?" The man didn't answer her question, but instead asked his own, "How can you be so sure I'm the leader?" Sizzle. Jiang Mian sneered, not swayed by the man's words. She pressed the knife against his neck, a few drops of blood trickling down his skin. "Answer my question first, then I answer yours. Don't you know the order of things?" The man's expression changed. He glared at Jiang Mian, thinking, "It's only because I'm down on my luck now. In the past, what right did a woman have to order me around?" Chapter 190. That's what he thought, but in reality, he honestly said, "We were so hungry, we had no choice but to come up here to find something to eat. We didn't expect to run into you all." Seeing his dishonesty, Jiang Mian didn't indulge him. Instead, she directly sliced off his arm. "I advise you to be honest and tell the truth, otherwise, next time I cut off your other arm. Without any fighting ability, you probably become someone else's food." "Ah!" The man screamed from the sudden pain. However, the group of humans opposite him, who weren't infected much, looked at him coldly, like completely mutated monsters, without a trace of sympathy. Oh, not entirely without sympathy. For example, one of the women subconsciously felt a pang of pity for him. Fearing that what he said was true, and he would become food for his companions, the man hurriedly said, I talk. It's like this. We wanted to ambush you while you were asleep and use you as our food supply." He looked at Jiang Mian, his voice pitiful. "Please, I already told you. Don't kill me. I don't want to die." He Ling was a complete troublemaker. He continued, "Oh, you mean, you don't want to die, so you want us all to die?" The man's face changed. No. I didn't think that. I was forced into it. I would be killed if I didn't do it." "What do you mean?" Lu Jing, who was standing to the side with her arms crossed, asked, and the next second, she understood what he meant. A large group of people suddenly appeared outside, their eyes filled with fierce determination and greed as they stared at the crowd. They even glanced at their waists and thighs, as if to say, "I'm just looking at those areas, figuring out which meat tastes better." Chi Rui's expression changed. Her special ability allowed her to see through buildings, a kind of see-through ability, except she couldn't use it on people's clothes. However, she hadn't noticed the people outside. These people weren't like the half-human, half-fish monsters. They were skilled and experienced, clearly people who frequently went into the water to fish. Their killing intent was fierce, and they were incredibly accurate in finding the body's vital points. Jiang Mian leaned back to avoid the sharp shards of porcelain, then turned and kicked the man into the water. Not only that, she also killed one of the people who tried to ambush her. No wonder their clothes made such a loud rustling sound. It was to attract their attention and lower their guard. There was another group of people outside, watching them intently. No wonder there are space cards that only players can drop here. They must have been tricked using the same method. If it were an ordinary person, they might have been taken down. Unfortunately, they underestimated the abilities of these players, and they will pay the price for their wrong decision. Just then, He Ling suddenly raised a rocket launcher. Jiang Mian pressed him down, saying helplessly, "You only have one hand left. Stop messing with that rocket launcher. What if the wall collapses after you blow it up? That ability user changed the direction of the wall before. Can't you guys be a little more careful?" He Ling's face instantly turned cold. He looked at his arm, his mood plummeting. Before him stood a group of punching bags, ready to unleash his fury. He Ling naturally didn't hold back. Although he was missing an arm, dealing with these fodder was still a piece of cake. This group had used this method to trick countless people, but today they really messed with him. Not only had they failed to take down Jiang Mian and his group, but they also been decimated. Immediately, the leader panicked. Seeing his men dying one after another, he raised his hand and shouted, "Stop! Believe me, I detonate it, and you all die with me." Jiang Mian stared at the man, her attention drawn to something resembling a remote control in his hand. Her eyes narrowed slightly. How could she not believe it? He would plant a bomb in this building. Bombs are strategic materials. Why would someone plant them in such an inconspicuous place? Thinking this, Jiang Mian glanced at Long Miezi. Having worked together before, a single glance was enough for Long Miezi to understand. She immediately approached the man. Lu Jing looked at the man, with a face full of utter dismay, genuinely regretting agreeing to go out with Jiang Mian. She had thought she was just going to steal some potions from a faction in this world, but she hadn't expected to encounter so many troubles along the way. Now they were even using bombs. She looked at the man and said, "Don't get agitated. I know you don't want to die. Let's talk this out. There's no need to be so impulsive." The man, holding a remote control, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw someone was afraid. He said coldly, "Back off, all of you back off. Release my men, or I detonate." After exchanging a glance with the man, Lu Jing silently signaled her men to retreat, and Jiang Mian and Yi Ling complied. They thought this would be enough, but seeing their cooperation, the man became increasingly demanding. "Very well, it seems you are indeed quite sensible. Hand over your food and leave this building, and I can pretend nothing happened and spare your lives." The man looked at the backpacks behind them, his eyes filled with greed. He didn't actually want the food in their hands. What he desired more was the plump, firm flesh of their bodies. Unfortunately, he could only watch with envy. They couldn't defeat these men in a fight, and these men were unlikely to commit suicide, but it was enough. So many people had died in the building, the corpses would be enough for them to eat for a long time. Once these men left, they could enjoy their feast to their heart's content. All this was thanks to the building itself. It had previously been used for researching shady things, so the basement was equipped with many self-destruct devices. With a press of the remote control in his hand, he could directly cause the building to collapse. Of course, he wouldn't have pressed the detonator directly if it weren't for today's special circumstances. Long Muzi said telepathically, "There is indeed a bomb, be quick." Jiang Mian and Lu Jing exchanged a glance. Lu Jing instantly switched places with the man holding the detonator, while Jiang Mian chopped off his shoulder with one strike, and only decapitated him with the second. The reason for not decapitating him first was to prevent him from instinctively pressing the detonator, which would render all their efforts futile. Everything happened too fast. The man's men hadn't even reacted before the players launched a frenzied attack. Jiang Mian put the detonator into his spatial storage. Only after dealing with everyone inside did the group stop. The air was filled with a stench of blood. Countless corpses lay on the ground, humans and half-human, half-fish carcasses intertwined. Everyone else was alright, but Qi Rui and Dan Jin were vomiting uncontrollably, but no one paid them any attention. One of them is a newcomer, but his abilities are very useful, mainly supportive. The other is a native, but he understands the power distribution of the Huaming. Both are very useful. Otherwise, Jiang Mian wouldn't have brought them along. Chapter 191. What should we do with these bodies? Just leave them here? Lu Jing glanced at them disdainfully and asked Jiang Mian. Unconsciously, they had already come to regard Jiang Mian as their backbone, though they hadn't realized it yet. Jiang Mian looked at the corpses, thought for a moment, and then said, "Just throw them away. They're useless." In the end, the corpses were thrown directly into the water. They wouldn't drink the water anyway, and the water source had already been contaminated. One more corpse wouldn't make a difference, and one less wouldn't make a difference either. After dealing with everything, Jiang Mian and the others took the opportunity to rest. As for killing a group of people, they were already used to it. In the apocalyptic game, just because you don't kill others doesn't mean others won't have malicious intentions towards you. Death is just the most common daily occurrence. Once the rain outside subsided, Jiang Mian released the bats, and the group resumed their journey to the Huaming. After getting some distance from the building, Jiang Mian took out a detonator and detonated the bomb inside. Anyway, they were all a bunch of good-for-nothings inside. There was no point in keeping them alive. Besides, most of them had already been killed by them, so there was no need to show any mercy. However, after the detonator was detonated, the building only made a splash underwater, and then there was no further movement. Everyone was stunned. Dan Jin pointed in that direction, then pointed to the detonator in Jiang Mian's hand. That's it. Jiang Mian's face also looked bad. Had they been tricked? Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Seemingly because he saw Jiang Mian's embarrassment, Yi Ling couldn't help but burst into laughter. His unrestrained mockery made Jiang Mian's face darken. How could she have known it would turn out like this? Judging from the leader's demeanor, she thought it would be some earth-shattering change. And this is it? This is it. Then why was he acting so arrogant? Speechless, just then, the man who had been silent throughout the group spoke up to defuse the situation. Bombs that have been submerged in water for too long, especially if the seal isn't good, will lose some of their power. That's normal. I don't think it's necessary to mock others like this. He then looked at Yi Ling disapprovingly. Goodness, he's the kind of person who, when he speaks, is astounding. directly confronting He Ling. The others all watched with amusement. He Ling was also looking at the man for the first time. He was plain-looking, seemingly unremarkable. As for his superpowers, she didn't think she'd seen him use them. Was his superpower useless, or did it directly affect her? But none of that gave him any reason to provoke her. What's it to you? He Ling, always short-tempered, wouldn't tolerate such provocation. He took a step forward, ready to attack, but the bats beneath his feet suddenly accelerated, nearly causing everyone to lose their footing. They immediately became distracted. He Ling, however, didn't believe such a coincidence. He looked at Jiang Mian, strongly suspecting she had orchestrated it to protect the man. However, Jiang Mian protested her innocence. Although she had released the bats, they were controlled by brain-eating worms, not her. How would she know how bats flew? After the bats' little trick, no further internal conflicts arose among them. Looking at the building that hadn't collapsed for a long time in the distance, and the splashes of water it created on the surface, everyone was speechless. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have been threatened in the first place. The speed at which they fell into the water would have been enough for them to escape. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Dan Jin looked at the familiar surroundings and suddenly said, "We're almost there." Jiang Mian looked into the distance and could clearly see that the number of red buildings had increased, vaguely encircling the white building in the center. That area used to be some kind of mountain peak, and some areas were still above water. The tenement buildings were built on top of those peaks. Jiang Mian lowered the bat's flight altitude and called for everyone to come down. Her explanation was, "Be careful, we can't be too conspicuous." They arrived at what was now merely a raised area on the mountain. Dan Jin looked troubled. He looked at Jiang Mian and said, "I'm afraid we can't get in. We don't have identification tokens. We'd be expelled if we approach that building. If multiple warnings are ineffective, they kill any intruders." Jiang Mian looked at the person behind He Ling who could pass through walls and asked, "Can we go through?" "We should be able to, but without identification tokens, we'd probably be discovered, right?" He looked at Dan Jin. Dan Jin nodded. "We'd be discovered." Jiang Mian stroked his chin, looking at the nearest red tenement building. "It seems we still have to follow the previous method. Go to the top floor first, then enter the white building." The group exchanged glances. Chi Rui went to assess the situation first, confirming that the guards in one of the buildings were relatively lax, and they went directly inside. However, not only was the exterior of this building red, but the interior was also decorated festively. They wondered what they were doing. "Someone's here." Chi Rui was now fully focused on her surroundings, keeping He Ling's high-tech gadgets handy, just in case. Jiang Mian and the others pushed open a door and went inside. They knew someone was inside as soon as they entered, but without delay, one of them came out and used their powers to control the people inside. It was several girls dressed in red wedding attire. When they saw the group burst in, they instinctively tried to scream, but were immediately restrained. The girls stared blankly ahead, then obediently sat down. Only after the footsteps outside disappeared did they begin to question the situation. The control girls recounted everything that had happened. They were chosen to go to the Huaming Center, that white, palace-like building, to serve the Huaming leader. These women were once daughters or sisters of powerful figures, but after the Huaming leader announced his plans, they became pawns in a power struggle. From them, she learned that the Huaming leader was already over 70, with gray hair, even older than their grandfathers, and now he was celebrating his miraculous survival in this way. Jiang Mian had an idea, and she had the player ask them when they would be sent there. The answer was, tonight. Jiang Mian looked at their group. There were only 4 women, one short. She instinctively glanced at He Ling. He Ling shook her shoulder, which only had one arm left, indicating her helplessness. Chapter 192. Finally, they chose a rather thin boy to replace one of the brides. Jiang Mian changed into the clothes of the tallest girl, wearing underneath a black bodysuit she bought at the mall, offering superior protection. While undressing the girl, Jiang Mian was surprised to find that she too had grown scales. After asking the others, they all confirmed this. It seemed these self-assured groups had ultimately succumbed to infection. After preparing, looking at the remaining group, Jiang Mian suggested, "Tonight, someone will definitely come to take us away. You guys knock them out and take their place." The group waited patiently. As for the unconscious original brides, Jiang Mian had given them some more medicine to ensure they wouldn't ruin their plans. The group used this time to recover. About 2 hours later, footsteps sounded outside again, but this time they were louder, as if many people were approaching. Jiang Mian and the others immediately covered their heads with veils, awaiting the arrival of those outside. The next second, just as they closed their veils, the door was pushed open, and a group of men in black suits entered, along with another group of people in protective suits, carrying well-made weapons, their demeanor calm and composed. The men in suits breathed a sigh of relief as they looked at their obediently waiting sisters or daughters. These were the bridges to their advancement. They had raised them for so many years. Wasn't it all for this day? Although their resistance was fierce before, wouldn't they obediently comply after a few days of starvation? Jiang Mian felt someone supporting her arm. She tightened her grip, and then heard a low voice whisper, "Sister, don't blame me. Who told you to be so beautiful, yet not marry sooner, only wanting to steal my family fortune? Everything you got now is your own fault." Jiang Mian, hearing the man's ulterior motives, didn't say anything more, because she knew he wouldn't survive. Sure enough, after walking only a few steps, the original owner's brother collapsed to the ground, the air filled with the smell of rust. Jiang Mian lifted the veil, swiftly killing one person in protective gear, then quickly dispatching the others. Looking at the number of people lying on the ground, a team of 10, plus these family members, was more than enough. Watching them change into the protective suits of those wearing them, there were still 2 outfits left unworn. Just in case, the 2 women in their wedding dresses were also made to change into the protective suits. Then 2 more brides were found, and that would be enough. As for family members? Not needed. One group blended into another group, all wearing protective suits, clearly part of the same team. Some had family members with them, others didn't. According to Long Yuzi's account, there were now 46 brides outside. Jiang Mian, that alliance leader, is quite greedy, taking so many women at once. Indeed, men are young until they die. He's over 70, still marrying so many wives. Won't he be able to keep up? He Ling scoffed. What do you know? Aren't all men like that? A little power, and they think about that kind of thing. No matter their age, they all like 18-year-olds. Jiang Mian fell silent. I mean, is there any possibility? You're a man too? The others didn't dare speak up either. Even those who disagreed dared not contradict this big shot. The group followed them forward, first passing something resembling a space capsule. A cloud of mist billowed out, and Jiang Mian held her breath, still smelling a disinfectant-like odor. Only after the mist dissipated were she helped inside. This place wasn't like other cramped tenement buildings, just rooms and corridors. It was like a Western palace, spacious and bright, with electricity. The interior was lavishly decorated, the walls were white and gold, and the glittering things looked like inlaid diamonds. If that were true, one could imagine how extravagant the palace's decor was. Long Yuzi described what she saw to everyone, and those whose heads were covered couldn't help but be equally astonished. In a corner of the palace, countless onlookers watched this absurd yet grand wedding. While the alliance leader had been absurd before, he hadn't been this reckless. Now, he wasn't even bothering with a pretense, directly staging this spectacle. Dozens of women in wedding gowns were marrying the alliance leader, giving them a truly disorienting feeling of being transported back hundreds of years. However, some men's eyes held envy, and some young girls couldn't help but exclaim enviously, "Wow! Mom, are these all brides? Their clothes are so beautiful." A wealthy woman attended the wedding with her daughter. Hearing her daughter's words, she covered her mouth with her fan and chuckled, gently tapping her daughter's head with her finger. "You silly girl, what's so special about this? When you get married, I prepare an even more beautiful, one-of-a-kind wedding dress for you." Those watching the many brides couldn't help but sigh, how envious. When will I ever be able to marry so many wives? You? You have nothing, just a cleaning lady. Before the apocalypse, marrying a wife was possible, but now it's the end of the world, you can't even support yourself. It's a miracle any woman even married you. Jiang Mian listened to the whispers around her. Just then, a fragrant scent wafted through the air, and fresh, dewy rose petals drifted down, adding an even more striking visual effect to the grand wedding. Rose petals rained down from the sky, and the band members, specially trained in the apocalypse, played the most popular songs with all their might. The girls sent from each building, dressed in different wedding gowns, walked the red carpet, dazzling and captivating, a breathtaking sight from afar. However, this was all about ignoring the stiff smiles on their faces, and the tears welling up in their eyes. Jiang Mian even overheard the accompanying family members trying to persuade their daughters. "Daughter, try harder. Maybe the alliance leader will be the first to choose you, and you stand out among all those women, earning respect and bringing honor to the family. Your parents will be so proud of you. Sister, there's no way around it. You're our only daughter, and other families are vying for this position. You have to work hard. Little sister, I always had the highest hopes for you. You'd definitely succeed. Jiang Mian mostly heard the voices of family members trying to persuade the girls. So many people, yet not a single one seemed to care about the girls' well-being. The girls, on the other hand, seemed resigned, not uttering a single word. Chapter 193. Perhaps they wanted to say something. Perhaps many of them were forced into it, but having come this far, it was too late to say anything. Just then, the musicians playing suddenly changed, transforming from beautiful to passionate music. Long Musi, speaking telepathically from behind, said, "The Alliance leader has appeared." On the spiral staircase, a man in a suit with a flower pinned to his chest, but with gray hair and wrinkles, descended. Behind him followed a group of young guards, which only accentuated his aged appearance. Unfortunately, he seemed oblivious to how incongruous his image was. He walked down with a radiant air, looking down at the young girls, their figures and clothing scrutinized, before settling his gaze on their faces. Upon seeing the girl's fair skin and jet black hair, the man's displeasure was visibly apparent. Perhaps due to his advanced age, he particularly disliked these vibrant symbols of youth, which gave him a sense of defeat stemming from his own age. However, he didn't marry them for their looks, but rather to satisfy his insatiable desires. The immortal's methods were truly remarkable. After the treatment, he had inexhaustible energy every day, and his sexual function had become increasingly powerful. His wives, long since aged and faded, could no longer satisfy his perverse desires. He enjoyed watching women scream in pain and beg for mercy. However, older women could hardly provide him with this pleasure. He looked at these young and beautiful girls, making them stand opposite him and perform rituals with him. Jiang Mian's lips twitched, even wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. Lu Jing couldn't help but mutter, "This old man is really something, ugly as he is yet so cunning, what a weirdo." Long Musi asked, "Shall we act now? I'm closer to him, I can take him down directly." Jiang Mian, unable to see the situation outside clearly, asked, "How many people are outside? Are we confident we can take this alliance leader away right under their noses?" Long Musi frowned at the situation before her. "It's a bit risky. There are too many soldiers. If they retaliate, we might be wiped out here. Things are not looking good." Jiang Mian didn't choose to act immediately, but said, "Don't rush. Let's act when there are fewer people." No one objected, and the remaining people continued to wait for an opportunity. The wedding continued, however. A voice suddenly appeared. After understanding the content of his words, everyone was startled, then looked at the alliance leader's face in shock. "Wait, this wedding cannot continue." A man in a white suit wearing a butterfly-patterned mask descended the spiral staircase paved with fine marble. He walked slowly down the stairs, his sharp eyes fixed on the alliance leader as he stood on the last step. However, to everyone's surprise, upon seeing this man, the alliance leader abandoned all dignity and hurried to bow and apologize. "My lord, was the noise downstairs disturbing you? I make them stop right away. Please don't be angry." The man looked at the alliance leader and sneered, "Whether it's the noise disturbing me or something else, I think you know very well. I don't like people who act on their own initiative." The alliance leader's bent back stiffened. Although he didn't want to lose face in front of so many people, he was even more unwilling to lose his current power and the chance for eternal life. He knelt on the ground, looking down at the man on the steps, and said, "Immortal, I was wrong. My selfishness was too strong. I had them all leave right away. Please don't be angry." The crowd gasped in shock at this sight, staring in disbelief at the man who had once been so high and mighty, now kneeling and begging for mercy. Was this still their alliance leader? Who was this man who possessed such power to make their leader so humble? However, the man merely glanced at him coldly. Seeing his sincere apology, he softened his tone slightly. "All right, get up. I told you before, you shouldn't have forgotten, right? You can keep them. After the third time, you can be unrestrained." The alliance leader's previously worried expression instantly brightened upon hearing this. A grand wedding ended abruptly and inexplicably. Those present, witnessing this surreal scene, knew that if any rumors detrimental to the alliance leader were to surface from this day forward, they would be doomed. Even if they hadn't spread the rumors, they would still be purged by the alliance leader. Their expressions were grim. They left the venue listlessly, each with a worried look on their face. Those who had brought children to the wedding were especially distressed. How could they explain the situation to their children? How could they stop them from talking? Jiang Mian was led into a room, accompanied by Qi Rui, Lu Jing, and two other people being controlled. However, due to the distance, the two controlled individuals collapsed to the floor upon entering the room. The pain of the fall quickly jolted them awake. They sat up, looking bewildered at their surroundings. Their veils had already fallen to the floor, and they stared blankly at the three strangers. One of the bolder girls asked, "Who are you? Where are we?" The three exchanged glances. Lu Jing stepped forward and knocked the other two unconscious, saving them from further questioning. "What do we do now?" Lu Jing naturally asked Jiang Mian. Qi Rui had always been an obedient, somewhat naive girl. Asking her wouldn't yield any useful information. Now that the plan was disrupted, they had to start all over again. Jiang Mian thought for a moment and said, "Since our original goal was to kidnap the Alliance leader and obtain the vaccine, why don't we just use our identities to go to the Alliance leader's residence and take him hostage?" Lu Jing disagreed, but the man in the white suit who appeared last clearly seemed more like the mastermind. Could it be that he'd brought the drug? Is that why the Alliance leader was so respectful to him? Jiang Mian shook her head and said firmly, "It's not him. He's a player, not a native." Lu Jing really didn't believe it. After all, she hadn't seen anything wrong with the man. "How can you be so sure he's a player? I didn't find anything wrong with him, and he didn't reveal any player characteristics." Jiang Mian fell silent. She didn't know how to explain it to Lu Jing. It was like a subconscious feeling, not that she had used some copied ability, but that the moment she saw the man, she sensed the presence of a kindred spirit. Chapter 194. Lu Jing, hearing his inability to answer, didn't press him further. Instead, she asked, "Are you sure that person is a player?" Jiang Mian nodded in affirmation. "He is indeed a player. I don't know how to explain it to you, but the moment I saw him, I knew he wasn't a native. Besides being a player, I can't think of anything different." "Good." Lu Jing nodded, choosing to trust Jiang Mian, but couldn't help asking, "When do we act?" Jiang Mian glanced at the time on her bracelet, thought for a moment, and gave a precise time, around 3 a.m. The sea outside will become chaotic. That will be the best time for us to act. Lu Jing didn't ask why she was so certain the sea would become chaotic. After all, when she chose to come here, Jiang Mian had said she would resolve the issue of the Huaming army. Qi Rui remained a compliant observer throughout. She lacked strength, and Jiang Mian didn't expect her to do anything. She only needed to observe the surrounding situation. On the other side of the water, some enormous creatures quietly slithered to the bottom. They opened their eyes, surveyed the chaotic scene, and began chasing the half-human, half-fish beings. At first, these half-human, half-fish monsters tried to fight back, attacking the enormous creatures. However, it wasn't long before they discovered that not only were they powerless against these behemoths, but they also accumulated many wounds. The behemoths didn't kill them, as if they were playing with them. However, if they didn't swim in the direction the colossal creatures wanted, they would be whipped. One of the colossal creatures was covered in tentacles, and when it whipped them, it tore their skin and flesh. After several times, the merfolk learned their lesson. They struggled to swim forward, trying to save themselves. As they passed tall buildings, they tried to stop and eat their fill. However, the colossal creatures behind them wouldn't allow them to stop for even a moment, continuing their relentless pursuit. There was no way around it. If they were too slow, they would be eaten. They had no choice but to keep swimming forward. Late at night, Jiang Mian looked at the time on his bracelet and said to the two, "It's about time. We should set off." Hearing this, the two instantly stood up, ready for battle. The three opened the door and went outside. A patrol team happened to be walking by. After exchanging glances, one of the patrol members stepped forward and said coldly, "What are you doing? No unauthorized personnel are allowed inside the castle." Jiang Mian hadn't expected them to be so unlucky. Qi Rui had just used her ability to check that no one was there, and the next second, a patrol team emerged from a corner. However, her quick thinking kicked in, and she immediately said, "Are we considered unauthorized personnel? We are the Alliance leader's brides. Can't we even see the Alliance leader?" As she spoke, everyone's attention was instinctively drawn to her, and they didn't notice that one of the three had quietly disappeared. The patrol soldiers didn't immediately grasp the situation. Thinking about Jiang Mian's words, she indeed couldn't be considered unauthorized personnel. After all, she was the wife of the Alliance leader. Although the wedding hadn't actually taken place, in everyone's eyes, they were all the Alliance leader's women, and their status and position remained. For a moment, they didn't dare offend her too much. This woman was quite beautiful. What if she gained power later, and made things difficult for them? Thinking this, the leader's tone softened. "Miss, please don't make things difficult for us. We are just following orders. We have our duties. If you want to see the Alliance leader, you can wait until dawn and ask him. If the Alliance leader is willing to see you, you can go to the main hall." Jiang Mian smiled, then her face instantly turned cold. "What if we want to go now? The patrol members' faces also turned cold. They felt that this woman was not only sharp-tongued but also unreasonable. Since they couldn't reason with her, there was no need to continue. He waved his hand, ordering the others, "Take these 3 women." His voice suddenly trailed off. Wait, there were only 2 women. Where was the other one? The next second, before he could react, he lost consciousness. The others, seeing this, instinctively wanted to be alert, but the dizziness prevented them from shouting. Looking at the people lying on the ground, Jiang Mian and the others who had gathered dragged them into the room. Jiang Mian unbuttoned one of the men's clothes, and just as he was about to change him, he noticed the familiar scars on this patrol member's body. Weren't these the marks left after the scales grew and he received a vaccination? So the people inside are infected too? She thought only the people in the black building and red building were like this. She never imagined these people were infected as well. This virus is indeed very powerful. Lost in thought, Jiang Mian didn't delay her actions. After quickly changing her clothes, she looked at everyone. "Let's go." Have Chi-Rui observed the situation. If there's no one else inside, just barge in. If there are, we act accordingly. Chi-Rui nodded, knowing she was playing a crucial role this time. She forced herself to remain calm. Jiang Mian deliberately didn't let Chi-Rui change her clothes, just in case. If they were discovered, they could pretend they were escorting the bride to the Alliance leader's room. If they weren't discovered, wouldn't that be perfect? The group went upstairs. The Alliance leader's room had already been found out. Now was the perfect time to investigate. Along the way, they encountered other patrol teams. At first, some were suspicious, wondering why these people were there when it wasn't their patrol time. However, upon seeing Jiang Mian and his group with a woman, they all exchanged knowing glances. They looked at them with an "I understand" expression. At the same time, they tacitly made way for them, allowing them to enter. They then swaggered into the Alliance leader's room. After using her supernatural ability to survey the room, Chi-Rui whispered, "There's only an old man sleeping inside, square-faced, fat, and a woman beside him." After describing the man she saw, He Ling confirmed the person's identity. The square-faced old man was indeed the Alliance leader, and the woman? She was probably his wife. Just as the player with the teleportation ability was about to pass through the door and open it from the inside, they suddenly heard an alarm. Currently not under the guard Li Ting's supervision. Please do not enter this restricted area, or you will be arrested. Oh no! We're going to be discovered. It was clear the player was panicking. However, Jiang Mian reassured him, "Don't worry, those people won't come. It's chaotic outside, they're probably holding out for this castle." Chapter 195. At first, they didn't understand what Jiang Mian was talking about, and Jiang Mian had no intention of explaining. Just then, Chi-Rui curiously looked outside the wall and exclaimed in surprise, "There are so many monsters down there. They all climbed up and are fighting with the patrol soldiers." The group exchanged glances, their eyes subtly observing Jiang Mian. Lu Jing also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know how Jiang Mian had managed to utilize the mermaid monsters in the water, this situation had inadvertently helped them. The player also calmed down and approached the door again. Even hearing the alarm, he didn't panic. He went inside and found the leader had woken up and was about to pull out the gun from under his pillow to fight. Seeing this, he instantly knocked the leader unconscious before opening the door, and the others filed in. Seeing the leader and his wife lying unconscious on the ground, the group didn't say a word and immediately tied them up. Lu Jing slapped the Alliance leader twice, waking him up. He twitched his eyelids, then closed them again, feigning unconsciousness. Lu Jing didn't hold back. Since he wanted to pretend, she'd make him pretend for as long as possible. She slapped him twice more. Seeing he was still feigning unconsciousness, the room erupted in a cacophony of slaps. Jiang Mian's lips twitched. This Lu Jing was truly formidable, dozens of slaps, her hands red from the effort, without a break. And this Alliance leader was a superhuman, enduring dozens of slaps before finally waking up. The Alliance leader was suffering. If he hadn't woken up, all his teeth would have been knocked out. This old man couldn't withstand such a beating. However, later on, whether Lu Jing got addicted to hitting him, or what, even after the Alliance leader opened his eyes, her slaps didn't stop. Jiang Mian couldn't stand it anymore, and grabbed Lu Jing's hand. "Alright, stop hitting him. If you keep hitting him and kill him, we have to find someone else, which is too much trouble." Lu Jing finally stopped, looked at the Alliance leader's swollen face, and spat, "Trash, worse than a pig or a dog. At your age, still harming other people's young girls, shameless." She was truly angry this time, but had been keeping it inside. Now that she could finally vent, she showed no mercy. The Alliance leader was being insulted, so it was impossible to tell if his expression was gloomy. After all, his face was so swollen that his eyes were squinted into slits, making it impossible to discern any emotion on his face. Jiang Mian had the hypnotist hypnotize the Alliance leader, and she began asking the question she wanted to know. Jiang Mian, where is the laboratory researching the vaccine to inhibit the virus? The Alliance leader honestly replied, in a specially built laboratory behind the palace. Jiang Mian, how many inhibitory vaccines are there inside? Alliance leader, I don't know, there should be many. They produce a lot of vaccines every day. Hearing that there were still many vaccines, everyone felt relieved. More was better. There was no fear of fighting over them. Jiang Mian asked a few more questions, and finally had someone control the Alliance leader to lead them to the laboratory. Of course, his swollen face couldn't be seen, so Jiang Mian had no choice but to force-feed him some treatment. Following the Alliance leader, those who didn't know better might have thought they were escorting him. But when they arrived downstairs and saw the chaotic scene below, they couldn't help but give Jiang Mian a thumbs up. Downstairs, heads were already mangled beyond recognition. Mermaid monsters, emerging from the water, scrambled towards the food in sight. Countless mermaid monsters eagerly awaited this feast, deeply grateful to the colossal creatures that had been chasing them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had so much delicious food. The patrol soldiers attacked the mermaid monsters with their weapons, but the monsters' scales shielded them from most of the damage. Although they couldn't unleash their full attack power on land, they could drag these monsters into the water and devour them. Moreover, perhaps due to the ever-growing number of mermaids, waves frequently crashed against the surface, providing them with opportunities to pounce on the patrol members. Looking at the chaotic scene, He Ling, unusually, uttered a sensible remark, "You're quite capable, actually knowing the underwater monster would attack this place." Jiang Mian rolled her eyes at him. Nonsense. Even if I didn't care about anything else, I still think about my own survival. How could I act so rashly? Of course, I had to plan everything carefully. He Ling rubbed his nose, feeling a bit offended. He was a reckless madman, someone who never considered anything else when doing anything. This was the first time he followed someone to do something with a brain, and he was quite unaccustomed to it. The group carefully protected their leader, preventing him from being hit by the stray bullets flying through the air, and made their way to the laboratory he had mentioned. A group of people were currently working overtime in the laboratory to produce vaccines. These were the last remaining valuable items they could extract from ordinary people. One vaccine could be exchanged for 10 kilograms of vegetables. Of course, this was just one example. The others were mostly electronic products or some more sentimental items buried by the sea. Shouldn't they take turns doing this? When Jiang Mian and his team arrived, they saw researchers with dark circles under their eyes, but their eyes were filled with excitement as they looked at the vaccine materials in their hands. When the researchers saw them, they were taken aback for a moment. After noticing who the person they were protecting was, an elderly man with gray hair, dressed in a researcher's uniform, immediately came down from upstairs to greet them. He smiled obsequiously. "Alliance leader, why did you come in person? You didn't even tell me. I could have come to greet you." The Alliance leader, controlled by the player to avoid saying anything inappropriate, directly stated his demand, "Give me all the vaccines." The old man was stunned. When did the Alliance leader become so cold? Wouldn't he even exchange a few pleasantries? He was the Alliance leader's brother-in-law. However, he didn't have time to think further. The Alliance leader urged again, "Give me the things." Just then, Jiang Mian lowered his voice and said, "The Alliance leader is in a bad mood because of yesterday's events, plus some personal matters, so he's in a bit of a hurry. You shouldn't upset him." The old man thought about it and agreed, then smiled and said, "All right, come with me, I take you to get those things." The old man led them to the warehouse, which was already piled high with vaccines. After exchanging glances, the group quickly closed the warehouse door, keeping the others outside. The old man was stunned. Before he could react, he felt a cold, foreign object on his neck. He Ling smiled wickedly. "Old man, don't move or shout, or you might lose your life here today." How could the old man not understand what was going on? He instantly raised his hands. "Heroes and valiant men, I haven't offended you, have I? I'm just trying to make a living. We don't have any deep-seated hatred between us, do we?" Chapter 196. There's no deep-seated hatred, just that you need to be quiet for a bit. With a dagger pressed against his neck, the old man didn't dare utter a sound. They had clearly stated they needed him to be quiet. If he shouted at this moment, wouldn't he be courting death? He was a shrewd old man, and naturally wouldn't put himself in such a predicament. Seeing this, He Ling didn't say much. Everyone exchanged glances, everyone was quite disciplined, and there was no sign of betrayal or abandonment. Lu Jing pointed to the boxes on the ground and said, "My men have already checked one box, which contains about 100 doses of vaccine. There are over 300 boxes here, which is over 30,000 doses. According to our previous cooperation, I can take 1/5 of the vaccine. One dose lasts for 3 days, which is enough." Jiang Mian had no objection, and Yi Ling naturally had no objection either. After putting away his share of the vaccine, he crossed his arms, leaned against the wall, and looked at the old man who was obediently standing there. The old man, noticing his gaze, gave him a fawning smile. Jiang Mian put away the remaining vaccines, but she felt they weren't enough. It was far too few to sell in large quantities through the chat group. These were only enough to sell some herself. She wanted to keep the rest for herself. However, she had considered this before coming, and therefore brought Dan Jin, who hadn't shown any particular behavior along the way. She turned to the old man and said to the others, "I want this person. Someone I know has some personal grudges against him. You shouldn't have any objections, right?" The group exchanged glances, but didn't voice any objections. Since she had admitted to having a grudge against the old man, that was her own business and none of their concern. They all nodded and prepared to leave. Just then, Lu Jing suddenly stepped forward and said, "Miss Jiang, could I ask you for a favor?" "What is it?" Lu Jing pointed to the box on the ground and said, "I'd like you to help me put these things away. Of course, it won't be free space usage. I offer some extra compensation. For example, I can give you some of the medicine inside as payment for using your space. How about that?" How about that? What could it be? Of course, it was a good idea. After all, it was just helping her put away some medicine, and she could get extra compensation. Why wouldn't she agree? After agreeing on the extra compensation, Jiang Mian put the vaccines into her space. Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, both Jiang Mian and Yi Ling possessed spatial abilities, but she hadn't considered asking Yi Ling for help. A large part of the reason was that Yi Ling was far too eccentric. She feared he wouldn't keep his word and would simply take the potion and run away. And indeed, Yi Ling was very likely to do such a thing. When the old man saw Jiang Mian manage to take the box away out of thin air, his eyes widened instantly, his gaze filled with curiosity, inquiry, and even a touch of madness. His gaze was as if he wanted to dissect Jiang Mian and study her. Jiang Mian hated this kind of look. She glanced at the old man subtly, deciding that after using him, she would send him back to his homeland. After everyone left, Jiang Mian interrogated the old man, and then took Dan Jin back to the now empty laboratory to look at the vaccine formula the old man had mentioned. She barely recognized one familiar thing in the picture. Wasn't that the brainless thing that the brain-eating worm had brought back from her spatial dimension? What looked like alien script to Jiang Mian was a piece of cake for Dan Jin, a professional. "Are you sure you mastered everything in there?" Jiang Mian asked skeptically. After all, this guy didn't seem very reliable. Dan Jin nodded confidently. "I memorized most of it. No problem." Jiang Mian tentatively believed him and pointed to the equipment in the laboratory, asking, "Do you need anything in here? If you do, I take it with you." Dan Jin's eyes lit up, looking at Jiang Mian eagerly. "Really? Can I really take it? These are top-of-the-line instruments. You can't even buy them outside. If we can really take them, let's take them." Without a word, Jiang Mian put away all the equipment. Then, leaving Dan Jin to wait there, she headed towards the place she had passed earlier. Qi Rui's other usefulness became particularly apparent at this moment. Jiang Mian had already told her to keep an eye on the warehouse, and sure enough, she didn't disappoint Jiang Mian. Although Qi Rui was a newcomer, she was obedient and quickly located the warehouse. After arriving at the warehouse, Jiang Mian used the teleportation card she had bought before to enter. Then, like a mouse falling into a rice bin, she went straight for the neatly stacked piles of food. Then she began frantically looting. Bread, bottled water, purified water, instant noodles, and even rare fruits and poultry. Jiang Mian accepted them all without hesitation. Even in the deepest part of the warehouse, she found a ship that wasn't fully completed, which she also took without a second thought. After doing all this, Jiang Mian returned to the meeting point with Dan Jin. They were already waiting for her there, and upon seeing her return, they said nothing and simply followed her away. Before leaving, they completely dealt with the king. At the same time, the old man from the laboratory, bound hand and foot, also left with them. Only then did Jiang Mian ask a question that everyone had overlooked. "Did you see the masked man from before?" Everyone shook their heads, indicating they hadn't seen him. Lu Jing asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" Isn't it better that he didn't appear? That way, it won't delay our work. Jiang Mian shook her head, not revealing her thoughts. She felt something was off about that person, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. And was she paying too much attention to him? Never mind, she thought, things will work themselves out. She didn't notice that when she asked that question, someone behind her exchanged a flicker of light in their eyes, a faint smile playing on their lips. The building below was still in chaos. The merfolk were gathering in ever-growing numbers, seemingly determined to seize the food on the shore. Even though the enormous creatures were no longer chasing them, they still hadn't left. Jiang Mian and the others didn't see many merfolk on their way back. Even near the red building where they were, these monsters were rarely seen. This gave everyone a chance to catch their breath, and during this time, half of them received the vaccine Jiang Mian and her team had brought back. Although it was painful and left them feeling weak, it temporarily stabilized their condition. Jiang Mian's scales had spread across her entire arm, but she persisted and refused to receive the vaccine. She wanted to see if she could withstand the virus's attack on her own. Thanks to the enhancement card she had used, her physical abilities were visibly improved, and her resistance to the virus was noticeably more durable than others, although ultimately it couldn't completely prevent the virus from spreading. When Jiang Mian returned to the red building, she specifically found a room and took out the equipment from her spatial storage, along with a generator. This was the latest development from the White Palace, capable of maintaining the operation of an entire building using only special fuel. She took several of them. Jiang Mian asked Dan Jin to try concocting the potion himself. After several failed attempts, the old man who had been brought back couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward to guide him. It was thanks to his guidance that Dan Jin finally made a successful potion. He excitedly ran over to Jiang Mian and said, "Boss, I did it. Look, I made it. This batch should be enough for at least several dozen doses. It's amazing. I knew I had talent." Jiang Mian looked at the potion he had made. It looked no different from the previous ones. He wondered how effective it would be. However, Jiang Mian had no intention of trying Dan Jin's potion. Chapter 197. After having the injections administered to ordinary people and confirming there were no side effects, she nodded in satisfaction. However, his speed alone was ultimately too slow. Jiang Mian then recruited some more capable individuals from the group she had brought earlier. Most of them were women, and after improving their benefits, people flocked to sign up. Dan Jin was responsible for teaching them, and they learned diligently, quickly mastering the techniques. Each person only needed to learn a portion, and they picked it up quickly, increasing the production of the medicine by more than 10 times, producing approximately 2,000 doses per hour. It had essentially become a small-scale production line. Jiang Mian was very satisfied with this. However, another person was dissatisfied. The old man they had brought back, seeing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. How can these women enter such a sacred place and touch such sacred potions? What do they know? A bunch of people only fit to stay home and take care of their families. How can they be involved in these things? Throw them out. This is blasphemy against the world." Jiang Mian looked at him. Initially, she had indeed wanted to kill the old man, but considering his dedication in teaching Dan Jin, she was considering letting him go. After all, the old man was truly invaluable. But hearing his indignant words now, Jiang Mian clicked her tongue. Blasphemy against the world? Old man, can't you see how the world has become? What's the point of blasphemy? I was going to let you go, but since you're so ungrateful, then goodbye. Jiang Mian hated being told what to do. This old man had clearly crossed a line. She had her own logic. She only wanted people who could get things done, not idle ones. The old man looked terrified. He opened his mouth, but no more words came out. He looked down at the dagger in his chest, finally succumbing to the fading life force, bidding farewell to this absurd world and beginning his eternal sleep. After confirming she had enough stock, Jiang Mian began selling vaccines in the chat group. The price was naturally much higher than before, selling to others for 50 gold coins per dose. As for her own people, except for those who had accompanied her to the Huaming, which was free, everyone else had to buy them with gold coins, but at a much lower price than in the chat group, only 20 gold coins per person. When Shirui found out, she was overjoyed. Thank goodness she had gone along, otherwise, as a newcomer, where would she get the gold coins to buy vaccines? At the same time, her eyes were filled with admiration and envy as she looked at Jiang Mian. Admiration for her decisiveness and resolve, and envy for her formidable fighting power. She couldn't help but want to become as strong as Jiang Mian. However, their good days didn't last long. The Hua Alliance was defeated, and helicopters could be seen flying in the sky from time to time. They didn't know where these helicopters had been hiding. They hadn't seen them when they went. Meanwhile, a series of deafening roars successfully attracted the attention of the sky's overlord. One of the few bird species in the world made its entrance in a way unlike any before. Their bodies seemed to have evolved. Their claws had become incredibly sharp. Although their body size hadn't changed much, they had suddenly grown ahead and a constantly trembling, fluid-spurting growth on their neck, along with extended talons. Their claws gripped the airplane, leaving 3 deep scratches, and even sparks flew from their claws against the aircraft's exterior. The heads on their heads weren't just for show either. Their beaks frantically pecked at the glass. While those inside were initially shocked by the bizarre appearance of these aerial predators, they couldn't help but laugh at their frantic pecking at the glass. A middle-aged man hugged his 3-year-old daughter and pointed at the 2-headed eagle outside, saying, "Baby, look, isn't this eagle stupid? Isn't it ridiculous? It actually tried to peck through the glass with its beak, as if its beak were made of iron." The little girl looked bewildered, her chubby little hands touching the spot the eagle had pecked at, and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Ooh, the eagle doesn't hurt." "Ha ha!" The man couldn't help but laugh at the scene, grabbing his daughter's hand and rubbing it against her. He felt that his daughter was truly a sweet little angel, even making comforting gestures towards an eagle that wanted to harm them. However, the next second, a piercing scream filled the entire space. "Ah! They're in!" The side window shattered, and the eagle instantly rushed in, killing a woman sitting by the window instantly. Immediately, the children who witnessed this scene burst into tears, making the already chaotic scene even more noisy. However, the passengers on the plane couldn't complain at this moment, because a single talon from an eagle swooping overhead could take a person's life. They couldn't dodge in time, so how could they possibly blame those who attracted the eagle's attention? Soon, soldiers appeared on the plane, intending to shoot down the eagles. However, they discovered that the eagles were many times faster than before the apocalypse. Often, their guns wouldn't even hit the eagles before they dodged, and their bullets would randomly kill passengers. The little girl was thrown to the ground. She got up and walked towards the eagle. "Phew, it doesn't hurt." She reached it, still thinking about the eagle's sharp beak, but the next second, half her body was gone. "No!" The little girl's father cried out in pain, determined to die with the eagle. However, when he rushed over and swooped down on the eagle, intending to kill it by throwing it, he realized how wrong he was. Eagles are flying animals. His actions not only didn't harm the eagle, but actually hastened his own death. Another rotting eagle head emerged and pecked at him, the fleshy growth on its neck spitting out purple venom. Where it hit, the venom instantly began to rot. The man had no chance to fight back and died on the spot. However, he had done one good deed. At least he had fed one eagle. After the eagle had eaten and drunk its fill, it flew away, slowing the death of the others. After all, one less eagle meant they had a little more time to breathe, even if it was of little use. Shortly afterward, a plane crashed straight into the ground, exploding in the water. This also illuminated the dark sky, allowing those upstairs to see the scene underwater. When they saw what was underwater, they were horrified. Below, a group of human-like creatures stood upright on the bottom, their eyes sinister, staring at their buildings, bearing long fangs. "It's bad. Those merman monsters have gathered. They're going to attack our base." Upon hearing the report, Jiang Mian immediately stood up. She looked at the person and asked, "How many of these monsters are outside?" The person thought for a moment and gave a number, about a few thousand. "They've gotten smarter. They're gathering downstairs, trying to destroy the building and cause it to collapse so they can attack us. Our people are fighting back fiercely, but because of the previous report about the infection source in the water, most people are afraid to go in." Chapter 198. Hearing this, Jiang Mian frowned. She looked at the person and asked, "Are they just going to watch? Don't they do anything?" Sensing Jiang Mian's anger, the person became frightened and stammered, "Well, not really. Some are resisting, but they're all ranged attacks." Jiang Mian nodded. These people weren't entirely hopeless after all. When Jiang Mian went downstairs, she saw that the floor closest to the water was surrounded by people, but they were all hiding on top, not daring to go down. They didn't even want to touch the water. Only the players knew that if they didn't stop the mermaid monsters outside from destroying the walls, they would have to move to another building after this building collapsed. Besides, the water was the mermaid monsters' territory, much more dangerous than the water. So, all she could see were the players struggling, while the original inhabitants watched coldly. Jiang Mian watched this scene, but a different thought crossed her mind. She knew why these people weren't going into the water. They were afraid of becoming one of the monsters below. Only by providing them with the medicine and giving them a clear guarantee will they fight with all their might. After Jiang Mian stood there for a while, Yang Dan spotted her with sharp eyes and ran towards her eagerly. "Boss, you're here." Yang Dan was holding a gun and leading a group of men attacking the merman monsters from behind. He wasn't truly so selfless. He mainly knew Jiang Mian's temperament and knew that if he tried to take advantage of the situation, he would definitely be punished afterward. He didn't want to lose all the goodwill he had worked so hard to build, so he had no choice but to fight against the merman monsters below. Jiang Mian looked at the men still fighting tirelessly and said loudly, "You're doing very well. You know how to put aside your own interests and protect our position first. Therefore, you will receive free vaccine supplies." Then, looking at the others who were moved by her words, she continued, "Furthermore, if anything happens to you in this battle, I can guarantee that your families will receive extra supplies. I can't promise much, but at least they'll be able to eat their fill in the coming days." "Really? Boss, are you serious?" A thin man who had been observing from the back asked. His eyes were filled with determination, as if he had already given up his life, waiting only for Jiang Mian's confirmation before he would fight to the death. Seeing the similar expressions on the faces of the people, Jiang Mian slightly curved her pale lips into a smile. She thought to herself, the fish have finally taken the bait. Looking at them, she raised her eyebrows and said confidently, "Of course it's true. You all know, I went to other places recently to gather supplies. Now I not only have a large amount of supplies, but also a vaccine to suppress your illness. Didn't you all see that? If you die, your families will receive a generous sum of supplies. However, if you fight bravely, you and your families will receive the vaccine and supplies to suppress the illness. I think you understand which is more important. Of course, if those are willing to selflessly sacrifice themselves and perish in the mermaid monster's mouth, I don't mind either. After all, if we fill the mermaid monster's belly, we won't suffer such a fierce attack." After Jiang Mian finished speaking, she ignored the ordinary people and turned to attack the merfolk below. The natives pondered her words, their eyes darting around. Some had considered robbing Jiang Mian, but seeing her effortlessly dispatch each merfolk, they immediately abandoned the idea. They didn't think they were any more durable than the merfolk. They figured they could take them down in a single strike. Thinking this, those with ulterior motives stared at the merfolk, and finally, the first man to speak up rushed towards the group of merfolk. Of course, he didn't forget to hold a weapon. He held something resembling a fork, which he plunged directly into the merfolk's head, like a fisherman catching fish. A clean and swift movement. Seeing this, the others quickly grabbed weapons and attacked the merfolk as well. Seeing everyone mobilized, Jiang Mian finally smiled with relief. At least these people had some sense. If they were truly beyond help, they were just unlucky. In that case, Jiang Mian would choose to leave with a group of important people, leaving these ordinary people to fend for themselves. However, it seemed the situation hadn't reached that point, and there was no need to find another place. Jiang Mian killed the mermaid monsters, and then secretly released several giant crocodiles into the water to drive away the surrounding mermaid monsters. The battle lasted for about 5 hours, and everyone was exhausted and panting, so they sat down on the ground to catch their breath. Looking at the slightly calmer waterside, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. But they couldn't relax for long. The torrential rain outside, accompanied by lightning, resumed. The water that hadn't previously covered their feet was now soaking up to their calves, forcing them to climb another floor. Jiang Mian's protective suit was torn at some point, and she had several wounds on her legs. There were so many mermaid monsters that she hadn't been able to react in time, resulting in so many injuries. Just then, a pale hand reached out beside her. Jiang Mian's gaze was immediately drawn to it. Fair, jade-like skin, straight, slender fingers, a slight pink tinge at the knuckles, and several scratch marks on the back of the hand. Definitely a blessing for hand fetishists. Jiang Mian swallowed, not at the hand, but at the healing card held between the fingers. Jiang Mian pointed at the card, feeling a little shameless. "For me?" She looked up and saw an ordinary face, distinctly different from the hands. For some reason, she felt a pang of disappointment. She felt he shouldn't have such an ordinary face, but rather, what? She couldn't quite put her finger on it. The ordinary-looking man nodded, his voice low. "Yes, you gave me the opportunity to use the vaccine for free, so this card is for you, as a thank you for the vaccine." Hearing this, Jiang Mian suddenly felt really bad. No, he was so generous, even giving her a treatment card. She couldn't possibly criticize his appearance in her mind. Thinking this, Jiang Mian smiled and accepted it. "Thanks. What's your name? I don't think I asked your name yet." The man softly uttered 2 words, Jiang Mo. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. Which 2 words? The man lowered his head and wrote 2 characters on the ground. Only then did Jiang Mian understand his name. What a coincidence, we share the same surname. Jiang Mo chuckled, yes, it is a coincidence. Chapter 199. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Mian, Jiang Mo had been silently watching her. Jiang Mian didn't use the healing card Jiang Mo had given her. Instead, she used her healing ability to heal her injuries. After changing her clothes, she sat in a corner, quietly recovering her strength. This battle had indeed been quite exhausting, but that wasn't the hardest part. In her final premonition, she had seen something even more terrifying. The game was getting increasingly difficult. As time passed, the more veteran players survived, the higher the game's difficulty increased. If they didn't become stronger, they would be eliminated from the game, becoming stepping stones for others. But becoming stronger only increased the difficulty. In short, it was a choice between becoming stronger or dying. Jiang Mian, of course, chose to become stronger without hesitation. She didn't want to die, having already experienced death once. She knew all too well its pain and helplessness. She closed her eyes and used her time acceleration ability to accelerate her body's recovery. Her time acceleration was now at level 20, making her recovery speed unmatched by others. However, she stopped shortly after using it. She discovered that the time acceleration ability wasn't just affecting her physical recovery, it was also affecting the virus. The scales on Jiang Mian's body rapidly increased within an hour. Even the previously injured areas began to develop fish scale-like skin, a sign that they were about to turn into scales. Jiang Mian almost cried at her own stupidity. She had completely forgotten this. According to the law of conservation, as her body rapidly recovered, her internal organs also increased their energy consumption, boosting her metabolism, and naturally, the virus also began to operate at an accelerated pace. Helpless, Jiang Mian had no choice but to stop using her special ability and slowly recover her body's energy. However, the mutation did have some advantages. Jiang Mian tapped the scales on her arm with her fingers, and a clanging sound came from them. The scales were clearly much tougher than her skin. As long as her entire body wasn't covered in scales, and her legs weren't glued together, the scales were actually quite useful. Her mutterings were heard by those around her, who all looked at her with complicated expressions. Only Chi Rui looked at her with admiration. So this was how unique the big shot's thinking was? Turning hardship into motivation. She had learned something, truly learned something. Her eyes were filled with stars as she looked at Jiang Mian. She was practically a die-hard fangirl. With a week left in the game, Jiang Mian felt that based on her condition, she could hold on for a few more days. She planned to get the vaccine with no side effects in the last few days, and with this in mind, she wasn't in a hurry. She was actually quite curious about what a vaccine without side effects would look like. Underwater, scattered merfolk monsters still attacked them occasionally, but their numbers were much smaller than before, making them easier to deal with. Jiang Mian, as previously instructed, distributed food to the people. This food, of course, was all taken from the White Palace and was enough to last them a long time. Upon tasting the long-awaited food, these people were so moved that they couldn't help but shed tears. Some even looked at Jiang Mian with eyes full of respect. Jiang Mian knew that their behavior stemmed from the happiness they felt following her. If they didn't feel happy, they wouldn't be willing to truly risk their lives for her. 2 brothers sitting on the ground in the corner looked at Jiang Mian, who was resting with her eyes closed in the distance, and couldn't help but whisper, "Brother, following her is so good. I haven't had a decent meal in years. Not only did we get to eat vegetables recently, but now we're eating food we hardly seen since the apocalypse. I'd die for her." The man who spoke had red eyes, and his body was covered in wounds. Large areas of his body were visibly covered in fish scales, clearly indicating he was on the verge of mutation. He was currently only controlling his symptoms with the vaccine Jiang Mian had brought back. However, the admiration and gratitude in the man's eyes were genuine. He was truly grateful to Jiang Mian. His older brother, whose symptoms were much better, nodded after hearing his brother's words without saying anything more. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but rather that he was always a man of few words. For a moment, besides feeling grateful, he simply didn't know how to express his reverence for Jiang Mian. Not only these 2 brothers, but others nearby also looked at Jiang Mian with tearful gratitude. She had a firm grasp on people's hearts. Therefore, in the ensuing battle, without Jiang Mian's prompting, they all fought with all their might to protect the building. A smile appeared on Jiang Mian's pure face. This was exactly the effect she wanted. Rather than abandoning these people and turning them into monsters on her side, it was better to transform them into her henchmen. It only required sacrificing something insignificant, yet they would obediently follow her orders. Why not? There was absolutely no need to fight to the death with them. Gaining maximum combat power with minimal cost was what Jiang Mian wanted. 2 more days passed, and the water remained calm, yet Jiang Mian couldn't help but show an anxious expression. It was like knowing there was danger ahead, but that danger remained lurking in the shadows. You always had it on your mind, yet you didn't want to face it, but you had no choice but to. Jiang Mian squinted at the scene below. Most ordinary people were fighting against the mermaid monsters, but occasionally, some who had mutated too severely, even those immune to vaccines, transformed into mermaid monsters and turned to attack those around them. However, these people were usually noticed and dealt with promptly by specialists. The families of these individuals were devastated, but knowing their loved ones were gone forever, and that their bodies were now occupied by a monster, they hardened their hearts and simply refused to look back. Complaints frequently surfaced in the chat group, saying that the drug's resistance was worsening, the original 3-day duration had been reduced to 1 day, and some more severe cases required injections every few hours. Some even tried to persuade Jiang Mian and the online sellers to lower the price, but the drug was already set at 50 gold coins per vial, and no one would arbitrarily adjust the price. Chapter 200. Even if they thought it was too expensive, they still had to buy these potions, because these potions were the only ones that could save their lives. If they didn't buy them, what use were all those gold coins? If they died, they were truly dead. So even though they were hurling insults online, they still chose to buy life-saving items. Jiang Mian was already used to their routine. She was all too familiar with their behavior. They eat their fill and then curse back. Jiang Mian could even see those who had also obtained the potions arguing with those selling them, and some even arranging to fight offline. Whether they actually went or not, she didn't know, but it was certainly quite interesting. Fighting offline wasn't like fighting in the real world. There was no legal basis. Oh! No, their world no longer had any legal effect. Fighting here meant real killing, just like when she first met Fu Junhan, who was eliminating those who had offended him. You only have one life. You can freely criticize or insult others online, but in reality, it's best to be honest and avoid offending anyone. The liveliness in the chat area didn't last long. Many people's avatars had already turned gray, probably because the danger arrived too quickly for them to react. Just then, she felt a tremor beneath her feet. Jiang Mian sensed the brain-eating worms frantically gathering towards her. She immediately realized something was wrong and quickly went down the stairs to the room, which was already half submerged in water. Upon seeing Jiang Mian, the others respectfully addressed her, "Boss, you arrived." "Boss, why was there an earthquake just now? Did something hit our building?" "Boss, I saw many enormous creatures gathering towards us in the water. They might be mutated sea creatures. Should we be on high alert?" Jiang Mian nodded to everyone before saying, "We should be alert, but not to them. We should be alert to what's behind them. This battle will be extremely dangerous. I hope you can do everything in your power to protect this building. Of course, if we can't protect it, we'd be adrift on the water. I believe you all understand how dangerous that is." The people guarding the area exchanged glances, sensing the seriousness and determination in her words. They nodded, becoming even more cautious about what was about to happen. Jiang Mian, after donning her equipment, jumped into the water and collected all the monsters. This included some sea cucumber-like creatures, which Jiang Mian collected to make potions for Dan Jin. She took out the video camera installed on the monster and zoomed in for a few minutes. These monsters were the ones she had sent underwater to stop the mermaids from gathering. She didn't know what had happened, but they were being chased back. Jiang Mian zoomed in to the part she wanted to see and saw the monsters, who had been diligently driving away the mermaids, suddenly feel a sharp pain behind them. They turned around and saw some long-mouthed, slender fish with several heads and covered in fleshy bumps, their bodies silvery in color, lunging at them. Meanwhile, a larger horde of their kind gathered behind them. Even electric eels, crackling with electricity, had been hiding somewhere undetected, but now they were all swimming towards them. Behind these creatures were enormous sharks and whales, seemingly fleeing for their lives, frantically swimming towards them. The sheer number of them on the other side was overwhelming. The brain-eating amoeba-infested monsters had no choice but to report to Jiang Mian. Fortunately, their large size allowed them to reach her quickly. After delivering the message to Jiang Mian and fulfilling their mission, the rest was up to her. What could Jiang Mian do? She was only 19 years old, and she had died at 24 in her previous life. What good solutions could she come up with? She could only rely on her own strength to endure. After understanding the situation, she immediately found Dan Jean, who was still in the lab working on the vaccine. She instructed them to finish the last batch of vaccines and stop what they were doing as soon as possible, pack their belongings, and leave the building. Dan Jean could tell she was in a hurry, but he didn't know why. He quickly put down what he was holding and asked, "What's wrong? What happened? Why are we leaving this building?" Jiang Mian explained the situation outside to him. Of course, she didn't mention what she had foreseen, only that a group of sea creatures were swimming towards them. Upon hearing this, Dan Jean also began to panic. He quickly finished making the last batch of potions, shooed everyone out, and then looked at Jiang Mian anxiously, saying, "Boss, quickly pack all this up. We need to find another place. Are we going to run away now? Let's get out of here." Jiang Mian ignored him, stored everything in her spatial storage, and then gathered the others to discuss their next move. At the meeting table, most of the others panicked when they heard a group of sea creatures swimming towards them. Yang Godan narrowed his eyes, watching the expressions of the crowd shift upon hearing the news. He suddenly stood up and cursed, "Damn it! Is this fate deliberately trying to kill us? I refuse to believe that I, Yang Godan, after all these years, can die here." After saying this, he looked at Jiang Mian with bloodshot eyes. "Boss, why don't we just fight those sea creatures? Didn't you bring back a lot of powerful weapons from the Hua Alliance last time? Dealing with these creatures should be more than enough." The other's eyes lit up at his words, looking at Jiang Mian expectantly. However, Jiang Mian shook her head, saying in a heavy tone, "It's not what you think. If it were really that simple, I wouldn't be in such a hurry. In fact, the creatures outside. This is beyond common sense. They've been immersed in the seabed for years, and the viruses they contracted have only deepened over time, yet they haven't died. It's a testament to their incredible resilience and drug resistance. They're far beyond our capabilities now. Even our guns and ammunition are utterly ineffective against them. Cold weapons are far more effective." One of the men, who had been fiddling with his unlit lighter, became enraged upon hearing that even powerful weapons were useless. He slammed down the lighter, stood up abruptly, and glared at Jiang Mian with skepticism. "What are we supposed to do next? We can't just sit here and wait to die. Aren't you the boss? You should be responsible for our lives. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to wash your hands of the business?" Chapter 201. Jiang Mian glanced at the man, inwardly furious. Who did he think he was, acting so loud and arrogant? The man seemed to understand his current predicament, but out of a sense of shame, he didn't try to say anything to ease the tension. He had recently been promoted from an ordinary person to a leadership position. Before the apocalypse, he was a martial arts instructor, having won numerous awards. However, after the apocalypse, these awards became worthless, and he could only fish for food in the water every day. It was only recently, with his frequent merits in battle and the deaths of others, that he became a minor leader. Because of this, he was exceptionally arrogant. Now, in front of this powerful figure, he dared to recklessly vent his emotions. In the eyes of others, he was already a dead man. Jiang Mian didn't want to openly argue with him. After giving the man a cold glance, he looked at Yang Godan and said, "We're not going to die yet, but many people will definitely die. Get ready to pack your things, we're leaving." Upon hearing that they were leaving, everyone present at the meeting was stunned. Yang Godan, after all, had been a leader before, and most of the people here were his former subordinates. However, they had all been won over by Jiang Mian's character and strength and had now submitted to him. Therefore, in this situation, it was best for Yang Godan to speak. He pondered for a moment before asking Jiang Mian, "Boss, it's not that I'm questioning you, but I want to know how we can leave here. After all, there are no boats, and most people can't swim. Are we just going to abandon them like this? I could be ruthless enough to do that, but many of those who fought against the mermaids before definitely wouldn't want to abandon their families. Wouldn't that discourage them and cause endless trouble?" Actually, Jiang Mian knew there was no endless trouble. If she didn't want to take these people away, there wouldn't be any consequences at all. They would be killed and devoured by the sea creatures, without even a chance to become mermaids. However, she didn't say this directly. Besides, if these people actually resisted, all the players would suffer a great loss. It was better to appease them first. Jiang Mian mustered her composure and said in a low voice, "Don't worry about that. I handle the ship. In this situation, land is clearly safer than the sky, so try to take as many people as possible. Those who don't want to leave can stay here." After listening, everyone nodded quickly and asked about the ship's capacity before discussing who to take and who not to take. Just then, There was a knock at the door, and a young man in protective gear entered, saying, "Boss, your friend outside wants to discuss something with you." Jiang Mian knew who he was referring to, Lu Jing and her group. She waited for the others to leave and go about their business, then let Lu Jing and her people in. Unexpectedly, it wasn't just Lu Jing and her team outside, He Ling was also there. However, He Ling's expression wasn't pleasant. He had a sour look on his face, as if someone owed him millions of gold coins. He entered without a word, pulled out a chair, sat down, crossed his legs, and looked completely relaxed. Noticing everyone staring at him, he waved his hand, unwrapped a lollipop, and said nonchalantly, "Why are you looking at me? I was brought by Lu Jing. She said she wanted to discuss something with you, so she brought me along. Just say what you need to say. I'm just an observer, don't worry about me." As he spoke, he actually pulled out a tablet and started watching a show. His carefree demeanor left Jiang Mian speechless. She looked away at Lu Jing, wondering what she wanted to say. Lu Jing's expression wasn't good. She was probably angry at He Ling's attitude. However, He Ling was someone she had specifically coerced into coming, and she couldn't do anything about it, so she could only sulk inwardly. Lu Jing composed herself before looking at Jiang Mian and saying, "The ground keeps shaking and I don't know why. I have a bad feeling about it, so I wanted to discuss it with you. How about we ride your bat and leave? Don't worry, we won't let you get away with this, I pay you something." After she finished speaking, He Ling, who was engrossed in watching a drama, raised his only remaining hand, without even looking up, and said with a nonchalant air, "Same here. Lu Jing, Jiang Mian, the others, Everyone was speechless at his behavior, but since he was a strong fighter, and it wasn't a deadly grudge, just a bit of a smart aleck, no one dared to cause him trouble. Lu Jing clenched and unclenched her fists repeatedly, finally swallowing her anger. She looked at Jiang Mian politely and asked, "What do you think of my suggestion? Don't worry, I only need to take my own people with me, I don't need to bring too many, so it won't take up too much of your space." He Ling, "Same here." The next second, he realized, "Ah no. I misspoke. Let me correct myself. I only need to take myself. As for my companions, they pay for their own expenses. Don't worry, it won't be less than Lu Jing's." He then continued watching his drama. Long Musi and the others exchanged glances, knowing that if they didn't fight for themselves, they might miss their chance. They quickly said, "Miss Jiang, I can also offer some sacrifices in exchange for a chance to survive." "Yes, Miss Jiang, although we don't have anything too valuable, we still have the sincerity we need. We definitely won't let you suffer any losses, we just need you to give us a ride." Everyone spoke sincerely, and their words weren't without reason. Having witnessed the danger posed by the bats released by Jiang Mian, they acted swiftly and preemptively upon realizing the impending danger. Since the bats could only carry a limited number of people, they couldn't guarantee everyone could get a seat, hence their hasty attempt to consult with Jiang Mian. Lu Jing feared that Jiang Mian wouldn't accept her due to their relatively weak relationship, so she went to great lengths to summon He Ling. However, she hadn't expected He Ling to be so vengeful, betraying her right from the start. The initial plan was for the two of them to work together, hoping Jiang Mian would relax the conditions out of consideration for their shared experience as players. Instead, they not only failed to cooperate, but also betrayed each other from the very beginning. Chapter 202. Lu Jing was furious, but it was too late for regrets. Her eyes kept glancing at He Ling, the expression in them only she knew. She was cursing He Ling in her mind, using very vulgar language. Looking at Jiang Mian, she finally revealed her trump card. "Miss Jiang, we have 12 people. I'm willing to offer 2,000 gold coins for 12 seats." She looked at He Ling defiantly. Originally, she didn't want to offer so many gold coins. She had only planned to pay 100 gold coins per person, ideally bringing 12 people with 1,000 gold coins. However, He Ling's pressure forced her to offer more gold coins for seats. At the same time, she deliberately offered 2,000 gold coins. If Jiang Mian agreed, she could get the spot for 2,000 gold coins. If Jiang Mian disagreed, it didn't matter, she could raise the price. After all, they had made a lot of money selling the vaccines they obtained in the chat group, and they had plenty of gold coins to buy survival spots. Lu Jing had also considered building a boat herself. However, boats aren't built so easily, especially with so few of them. They would be powerless against the monsters underwater, and the mermaid monsters below would easily breach the wooden boat. It was better to ride on Jiang Mian's bat. She had even mentally prepared herself that if some of them couldn't get a spot on the bat, it wouldn't matter. She could take those closer to her to survive with her. Then They could only blame Jiang Mian for not being able to take them away. He Ling clearly understood her scheme, mainly because he had the Dragon Seed behind him. He couldn't help but chuckle, saying to himself, "TSK, why do the people in this show always treat others like fools?" The air fell silent instantly. Everyone was quiet for a moment. His words were ambiguous. Everyone knew who he was referring to, but no one dared to call him out directly. After all, they hadn't named anyone specifically. To expose them now would only confirm who they were referring to. Long Muzi knew it was time for them to negotiate, so she quickly said, "Miss Jiang, I'm willing to offer 200 gold coins for a seat. Is that all right?" The others chimed in, "Miss Jiang, I offer 210 gold coins for a seat too." The remaining people naturally weren't going to be outdone, offering various prices. Jiang Mian smiled as she watched them bid, not telling them she had a boat, but letting them think she only had a bat that could hold a dozen people. She watched with a smile as their prices rose higher and higher, until finally reaching 300 gold coins per person, at which point they paused. Jiang Mian knew this was the highest price they had in mind. Seeing that time was almost up, Jiang Mian stood up, gesturing as if she was about to speak, looking at everyone. The people at the conference table stopped negotiating and looked at her seriously, wanting to hear what she had to say. Jiang Mian straightened her clothes, coughed lightly, and parted her pink lips slightly, confirming the price they had offered. "Everyone, I can accept 300 gold coins per person, but the quantity is limited, and it's impossible to take everyone. Moreover, we can't ignore the dangers in the sky, since others have already tested the risks for us. Coincidentally, I still have a cruise card, which can keep us alive for a while longer. Although some seats aren't very big, please don't worry, I can still take you with me." She then changed the subject, however, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, and to avoid you thinking I'm untrustworthy, I need you to pay half the deposit first. This will also secure your seats. What do you think? After exchanging glances, Long Muzi was the first to agree, directly transferring 300 gold coins to Jiang Mian without even mentioning a deposit. Her tone was decisive and resolute. "Miss Jiang, I transfer the gold coins to you directly. I trust your character, you definitely keep your word and won't abandon us." Her words were a bit of a compliment to Jiang Mian, but Jiang Mian herself did feel quite gratified. Seeing Long Muzi's generosity, the others didn't hesitate any longer, but they didn't dare transfer the 300 gold coins directly to Jiang Mian. Instead, they transferred 150 gold coins as a deposit. After everyone had transferred, He Ling stood up and stretched. "Oh, everyone's done? Then it's my turn." He then transferred 300 gold coins to Jiang Mian directly. "Keep it safe. I'm just too soft-hearted and easily trust others, so don't let me down." Jiang Mian immediately understood the deeper meaning of his words. He was referring to the time when they first met, and she had tricked him. This guy still held a grudge, reminding Jiang Mian every now and then. Jiang Mian ignored him. This guy was cunning. She hadn't planned to run away after collecting this money, but after his words, several people were looking at her strangely. Jiang Mian ignored them and walked out. Lu Jing, however, took He Ling's words to heart, gave one of them a wink, and then told him to keep an eye on Jiang Mian. Then she also left with her people. Long Muzi and her group were now a free-range force, not affiliated with He Ling, so they left after Lu Jing left. Only He Ling remained in the room. It was clear that He Ling hadn't turned on his tablet, it remained black. So when he said the people in the show were treating others like fools, he was actually pointing fingers at Lu Jing. Some clever people understood, while others didn't. After Jiang Mian went downstairs, she returned to the scene. Long Muzi and He Ling were still waiting for her. Jiang Mian transferred their gold coins to them, saying, "Happy cooperation." Yes, today's transaction was simply a collaboration between Jiang Mian and her group. He Ling was responsible for creating chaos, while Long Muzi was responsible for gathering information and, incidentally, communicating with Jiang Mian telepathically. The reward is a ticket. Looking at the group that had already gathered, there were about 300 people, mostly ordinary residents, but also some who didn't want to leave. Jiang Mian didn't interfere. Everyone's thoughts were different, and their choices would naturally differ. Those who wanted to stay could stay. Giving them some food to eat their fill was enough. As for those who wanted to leave, Jiang Mian would take them, but not to let them enjoy her protection for nothing. They would need to put in their own effort and bravely face the mermaid monsters underwater. When Lu Jing came down, she saw so many people. She frowned, looking at Jiang Mian, wondering why she was taking so many people, especially since most of them were natives. Jiang Mian didn't keep her waiting long. With a wave of her hand, she released a cruise ship. The cruise ship was quite large, easily accommodating 300 people. However, a flag was flying on board, leaving Qi somewhat confused. She couldn't identify the country. Jiang Mian also noticed the flag, and after a moment's thought, she simply replaced it with the 5-starred red flag. Those leaving boarded the cruise ship directly from the upper deck. Those who didn't want to leave, content with their current situation, watched them with envy, a mix of regret and remorse. But it was too late. They could only gaze at the others with conflicted expressions. Chapter 203. After boarding the ship, Jiang Mian immediately handed over the steering to several natives. They had some prior experience, including some seasoned crew members, and they learned as they went. The cruise ship then began to sail in the direction Jiang Mian had indicated. Not long after they left, deep-sea creatures from afar, after destroying building after building, finally arrived at the building with the red flag. They didn't stop, charging straight at the building blocking their path. The massive creatures easily shook the walls. Those unwilling to leave, seeing this scene, assumed it was the work of mere folk. They grabbed their weapons, intending to drive them away as before. However, when they went down, they were stunned. Below were not mere folk, but strange-looking creatures. They even saw a sea creature whose entire body was covered in heads. These creatures already had many heads, but after their mutation, they had even more, and could extend their heads considerably. Many people died at the hands of this monster in this wave of attacks. Wang Qianqian didn't choose to leave, instead, she stayed. Ultimately, her father used her as a favor, giving her to a newly promoted military officer. Her father received a large sum of food in return. Her mother finally stopped beating and scolding her. Her younger brother remained listless, completely absorbed in his own world. Wang Qianqian realized for the first time how painful it was to be someone else's woman. She was already young, and the prolonged lack of food and clothing had made her even thinner. When she was manipulated by men, she was almost always left with torn wounds. She wanted to escape, to tell her father about her grievances, to have him redeem her. However, her father, who had always doted on her, changed his expression upon hearing her request, and instead began to berate her, while her mother surprisingly defended her. Wang Qianqian didn't understand. She was just a child forced to grow up in the apocalypse, lacking a proper understanding of right and wrong. Just then, she suddenly remembered the woman she had met before. She had once told her not to judge things by appearances, but to reflect deeply on who truly cared for her. She hadn't understood then, but now she did, though it was too late. A monster with tentacles lunged at her, its tentacles tightening around her body. A shark's head snapped down to bite her. She tried to resist, but she couldn't move. Her weakness rendered her powerless. She could only watch as the sharp teeth tore her in two and began to chew her. Before she died, Jiang Mian's face appeared in Wang Qianqian's mind. She thought, in my next life, I want to be a happy little girl. No, she didn't want to be a girl anymore. Being a girl was too tiring. She wanted to be a little boy, like her brother. Even if he had autism, would hit and bite, he would still be loved by his parents. Everyone who remained died in this wave of impact. The man who had argued with Jiang Mian was also left behind, perishing with the building. Jiang Mian and his group were on a cruise ship. The water wasn't calm. They had to fight back against the mermaid monsters that tried to jump out of the water to attack them, and deep-sea creatures would also attack them from time to time, occasionally causing damage to the ship. Fortunately, some players with special abilities could repair it in time. They drifted on the sea for 2 days. Over the past 2 days, they had not only had to defend against attacks from the mermaid monsters, but also from the occasional ambushes by sea creatures and the previously hidden aerial beings. Most of them were exhausted. Moreover, they had to take turns using potions to suppress the mutations in their bodies, the side effects of which would leave them weak for a period of time. Jiang Mian's body was now covered in fish scales. These scales had played a crucial role in her battles against the underwater creatures. Because everyone's constitution was different, the hardness of the scales varied. Jiang Mian's constitution was high enough that the fish scales on her body provided excellent defense. When attacked by the underwater creatures, the scales effectively blocked the ambushes, minimizing her injuries. Just then, a bird-like creature, whose true form was unclear, swooped down from the sky and pecked at Jiang Mian's back. However, with a clang, the fish scales on Jiang Mian's back blocked the attack, splattering blood and sparks. The blood belonged to the creature that attacked her, and the sparks were left when it pecked at Jiang Mian. Not only did it not cause Jiang Mian any harm, but she also easily dealt with it. Jiang Mian's vision was now almost completely blurry, like the world seen by a severely nearsighted person without their glasses. Many times, she couldn't even see the path beneath her feet. With no other option, Jiang Mian had to inject herself with a drug during her breaks. It was her first time injecting a drug, and also the first time she had felt the pain. At this moment, she still had the mind to think, so the side effects of the drug aren't these unbearable pains. Her body was now mostly covered in fish scales, even her ears were starting to resemble fins. Using this potion now was excruciating pain, far worse than when she was killed in the apocalypse. Jiang Mian lay on the ground, trembling all over. At this moment, she could only let her thoughts wander. No wonder He Ling fainted from the pain after taking this potion. It really was this painful. It was inhumane. Why didn't the people who researched this potion add some painkillers? It's a good thing she wasn't a professional in this field, otherwise she would definitely have worked on improving it. Dan Jean was really something. Why didn't he think to improve the potion's effects? She was still too young. She hadn't learned any real skills before being exiled. Her mind was a jumble of thoughts. Although the pain in her body hadn't subsided, time passed quickly. About 2 hours later, Jiang Mian sat up, drenched in sweat. Looking at her wrinkled skin, she couldn't help but sigh, what a pity. Such excellent protective gear has vanished. Jiang Mian now truly felt incredibly ugly. Not only was her entire body wrinkled, but even her chin was covered in a jumble of wrinkles, making her look decades older. She could even compare to her grandmother. She probably looked older than her grandmother, because while her grandmother was old and had some wrinkles, she didn't have this many deep, flycatch-like wrinkles. Jiang Mian put on the mask, touched her face, and said to herself, I'm sorry. When I was reborn, I promised I wouldn't let you get hurt again, but now I've broken my promise. Chapter 204. How to put it? I always felt she was acting a bit neurotic after taking the potion. Like she was missing something in her brain. After all, the raw material for this stuff was a brainless creature. After Jiang Mian injected herself with the potion, she didn't experience any other side effects, not even the weakness that usually accompanies taking the potion. When Jiang Mian came out again, the sweat from the intense pain had messed up her hair, and she was wearing an iron mask that covered most of her face, leaving only her eyes and eyebrows visible. Jiang Mo couldn't help but show a look of heartache when he saw her. He opened his mouth, but ultimately couldn't hold back and stepped forward to ask, Are you alright? Jiang Mian's vision had recovered well, even clearer than when she first entered this world, and she could clearly see the concern in Jiang Mo's eyes. She narrowed her eyes, unsure of his meaning. Did he want something from her, or did he have some other scheme? She smiled and said softly, It's nothing. I feel great right now. Do you want to rest? I see you've been fighting for a long time. Normally, she wouldn't say something like this, but now it was as if her mind was on its own, and she naturally uttered words of concern for others, genuinely so. Jiang Mian, realizing what was happening, couldn't help but pinch herself, secretly on guard. She felt a pang of regret. She shouldn't have used the power enhancement. It felt like the vaccine had been turned into a mind-purifying one. Jiang Mo was somewhat incredulous. She was being so kind to him, which made him feel flattered and overwhelmed. No need, I feel fine now. Jiang Mian nodded. She genuinely believed him. Jiang Mo remained impassive, a glint in his eyes. Was it because of the vaccine? Why did she seem so dazed? Thinking this, fearing Jiang Mian might get hurt, Jiang Mo silently stayed by her side. Jiang Mian saw this but said nothing, and the two walked together in tacit understanding. Although Jiang Mian's mind had become a little simpler, she still retained basic common sense. When dealing with monsters, she showed no mercy, displaying the familiar image of a female assassin. Those unfamiliar with her wouldn't notice anything different. At most, they see someone else beside her. He Ling noticed something was amiss, but because sea creatures were constantly emerging from below, he didn't rashly approach Jiang Mian. Just then, the crew member who had been steering the boat below suddenly ran up. He looked tense and flustered, glancing frantically at the crowd, trying to find Jiang Mian among them. Just then, he spotted Jiang Mian fighting a mutated shark. The crew member's eyes lit up, and he rushed to Jiang Mian's side. Boss, something's wrong. We seem to be going in circles. Everyone in the midst of the battle froze, turning to look at the crew member. What's going on? After the crew member's explanation, Jiang Mian finally understood what had happened. It turned out that while the crew was sailing, they felt something was amiss. Why had they been sailing for so long in the past 2 hours, yet only moved a few hundred meters? After investigation and experiments, they discovered that seawater was actually flowing backwards, heading in one direction. In other words, Their current speed is still slightly faster than the rate at which the seawater is flowing back in, but after a while, they will definitely be slowed down by the speed of the backflow. Jiang Mian had anticipated this, because in her previous premonition, she saw a fissure suddenly appear on the seabed, with seawater flowing back in. That's why she had her men leave that area of water in advance. She just hadn't expected the fissure to be so large, and the backflow had been relentless for at least 3 days, and it was still widening. Has this planet been pierced through? Or has the world activated its self-destruct mechanism again? Jiang Mian looked at the crew and asked, how long can our current speed sustain us? The crew member wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and gave a less than optimistic figure. At our current speed, we could only sustain this for at most 10 hours, and we might not even last 10 hours before we're dragged into the abyss. The others heard these words, and they were all shocked. Lu Jing strode forward, grabbed the crew member by the collar, and said coldly, can't you think of a way? Or try heading somewhere else? Is that not possible? The crew member, struggling to breathe, finally had to be released by Jiang Mian after a few struggles. Let's talk this out. There's no need to force an ordinary person. Once Lu Jing had calmed down, she released him, looking at the crew member with anxious eyes, as if she wanted to pry his mouth open and force him to say what he was going to say. Seeing her like this, the young crew member instinctively shrank behind Jiang Mian, then said tremblingly, we tried heading somewhere else, but that would create even more resistance and accelerate the upstream current. That's why, after discovering this, we wanted to ask the boss for a decision. Lu Jing's eyes flickered, and a hopeful look appeared in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Mian. There were still 26 hours left in the game. 10 hours wouldn't make a difference. Their only option was to find a way to prolong the time the ship spent going against the current. However, Jiang Mian, on whom they placed their hopes, shrugged. What are you looking at? What can I do? I can only tough it out. She said this with self-righteous indignation, completely ignoring the surprised expressions of the others. But what she said was true. What could she do? She couldn't possibly solve everything for these people. They were all players. Why should she go all out for them just because they trusted her? The benefits they gained from living hadn't been shared with her. Before, she had only used them, taking advantage of their numbers. Now that things had come to this, did they expect her to bail them out? That was impossible. The people on the ship grew increasingly anxious. Most were thinking of ways to escape, even using their special abilities to slow the ship's movement against the current. However, the actual effect was minimal, barely better than nothing, and it did by some time. Jiang Mian spoke with such resolve, but secretly, she went to the bottom level, closed her eyes, and released an empowerment ability towards the power unit, increasing its kinetic energy by 50%. This was something she learned from the system shop. When she bought the air conditioner, its function was only increased by 40%, but the price increased several times over. So she simply upgraded the power of the components. This not only reduced the energy loss from using her special ability, but also ensured a greater reserve of her energy. The people on the ship also felt it. Their speed seemed to have increased. After all, the raindrops falling from the sky were real, and the impact of the raindrops hitting their faces was not negligible. Chapter 205. They happened to see Jiang Mian coming up from below the cabin, and immediately understood what she had done to accelerate the ship. Although the others didn't say anything, they couldn't help but watch her eagerly. Although Jiang Mian's words had seemed harsh, she was actually secretly doing something, much better than some leaders, who only made empty promises, like Lu Jing. Several team members looked at Lu Jing with expressions that were hard to describe. The main reason was that she had just suggested the players confront Jiang Mian, since Jiang Mian had received 300 gold coins from them, and should be responsible for them. Their idea was to have Jiang Mian throw the group of ordinary people she brought overboard, which would increase the ship's speed. However, this method was no longer necessary. Lu Jing's eyes flickered. She touched her nose, saying nothing more. She knew what those people were thinking, and she had no intention of explaining. Most importantly, she had no excuse to explain. After all, he really was the kind of leader who liked to make empty promises, never taking the initiative and letting others do things that offended people. With the propulsion system enhanced by 50%, their forward escape speed increased significantly. For a moment, the marine creatures emerging from the depths of the sea were no longer able to attack them, because they were all being carried backward by the force of the propulsion. Now they were relaxed and had enough time to rest. Chi Rui looked at the scene beyond the deck, pointing in astonishment at the spectacular sight, and exclaimed, "Look! My God, it's magnificent!" Many people were drawn by her voice, looking towards the scene behind the cruise ship. Since most of the buildings in the city had already disappeared, and a crack had appeared, causing the water to flow backward. Some dilapidated building ruins were beginning to emerge. Amidst these ruins, they were like lone boats adrift on the sea, watching all the buildings recede from them and rush rapidly towards the crack. It was as if there was a strong magnet on the seabed, and the buildings were the magnets, propelling them at incredible speed. Or like children eagerly rushing into their mother's arms. As they drew closer, they could see more clearly. The opening in the underwater rift resembled a giant, inverted throat. The previously subsiding turbid current suddenly surged upward, whipping up silt and bubbles, tearing out twisted silver threads in the darkness. Countless remnants of buildings, humans, and monsters, like clothes thrown into a washing machine, spun and spun as the silver line continued to rotate. Their distance to the silver line grew closer and closer, and they even began to rotate themselves. Jiang Mian's face was pale. She had focused almost all her abilities on empowering the power unit, increasing its operating speed, barely managing to resist the tornado. Just then, Jiang Mian's system assistant suddenly alerted her. Ding! Congratulations to player for talent upgrade. Jiang Mian didn't even have time to check the benefits of her talent upgrade. Taking advantage of the instant energy recovery, she further increased her empowerment abilities. The cruise ship's power unit became even more powerful, almost exceeding its own capacity. This bought them even more time. Looking at the game's countdown, only 1 hour left. Everyone was filled with the will to survive. It was almost like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their unique abilities. Everyone used their talents. Some, with ice-based talents, directly set up obstacles around the cruise ship to slow its backward movement. Surprisingly, it was quite effective. The cruise ship surged forward a considerable distance, though it quickly returned to its original position. Seeing this, the ice-based player intensified his use of his abilities. Unfortunately, such frequent use quickly depleted his energy. Facing the expectant gazes of others, he could only wave his pale lips and say, "I can't go on, it's completely used up. I can't squeeze out a single bit more." A player familiar with him teased, "Brother, give it your all. A man can't say no. Your ability is very effective. It's bought us at least 10 minutes. Hang in there a little longer, and maybe you get even more extra rewards this time." Hearing this, the ice-based player instantly regained his motivation. He struggled to his feet and cast another spell at the stern, freezing the area. The cruise ship moved forward another dozen meters or so, and the player, having exhausted all his abilities, completely passed out. The other players' abilities were ineffective, only barely buying them a few seconds. Better than nothing. Lu Jing gritted her teeth. Seeing the cruise ship about to hurtle towards the tornado, she took out a freeze card. This card could freeze an object in place for 10 minutes. She had always been reluctant to use it, but now she had no choice. After using the item, the ship stopped directly in the middle of the sea, allowing the wreckage and the deep fissures of the creatures to suck it in. The ship beneath their feet seemed fixed to the sea, completely still. She looked at everyone and said, "We have 10 minutes left. There's only half an hour left until the game ends. I hope you can work together to finish the remaining 20 minutes. I used all my trump cards, and I'm powerless to help for now." She was clearly speaking to Yiling. Because of the 3 powerful figures of roughly the same level present, Jiang Mian had already revealed his trump card, which had played the biggest role this time. Although they didn't know what Jiang Mian had done, they could clearly feel that the cruise ship's speed had increased significantly, though it wasn't very noticeable due to the crack. And don't forget, the cruise ship was provided by Jiang Mian. Throughout, Yiling hadn't offered any useful help. He had simply sat there watching. Jiang Mian was also watching Yiling, wanting to see what he could come up with. Feeling stared at by so many people, Yiling couldn't help but chuckle. He spread his hands, adopting a roguish air, and said, "What are you looking at me for? If I had a way, I would have used it already. Why would I wait until now?" Jiang Mian looked at him disapprovingly and said, "Aren't you a big shot? How could you not have anything to offer? Stop pretending, hurry up, it's your turn." Yiling shrugged. "You know me well enough. I'm good enough if I don't cause trouble. Why would I buy these useful items?" What he said actually made some sense. At least, Jiang Mian knew he was telling the truth. Before this, she had been intentionally or unintentionally keeping an eye on Yiling, afraid he might pull some trick at the last minute. After all, Yiling's character was what it was. He wasn't worth improving and didn't inspire any trust. Now that he said he didn't have such an item, Jiang Mian was the first to believe him. 10 minutes passed quickly. The Ice-type player was woken up again. He weakly released his last bit of healing ability and fainted again. Just as everyone was gripped by fear, Jiang Mian was about to use time acceleration on the ship to combat the natural disaster. However, at that moment, a soft laugh rang in her ears. Need my help? The casual and teasing tone of the voice seemed extremely inappropriate and abrupt at this moment. Chapter 206. Everyone looked towards the voice and saw the silent man standing beside Jiang Mian. They couldn't figure out what his trump card was, but those who had participated in the robbery of the Huaming vaccines were familiar with him. They knew about almost everyone's abilities back then, but this man hadn't used his at all. His explanation at the time was that his ability only worked on himself, but now it was clearly not that simple. The man took out a small knife and cut his hand. Blood dripped from his slender fingers into the water, quickly washed away by the seawater. Only then did they notice that the man's hands were clean, without the fish scales that usually appear after mutation. If the lack of mutation symptoms on his hands could be attributed to having enough medication, then the complete absence of mutations on his neck and face was puzzling. Even with the injection, they would all experience some symptoms, like Lu Jing, or the others who were among the first to receive the vaccine. Everyone received the vaccine at the same time, there couldn't be a priority order. So why did they experience changes, while this man showed no signs of illness? Yet, they hadn't noticed this discrepancy before. Jiang Mian looked at the man, and that familiar feeling rose within her again, but she couldn't quite grasp it. What was it? Looking at the man's bloodied hands, she wondered how much blood he had lost. His face had turned pale. Just as Jiang Mian was about to suspect that the man was going to bleed to death, he suddenly withdrew his hand, looked at a blurry figure in the distance, and said, "It's here." "What?" Jiang Mian asked subconsciously, but the next second, she didn't need the man to answer her anymore. In the distance, a figure was rushing towards them. Unlike the buildings that had been swept away, this figure wasn't spinning towards them, but rather rushing straight against the current, seemingly unaffected by it. Just as the scene that appeared to them as apocalyptic was merely a toy to this figure, only when the figure drew closer did they see what it was. It was a blue whale, about 40 meters long, much larger than anything Jiang Mian knew on her planet. It showed no signs of mutation, perhaps because of its enormous size, or perhaps because these things were useless to it. In any case, it remained unchanged. To the blue whale, their boat looked like a tiny toy. Even an elephant would probably seem like a slightly larger toy. The blue whale submerged itself about 100 meters away, and they felt the boat rise, slowly moving away from the surface until it stopped midair. Looking down, they saw the blue whale carrying the entire boat on its back. The blue whale slapped the water, swimming merrily, sending huge splashes of water hitting their faces, as if greeting a friend. No one dared to say a word. After all, the behemoth before them was someone they couldn't afford to provoke, and besides, it had come to rescue them. Even if it created a splash, or even just mud, they would claim it was mud suitable for growing lotus flowers. The suction of the seabed had absolutely no effect on the blue whale. It swam off in another direction, seemingly effortlessly. Only now did they have the mind to consider the reason for the blue whale's appearance. Their gazes were fixed on Jiang Imo, their eyes subtly scrutinizing him from head to toe, trying to discern what unique ability he possessed that allowed him to summon the blue whale. Jiang Mian curiously observed the man beside her. Jiang Imo spread his arms, his eyes full of teasing. He said casually, "Want to touch me and see if there's anything different about me? Or, do you doubt I'm human?" Hearing that she could touch him, Jiang Mian unceremoniously reached out her hand towards Jiang Mo's face. She had long suspected this face was fake. Since the owner of this face had let her touch it, it wasn't unreasonable for her to do the same, right? However, to her disappointment, the touch was real. Her skin felt perfectly normal. It was indeed a human face, fitting his neck perfectly. This person looked exactly like that, without any changes. Jiang Imo seemed tickled by her hand on his neck. He grabbed her hand, and as Jiang Mian tried to pull it away, he lowered his head, his cool lips kissing the wrinkled skin Jiang Mian had developed from the vaccination. He seemed oblivious to the terrifying wrinkles on the surface, as if a painter were kissing his meticulously crafted work, his devotion and sincerity almost leaving the onlookers stunned. Even Jiang Mian, the one who had been taken advantage of, didn't react in time, letting him lower his head and kiss the back of her hand. After realizing what had happened, she slapped the man, bringing him even closer. The man's head snapped to the side from the slap, and because Jiang Mian hadn't held back in her anger, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his lip was cut. Hiss! Almost everyone gasped, fearing that this slap would cause the man to abandon them, leaving them to fend for themselves. However, the man wasn't angry as they expected, nor did he ask Blue Whale to put them down. Instead, he smiled with enjoyment. "Darling, You hit me so hard. Next time we meet, don't be so naughty. Hearing this, before Jiang Mian, the one who had been taken advantage of, could say anything, He Ling, who was furious from the farther side, was the first to erupt in rage. He stared at Jiang Mian in disbelief, as if looking at a heartless woman. What do you mean? Why does he call you darling? What's your relationship? Jiang Mian looked at him defiantly, touched her face, and said smugly, Don't you understand? It's just a little playful thing between us, right? Wife. He Ling's eyes widened. He was truly shocked now. He took a few steps forward to Jiang Mian's side, and coldly questioned, What do you mean? You're married? What did you mean by what you said to me before? Didn't you say you liked me? You're married now. How could you do something like this, two-timing me? Jiang Mian rolled her eyes, looking at the two of them as if they were looking at one idiot. No, two equally stupid idiots. Chapter 207. Is this the time to talk about this? Are you blind? Can't you see we don't even know each other? I was just taken advantage of by him? Wait. Jiang Mian realized, why was she explaining so much to him? A waste of breath. She said coldly, He Ling, let's take this guy down together. He definitely has some secret. The fact that he can maintain his unmutated form in this world means he must have something incredible. Take him down, and that thing will be ours. He Ling's eyes flickered. He had indeed been too excited just now. His mind hadn't quite caught up. Now that he had, he felt embarrassed and ashamed. Hearing Jiang Mian's words, he didn't hesitate and attacked the man. The other onlookers were completely dumbfounded. Wait! What's going on? Why are they fighting? Aren't we on the same side? And why does this sound like there's a love triangle involved? Is this really necessary? In an instant, everyone became a spectator, and no one dared to step forward and get involved. However, as the fight progressed, He Ling sensed something was wrong. He narrowed his eyes, staring at the man with hostility. He recognized him. This man was familiar. Wasn't he the man who had fought him when he first entered the game, the one who had severed his arm? It wasn't that He Ling had deliberately provoked him back then. Rather, this man had said something inexplicable upon seeing him before launching a sneak attack. However, the man's face then wasn't this one, but something else entirely, not unremarkable, but nonetheless unremarkable. He had said, It's you again, you scheming mistress? Thinking of this, He Ling's anger flared, and his attacks became increasingly ruthless. The man named Jiang Mo quickly fell into a disadvantageous position, and was killed by Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian was stunned, staring at his hand in disbelief. He hadn't expected this seemingly mysterious person to die so easily. However, He Ling became wary. He had lost an arm because of carelessness, falling prey to this man's trick. To be precise, the man wasn't dead, only one of his puppets had died. Sure enough, the next second, a sharp attack came from He Ling's side. It was one of the men Lu Jing had brought with him. Without warning, he attacked He Ling. The two didn't even know each other, yet they were now fighting to the death. Jiang Mian was completely marginalized in the battle. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she touched the body of the man lying on the ground, even stripping him naked. But she found no useful information. Just as Jiang Mian was about to pull the four-corner baskets off the corpse, a hand suddenly grabbed hers. The man's voice, filled with gritted teeth, came into her ear. Darling, this isn't a place you can just look at. If you want to see, I don't mind letting you see when you find my true form in the future, but you can't look at other people's private parts, understand? However, in that moment of distraction, a laser gun pierced through her back. Just then, the countdown timer in her ear began to sound. Ding! Survival mission complete. Everyone will begin teleportation. Accompanying this sound was another hoarse, indistinct voice. Darling, see you next time. Congratulations to player ID 987666 for completing the mission. Calculating your reward. Please wait patiently. Congratulations to I Love Salty Soy Milk for successfully surviving one world. Initial reward, 100 gold coins. Based on your performance in the mission, you will receive 600,000 gold coins as a reward. In this survival game, your overall world ranking is first. You will receive 10,000 gold coins as a reward. Keep up the good work, I Love Salty Soy Milk. You are ranked first in your personal world. You can receive 10 gold coins daily. Keep up the good work and maintain your ranking. System shop fully open. World chat group open. Jiang Mian couldn't concentrate on any of this. Her mind was filled with the last man's words. Who was he? Why did he call her that? However, no matter how many times she tried to recall her memories, she couldn't figure out who this person was. There was no one to suspect. She sighed dejectedly, and then let the system heal her injuries. Body repair in progress. This body repair will cost 1,000 gold coins. Since this is the player's first time using the repair function, the repair cost will be halved. Does the player wish to spend 500 gold coins to fully repair the body? Only 500 gold coins. Jiang Mian didn't hesitate at all and directly chose yes. This was her first time experiencing the repair function. It felt like the warm winter sun shining on her body, so comforting that she let out a sigh of relief. However, this comfortable feeling quickly disappeared. Jiang Mian opened her eyes and found that her skin had returned to its original fair and delicate state. Jiang Mian removed her mask, revealing her original innocent face. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. What girl doesn't love beauty? She was no exception, and naturally, she didn't want to continue living with that kind of body. In her past life, she had no choice but to uglify herself, but this life was different. She had a choice, so why should she be so cruel to herself? She didn't have any masochistic tendencies. Just then, a chat notification sounded. The only player she had added as a friend had suddenly sent her a message. 0 degree. Still alive? I wasn't very lucky in the last world, I didn't meet you. I hope we can meet in the next world. I love salty soy milk. I'm fine, not dead, brother. Speechless, Jiang Mian didn't notice anything wrong with her input method and sent the message directly. The next second, she received a message from Fu Juhan. Fu Juhan was somewhat stunned to see the person on the other end calling him brother. His first reaction was that the person must have sent the message to the wrong person, so he completely failed to understand the concept of tactfully reminding her. 0 degree. You sent this to the wrong person, I'm not your brother. Jiang Mian was completely bewildered after seeing this message. What did it mean? How did it become her brother? What did it have to do with her brother? Wait, she didn't have a brother. Scrolling up further, she saw her own message. Because of her input method, she had typed brother instead of he. She hadn't checked it carefully at the time, and just sent it like that. Now it looked incredibly embarrassing. She forced a reply, okay he. Fu Juhan fell silent. It turned out she had been presumptuous. The other person wasn't calling her brother, but rather expressing speechless at her words. Chapter 208. After ignoring the awkward incident, Jiang Mian clicked on the previously displayed talent upgrade information. Talent. Copy and paste. Level 4. Can copy gene talents 5 times per day. 5 paste attempts. 1 delete paste attempt. The paste attempt increased by 1, which was fantastic for Jiang Mian. Before returning to the real world and before her abilities were sealed, she immediately switched places with Lu Jing to exchange for this ability. If used well, this ability could be the best escape option. Imagine you're surrounded, and the next second you can switch places with someone else and escape. Wouldn't your attackers be completely dumbfounded? Just thinking about it, Jiang Mian felt this ability was incredibly useful. Without hesitation, she used her existing gold coins to buy a top-tier swordsmanship card. More than half of her over 1 million gold coins disappeared instantly. Luckily, she had been selling vaccines in the previous world, which was why she had accumulated enough gold coins. Initially, she considered not buying swordsmanship cards, and instead, using the swordsmanship skill she had previously copied. However, she then realized that there weren't many slots for copying and pasting skills to begin with, and copying another swordsmanship skill would further reduce the available space. Therefore, she decided to spend some gold coins to buy swordsmanship cards, which could be directly applied to herself and used in the real world as well. With the remaining gold coins, she bought the usual amount, cards to enhance her abilities. After completing this, she exited the system space. However, she was somewhat apprehensive, because she remembered that shortly after the volcanic eruption in her previous life, a torrential downpour began, and she feared that opening her eyes would reveal a raging storm. She even wondered if the villagers would take advantage of this time to come to their house and steal their food. Her mind was a jumble of thoughts, and she had no energy for anything else, so she simply returned to the real world. Jiang Mian opened her eyes to find the sun shining brightly outside. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't as dangerous as she had imagined. The downpour hadn't started yet, and the sun was still scorching hot, burning the earth. Jiang Mian found herself lying in bed, the air conditioning blasting. As expected of the air conditioner she bought in the system space, the cooling was significantly better than the air conditioning in the real world. The first thing Jiang Mian did after getting up was to check her phone. Great, it had successfully reached 82 degrees Celsius. And that was just the air temperature. The ground temperature was probably even higher. Most people wouldn't dare drive their cars on the road because the tires would quickly melt, making repairs even more difficult. Besides, with the weather so hot, nobody would be out unless absolutely necessary. The wealthy have already gone to the summer resorts, while the poor are stuck at home enjoying air conditioning, albeit intermittently. Just then, the Rubik's Cube in her mind suddenly trembled. Jiang Mian immersed her consciousness in the Rubik's Cube and saw its notification. It turned out that other modules could be unlocked again. Looking at the mini modules still unactivated, Jiang Mian clicked on the Spirit Spring module she had coveted for so long. Please confirm the Spirit Spring construction location. Currently available, breeding space, planting space. Jiang Mian thought for a moment and decided to build the Spirit Spring in the planting space. The main reason was that the breeding space not only contained brain-eating worms, but also many livestock, and Jiang Mian feared they would ruin her Spirit Spring. The planting space is different. It only contains crops and medicinal herbs, and won't pollute the spiritual spring. After setting the location, Jiang Mian watched as the spiritual spring appeared out of thin air, domineeringly occupying more than a dozen plots of land, sitting atop empty fields. Jiang Mian was overjoyed and immediately went forward to observe the water in the spring. However, upon reaching the spring, she was deeply disappointed. The spiritual spring covered a large area and was deep enough, yet it was completely empty, devoid of water, entirely contrary to its name. Jiang Mian pointed at the empty spirit spring and asked the Rubik's Cube, "What's going on? Isn't it called the Spirit Spring space? Why is there nothing inside? I can't even see a drop of water, let alone a spring. The Spirit Spring space needs time to accumulate before it can produce water. The master needs to wait patiently." Jiang Mian, So she only bought an empty shell. What was the point of its grand display and taking up so much space? To show off? Or was it used to intimidate her, its master? Well, it certainly succeeded. Jiang Mian was initially genuinely intimidated, thinking there would be something inside, like a bottomless spring or clear, drinkable water. As a result, the greater her initial expectations, the greater her current disappointment. How much water can that spirit spring produce in a day? The spirit spring is currently at level 1, producing 1 drop of spirit spring water per day. What? What are you talking about? Jiang Mian was so shocked that he blurted out in his native dialect, 1 drop of spirit spring water per day. 1 drop? No, are you kidding me? Please tell me, what can 1 drop of spirit spring water be used for? To let someone dying of thirst taste water? Scarcity makes things valuable. Jiang Mian was almost furious, her scalp tingling. She felt like she was about to explode. Scarcity makes things valuable. That phrase completely interrupted what Jiang Mian was about to say. She took a deep breath and finally asked, "What are the effects of the Spirit Spring? How rare is it?" She wanted to see just how rare it was that the Spirit Spring only produced 1 drop a day. Beauty and skin care, healing wounds, treating special illnesses, exorcising evil, purification. Explore the rest yourself. Hearing about so many effects, her expression softened a bit. She had almost spent all her gold coins, so even if she wanted to upgrade the Spirit Spring, she couldn't do much. She'd barely managed to upgrade the Spirit Spring to level 7, producing 7 drops of water per day. The only thing Jiang Mian was grateful for was the time acceleration ability. With that added, it could produce 140 drops of water per day. What a load of rubbish. It's just a little bit, what good is it? Speechless, Jiang Mian withdrew her consciousness, deciding not to visit the spiritual spring for the next few days. Heartache. She put on her shoes and went out. Her grandmother, who had been waiting in the main room, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her. She sat up from the sofa and walked to Jiang Mian's side, asking with concern, "Mian Mian, what happened? It's only been a short time. Why did you faint again? Is there something wrong with your health that you've been hiding from Grandma, or..." She lowered her voice and whispered, "Or is it a side effect of the space?" Jiang Mian realized that if she didn't stop her grandmother, she would likely overthink things. So she thought for a moment and came up with a plausible explanation. "Grandma, it's not like that. If you don't believe me, you can search online. Many people have experienced this. We actually... How should I put it? Anyway, it's quite magical. We close our eyes and open them again, and when we wake up, we gain many things. Just think of it that way." Chapter 209. Grandma also thought of the news she'd seen online before, about a special group of people who would briefly fall into a coma and then wake up, bringing about huge changes in their families. Of course, there were also many who, after closing their eyes, never woke up again. The reports at the time said that this group was normal, and that families shouldn't worry too much, thus occupying the already limited hospital slots. They just needed to wait for these people to wake up naturally. They even included methods for identifying these people. However, Grandma didn't overlook the part about never waking up again. There was probably a chance that people with this symptom would die, but it wasn't directly reported. It only took up a small amount of text and space, and some careless people wouldn't even notice the subtlety. She guessed her granddaughter was the same kind of person, but they already had enough food. There was no need to do something like this. Thinking this, she blurted it out, "Mian Mian, how about we don't do this? Didn't you stockpile so much food in your space? Enough for the three of us to eat for several lifetimes. There's no need to take that risk. I saw on the news before that most people aren't so lucky. They just don't wake up. Only a small percentage do." Jiang Mian knew her grandmother was concerned about her, and she gave a bitter smile. "Do you think this is voluntary? It's all half forced, half coerced. Besides, if we don't do this, everyone else is getting stronger, while we're just standing still. Grandma, you probably heard the saying, the neighbor hoards grain, I hoard guns. The neighbor is my granary. If others knew I had so much food, they'd definitely come knocking. Then we'd be their ATM. They could use us however they wanted." Grandma thought it made sense, and she sighed again, subtly inquiring about the danger and potential fatality of the situation. Jiang Mian naturally gave the best-case scenario, not wanting the old woman to worry. Because she couldn't reveal too many reasons, she only knew that her granddaughter's experiences after falling into a coma weren't very dangerous, like playing a game. But don't forget, Jiang Mian was someone she raised herself. This girl always reported good news and never bad. How could it not be dangerous? If it wasn't dangerous, so many people wouldn't have died. Seeing that her grandmother was so concerned about this, Jiang Mian took a carton of chilled milk from the refrigerator and, taking a sip through the straw, Jiang Mian subtly changed the subject. "Grandma, where's Wuzai? While I was unconscious these past 2 days, did he exercise properly? Was he slacking off again?" Grandma sighed repeatedly at the mention of this, and Jiang Mian had assumed Jiang Wuzai had indeed been lazy. But then she heard Grandma complain, "He did exercise. But I don't know what's wrong with your brother these past few days. He eats so much every day, almost as much as you." Jiang Mian awkwardly touched her nose. Was it her fault that he had a good appetite? Thinking of making amends for Jiang Wuzai, and also to prove herself, Jiang Mian said softly, "It's not like that. The fact that he can eat so much means his exercise is effective. At least after his appetite increased, his physical fitness also improved, almost to the same extent." The two chatted about everyday things, and it was then that Jiang Mian learned that several villagers who had gone to pick peanuts had unfortunately died from the heat. Jiang Mian asked, puzzled, "It's so hot during the day, why don't they pick peanuts at night?" Grandma, washing clothes, sighed, "They just wanted to earn more food. These days, it's all about bartering. The more they work, the more food they can get, and the more they can bring home for their children. So some people try to get more peanuts during the day. I heard they even had ice packs strapped to their bodies to cool down. When they died, the ice packs were still warm. The weather outside is getting hotter and hotter, the land can't grow anything, only drought-resistant crops. And because of the drought, the grain harvest was quite low. Compared to previous years, it's 20% less. Just think how much grain that translates to." Hearing this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but sigh. That's how Chinese people are. They love competition, always wanting to surpass others in everything. Their deaths were unjust, they just wanted to get more food. But speaking of grain, Jiang Mian suddenly remembered the gigantic plants in her spatial dimension. That evening, she picked an ear of corn. It wasn't that she was stingy, only willing to take out one ear. It was just that this one ear was bigger than her pot, so she had to chop it into several pieces to ensure it was thoroughly cooked. Grandma was overjoyed to see such a large ear of corn. Seeing her delight, Jiang Mian picked a few more 1-meter-long ears of corn from the field and put them in the refrigerator. "This corn is so big. Will it taste good cooked? It's so big, how big must the stalk be? Where did you get this? We don't have this variety in our country. Is it from abroad?" Jiang Mian answered her grandmother's questions one by one, but she didn't tell her where it came from. Even if she did, it would be censored. She decided to save her energy and avoid making her grandmother worry. Because the corn was quite large, they boiled it for about half an hour before taking it out. After boiling for about 10 minutes, the sweet aroma of the corn filled the air. Jiang Mian took several deep breaths, feeling quite hungry. Jiang Wuzai, sitting next to her, was drooling. "Sis, this corn smells so good. I never smelled corn this good before. It must be delicious." Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, looking at his pathetic expression, and couldn't help but chuckle. You see, when you eat it, not only is the corn fragrant, but it's also huge. I had a hard time finding it. Jiang Wuzai reluctantly looked away, then, as if suddenly remembering something, looked at Jiang Mian and said in a cheeky tone, Sis, you haven't exercised for 2 days. You said I'm inconsistent, but aren't you the same? If this continues, I definitely be better than you, and you fall behind. Jiang Mian knew that with that smile, he wasn't up to anything. Hearing him say that, Jiang Mian grabbed Jiang Wuzai's hand, put their arms on the table, and with a provocative smile, effortlessly pressed Jiang Wuzai's arm onto the table. Jiang Wuzai was stunned and unhappy. He loudly accused Jiang Mian of cheating. No way, sis. I wasn't ready yet, and you just started. This round doesn't count. Best 2 out of 3, let's play again. Jiang Mian was happy to play along and continued arm wrestling with him. In the second round, she immediately pressed Jiang Wuzai's hand onto the table again after the start. Chapter 210. Jiang Wuzai stared at his hands in disbelief, as if they were some strange object. His hands were clearly much bigger than his sister's, so why could she lift them so easily without any effort? He was indignant. He was the one who was supposed to protect his sister. How could he be weaker than her? Thinking this, he instantly put on a fawning expression, looking at Jiang Mian. Sis, well, I misspoke earlier. It's best 3 out of 5. You only won 2 rounds so far, let's continue. Jiang Mian remained non-committal. Whether it was best 3 out of 5, or best 6 out of 10, she was 100% confident she could control Jiang Wuzai. This time, Jiang Wuzai had learned his lesson. He started to play tricks. I call start this round. Nobody's allowed to move until I say start. Okay. Jiang Mian nodded nonchalantly. Jiang Wuzai rolled his eyes mischievously, looking like he was plotting something naughty. Sure enough, the next second, before he even called start, he exerted his strength. Unfortunately, faced with absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were useless. His face flushed red, but he still couldn't make Jiang Mian's hand tilt even slightly. Finally, Jiang Mian patted the clearly dejected Jiang Wuzai on the shoulder. Brother, you need to practice more. With a body like yours that doesn't even have any muscles, you think you can arm wrestle with me? After saying that, Jiang Mian felt refreshed and leisurely went to check on the corn in the pot. Left behind was a dejected Jiang Wuzai, who secretly vowed to train hard from now on and strive to beat Jiang Mian in arm wrestling. Jiang Mian, completely unaware of Jiang Wuzai's thoughts, was currently turning off the induction cooker and scooping the corn out of the pot and setting it aside. Seeing Jiang Wuzai still posing, she called out helplessly, Alright, stop being depressed. I give you something good to eat later to boost your strength. One day, you be as strong as me and can protect me and Grandma. Hearing this, Jiang Wuzai jumped up like he'd been injected with adrenaline. Really, sis? I can become as strong as you and protect you all? Jiang Mian smiled and coaxed him, of course. As long as you eat well, don't upset Grandma, and train hard, one day you become as strong as me. Hearing Jiang Mian's words, Jiang Wuzai clenched his fist, looking like he received a true teaching, and said, I know, sis, I definitely work hard to become stronger. Grandma walked in from outside at this moment, looking at the two of them with a smile and asking, What were you two saying in there? I heard you from far away. The 3 of them ate a lively meal. A 1-meter-long ear of corn was enough for all 3 of them. These enormous ears of corn not only retained their original sweetness, but also increased satiety. They weren't hard to chew. Instead, they were soft and tender, like they had just been picked. Hearing her grandmother's assessment, Jiang Mian secretly stuck out her tongue. Indeed, they looked freshly picked. She had even taken the ears from the stalk she had picked, and was now frozen in the refrigerator. After dinner, after exercising with Jiang Wuzai, Jiang Mian saw him sitting on the ground, panting heavily. She handed him a glass of diluted water, and watched him drink it. How is it? How does the water taste? Huh? Jiang Wuzai was bewildered. Wasn't this just ordinary water? How could it have a taste? He took a small sip, his eyes lighting up at the remaining water in the cup. Sis, did you secretly put sugar in it? It tastes sweet. Jiang Mian herself hadn't tasted the spiritual spring water, so she didn't know it was sweet. Seeing that he didn't experience any particularly noticeable effects after drinking it, she felt relieved. If he suddenly became incredibly strong or had other effects after drinking it, Jiang Mian would worry about how to explain it to them. Now it seemed that the spiritual spring water's effects were gradual, not something that happened overnight. Jiang Mian rewarded Jiang Wuzai with a 4-inch cake and told him to take it and eat it. Jiang Wuzai looked excitedly at the cake in Jiang Mian's hands, smelling the creamy aroma in the air. He was extremely excited. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, he held the cream cake reverently in both hands, looking quite comical. He didn't intend to eat it all himself. After cutting the cake into pieces, he took his portion and started eating, leaving the rest for the two of them. Jiang Mian didn't want to spoil the fun either, so she picked up her portion and started eating. It's better to eat this kind of thing in moderation. Eating too much can make you feel unwell. Of course, Jiang Mian ate a lot, the amount she ate in one meal, so of course she felt unwell. When Qi opened her eyes, she found her parents sitting by her bedside. Seeing her open her eyes, they were immediately excited. After her father woke her mother, they looked at her with concern, asking if she was alright. However, in reality, these two were not a married couple, but rather a former couple who had divorced and remarried. Qi didn't miss the joy and calculation in their eyes. She hadn't been following Jiang Mian for nothing, and quickly figured out their plans. They probably saw the news report and knew that someone like her, who had been unconscious for so long, must have some special opportunity, perhaps one of the special talents the country was eager to recruit. They also knew that after she woke up, she would receive a large amount of food from sources they couldn't find. Everyone was struggling to survive, and apart from buying food in designated areas, there was nowhere else for them to spend their money. But recruited special talents were different. They could not only enjoy the country's welfare benefits, but also ensure their families wouldn't have to worry about food and drink, and could even rise directly into the upper class. When the man heard his grandmother say that her granddaughter couldn't be woken up no matter how much she called, and that she was probably trying to slack off, accompanied by various insults, he quickly realized what was going on and rushed home to determine if she had fainted from heat stroke or something else entirely. Once he confirmed it, he instantly adopted the persona of a good father, trying to use his outdated paternal love to tame his daughter. Meanwhile, his ex-wife, Qi mother, having somehow heard the news, rushed over. The two had argued for a long time before Qi woke up, and now that she was awake, they were putting on a show of perfect teamwork to mislead her. Unfortunately, after that game, Qi was no longer the timid girl who needed to be subservient to others. She now knew exactly what she wanted and what she desired. Chapter 211. She wasn't affected by their clumsy acting, nor did she care about their moral blackmail. What a joke. In this situation, did they think they could bind her to their side with moral blackmail? What about all the suffering she endured for the past 10 years? Being subservient to her stepmother every day, being bullied by her younger brother, being used as a horse, a human cushion. What about that? The two ex-married couple, who weren't exactly good people to begin with, saw that Qi was no longer under their control and immediately began to curse. The man's face was sinister. You little bitch, I raised you, fed you and clothed you, and now that you become capable, you want to leave my control? Someone like you, even if the government takes notice, they probably hesitate to let you join them after learning about your behavior, won't they? Aren't you afraid we report you for your character flaws? They probably won't want you after they know your character is questionable. The man thought these words would threaten his daughter, but he was wrong. Qi looked at him with a mocking gaze. Dad, this is the last time I call you Dad. I never forget how you treated me before. You seen how your wife and son treated me. There's no family affection between us. As for what you said about feeding and caring for me, isn't that payment for hiring me as a maid? You don't pay me, yet you make me serve your whole family after school every day, cook for you, do your laundry, and tutor that good for nothing. I owe you nothing, all of this is earned through my own labor. Qi was no longer the innocent Qi she once was. After saying this, Qi put on her shoes and prepared to leave, but the woman grabbed her wrist. The woman's face was streaked with tears. Her once exquisite and beautiful makeup had long since faded in the hot weather, and now, soaked with tears, 2 white streaks appeared on her face. She looked at the man in disbelief, then at her daughter, and sobbed softly, Xiaorui, Mom didn't know you had suffered so much at your father's house. I thought he would at least treat you well, because you're his own daughter. I never imagined he could be such a beast, letting his family bully you. Come back with Mom. Mom will make up for all the family love you missed all these years. With that, the woman tried to pull Qi away. However, the man stopped her. His face was unusually grim, whether from the accusation or something else, his expression dark and fierce. Zhu Xiaohui, what are you pretending for? What was the reason for our divorce? Have you forgotten? You cheated on me first, and now you're acting like it's all my fault. Do you really think Qi is too young to remember? Zhu Xiaohui blushed deeply at his blunt revelation of their past, her forced smile crumbling. She could no longer maintain her carefully constructed friendly expression. She slammed her bag against the man's head, yelling, "Chi-shan, you bastard. Don't you understand why I cheated? It's because you're impotent. You finish in 2 minutes every time we do that. It's your own fault for being incompetent first. I never thought any woman would be willing to follow you. She must have been fooled by your looks. She thought you had something special, but you're just a cheapskate." The two women continued to expose each other's flaws, wrestling in the room. The stepmother, who hadn't come in until now, heard the commotion and rushed over. Seeing her husband's ex-wife hitting him, she suddenly stopped and watched the scene unfold with her arms crossed. Listening to their insults, she felt extremely satisfied. She had genuinely been attracted to Chi-shan's looks and hadn't thought much about it, marrying him without hesitation despite his being a divorcee. She married him, only to discover something was wrong afterward, but by then it was too late. She was already pregnant and had no choice but to continue living with him. The small storage room was a mess, but Chi-rui nonchalantly packed her clothes. Actually, there was no need to pack. Her clothes were still in her suitcase. These were the things she brought back when school was suspended, and now one suitcase was enough to take them away. Seeing Chi-rui pulling her suitcase to leave, her stepmother didn't stop her. Instead, she made way for her. However, just as Chi-rui was about to leave, her stepmother whispered, "Get out. I hope you never come back. No one in this family welcomes you." Chi-rui paused. Now there were only 4 people in the room. 2 were fighting, leaving only the 2 of them. Perhaps a little revenge now wouldn't be a problem. Thinking this, she did just that, kicking her stepmother in the stomach. Knowing she wasn't as strong as her stepmother, she used almost all her strength in that kick. However, to her surprise, her stepmother was kicked so hard she slammed into the wall, unable to get up for a long time. Chi-rui covered her mouth in astonishment. When did her strength become so great? How come she hadn't noticed before? Did completing a mission automatically boost her physical attributes? Thinking this, fearing the 3 of them would team up and stop her, she quickly grabbed her suitcase and ran. Just as she stepped out of the room, she bumped into her stepmother's son, who opened the door next door. Her stepmother's son was only 2 years younger than her, but he was obese and muscular, weighing 200 pounds at just an adult age. He was also short, only 1.7 meters tall. Seeing Chi-rui pulling her suitcase, he ignored her completely, and paid no attention to the mess in the storage room. He was habitually selfish. He wouldn't care even if his father and ex-wife were fighting, let alone if his father and mother were. He turned and grabbed a chilled watermelon from the refrigerator before returning to his room to play games. It was around the time the electricity was being supplied, and if he didn't play, his account would be ruined. Chi-rui looked at the account her parents had ruined and smiled. In the end, all their careful nurturing had resulted in nothing but a wasteful possession. Even with her parents in such a state, they didn't offer to help, just coldly watching as they went back to playing games. Looking at the storage room piled high with things, vegetables, eggs, toys her stepmother had bought for her son when he was little, all crammed into that small storage room, the room she had lived in for over a decade. Goodbye, this place filled with unbearable memories. Chapter 212. She turned and got into the official car. In the previous mission world, besides the leader, there were other players from that world, and they were even official players. They connected then, and agreed that Chi-rui would join them after leaving the game world. Seeing familiar faces, Chi-rui finally relaxed and let out a long sigh. The bearded man asked her what was wrong. Chi-rui smiled easily. "Nothing. I just feel like what happened before wasn't a dream, and I even survived. Everything is so wonderful." The bearded man also smiled relaxedly, resting his hands on his head and exclaiming, "Speaking of which, we have to thank that big shot. If it weren't for her, given the difficulty of the last world, I probably would have been dead on the spot." Chi-rui couldn't help but nod. "Yes, if it weren't for that big shot leading us to the end, I'd probably be a corpse forever asleep by now." She looked at the bearded man and asked, "Brother Yang Xiong, that big shot should be one of our people, right? I even saw her pull out our national flag from somewhere. Did she join the government too?" Speaking of this, Yang Xiong sighed, somewhat disappointed. "No, we couldn't find her name or address at all. We didn't add her as a friend, and she showed no intention of joining the government. If she were willing, the government would definitely support her wholeheartedly and offer her different resources and benefits. Unfortunately, she just wasn't willing to contact anyone from the government. Besides knowing her surname is Jiang, we know nothing else." Chi-rui raised her hand and added, "The boss is actually a girl, and she looks quite young." Yang Xiong looked embarrassed. "I know that, after all, we fought side by side, so there's no need to bring it up, right?" Chi-rui was a little embarrassed. "I thought you didn't know the boss was a girl since you didn't mention it earlier." Yang Xiong fell silent. How could he not know? It wasn't like he hadn't heard the boss speak before, and the boss had even praised him, saying his strength was quite good. Although the boss often appeared wearing a protective suit, and later, even though she didn't wear a protective suit, she wore a mask, he could still tell the boss's gender from her figure. 3 days had passed since the game ended, and outside, the sky remained clear and cloudless. It hadn't rained for almost half a year. Logically, it should be autumn now, almost the beginning of winter, yet the weather was still so hot. This was abnormal. The local government had almost run out of rain-inducing bullets, but the sky still showed no sign of rain. That evening, Grandma returned home with a grim expression. Jiang Mian looked at her, puzzled, wondering what had happened outside that made Grandma's face so somber, and why she kept seeming lost in thought. Grandma? Grandma? Jiang Mian called several times before finally bringing her grandmother back to reality. Grandma, what's wrong? I called you so many times, but you haven't answered. Did something happen outside? Jiang Suiyu was very agitated. It all stemmed from seeing her brother, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, earlier that day. Her elderly brother had brought a child and asked for their address. Previously, her brother had used her dowry to buy a job in the county, and the whole family moved to the county town. Now, presumably because life outside was tough, they had returned home. They had heard from someone that the family had food, so they took their children to inquire about their address, hoping she would give some grain to help her family. However, having not been in contact with them for decades, Jiang Suiyu naturally saw through them. How could she be willing to give grain to a bunch of ungrateful wretches? She would rather throw the grain away or give it to Jiang Yangkai than give it to these ingrates. When she was criticized in the village, no one spoke up for her, not even her parents and brother. Instead, they felt ashamed of her and wouldn't let her return to her parents' home. They even severed ties with her at one point. Now that they're in trouble, they think of her? Where were they all this time? Therefore, Jiang Suiyu immediately stopped them. Jiang Yuan didn't recognize the refreshed woman before him as his sister. He still carried the politeness and pride typical of city dwellers, asking her in Mandarin if she knew his sister's address, which was why she had stopped him. Jiang Suiyu was speechless. She looked at Jiang Yuan coldly and said, "Don't you recognize me? My dear brother, I'm your sister. The sister you sold for 100,000 yuan back then. Didn't you think I was a disgrace and told me never to have anything to do with you again? Now you're asking me for a favor?" Jiang Yuan's expression was particularly interesting. His face alternated between pale and flushed, a truly fascinating sight. After confirming that the woman before him was indeed his sister, Jiang Yuan awkwardly tried to establish a connection. However, Jiang Suiyu knew perfectly well why Jiang Yuan had approached her at this moment, and had no intention of engaging in further conversation. Instead, she stated bluntly, "We severed ties decades ago. There's no need for this pretense. Judging from your expression, I can probably guess what you're up to. I don't care who told you my family had grain, they're simply out of their minds. My family has no land, nothing else. Where would we get grain reserves? Besides," Jiang Suiyu gave him a disdainful look before continuing, "besides, our relationship has long since changed. When you sold me out, you should have known. 100,000 not only bought out my future, but also my hopes for you. If you have any self-awareness, you better go back now. Of course, if you're going to shamelessly cause trouble, I play along." After saying this, Jiang Yuan, the old fox, could still hold back, but the child he was holding threw a tantrum. "Bad woman, you bad woman, I beat you to death." "Beat you to death?" As he spoke, the little boy ran towards Jiang Suiyu, punching and kicking. Jiang Yuan grabbed his youngest grandson. He knew his sister's temper very well. If you were in the right, you would argue. If you weren't, and you were being unreasonable, she wouldn't care if you were old or young, she would just start hitting you. She was very fierce. Fearing that his little grandson would suffer an undeserved fate, Jiang Yuan could only leave sheepishly. Jiang Suiyu, however, felt a lump in her throat. Even after returning, she couldn't stop thinking about today's encounter. Chapter 213. That's why her face was so pale when she returned, and she was mostly in a daze. Jiang Mian wasn't very clear about the affairs of their previous generation, but seeing her grandmother like this, she knew there must be a lot going on. She didn't want to see her grandmother so conflicted, so she asked directly, "Grandma, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid they forced their way in? Or do you still have some affection for them, and want to help them?" Jiang Suiyu shook her head. "It's not that I'm afraid they forced their way in, nor is it that I have any affection for them. I just find these kinds of people disgusting. When they need you, they're all sweet talk and act all friendly, but when they don't need you, They're so vicious and cold. Thinking about it now still makes me feel nauseous. Hearing her say this, Jiang Mian hugged her grandmother, offering her some warmth. At this moment, she couldn't say anything to comfort her grandmother. Silent comfort was more reassuring than words. After Grandma calmed down, Jiang Mian pointed to Jiang Wuzai, who had just come out of the room, and said, "Grandma, Wuzai has changed a lot lately. If you don't believe me, have him show you a set of punches, and you see." Jiang Wuzai had only gone to the bathroom, but Jiang Mian had dragged him out for a stroll. Jiang Wuzai's punching speed was quite good. He learned it quite well. At least Grandma was captivated. After finishing the set of punches, Jiang Wuzai asked softly, "Sister, what's wrong? I feel like Grandma's mood isn't quite right." Jiang Mian made him lower his head and whispered, "Don't mention it. Grandma was just upset by some people. Tonight, you're coming with me. We go see what those people look like, and keep an eye on them." Jiang Wuzai scratched his head, somewhat confused. "Sister, who are we going to see? Do you even know where they live?" Jiang Mian was taken aback. Right? She didn't seem to know where those people lived. However, she had connections in the village, so this was a minor issue and wouldn't matter. After Grandma fell asleep, the two of them sneaked to their second grandfather's house in the dark. This second grandfather was quite the night owl. He wasn't sleeping at all late at night. What was he doing? When they knocked, the door opened quickly. The second grandfather paused for a moment when he saw them, then immediately put on a warm expression and invited them inside. "Children, what brings you here? Did something happen to your grandma? Come on, let's talk inside." Jiang Mian and Jiang Wuzai quickly waved their hands in refusal. Looking at her second grandfather's increasingly gaunt face, Jiang Mian thought for a moment, then, under the cover of darkness, took out 2 large 3-liter bottles of mineral water from her spatial storage. She planned to give these to her second grandfather as payment after asking him what had happened. "Second grandpa, do you know where my grandma used to live?" Hearing their question, the second grandpa paused, seemingly remembering something, his tone anxious. "Children, why are you asking about this? Let me tell you, it's not that I'm trying to slander your grandma's family, but they're really no good. They just treat your grandma like a cash cow. If they tell you anything, don't believe their lies." Understanding that the second grandpa was concerned for them, Jiang Mian and the other nodded. Jiang Mian reassured the old man, saying, "I do know that, but we just wanted to know where they lived, so we can be on guard and not be fooled." Jiang Mian's reasoning was completely unfounded, but her second grandfather believed her, perhaps out of affection for her. He didn't question her further, and simply told them what he knew. They built a 3-story villa now. It's quite easy to spot in the village. You'll be able to tell when you get there. The yard is quite large, with a city-style air. Hearing such a vague description, Jiang Mian doubted whether she could really find it. However, after thanking him, she handed the item to her second grandfather. Before he could refuse, she left with Jiang Wuzai, leaving her second grandfather alone, staring blankly at the item in his hand. This? Bottled water? Aren't supermarkets closed now? How did this girl buy bottled water? Why doesn't she keep it for herself? Why give it to an old man like me? He tried to call out to them, but when he looked up, they were already gone. Jiang Mian and her companion arrived at the place their grandfather had described. Looking up, they suddenly realized that their great-uncle hadn't spoken of anything abstract, but rather a concrete description. No wonder their great-uncle said that once they reached this spot, they would likely recognize it. In a rural area where almost all houses are completely enclosed, the sudden appearance of a 3-story villa with a large yard, complete with a small bridge, a rockery, and even a dried-up pond, presumably used to raise fish and shrimp for relaxation and enjoyment before it dried up. It certainly had the architectural grandeur of a city dweller. Someone unfamiliar with the area might mistake it for a villa in a 3rd-tier city. No wonder she came back from the city. Looks like Grandma's 100,000 yuan wasn't wasted. Jiang Mian patted Jiang Wuzai and whispered, "It's time to test your true abilities. You trained with me for so long, you should have some results by now, right? Go jump into their house, and see how many people are inside." Jiang Wuzai nodded excitedly. His sister was finally testing him, then he had to perform well. Thinking this, Jiang Wuzai tried to calm his racing heart and jumped directly into their house. Having been trained by Jiang Mian for so long, Jiang Wuzai's physical abilities were no joke. He easily scaled their 3-meter wall and jumped into the yard. They had already checked, there were no dogs or anything like that in the yard. Even if there were, they were probably already in their stomachs. Jiang Mian also jumped in, observing Jiang Wuzai's movements, just in case someone suddenly appeared inside, so she could react in time. Fortunately, the people inside were fast asleep. Jiang Mian even discovered that they had a generator, though it used a combination of manual labor and gasoline. Next to the generator was a device resembling a bicycle, but connected to it, presumably used to save fuel by generating electricity manually. This family didn't seem to be short of food, so why did they target them first? Thinking this, Jiang Mian followed Jiang Wuzai into the master bedroom. Chapter 214. Jiang Mian gestured for Jiang Wuzai to step back. She then took out a thin card, fiddled with a lock for a while, and successfully opened the bedroom door. Jiang Wuzai's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "Sis, you're amazing." Jiang Mian raised her left eyebrow proudly. "You don't need to tell me, just quickly see how many people are inside." However, after the door lock was opened, it got stuck halfway. The two exchanged a glance. Jiang Mian told him to stand aside, while she squeezed in sideways. Once inside, she discovered several people lying in the master bedroom. The door was blocked halfway because it was obstructed by the bedding on the floor. For people were lying on the large bed. Based on Jiang Mian's eyesight, she could see 3 men and 1 woman. The 3 were young boys, and the woman was likely pregnant, as her protruding belly indicated. There were 2 large beds nearby. An older couple lay on one bed, and a younger man, who looked to be about the same age as Jiang Ming and the others, lay on the other. Wow, so many people. There must be at least 15 or 16. Judging from their approximate ages, she could deduce that the older ones were probably her grandmother's brother and sister-in-law, and the younger ones were likely their son and daughter-in-law. However, the son seemed to vary quite a bit in age. One looked to have gray hair, the other looked to be only in his 30s, and the third looked to be in his 20s. She couldn't tell if he was a son or a grandson. Below them should be his grandchildren. Jiang Mian didn't know if the woman lying on the bed was his granddaughter or his granddaughter-in-law, but she guessed it was most likely his granddaughter-in-law. After all, their family had a history of favoring sons over daughters. That was a given. After watching for a while, Jiang Mian lost interest. She searched the rooms again and successfully found several bags of rice and flour, as well as some salted eggs, in an inconspicuous little room. Jiang Mian's eyes flickered. She had Jiang Wuzai carry 2 bags of flour while she took the basket of eggs and went outside. After locking their doors, Jiang Mian placed the flour only 10 meters from their front door, then left an egg in each house, hoping they would see her gift when they woke up. No, it should be a gift from the Jiang Yuan family. Thinking about what would happen when they woke up tomorrow, Jiang Mian wanted to laugh. Jiang Mian pulled Jiang Wuzai away. They had set their alarms early to watch the show, and then, under Grandma's suspicious gaze, they mysteriously left. Grandma was puzzled. Didn't these two usually sleep until noon? Why were they up so early today? Oh no, were they going to do something? Thinking this, Jiang Sui wiped the water from rinsing vegetables from her hands and followed the two out. However, their physical fitness had indeed improved, and she was struggling to keep up. But looking at the increasingly familiar area, Jiang Sui stopped. She already knew where they were going. When she found the two, they were sitting in a large tree, enjoying the shade and watching the show. Jiang Mian had been watching for over 10 minutes, not missing a single moment of the spectacle. Some early rising villagers opened their doors to find an egg on their doorsteps. They didn't know what was going on, but they knew the egg was edible, so they quickly picked it up, intending to go outside to see if there was any more good fortune. Just then, they saw their neighbor next door also picking up an egg. When the neighbor saw her, she paused for a moment, then quickly stuffed the eggs into her pocket. Afraid the neighbor would misunderstand, she said hastily, "Auntie, you're up so early too. I just bought these eggs outside, and I was so dizzy I accidentally dropped them on the ground. Luckily they didn't break, otherwise my husband would have killed me for wasting them." Fang Yulan was the first middle-aged woman to open the door and find the eggs. She looked at the woman with a forced smile, knowing full well she was lying, but out of neighborly respect, she didn't call her out. She didn't want to say anything more to the neighbor and wanted to see if there were any more freebies nearby, so she waved her hand. But the person who had put the eggs in her pocket stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Yulan's arm, seemingly oblivious to the expression on Zhang Yulan's face, continuing to smile freely. "Annie, where are you going? Let's go together. I'm bored and want to take a walk together." Zhang Yulan rolled her eyes, shook off the woman's hand, and looked like she couldn't be bothered to talk to the woman in front of her. This woman was different from them. She was disreputable, possessed a curvaceous figure, and was quite beautiful. Rumor had it she used to work as a prostitute in the city, but was dumped and had returned to her hometown to marry this man. She didn't want anything to do with such a person. But the woman was like glue. Once she was on her, she wouldn't let go, insisting on following her. Zhang Yulan had no choice but to let the woman follow her, keeping a straight face and remaining silent. When she saw the eggs still uncollected at her neighbor's house, she rushed over. However, another figure was even faster, pouncing on the eggs and stuffing them into her pocket. When Zhang Yulan got home, she couldn't hold back any longer. She jumped up, pointing at the woman and yelling at her. "You filthy, rotten woman! What are you doing back here instead of seducing men in your city? I saw those eggs first, and you snatched them from me. I'm warning you, give them back, and I pretend I didn't see anything. Otherwise, I make sure you can't stay in this village." However, the woman didn't give Zhang Yulan what she had snatched. Instead, she looked smug, showing no anger even though Zhang Yulan's insults contained many offensive and suggestive terms. She had heard this kind of talk countless times before, and far more vicious insults than Zhang Yulan's. There had even been women who physically assaulted her. She was used to it. Just an ordinary village woman, she thought. Out of politeness, she wouldn't dare hit her. At most, she let her curse a few times. The woman ignored her, looked around at other houses, and stuffed a few more eggs into her pocket. Seeing her defiant attitude, Zhang Yulan was instantly enraged, and her insults grew even louder. It also woke up other neighbors, who hadn't opened their doors yet, and some even rushed out to watch the show with their clothes still on and their hair all messy. Chapter 215. These days, even watching TV is impossible. It's a rare treat to hear the villagers arguing, so they have to hurry. If the sun comes out and it gets too hot, they won't be able to stop arguing, and where will they go to watch the commotion? Once these people came out, the first thing they saw was the eggs at their doorstep. They looked around, and seeing no one was paying attention, quickly put the eggs in their pockets. So what if they were seen? What's left at their doorstep is theirs. Just as the two women's argument was getting fiercer, someone shouted, "Look at that. Isn't that flour? Who's so kind as to leave a bag of flour on the road? Are they offering it to us to share?" Zhang Yulan immediately stopped arguing and looked in the direction of the voice. She saw a stylish little villa and a bag of flour not far from it. She instantly raised her hand and ran towards the bag of flour, shouting, "Don't move. Don't move. This is mine. It's for my family. I just bought this flour outside today. What are you doing? Don't take it. It's mine." However, it was as if no one heard her. They frantically tried to grab the bag of flour. Zhang Yuan and his family were closest to the bag and were also awakened by the noise. Zhang Yuan nudged his quiet, unpopular eldest son and ordered, "Go outside and see what's going on. Why is it so noisy so early in the morning? It's true what they say, bad people come from bad places. This kind of thing never happens in the city." Zhang Yuan, used to being a junior leader, subconsciously felt resentful of his hometown. His eldest son, hearing his father's order, quickly dressed and went outside. However, upon seeing the familiar flour sacks, he suddenly froze, turning to instruct his son to check if anything was missing from the house. His son returned and came running out a few minutes later, stumbling along. "Dad, something terrible has happened. Our grain is gone. 2 sacks of flour and a basket of eggs are missing. Someone must have stolen it. Dad, did they steal our flour? It looks so real." The man's son was about to run towards the crowd when his father grabbed him. "You silly child, are you stupid? With so many people around, do you think they believe you if you say it's yours? They'd probably start fighting." He looked at his son and told him to go back and call his grandfather Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, hearing his eldest grandson say that the family's grain was missing and hearing that someone was stealing grain outside, and that the grain seemed to be theirs, almost fainted from anger. He rushed to the grain storage area and, sure enough, 2 bags of flour were missing. Even the basket of pickled eggs he had prepared in case they spoiled in the heat was gone. Zhang Yuan felt a surge of anger and nearly fainted. His son quickly tried to revive him by pinching his philtrum and soothing him. But that stubborn son, oblivious to the situation, still asked, "Dad, what are we going to do? We can't just let them take our food. Food is so precious these days. That 1 bag of flour could feed our family for half a month. Losing 2 bags means we're short a month's worth of food." He beat his chest in despair, as if he had lost something of utmost importance, filled with remorse. Although Zhang Yuan was old, he was shrewd and experienced. He quickly realized that they couldn't admit to the loss. If they did, the villagers, who had run out of food, would surely come to their house every few days to borrow grain. As for repaying a loan, how could they possibly do that? In this situation, How could they possibly repay? He naturally didn't want to give away his own grain for no reason. Therefore, they could only silently swallow this bitter pill, refusing to admit that it was theirs, even at the cost of their lives. His sons and grandsons looked at him in bewilderment, his youngest son especially incredulous. "Dad, are we just going to let this go? That food cost us a fortune, and we pulled so many strings to get it. We only been back home for a few months, and these scoundrels have stolen it. They must know our situation. Should we call the police?" Jiang Yuan was too lazy to deal with these dim-witted fools. He knew their nature and warned them in advance. "After you leave, none of you are allowed to say that it's ours. If they find out it's ours, they definitely resort to robbery when they're desperate. There are only a few of us, the old and the young, and you're the only able-bodied men. How can we possibly fight off an entire village? So we have to accept this loss. As for calling the police? Police resources are so strained right now, they certainly won't send officers for something so trivial." Seeing his sons and grandsons' obvious reluctance yet forced acceptance, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. He wondered if it was because of his wife's bad genes, or what. All his sons are so stupid, even with all the money spent on their upbringing, it's useless, they're all brainless. And he, a 70-something-year-old man, has to manage the household. The more Jiang Yuan thought about it, the more helpless he became, and the angrier he got at the others. He was so angry he didn't eat all day, and the others didn't have much of an appetite either. After all, no one would feel good about losing so much grain for no reason. Jiang Mian squatted in the tree for 2 hours, his legs almost numb, before the villagers who had been grabbing the grain finally dispersed. They grabbed, but they didn't dare tear the bags. If they really broke the bags of flour, they would truly deserve to die for wasting grain under such circumstances. Seeing that the people inside the 3-story villa hadn't come out at all, Jiang Mian curled his lip. They're clever, but do they think they can get away with just not admitting it's their grain? She's only released 1 bag of flour so far. There's another bag in her spatial storage. She hold off tonight, and tomorrow night, she give them a big surprise. After watching the commotion, Jiang Suiyu looked at the 2 people in the tree and said, "Aren't you leaving? The sun's about to come out. It's getting warmer outside." "Coming, coming." The 2 climbed down from the tree. When they got home, Jiang Mian took out 3 slices of chilled watermelon from her spatial storage. She always kept the watermelons in ice packs. They were ice cold and tasted delicious. They each took 1 watermelon and ate, while telling each other about the day's events. Grandma, however, listened with a furrowed brow. Chapter 216. After Jiang Wuzai finished speaking, she reprimanded the 2 for their impulsive actions. "Have you thought about what would happen if you were discovered? They catch you on the spot and parade you through the village. Wouldn't that be incredibly shameful?" Jiang Wuzai listened in one ear and out the other. He scooped out a large piece of watermelon, put it in his mouth, and mumbled, "No, Grandma, my sister said that if we're discovered, we just take them down and run away. As long as we don't confess, they won't have any evidence to accuse us." Jiang Mian sat cross-legged, the watermelon resting on her lap, feeling the cool sensation on her skin. It felt wonderful. Hearing Jiang Wuzai's words, she hurriedly added, "Yes, and I checked beforehand. There were no surveillance cameras inside, which is why we acted. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought Jiang Wuzai along. He's too stupid, he'd be easily caught." Jiang Wuzai felt as if a knife had been plunged into his chest. He looked at Jiang Mian disapprovingly and argued, "Sister, you can't always call me stupid. Although I'm not as smart as you, and haven't had much schooling, if you keep calling me stupid, I feel inferior." Jiang Mian paused at her hand, as she scooped out watermelon. She looked at Jiang Wuzai, then exchanged a glance with her grandmother. Both saw surprise in each other's eyes. When did Jiang Wuzai become so smart? He even knows the word inferiority complex? Unlike her grandmother's surprise and wonder, Jiang Mian thought of the limited amount of water in the spiritual spring space. She had given Jiang Wuzai some last time, and she hadn't expected it to have such a significant effect. She looked at Jiang Wuzai. His intelligence was now clearly approaching that of an ordinary person. This way, she could finally put her mind at ease. With him taking care of her grandmother in the real world, things would be much better. After all, Jiang Wuzai was a man, and quite intimidating in appearance. Once his innocent, naive demeanor faded, he looked rather fierce. Ultimately, after the 2 were reprimanded for their actions, and promised not to act so recklessly again, Jiang Suiyu finally let it go. She wasn't blaming her grandchildren for violating moral values. She was a very enlightened old woman, and knew very well that maintaining the moral values of pre-apocalyptic peaceful society would easily lead to being abandoned by society. The two quickly promised to be more careful in the future and try not to give themselves away, and only then was the matter considered closed. Jiang Mian took Jiang Wuzai to train, and also added an extra lesson for him, swordsmanship. Since Jiang Mian couldn't give him direct access to the cards in the system space, she could only have him practice from the very basics. In the backyard, Jiang Wuzai stared dumbfounded at the log that was wider than him when he lay down. He pointed at the huge tree stump with a suspicious look. It was only a meter tall, but over 2 meters wide. He then pointed to himself. "Sis, are you sure you want me to chop this wood, and not have this wood chop me?" Jiang Mian, seeing his lack of confidence, took the knife from his hand and demonstrated. "Watch closely, this is it. I don't expect you to chop it all the way through in one go, but you need to chop it 10,000 times a day. That help you build a solid foundation. You're older now, unlike some kids who can pick it up easily, so you need to master the basics. Only by firmly grasping the fundamentals can you surpass yourself." With that, Jiang Mian casually chopped down, using only half her strength, yet she split the 1-meter-tall tree with a deep crack. Then she turned to look at Jiang Wuzai. Jiang Wuzai's mouth was agape, and he looked at Jiang Mian as if she were a monstrous Barbie doll. "Sis, am I still half asleep? How come you chop this wood so easily? So easily. I must be half asleep. I need to go back to sleep." He tried to slip away, but Jiang Mian grabbed him by the ear and pulled him back. "No slacking off, hurry up and get to work. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can go to sleep." Jiang Wuzai took the knife and chopped at the wood in front of him again and again. At first, he used almost all his strength, but could only cut about 20 centimeters deep into the wood. However, pulling the knife out required all his strength. Later, he got smarter and tried to control his strength, leaving marks on the wood. To save time, Jiang Mian simply put a fitness tracker on him to keep track of his movements. At that moment, Jiang Wuzai looked at Jiang Mian as if she were a devil. "You're ruthless, sis." Jiang Mian patted his sweaty head. "Keep it up. I believe in you. 10,000 strokes will be easy." "Devil." Jiang Mian took out another drop of spiritual spring water from her spatial storage, and gave it to the two of them along with a strengthening potion. Seeing their bodies becoming healthier day by day, Jiang Mian felt much better. Rather than becoming stronger alone, it's better for everyone to become stronger, so they can fight against unknown disasters. That evening, Jiang Mian repackaged the entire bag of flour into food bags. You know, people really don't feel tired when they're doing bad things. Soon, the two of them had finished repackaging the entire bag of flour. Then, some flour was delivered door to door, except for Jiang Yuan's family. The next morning, those who opened their doors were surprised to find a welcome surprise outside. Although they weren't particularly lacking in food, receiving something for nothing always evokes a different kind of emotion. More and more people woke up. Some found flour at their doorsteps, while others found nothing. Upon inquiring, they learned that someone else had taken their flour. How could they possibly accept this? A huge argument erupted in the once peaceful village. For the next few days, their village was in complete chaos, incredibly noisy. Jiang Mian looked at her masterpiece, extremely satisfied. Now, Jiang Yuan had no time to cause trouble for their family. Because the villagers weren't stupid, they quickly noticed the unusual situation at Jiang Yuan's house, and then, remembering that the whole family had moved back from the city. Almost instantly, they knew who had given them the supplies. Although they didn't understand why the villagers were so kind and anonymous, word had already spread, growing increasingly exaggerated. Now, it had evolved into the rumor that if you ran out of food, you could go to Jiang Yuan's house for some. The villagers were said to be very kind, and would secretly give food to their neighbors, truly doing good deeds anonymously. They were constantly showered with praise. Initially, Jiang Yuan's eldest son was indeed happy. In the past few days, the villagers had treated them exceptionally well, showering them with compliments that made him feel quite flattered. For a time, the entire Jiang Yuan family was immersed in this atmosphere. Chapter 217. Until someone actually believed this story and shamelessly begged at their house, brazenly saying, "Isn't your family known for being kind-hearted? What's wrong with giving me some food? It's not like I'm not going to pay you back. Maybe one day I become rich and pay you back. No need to be so serious." Jiang Yuan was so angry that his finger trembled uncontrollably as he pointed at the rogue, speechless with rage. This was truly the first time he had encountered such a shameless person, so brazenly audacious. He immediately had his sons and grandsons kick him out. The man hadn't expected the philanthropist everyone spoke of to be so ruthless. His eyes narrowed slightly. Since this family was so ungrateful, He wouldn't hold back. He wasn't one to be trifled with. People like them usually had a group. He just needed to have his small group spread some rumors, and he was guaranteed to make this family suffer terribly. Over the next few days, the praise for the Jiang family intensified, and even matchmakers began inquiring about their situation. They also learned that his eldest grandson was already 22 and of marriageable age, while his youngest was only 6, a significant age gap. However, this was mainly due to the age difference in his sons, which didn't affect the grandson's overall age. Having only learned this information in the morning, matchmakers were already coming to arrange marriages that afternoon. Jiang Mian was unaware of the chaos and commotion within the family. Aside from initial interest, she had largely ignored it afterward. Her focus remained on raising Jiang Wuzai and her grandmother. Due to her grandmother's advanced age, Jiang Mian hadn't encouraged her to engage in strenuous exercise, instead starting with simpler movements to improve her body's adaptability. These past few days had been quite strenuous for her. At her age, she was still exercising, and she thought she wouldn't be able to keep it up. However, to her surprise, her physical condition was surprisingly good. She could at least do exercises for an hour straight, though she was drenched in sweat, mostly due to the heat. Half a month had passed since the game's end, but Jiang Mian still hadn't received the notification to enter the game. Many people in the chat group were asking the same question. Jiang Mian asked the system assistant, and the answer was, "The entry time for each world is not fixed, please wait patiently." Reassured that it was simply due to the unpredictable timing, and not some other unforeseen event, Jiang Mian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The outside temperature had already reached 90 degrees Celsius, and with the repeated volcanic eruptions, even the air conditioning in the system space wasn't working properly. Jiang Mian took out ice from his spatial storage to cool the world. Just when everyone thought their world would remain hot forever until its destruction, fate dealt them a dramatic turn. In the dead of night, as most people were asleep, a deafening roar suddenly echoed through the sky. This was followed by flashes of lightning and thunder, the sound deafening. 90% of the people were awakened from their sleep. They went out of their rooms or onto their balconies, and seeing the impending storm, they were secretly delighted. Anyone with a modicum of common sense would know that rain was coming, and it would be heavy rain. They waited and waited, for 2 days, but although it didn't rain, the temperature plummeted, reaching over 60 degrees Celsius. This temperature would have been unbearable before the apocalypse, but now it felt incredibly comfortable. A group of elderly men and women sat under a withered tree at the village entrance. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, but they weren't afraid of being struck by lightning. They held fans in their hands, fanning themselves from time to time. Of course, this group of people, sitting together, would inevitably gossip about this and that, but right now, their focus was on the weather. One of the women, a middle-aged woman with 2 large silver teeth, was planting peanuts she had harvested earlier in the field, sighing, "It's so much cooler now. Before, it was so hot we couldn't breathe. Several of my old friends died from the heat." Another elderly woman with gray hair was also sighing. She clasped her hands together and prayed to the sky, "Thank you, Lord, for forgiving humanity's heinous sins and giving us a chance to repent. Thank God, Amen." Someone nearby, disapproving of the old woman, sneered and said in a low voice, deliberately for the old woman to hear, "What is this old woman muttering all day long?" If her words were truly effective, her husband wouldn't have died so young. Face reality, believing in God is useless. We humans only believe in our country. The gray-haired old woman glared at the person who said this and continued muttering with her hands clasped together. Listening closely, one could occasionally make out that she seemed to be listing the sins of the woman before her, begging God to punish her. The woman, a staunch materialist, rolled her eyes at the old lady before turning and going home. It was the designated time for electricity use, and she couldn't be bothered sitting outside chatting and fanning herself with these old ladies. She wasn't stupid. She had electricity to use. It was over 60 degrees Celsius outside. What were they doing outside, if not staying in an air-conditioned room? Taking a sauna? The others gradually returned home as well, and shortly after they did, a sudden downpour began. "It's raining! It's raining! Mom, hurry and bring in the laundry, it's raining outside. Ah, so refreshing. There's water. Finally, I can take a bath. Brother, come play. It's so cool here." Countless children and adults ran out, some hurriedly bringing in laundry, others tilting their faces up to welcome the rain. Most of them hadn't had such refreshing water in a long time. At this moment, they all seemed so excited about the rain. Jiang Mian looked at the weather outside, and brought her clothes, and shoes inside beforehand. She didn't go out in the rain. Instead, she closed all the windows to prevent rain from splashing into the house. Perhaps out of fear of acid rain from the apocalypse, she didn't want to face the onslaught of rain. Even after so much time had passed, the shadow in her heart was still hard to erase. After seeing the rain, Jiang Wuzai hurriedly ran to the backyard. Jiang Mian was puzzled, and after a while, she saw him return with a wood-chopping knife. Jiang Mian looked at him, puzzled. What are you going to do with it? It's just for chopping wood. I was just saying, there's no need for it. Chapter 218. Jiang Wuzai wiped the rain from his face, revealing a simple, honest smile. He caressed the rusty wood-chopping knife as if it were a precious treasure, explaining to Jiang Mian, I watched an anime before, and it said that treating your weapon like a brother or best friend can cultivate a bond. So this wood-chopping knife is my brother from now on. We eat together, sleep together, and even go to the toilet together. We try our best to build a relationship. Jiang Mian stared at him, dumbfounded, but could clearly see he was serious. She couldn't help but facepalm. What kind of TV series was this, corrupting a teenager's values? Wasn't he afraid the wood-chopping knife would cut him while they slept together? This rusty wood-chopping knife, if it cut someone, it would be a guaranteed tetanus. Jiang Mian tried to persuade Jiang Wuzai, but he seemed to have lost his mind, insisting on sleeping with the knife no matter what. It's alright, I just wrap this knife with some tape, and peel it off when I need it. Jiang Mian couldn't persuade him otherwise, so she waved her hand helplessly, and tossed out a brand new knife. The knife was only half a meter long, a perfect fit, and most importantly, it wasn't rusty, and still had a scabbard, so there was no need to worry about Jiang Wuzai hurting himself. Jiang Wuzai immediately threw away the rusty, even chipped, knife in his hand, and hugged the brand new knife to his chest. Sis, why didn't you bring this good thing out sooner? Jiang Mian said weakly, I forgot. It's all thanks to your silly genius that I remembered. Here, take the knife. She simply didn't have the energy to argue with him any further, so she turned and left. Looking at the supplies in her spatial storage, and the farm that had expanded many times over, Jiang Mian felt much better. All her efforts were here, nothing was wasted. The static space was piled high with vegetables, and the carcasses of livestock that had reached maturity. The farm had grown considerably. For example, the few turkeys that used to number had now multiplied into a family of dozens. The dairy cows were the same. The number had increased from single digits to double digits, and she had stored away all the fresh milk they produced each day. It was absolutely pure and additive-free, and always freshly milked, no more than an hour old. Recently, these cows seemed to be acting strangely. Perhaps because Jiang Mian had fed them diluted water from the spiritual spring, they were producing milk exceptionally quickly. The milk had a slightly sweet taste, and could replenish the body's nutrients when one was feeling drowsy. Although the medicinal effects had diminished considerably, some of the original medicine was still present. Upon this discovery, Jiang Mian immediately took out undiluted spiritual spring water and fed it to one of the hens. This hen was a workhorse, laying the most eggs, and deserved a reward. After drinking the spiritual spring water, coupled with the accelerated time, the hen quickly underwent a significant change. The hen's body grew considerably larger, the difference almost visible to the naked eye. The next second, the hen seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, starting to squawk, then settling into its own little nest and beginning to lay eggs. Jiang Mian used his consciousness to lift its rear end, looking at the newly laid eggs and comparing them to its previous eggs, noticing that even its eggs were significantly larger. Out of curiosity, Jiang Mian took a few eggs, intending to use them for dinner. The area within her planting space had increased to 500 plots, half of which were planted with gigantic food. Compared to these gigantic creatures, her ordinary food looked like miniature seeds. Jiang Mian looked at the vast empire she had painstakingly built, feeling immense satisfaction. With her current food reserves, she could survive well even without the apocalypse game. However, her biggest fear was that one day in the future, the real world would lift the restrictions on players like them, and everyone could use superpowers. Then, with all her resources, she would simply become someone else's meal. Most importantly, once the apocalypse game started, there was no exit button, she could only forge ahead, not hesitate. Jiang Mian felt a little lost. Just then, she suddenly noticed her chat interface being clicked repeatedly. She opened it and saw, draw a circle to curse you, frantically sending her messages. Jiang Mian set a punctuation mark, and seeing that the messages finally stopped, she scrolled up to see what the person had sent her. Draw a circle and curse you. Boss, it seems like it's raining in our world. Does that mean the disaster is over? Draw a circle and curse you. So, does that mean we won't have to participate in the apocalypse game anymore? Draw a circle and curse you. In the last world, I almost got bitten to death by monsters in the water. Luckily, the team I joined valued me and protected me with all their might, allowing me to survive. There were too many messages, but to summarize, he wanted to find out if the rain would never stop, or if it would be like the worlds he had experienced. After several years of continuous torrential rain, everyone was eventually forced to live on the water. Jiang Mian hesitated, wondering whether to tell him about the impending disaster. After all, this person was an official, telling him could prevent many deaths. Most importantly, fewer deaths and more survivors meant the world wouldn't descend into chaos, and Grandma and her brother could live peacefully for a while longer. Having considered this, Jiang Mian simply told him that the torrential rains would last for about half a year. She also emphasized the areas where mudslides would occur, before deciding against it. Jun Chansheng, excitedly listening to the bigwig's account of the impending events, quickly told his Grandpa, that bigwig said this rainstorm is also a disaster, estimated to last for about half a year. Landslides are very likely in places like Y City, L City, and G City. We probably need to prepare in advance and have people in those areas evacuate. The old man listened to his grandson's description of the locations, and noticed they were all in mountainous areas or near tourist attractions. He nodded. Not only these places, but residents of villages or towns near mountains would also be evacuated step by step. The old man patted his grandson on the shoulder. This big shot is absolutely not to be offended. Speak to him politely, and you can also offer him some benefits. If he's willing to join us, that would be the best outcome. Jun Chansheng felt somewhat helpless. The old man was still hoping to get this person to join them. He had mentioned it before, but now he didn't want to bring it up again. What if the person was a lone wolf and didn't like being bound by any force? Like the girl he met during his first mission, she also seemed unwilling to join other forces. He had to beg her relentlessly to barely escape with his life. Chapter 219. There's no way around it. Capable people are just like that, unconventional. Jiang Mian originally thought that drawing a circle to curse you wouldn't message her anymore, but instead, she saw him thanking her profusely again, and even surprisingly asking her what she needed, saying the official channels could provide it. Drawing a circle to curse you. Boss, I know you love freedom, and don't like being tied down, so I won't force you to join us. Boss, you can tell me what you need. You know I have official backing, so many things that can't be bought on the market can be provided by the official channels. Jun Changqing's words were purely from the other person's perspective. Everything was for their benefit. This was a sales tactic he learned after consulting many top salespeople. Sure enough, you reap what you sow. When Jiang Mian saw this message, she initially didn't care much, but after thinking about it, she did think of several things she hadn't stocked up on. Given the urgency of the situation and the lack of knowledge about the impending apocalypse game, she mostly stockpiled items for extreme heat, floods, mudslides, and extreme cold. She didn't stockpile much else. So, after saying wait a moment, Jiang Mian took out a pen and paper and started writing and crossing off items on a list. Finally, she sent the list to draw a circle to curse you. I love salty soy milk. I think I need these things. Let's barter. I run out of gold coins. If you're willing, I choose this method to exchange with you. If not, forget it. Jun Chansheng originally intended to show their respect by giving the big shot a free meal, but after seeing the list, he was dumbfounded. So much? What's the boss stockpiling all this stuff for? The first item on the list was 10,000 gas masks, 10,000 oxygen cylinders, 10,000 protective suits, inflatable lifeboats, flashlights, tranquilizer grenades, etc., each item starting at 10,000. The oxygen generators and anesthetics that followed seemed much more normal. Normal my foot. Would a normal person want tranquilizer grenades and oxygen generators? He couldn't help but ask, Boss, what do you need so much for? This could probably support an army. He was also worried. Did the boss want so much stuff because he wanted to start a rebellion? After all, most people were crying foul, questioning why the government restricted their right to buy food. Even on the dark web, there were reports of people already harboring thoughts of establishing their own kingdoms, with tens of thousands of followers supporting this uprising. As for what happened to these people, they're currently working illegally somewhere, building a defensive base. Jiang Mian knew she had acquired too much, and while others couldn't bring these things into the game world, she could, a detail she had overlooked. So she came up with a brilliant excuse. Unfortunately, I was taken abroad by my family for refuge recently. It's too chaotic here, and I desperately need these things. Jiang Mian wasn't afraid of being exposed. After all, no one had seen her true appearance, and even those who had wouldn't know she was the top player on the leaderboard. She had always been mindful of this, and this explanation would confuse the public. So, when traveling, one's identity is self-determined. Whatever identity one wants, it's just a matter of asking. Jun Chansheng was surprised to learn that the top-ranked figure was actually overseas. And judging from the implication, could this figure be from their country? Thinking this, he considered typing a message to the figure directly, but then deleted it. He felt that directly inquiring into the figure's private affairs might annoy the figure, and even cause them to stop trading. So he silently withdrew his hand. Although it still seemed absurd, he thought the figure might have his own private equipment arsenal. With that in mind, he went to discuss it with his grandfather. After all, he had said it was a barter system. Currently, thanks to the timely discovery by the country, some food and water reserves were still intact. They weren't particularly lacking in food, so what to exchange needed careful consideration. Moreover, what the figure wanted wasn't something that could be given away casually, it required approval from higher-ups. Jiang Mian wasn't in a hurry. It wasn't that she wanted to urgently establish a relationship with them, it was that they wanted to approach her. Therefore, they were the ones who should be worried, not her. Jiang Mian leisurely went to the kitchen, and put the eggs she had just harvested into a pot to boil. She wanted to taste the difference of eggs without any seasoning. A few eggs were just a small appetizer. Jiang Mian wanted sweet and sour fish fillets, so she followed an online tutorial. She was old enough to have control over her food. After an hour of work, she finally produced a dish that didn't look very appealing. Looking at the overcooked caramelized sugar and the soggy fish, Jiang Mian fell silent. She really wanted to destroy this evidence of her misdeeds. So she put the dish directly into her spatial storage, intending to use it for trade in other worlds later. Then she took out a restaurant-style sweet and sour fish fillet from her storage, pretending it was homemade. Great, this tastes right. Sweet and sour fish fillets should look like this, not a dark, unappetizing mess. When Grandma came out of her room after her workout, she saw 4 dishes and a soup on the table. Looking at the colorful and fragrant food with surprise, she exclaimed, "Wow! The dishes are quite impressive today." She looked at Jiang Mian and praised, "My Mian has really grown up. She can even cook these impressive dishes now." Jiang Mian accepted the praise without blushing or panting. "Oh, not at all, it's just that I occasionally show off my cooking skills. I just don't usually like cooking. Actually, my cooking is quite good." Yes, that's true. The sweet and sour fish fillets she made earlier were simply because it was her first time making them, and she hadn't mastered the heat. Actually, her cooking is quite good. Jiang Wuzai used to love it, which proves her culinary skills. Jiang Mian peeled an egg about the size of a goose egg and took a bite. It tasted almost the same as a regular egg, except it lacked some of the fishy smell. As for any other effects, Jiang Mian hadn't yet discovered, probably because it had just been eaten. Jiang Wuzai picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks, and put it in his mouth. His eyes lit up instantly. "Sis, isn't this the sweet and sour fish cutlet place downstairs from where we used to live? I haven't had it in so long. I never thought I'd get to eat their food again today." As soon as he finished speaking, the air fell silent. Ha! Chapter 220. Grandma had tasted the flavor from the very first bite, but she hadn't said anything for fear of embarrassing her granddaughter. Now that this silly boy had bluntly said it, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. After laughing, she composed herself, looked at Jiang Mian's dark eyes and drooping lips, and patted Jiang Wuzai on the shoulder. "You silly boy, what nonsense are you talking about? Is this what your sister made? Hurry up and eat, eating won't shut you up." But her words still carried a barely suppressed chuckle. After dinner, Jiang Mian leaned against the kitchen doorframe with her arms crossed, watching Jiang Wuzai wash the pot. She smiled and said, "Wuzai, look, it's raining outside, not good for training. I'm afraid your abilities will decline, so tonight we move the things in the living room, and I give you a real test." At first, Jiang Wuzai didn't realize the importance of the matter, and agreed without hesitation. Only halfway through did he realize that his sister was a devil. Jiang Wuzai was lying on the ground, with Jiang Mian half squatting above him, her knees pressing down on him. Jiang Wuzai raised his hands in surrender. "Sister, I'm not fighting anymore. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die. I give up." Jiang Mian didn't get up, but said earnestly, "Little brother, people of Yin cannot say no, nor can they bow down to life when faced with difficulties. We must bravely resist these difficulties, understand? But sister, can you let me go first? I can't move at all, how can I resist? Jiang Wuzai felt that although it was his frail sister pressing down on him, she was now like a mountain, and he couldn't move at all. This wasn't the first time he realized how strong his sister was, but it was also the first time he truly felt what it meant to be powerless. After teasing her brother, Jiang Mian stood up. She patted the dejected Jiang Wuzai and exclaimed, "All right, cheer up. As long as you work hard, you surpass me one day." Jiang Wuzai had heard this countless times, but each time it still inspired him. His fighting spirit rekindled, and he volunteered for extra training. Jiang Mian naturally granted his request, beating him senseless. Jiang Wuzai clutched his bruised and battered limbs, almost crying. In the quiet of the night, Jiang Mian looked at the still drizzling rain outside. After the initial euphoria, people had grown accustomed to it. When it rained, they brought out every water-holding vessel in their homes. Whether for boiling water or bathing, it was all precious. After all, they didn't have the ability to predict the future, and they feared the rain would only last a few days, which wouldn't be enough to hydrate the land after so many days of drought. This seemingly heavy rain, when it fell on the ground, didn't show any symptoms. The earth remained dry and cracked. It was absorbed directly by the soil as soon as it hit the ground. However, unlike in the countryside, the well-planned routes in the city, with almost every road paved with asphalt, initially absorbed the raindrops instantly. It wasn't until half an hour later that water began to accumulate on the roads, although the sewers were still functioning normally, draining water outwards. However, this situation only lasted a few days before they began to worry. The rain intensified, not only preventing freshly washed clothes from drying but also creating a damp smell. Even the ground began to flood, the drains couldn't keep up, and some roads, poorly constructed, had accumulated water in low-lying areas, splashing water everywhere a passing car went. Recently, government-managed stores began selling raincoats and rain boots, which are selling very well without much price increase. The authorities intended to ensure everyone could buy the necessary raincoats and boots, preventing future chaos. However, some self-proclaimed business-savvy individuals began using connections to buy large quantities of raincoats and boots and then reselling them. In fact, they succeeded, making a fortune and becoming complacent. Now the floodwaters in the city have reached depths that can submerge shoes, but most people are neither worried nor panicked, still clinging to the illusion that the world will soon return to normal. Some purified water plants and mineral water plants have started hiring in large numbers again. Now that there is groundwater, they can filter it extensively and then resell it. Jiangmian's village is located on higher ground, so there is no waterlogging for the time being. However, there is still some water in the fields, making them muddy and slippery. Most of the drought-resistant plants grown there are thriving in this muddy environment. However, the good weather didn't last long. The ground became increasingly damp, and if it rose any further, everything would be ruined. Early in the morning, the authorities found the village chief and mobilized the able-bodied men to dig ditches. Most of the able-bodied men who went out to work were at home, and besides, it was their own land, so they didn't complain and started digging the ditches to drain the water. Jiang Mian, holding an umbrella and wearing a raincoat and rain boots, stood there watching the commotion, with Jiang Wuzai, their little shadow, beside him. After watching the excitement, the two went home. They didn't farm much, didn't need to dig ditches, and certainly weren't going to be so enthusiastic about helping others dig. As they walked, Jiang Mian suddenly heard a notification from the system in his mind. Ding! 24 hours remaining until the next game session. Please prepare. Jiang Mian looked at the date on his phone. 28 days had passed since the last game session. This date wasn't what Jiang Mian expected, it was 30 days. It didn't follow the numbers most people knew, it had its own operating logic. What's wrong, sis? Jiang Wuzai was walking along when he suddenly realized someone was missing. Turning around, he saw his sister staring blankly at her phone. Jiang Wuzai walked back, wondering what had happened, and asked curiously. Jiang Mian put her phone away and put it in her pocket. Facing the curious Jiang Wuzai, she casually replied, "Nothing, I just saw a news report. Pretty unbelievable, right? Let's go home. Grandma's probably getting impatient, isn't she?" On the way back, they ran into a few familiar faces, but while they recognized these people didn't recognize them. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected this family to be so lucky. She had distributed their food door to door, thinking they would be robbed, but a sudden rainstorm had saved them, and naturally no one else paid them any attention. The main reason was that, thanks to their children's reminders, and since it was harvest season, the villagers had also stocked up on some coarse grains and weren't actually that hungry. Otherwise, If this family had been forced into a situation of food and clothing shortages, they probably would have been wiped out long ago.